In the empty classroom of the ninja school in Konoha, only 3 individuals remained. Hey, what's going on? Why is it just us left and our instructor hasn't arrived yet? A boy with yellow hair was pacing back and forth, his restlessness intensifying the impatience of the other 2. Honestly, Naruto, could you please be quiet for a moment? A girl with long pink hair admonished the still rambling Naruto, her frustration evident. As she spoke, her gaze couldn't help but wander to the black-haired boy beside her, Sasuke Uchiha. Upon seeing his handsome features, she thought, if only it were just Sasuke and me here, without Naruto. The mere thought of such a scenario filled her heart with a sweet warmth, as if she were immersed in a blissful dream. However, despite her fervent thoughts, Sakura maintained a composed demeanor in front of Sasuke, mindful of her image. Unbeknownst to her, Sasuke was equally bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? He found himself grappling with the quintessential confusion of a transmigrator. Indeed, he had somehow found himself inhabiting the body of Sasuke Uchiha. It was easy to ascertain this fact who wouldn't react upon seeing a yellow-haired child with 6 fox whiskers peering curiously at them. Even a 6-year-old on the street would recognize they were in the world of Naruto. Of course, if one were to inquire, he would feign ignorance. Moreover, he had once been an avid fan of Naruto. Sasuke rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, I never expected to wake up in a different world. Thankfully, the situation doesn't appear to be after my defection from Konoha, meaning I won't have to live on the edge of a blade. He glanced over at the still-acting childish Sakura and Naruto, a well-rounded young man from the 21st century. He realized that if he were to fully immerse himself in this harsh ninja world, it would indeed be somewhat challenging. Yet, it was fortunate that he had arrived just as Team 7 was about to be formed, allowing him some time to adapt, regardless of how the future might unfold. Furthermore, armed with foreknowledge of the plot, he could significantly enhance his chances of success. As a typical aloof Uchiha, he had yet to chastise Naruto and Sakura for their boisterousness, largely because he was still assimilating the memories of his original self. However, upon witnessing their antics, he could only sigh and say, all right, Naruto, Sakura, let's settle down for a moment. I believe the teacher will be here shortly. Wow, Sasuke, that was so gentle. Sakura was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's soft tone. Once she regained her composure, she nodded vigorously, internally exclaiming, oh, my gentle Sasuke is so handsome. Who could understand her joy? Sasuke had spoken to her with kindness. Indeed, while this comment from Sasuke was markedly gentler than his previous demeanor, Naruto interpreted it entirely differently. Given their childhood rivalry, he had always reacted contrary to Sasuke's words. Hey, wait. What are you doing, Naruto? Sakura was momentarily stunned as she observed Naruto disregarding Sasuke's words and instead eyeing a piece of chalk dust-covered eraser nearby. Everyone else has vanished. Even Iruka Sensei has left. Ha ha ha. Since the new teacher is always late, I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall give him a little surprise. Naruto snatched a chair, dragged it over, and was about to place the eraser atop the door to give the incoming teacher a small shock. Indeed, Naruto was about to execute one of his signature pranks. Sasuke, having just regained his focus, was reminded of this familiar scene and prepared to enjoy the spectacle of the incoming Kakashi's embarrassment. Suddenly, a clear synthetic female voice echoed in his mind. Ding, host identity confirmed. Sasuke Uchiha, customizing system for you. Please wait. Ding, system customization complete. Congratulations, you have acquired Rebellious Spirit System. Rebellious Spirit System. When others make requests or suggestions, your inherently rebellious nature will lead you to refuse, act contrary, or do the exact opposite of what is not expected, potentially yielding generous rewards. What the? Why am I cursed with a rebellious spirit? At that moment, Sasuke envisioned a future where he would be invincible, only to be met with the disheartening news of a system tailored to his rebellious tendencies. What kind of invincible system is this? Wouldn't I, Sasuke Uchiha, be unable to stand tall among the clouds? Ding! Congratulations on triggering a reward for embracing your rebellious spirit, gaining the ability to unlock the hidden single Tomo Sharingan in your left eye. Alright, I admit it, the system does suit me quite well. Damn it, how infuriating! Yet, it is undeniably enticing. Ah well, since I'm here, I might as well embrace it. At that moment, The phrase most potent in the land of Huaxia emerged, and simultaneously, the system recognized Sasuke's achievement. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a special achievement. Truly enticing. Congratulations, you have unlocked the ability to awaken the hidden single Tomo Sharingan in your right eye. As Sasuke experienced this truly enticing moment, a red light flashed in his eyes, and the insights of Sharingan training flooded his mind. Indeed, he had gained the ability to awaken the Sharingan. Though it was merely a single Tomo, the system rewarded him with the unlocking of the hidden single Tomo instead of bestowing it outright, as he had previously unlocked it at a young age without realizing it, thus failing to master Ito note according to the original story's growth rate. He wouldn't have awakened the Sharingan until his battle with Zabuza and Haku. This unanticipated reward significantly accelerated his early progress. His self-defense capabilities had seen a remarkable boost. How delightful. Sasuke, are you alright? Although the system's rewards were instantaneous, Naruto and Sakura, familiar with Sasuke, sensed something unusual. The fleeting red light in his eyes might have been dismissed as a trick of the light, but the corner of Sasuke's mouth, which had curved upwards, was undeniable. Who wouldn't notice something amiss? At that moment, as Sasuke reined in his smile, a bold idea struck him. Since he was waiting anyway, why not join Naruto in giving Kakashi Sensei a bit of affection? Perhaps something like a pink chalk eraser. With that thought, the corners of Sasuke's mouth could not help but rise once more. Ding! The host's rebellious nature has been detected, and the system has been successfully activated. The host's rebellious spirit wishes to partake in Naruto's mischievous antics, intending to replace the white chalk dust with purple, thus dyeing the hair of the yet-arrived new instructor Kakashi Hatake a vibrant hue. Upon the completion of this rebellious endeavor, a reward of 0.2 chakra limit will be granted. Note, 1 unit corresponds to Kakashi's total chakra capacity at this moment. Alright, is that what you say? Upon witnessing the system's reward, Sasuke's eyes gleamed with excitement, his enthusiasm palpable. However, you claim purple is the color. I shall not comply. I believe Kakashi's pink hair is far more unique. Chapter 2. The Pink-Haired Kakashi and the Formation of Team 7. Let us begin with self-introductions. On the rooftop of the Konoha Ninja Academy, a teacher with a head of pink, spiky hair and wearing the green vest of a Konoha Jonin murmured to the 3 students. His eyes revealed little emotional fluctuation, and even his once white hair, now dyed pink, failed to convey a sense of urgency. Indeed, he was Hatake Kakashi, the renowned Jonin dispatched from the Hidden Leaf Village to guide the team consisting of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. He was legendary for his ability to replicate thousands of jutsu, earning him the moniker of the Copy Ninja. What should I say in a self-introduction? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto, who had been silent for a moment, could not help but scratch his head. He wondered if anyone would manage to introduce themselves if no one took the lead. His mind felt like it was buzzing with thoughts. Suddenly, a light sparked in Naruto's eyes as if an ingenious idea had struck him. How about you go first, sensei? Sakura, upon hearing Naruto's suggestion, glanced at the quiet Sasuke and concurred. Yes, it should be you, sensei. Kakashi surveyed his future disciples and shrugged, acknowledging the inherent challenges of instructing children. However, he did not dwell long on the matter and adopted a nonchalant demeanor, stating, well, a self-introduction involves sharing what you like and dislike, your dreams and interests, that sort of thing. After saying this, Kakashi's gaze lingered on Sasuke and Naruto, silently noting their impressive chakra levels. He continued, almost casually, my name is Hatake Kakashi. As for what I like and dislike, that's a secret. My dreams are also confidential. As for my interests, well, there are quite a few. Though his demeanor appeared relaxed and his tone natural, the sight of his pink, spiky hair bobbing with his movements caused Sasuke Uchiha, who was observing his future teacher, to involuntarily twitch his eyelids. The pink hair even shed chalk dust as he moved. Pink chalk dust. How could anyone endure that? Even I, Uchiha Sasuke, must concede defeat. Although I must admit, I contributed to this situation. Yes, I did that. Not only did I do it, but I also disregarded the system's instructions and replaced the chalk dust on Naruto's eraser with pink. Kakashi's amusing appearance tempted me to challenge my own weaknesses. Yet, the system's rewards did not seem to recognize that I had dyed the chalk pink instead of purple and still granted me the complete second reward. This reward is rightfully mine. Sasuke crossed his arms triumphantly. It turned out that, thanks to the Uchiha clan and Appo's remarkable talents, he, at merely 12 years old and on the verge of a rapid developmental phase, possessed only about 0 free chakra. However, after this bout of mischief, the pink-haired Kakashi had boosted his chakra to a full 0.5. This meant that Sasuke now possessed half a unit of chakra, making him akin to a young Kakashi of Konoha. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest amount. While readers in another realm often jest about Kakashi's chakra levels, this so-called dead fish-eyed individual is undeniably a genuine Jonin of Konoha. It is merely the burden of his eternally activated Sharingan that hinders his performance. The relentless chakra drain from the Sharingan often left Kakashi struggling in battle, yet it did not affect his chakra capacity. Conversely, Sasuke's enhanced chakra remained unaffected by such constraints. This meant that Sasuke inherited Kakashi's chakra at its peak state of 0.2, rather than the depleted levels caused by the incessantly active Sharingan. Upon hearing Kakashi's self-introduction, Sasuke, though mentally prepared, could not help but feel a sense of exasperation, as did Sakura and Naruto, who were less prepared. After all that, we only learned his name. Sasuke's lips twitched slightly, silently critiquing his teacher's penchant for verbose expressions. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, as their teacher held authority over them. Meanwhile, Naruto, with his golden, spiky hair, seemed less perturbed and quickly regained his composure, raising his hand eagerly. "I'll go first." He brushed his fingers over the forehead protector that Irika-sensei had personally bestowed upon him, a look of determination crossing his face. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I love eating instant noodles, especially the ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. What I dislike, the 3 minutes of waiting for the noodles to cook." Sasuke could not help but glance at Naruto, who was lost in his own world, pondering how this guy's thoughts revolved solely around ramen. In the past, there were those consumed by love. Now, there was Naruto, consumed by ramen. After proclaiming his love for ramen, Naruto straightened his posture, adopting an earnest tone. "My dream is to surpass all previous Hokages and earn everyone's recognition." Kakashi, who had been observing Naruto, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Perhaps reflecting on someone from his past, quietly acknowledging, this child's growth story is quite intriguing. Sakura, witnessing Naruto's fervent declaration of his dream, felt her impression of him improve significantly, recognizing his earnestness. Meanwhile, Sasuke, resting his chin on his hand, could not help but regard Naruto, who seemed to shine with enthusiasm. It was undeniable that being in the presence of such a passionate fool was difficult not to be influenced and inspired by. As Naruto completed his introduction, Sasuke seized the opportunity to speak. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I dislike many things, and I have few likes. As for my dream..." As if struck by a thought, a mischievous smile crept across Sasuke's face as he glanced at Naruto. "Do you understand what I mean when I say, I will make you regret it?" As Naruto shivered at Sasuke's words, Sasuke wore a slight smirk and continued. "My dream is to become the most powerful Hokage, protect the village, and take revenge on a certain man, making him regret his actions." Upon hearing Sasuke's declaration of revenge, Naruto's heart raced, fearing that Sasuke's target might be him. Did he offend Sasuke in any way? Although he often annoyed him, he never intended to provoke such a reaction. It was quite terrifying. In the next moment, Naruto realized that Sasuke's words were an affront to his own dreams. He felt like leaping up, shouting, "You bastard, Sasuke!" Just then, the system seemed to sense his rebellious thoughts and activated automatically. Beep. Detecting the host's rebellious thoughts, the rebellion system has been triggered. "I don't truly wish to be Hokage, but I'll show you. If the Hidden Leaf 1T allow members of the Uchiha clan to become Hokage, I shall become Hokage regardless." Reward obtained. Enhanced power of the Great Fireball Technique. New Jutsu acquired. Fire Release. Super Great Fireball Technique. Seeing the system's prompt, a smile crept across Sasuke's face. This brought him one step closer to his goal of becoming Hokage. Chapter 3. Oh, Kakashi with his fluffy hair. What a lack of martial virtue. Feeling quite satisfied, Sasuke thought to himself, who said he was just a rebellious soul. He clearly possessed a touch of humor. He felt that the insufferable system was slandering him. What a practical reward. One must understand that the Great Fireball Technique is a commonly utilized C-rank ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and its frequent use stems from its undeniable practicality. The enhanced Super Great Fireball Technique is even more formidable, with its chakra range and density being incomparable. It is as if, under the same energy expenditure, one is being struck by a basketball while the other is being hit by a lead ball of similar size. The difference in damage is evident. As for why one would strike, well, it is simply because you are more attractive than the author. Trust in the natural selection of ninjutsu during wartime. Those techniques that endure and are widely employed must hold intrinsic value. Though it is said in another realm that fire release does not kill, particularly the strongest fire release, Amaterasu, this is only due to the overwhelming power of the opposing strong individuals, relegating these practical techniques to mere feints. However, for Sasuke in this moment, this is his reality, and notions such as "oh no, fire release can kill" simply do not exist. Indeed, the fire release of the Uchiha clan is quite fearsome on the battlefield. A moment's inattention could leave one charred to a crisp. Upon receiving the reward, Sasuke felt a sudden clarity of mind, greatly enhancing his understanding of the Great Fireball technique. He realized that there were indeed alternative methods to unleash the technique. He not only grasped how to release a more powerful Great Fireball using the same amount of chakra, but he also gained new insights into its application. Much like Naruto's later Rasengan, under his adept control, it could transform into a colossal form, erupting in a fierce wind-release Rasen Shuriken, or shrink into a miniature version. Stirring coffee for himself. The sophisticated application of advanced ninjutsu is, in essence, quite unpretentious. The most basic and direct manifestation is the significant improvement in his proficiency with the hand seals for the Great Fireball technique. What a tremendous enhancement it is. Previously, he might have completed the hand seals in 1 second. Now, he could do so in merely half the time. Furthermore, he optimized the 5 seals of the Great Fireball technique into just 2, allowing for a substantial increase in release speed without diminishing its power. Who wouldn't be astounded by such progress? Sasuke believed that if this continued, he too would eventually be able to summon techniques at will, just like Hashirama and the others. Such a delightful experience. Sasuke mused. According to the system's logic, it seemed that his future held the promise of becoming even stronger. Yes, I, Uchiha Sasuke, look forward to what lies ahead. Ah, Sasuke, you shall not steal my dreams. Naruto exclaimed, noticing that Sasuke had ignored his sentiment, causing his emotions to spiral further. In this day and age, how could anyone dare to encroach upon his dreams? It was utterly outrageous. While others might be excused, the fact that it was Sasuke, the aloof boy who rarely spoke, made it all the more absurd. TCH, does that mean you alone can have such aspirations? Sasuke cast a sideways glance at Naruto, and due to the fusion of memories, he naturally inherited a portion of Sasuke's unique traits. Simultaneously, being from another world, he felt no aversion towards this passionate fool. Rather, knowing the subsequent story, he recognized the significance of Naruto's growth. He was not some mindless protagonist. Having someone to share the burden of the future was not a bad thing. Why should he shoulder the darkness of the world alone? If you truly wish to realize your dreams, start by surpassing me, my foolish friend. Naruto seethed in frustration, as he had never once triumphed over Sasuke in their entire lives. How could Sasuke say such things without driving him to despair? Clearly, even Naruto himself held little hope of surpassing Sasuke, though he would continue to strive towards it. In the next moment, as if struck by a revelation, Naruto paused. Wait, did he just call me his friend? With that, Naruto placed his hands on his hips, turned his head away, and did not retort. Just you wait. I will surpass you one day. Naruto felt a mix of anger and confusion, but the fact that Sasuke acknowledged him as a friend left him speechless. Kakashi observed the impending scuffle between the two and felt a twinge of emotion. Perhaps this group could indeed embody the ninja way left behind by his dear friend. Now, onto this young lady. Sakura glanced at the strikingly handsome Sasuke, secretly marveling at his good looks. After a moment of determination, her cheeks flushed slightly. My name is Haruno Sakura, and I admire. My dreams are. Oh dear, my interests are. Although she seemed to say nothing, her glances towards Sasuke conveyed all that needed to be expressed. Sasuke, feeling somewhat helpless at Sakura's infatuated gaze, realized that from his perspective, few girls could rival her in various aspects. Kakashi, noticing Sakura's demeanor, felt a few beads of sweat form on his brow. To be honest, for girls at this stage, the allure of ninjutsu could hardly compare to that of handsome boys. He composed himself, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, let us conclude our introductions here. I will now assign you a task. A task so soon? What is it? Naruto asked, astonished. as he had long awaited the opportunity to undertake a mission. It is a wilderness survival exercise, but this is no ordinary survival drill. I will be your opponent in this exercise. Upon Kakashi's declaration, an overwhelming pressure filled the air, leaving the three below feeling as if they were being watched by a predator. So this is what it means to be a J-nin of Konoha? Truly, one must not underestimate. As Sasuke sensed the chakra emanating from Kakashi, he couldn't help but reflect. That red, non-mainstream hair, still dusted with remnants of its former color, occasionally felt a tad out of place. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, that is a bit much. You are a J-nin. Exactly. How could we possibly win against you? Sakura and Naruto exclaimed, their composure shattering upon realizing that their opponent was Kakashi. As newly graduated genin, the gap between them and a J-nin was akin to that between man and dog. How could they possibly compete? At that moment, Kakashi did not soothe their fears but instead amplified the stakes, stating, if you do not pass this trial, you will have to return to the Ninja Academy for another year. Sasuke was indifferent, but Naruto felt panic surge through him. He had only just graduated from the academy. The thought of returning there left him questioning whether he would ever graduate again. If we fail, we have to go back for another year? What was the point of the graduation exam then? Seeing Naruto's frantic state, Kakashi remained unperturbed and replied calmly, that is how it is. Remember to meet at the training ground tomorrow morning. I will make a fair judgment. Then, he patted his backside, straightened his posture from the railing, as if struck by a sudden thought. Turning back, he recalled, oh, and don't forget, skip breakfast. It will make you vomit. Bang! In the next moment, accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Kakashi vanished from sight, departing swiftly. Just because you told me not to eat, I won't? Only a fool would skip a meal. Sasuke contemplated with a rebellious spirit. Ding! Malicious suggestion from Kakashi detected. Rebellious mindset of the host activated. Ding! I, Uchiha Sasuke, embody rebellion. I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall defy Kakashi's malicious advice and will have breakfast tomorrow morning, earning a C-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release. Serpent thunder. Lightning release. Serpent thunder. Channeling electricity into the hand to strike the target or conjuring serpentine lightning to assault foes, possessing formidable offensive power. Alright, so this is how you wish to play, is it? I can't be blamed for my disobedience, Kakashi-sensei. After all, you have offered me too much. Chapter 4. The unsightly panels and new ninjutsu wait. Has Kakashi-sensei really left like that? Naruto lamented, scratching his head. Kakashi's departure was nothing short of nonchalant. Leaving the three of them to wallow in their own frustrations, it was simply too much. Exactly. I wonder what tomorrow's drill will be like. Sakura added, her brow furrowed with concern. She had finally earned the chance to be Sasuke's teammate, and the thought of making a mistake during the drill was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, Kakashi-sensei even told them to skip breakfast, fearing they might vomit. Can you believe it? Vomiting. How terrifying that must be. Though she couldn't fathom the reason behind the potential nausea, Sakura felt that Kakashi's teasing was rather undignified, bordering on cruel. Sasuke nodded in agreement. If I weren't already aware of the plot, I'd be joining in on your complaints. Seeing that Kakashi had indeed left, he rose from the steps in a motion reminiscent of a leaping fish and jumped forward, standing upright. Well, despite Kakashi-sensei's words, from my personal experience, I still recommend you all eat breakfast tomorrow. Truth be told, while his body had yet to fully mature, the energy within surpassed that of adults from his previous world. He felt as if his body was a finely tuned instrument, capable of unleashing tremendous energy at any moment. If he were to return to his former world, breaking bricks or shattering stones would be child's play. He felt terrifyingly powerful. I, Sasuke, am formidable. What can you do about it? With that, he turned to leave. Although his chakra had reached half of Kakashi's level and he had acquired advanced techniques for the fireball jutsu through the system rewards, he had only recently crossed over. He still struggled to fully control his physical strength, as many techniques and movements resided only in his mind, awaiting practical application. Hey, Sasuke, shall we discuss tomorrow's operational plan? Just as Sasuke was about to depart, Naruto's sudden call brought him to a halt, bewildered. When had this hot-blooded fool begun preparing strategic plans? Could it be that Naruto had suddenly gained insight? No, he would sooner believe that Naruto had been possessed. Speak. Who are you, and what have you done to Naruto? Gazing into Naruto's clear yet foolish eyes, Sasuke felt relieved. Yes, this was indeed the Naruto he knew. Sakura, ignoring their banter, surprisingly supported Naruto's idea. After all, if they failed the drill, the consequences would be dire. Of course, she absolutely did not wish to squander any opportunity to spend time with Sasuke. Yes, exactly. Sasuke, let us discuss the operational plan for tomorrow. Sasuke pondered for a few moments and nodded. If they could showcase more teamwork, it would certainly earn Kakashi's recognition. All right, see you at the training ground later. He valued teamwork, and with that, Sasuke paid little heed to their pleas and made his way to a familiar open space. As he walked, he intuitively opened his attribute panel. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Chakra, 0. 5 card. Overall strength, Elite Genin. Bloodline limit, Single Tomo Sharingan, Awakened. Physical techniques, Uchiha Throwing Techniques. Uchiha Grapple. Ninjutsu, Ninja School version. Body Replacement Technique. Fire Release. Fireball Jutsu. Fire Release. Great Fireball Jutsu. How dismal. Though he was indeed Uchiha Sasuke, seeing such a pitiful attribute panel left him somewhat disheartened. Coming from the illustrious Uchiha clan, he could only perform a handful of jutsu. Some were merely those taught at school, and the only noteworthy abilities he possessed were his 0. 5 chakra level and the enhanced Great Fireball Jutsu. While he would eventually learn many jutsu during his Genin days, at present, he barely knew a few, which left him feeling helpless. It was clear he needed to study diligently. I will reclaim everything I have lost, piece by piece. His gaze hardened as crimson chakra surged forth, reflecting the Tomo symbol in his eyes. Sharingan activate. Tick-tock. The moment the Sharingan awakened, Sasuke felt the world around him fall into a brief silence. The scenes relayed back to him, becoming extraordinarily vivid. The dewdrops falling from the leaves, the insects fluttering in midair, the gentle sway of treetops in the breeze, all appeared to him as if in slow motion. Is this the power of the Sharingan? He could hardly fathom how terrifying this ability would be in battle. It was as if one side wielded a cheat code while the other had nothing. My movements are so swift that you cannot perceive them. Your actions are frozen in my eyes. I can execute countless micro-movements to end the battle based on my perception of time standing still. Every subtle gesture of yours is glaringly obvious to me. And this was merely the single Tomo Sharingan. It was evident that the Uchiha clan had every reason to be proud. Soon, the dawn of the next day arrived. As for the tactics that were supposed to come from Naruto, Sasuke merely chuckled to himself, choosing not to comment. Truly, he was not surprised by Naruto. It was as if his words held no weight. Not only was it of little use, but he had also unwittingly spent money on ramen, further straining the already precarious finances of the Uchiha clan. Yet, there was some merit. The thought of what might unfold later brought a slight smile to Sasuke's lips. Ah, is that you, Sasuke-kun? How about a bun? The owner of a nearby breakfast stall greeted him, noticing the smile gracing his lips. Previously, Sasuke had been a regular customer, but after that incident, she had never witnessed a genuine smile from him until today. He seemed significantly more radiant. Yes, I'll have a bun, please. Here's your bun. Since you seem to be in good spirits today, I'll throw in a cup of soybean milk for free. Don't go around frowning all day, the owner remarked, witnessing the transformation from a cold, handsome figure to a warm, sunny one. He seemed even more handsome now. Who said good looks couldn't be advantageous? After all, someone had just treated him. Sasuke scratched his head in embarrassment, yet didn't decline the offer. After paying, he took a bite of the bun, savoring the delicious filling. Delicious. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the rebellious task, receiving a reward. C-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release. Snake lightning. Lightning release. Snake lightning. Concentrate lightning in the hand to strike a target or create snake-shaped lightning to attack enemies, possessing formidable offensive power. Chapter 5. Sasuke's Perception and the Upcoming Trial. Oh my. How outrageous. Sasuke, how could you indulge in breakfast all by yourself? In the training ground, Naruto, grumbling about Kakashi-sensei's tardiness, caught sight of Sasuke approaching leisurely, one hand cradling a bowl of soy milk and the other a meat bun. His frustration reached a boiling point. Grr, Naruto complained, clutching his stomach. Here he and Sakura were, starving, while Sasuke actually had the audacity to eat breakfast. Was there something inherently wrong with that? Sasuke, as he strolled toward them, remarked, I told you both to remember to have breakfast. It's not my fault you chose not to heed my advice. Who could have predicted that Kakashi-sensei would be so late? This infuriating logic left Naruto at a loss for words, feeling as if he had struck nothing but fluff. The absurdity of the situation was palpable. It was already 10 in the morning. Although it was a practice session, out of respect for their first mission, both Naruto and Sakura had risen early around 6 to prepare. They had arrived at the training ground well ahead of their peers, only to find not only Kakashi-sensei was late, but also Sasuke, who sauntered in while munching on breakfast. Did he not fear Kakashi-sensei's ire for his tardiness? Naruto's thoughts were understandable. After all, who would expect Kakashi, a Chuunin of Konoha, to be notorious for his lateness? Very few students had previously been under his tutelage, and thus, his reputation remained relatively obscure. Unfortunately for Naruto, Sasuke was well aware of Kakashi's nature. If he were to hazard a guess, he could predict Kakashi's whereabouts with remarkable accuracy. Hence, Sasuke had no qualms about sleeping in until he felt ready to rise and attend a meeting. Why should he arrive early, only to be left to drink in the cold wind? Sorry, but Uchiha Sasuke would rather indulge in a few more moments of slumber. Was there anything more delightful than sleep? In stark contrast to their lively banter, at the Konoha Memorial Stone, Kakashi, typically seen with a book of indeterminate hue, appeared lost in thought, his gaze lowered as if in a trance. Obito, Rin, yesterday I caught glimpses of your spirits in my new students, particularly you. Obito, did you know that my team comprises 2 students who share your dreams? I wonder how they will evolve in the future. As he reminisced, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, pondering how wonderful it would be if they could value companionship as you did. Though they may be a bit rowdy, they could very well be my ideal disciples. With a shake of his head, he cast aside his nostalgia, slipping his hands into his pockets while retrieving his beloved little book, and ambled toward the training ground. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei arrived yet? I'm about to die of boredom. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. Sakura, feeling somewhat exasperated, tried to soothe him. Naruto, quiet down. Perhaps the teacher is almost here? Unlike the restless duo, after exchanging a few words with Naruto, Sasuke had been meditating quietly. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and announced, Naruto, Sakura, you can get ready. The teacher is coming. How do you know, Sasuke? With the previous system rewards, Sasuke's chakra levels had significantly increased. While there isn't necessarily a direct correlation between sensory perception and chakra quantity, his sensitivity to chakra had notably improved alongside his heightened chakra levels. Furthermore, he had fully awakened his Sharingan, which had unknowingly begun to refine his perceptive abilities. While not exceptionally powerful, sensing Kakashi's nonchalant chakra fluctuations was hardly a challenge. As Kakashi walked, attuned to the movements of the trio, he was slightly taken aback. Who was this little fellow with such acute perception that could pinpoint my location? Although for a ninja, detecting someone who does not conceal their presence is not particularly difficult, especially at a manageable distance, it was still surprising for Kakashi, a Chuunin of Konoha. Even though his stride may have appeared casual, his chakra fluctuations were typically subdued, honed by the norms of a stealthy ninja society. Even when not deliberately controlled, his chakra remained in a state of relative dormancy, not entirely silent. However, these 3 young graduates had managed to perceive his presence through his almost dormant chakra, which astounded Kakashi. How could these fresh graduates, who couldn't even master the basic techniques of tree climbing or water walking, possess the insight to use chakra to sense another's existence? It was astonishing. Had they been Chuunin or even Nin, Kakashi would not have been so surprised. But these kids were mere Konoha genin, barely capable of the basic 3-body techniques. In such circumstances, although he was unsure if it was Sasuke's perceptive ability that had detected his arrival, Kakashi couldn't help but regard his students with renewed respect. It seemed they harbored many surprises he was yet to uncover. Whoosh. Body flicker technique. Having realized he had been detected, Kakashi abandoned any pretense of authority and swiftly appeared before Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. The trio was initially startled by his sudden appearance, but then Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, admiration glimmering in their eyes for Sasuke, who appeared surprised yet quickly composed. To their astonishment, Sasuke had accurately predicted Kakashi's arrival. Though they remained clueless about how he had known, it did not diminish their admiration for his foresight. Naruto, hands on his hips, indignantly exclaimed, "You are late, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi, scratching his head with an expression of feigned sincerity, replied, I sincerely apologize. I encountered an elderly lady attempting to cross the street and stopped to assist her. That's what delayed me. I'm sorry for making you wait." Liar. Liar. Big liar. Kakashi-sensei is a huge liar. Naruto's disbelief was evident, while Sakura's gaze reflected skepticism. Only Sasuke silently criticized Kakashi's excuse, recognizing it as a recycled tale from his repertoire. At that moment, Kakashi seemed unperturbed by their doubtful glances, as if he had never intended for them to believe his explanation. He produced an alarm clock, setting it on a wooden stump. I have set the alarm for 12 o'clock. Your task is to snatch these 2 bells from me before the clock strikes 12, he said, gently jingling the 2 bells at his waist. Those who fail to acquire a bell by the designated time shall forfeit their lunch today and face elimination, returning to the Ninja Academy for another year of study. Only those who seize the bell shall earn the privilege of dining and passing the examination. In other words, among the 3 of you, one shall return to school for a remedial course. If you do not approach this with the mindset of overcoming all obstacles, you may indeed find yourself at a disadvantage. Now, let the trial commence. Chapter 6. Sakura in the depths of despair using shurikens is perfectly acceptable, the instructor warned. If you do not approach this with a bit more seriousness, you may find yourselves repeating the year at school. Hey, teacher, isn't that a bit dangerous? Sakura expressed her concern, while Naruto, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, clasped his head with both hands, wearing a carefree grin. Exactly. Teacher, you can't even dodge a Chakra racer. If you're serious, getting hurt would be quite unfortunate. Hurt? Kakashi murmured softly, a smirk sneaking out from beneath his mask. These kids truly have no concept of a J-nin's strength. Sasuke shot a glance at the 2, neither displeased by their behavior nor dismissive. Rather, he hoped that this experience would solidify their team and provide motivation for them to advance further. Such reckless, hot-blooded fools, Sasuke muttered under his breath, unaware that Naruto had caught his words. Hey, who are you talking about, Sasuke? Sasuke merely shrugged. Who knows? But this is a trial period. The less capable tend to boast the most. It's human nature. Kakashi provocatively raised an eyebrow at the group. Come on, don't mind the laggards. Begin your trial. Naruto, incredulous, shouted, lagging behind. Lagging behind. Who's lagging? It must be said, the tactic of provoking Naruto was immensely effective at this stage. Take this, he bellowed, drawing a kunai from his pouch, spinning it with precision, chakra bursting forth from his body. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself toward Kakashi with incredible speed. Bang. Oh, it seems you've acquired the ability to attack me with murderous intent. May I take this as a sign of your acknowledgement of me as your teacher? Kakashi's voice was calm as ever. In an instant, Naruto felt a shadow flicker before him, rendering his body immobile. How could this happen? He exclaimed, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura, witnessing Kakashi's swift maneuver, swallowed hard. This was the prowess of a Konoha J-nin. Wow, he is so fast. I couldn't even see what the teacher did. Sakura marveled. Just as Naruto charged at Kakashi, the latter appeared to stroll leisurely, yet in a flash. He circled behind Naruto. With one hand pressing down on Naruto's head, he twisted Naruto's kunai-holding hand behind him, forcing the blade to face his own neck. The speed was so overwhelming that Naruto was left reeling. The disparity in their abilities was staggering, akin to an adult toying with a child. Konoha J-nin, terrifying indeed. Suddenly, amidst Naruto's struggles, Kakashi released his grip. I've got my chance. Naruto rejoiced, believing he had successfully escaped Kakashi's hold. He twisted his body and threw a mighty punch, determined to send Kakashi flying. However, contrary to his expectations, Naruto's punch met only air. Whoosh. The sound of his fist slicing through the air echoed, but Kakashi had vanished, leaving Naruto bewildered. Where's Teacher Kakashi? As he pondered, Sasuke's eyelids flickered, prompting him to charge forward while shouting, Hey, Naruto, watch out behind you. What? Why should I be cautious behind me? Naruto was confused. Shouldn't he focus on locating Kakashi first? I knew it. Kakashi-sensei is probably hiding because he fears me, Naruto Uzumaki. When I find him, he'll owe me a few bowls of ramen as an acknowledgement of defeat. While Naruto's thoughts wandered, he inadvertently glanced behind him, gasping, What? How did Kakashi-sensei end up there? With a start, his muscles tensed. A silver-haired J-nin was crouched behind him, poised in a half-squat, hands together, fingers pointed like a blade. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he emitted a low growl. Konoha's secret technique. Body technique ultimate. 1,000 years of death. With a piercing scream, Naruto soared into the air. Brother Naruto, may you travel well. Sasuke and Sakura felt a tightening sensation in their chests. No. They must not allow Kakashi to find an opportunity to unleash this technique on them. As Kakashi maintained his stance, seemingly relishing the moment, Sasuke seized his chance. Since I'm here, this story shall be penned by me, Uchiha Sasuke. I will not stand idly by. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. And in the next moment, a massive, purplish-red fireball erupted from his mouth. Boom. The fireball, radiant and terrifyingly hot, scorched the earth the instant it was released. Cracks spread across the ground as it rapidly dehydrated, warping the air and distorting vision. The blinding flames illuminated the entire training ground. Boom. The fireball detonated before Kakashi, raising the temperature dramatically. To those nearby, it felt as if the world had been enveloped in flames. The explosion echoed deafeningly, creating a spectacular scene. Sakura felt utterly out of place. If she jumped into the water, it would be too deep, and she couldn't swim. If she stayed nearby, the heat from the flames was unbearable. She now felt as if she were truly caught in the depths of despair. How could Sasuke's strength be so terrifying? She wondered. As Naruto, propelled by the impact, landed in the water, he resurfaced just in time to witness this astonishing display. What level of fire technique is that? It's terrifying. He thought to himself that if he had to face Sasuke's great fireball technique, he would believe he'd be finished in 3 seconds. 3 seconds to kneel, then consumed by the flames. Before he could fully process the might of Sasuke's attack, he was more concerned about their peculiar yet formidable instructor, Kakashi. Hey, when did a mere genin become so fearsome? Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi had appeared behind Sasuke, his left hand covering his left eye, which had somehow been uncovered, revealing the Sharingan. Kakashi, the wielder of the Sharingan, had made his entrance. Chapter 7. The Lightning Five-Linked Whip, the Sage of Konoha's Martial Arts, Sasuke. What a remarkable eye. Upon witnessing Kakashi reveal his blood-red Sharingan, Sakura was left utterly astonished, having never encountered such a sight before. Oh no, Sasuke. Suddenly, she sensed the gravity of the situation. This was no time for spectatorship. Kakashi, shielding his eye, gradually lowered his left hand, marveling. I find myself at a loss for words, Sasuke. To wield such terrifying jutsu at the Chuunin level is beyond comprehension. The potency of your techniques is likely unparalleled even among Jounin. The potential within you is truly alarming. It is no wonder you hail from that clan. Despite Sasuke's prodigious talent as a Uchiha, Kakashi was incredulous at his skill and innate abilities. Indeed, the prowess Sasuke displayed in that moment could easily be deemed extraordinary. Kakashi, being the target of Sasuke's recent assault, recognized that had it been any other Chuunin or even some less responsive Jounin, they would surely have perished beneath that violet flame. A mere touch could spell disaster. Even Kakashi himself, in that instant when Sasuke unleashed his jutsu, was forced to rely on the formidable dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan and his solid mastery of body flicker technique to evade the attack. It could be said that Sasuke's ultimate fireball technique was capable of eliminating over 80% of ninjas, leaving only the most inconsequential of opponents remaining. Faced with such formidable offensive capabilities, Kakashi found himself fully alert, aware that a momentary lapse could lead to Sasuke earning the ignominious title of Teacher Killer. A most distressing fate that would tarnish his reputation for eternity. Thus, Sasuke, for the sake of my honor as your teacher, brace yourself. It may sting a bit. Though Kakashi's words carried a hint of levity, his gaze was utterly serious. This is bad. Upon hearing Kakashi's earnest tone, Sasuke sensed the impending danger and swiftly attempted to retreat. Yet, how could his speed possibly rival that of a Jounin like Kakashi? Bang! Kakashi's powerful fist came crashing towards Sasuke, who had no time for elaborate maneuvers and could only hastily raise his arms to defend himself. What immense strength! Sasuke felt a tremendous force erupt from the point of contact between his arm and Kakashi's fist, as though he had been struck by a speeding train, propelling him uncontrollably backward. No, this cannot happen. Should I fall into Kakashi-sensei's rhythm of attack, I would surely be defeated in no time. In that moment, Sasuke gained a profound understanding of the combat prowess of a Jounin, acutely aware of the disparities that lay between him and Kakashi. Excluding that recent ultimate fireball technique that posed a significant threat to Kakashi in every other aspect, be it ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, he found himself woefully inferior to the fully matured Kakashi, already at a disadvantage. If he were to be drawn into Kakashi's combat tempo, his lack of experience would soon become apparent, leading to a swift defeat. Moreover, Kakashi had activated his Sharingan, a three-tomo Sharingan at that, which could be likened to a kaleidoscope Sharingan, albeit not fully mastered. Even so, it was undoubtedly superior to a standard three-tomo Sharingan. especially considering that Sasuke only possessed a single tomo, and he wished to keep it as his trump card, reluctant to reveal it so easily. It seems this is the only path forward. While defending against Kakashi's relentless barrage of attacks, Sasuke's eyes darted toward Naruto and Sakura's positions, shouting, "Naruto, Sakura, proceed as planned. Damn you, Kakashi, witness my awakening." Huh. Ding. Host detected taking damage. Rebellious spirit ignited. Mission activated. 1. Show Kakashi that I am not an easy target. Reward: Jounin level Taijutsu proficiency. 2. Defeated by Kakashi, losing combat ability. Reward: a complete set of commonly used Jounin tools. Excellent. Now I have motivation. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's shout, then jested, "Yes, just like that. If you don't collaborate as a team, you might find yourselves back at the academy for a redo in 3 minutes." These fellows had evidently prepared in advance, and he found himself increasingly fond of them. While he mused, he did not relent in his assault, continuing to pressure Sasuke, who was struggling under the weight of Kakashi's formidable taijutsu. If one assumes Kakashi's taijutsu to be weak, that would be a grave misjudgment. Known as the copy ninja Kakashi, he was not merely a practitioner of copied jutsu. He was a man recognized as a lifelong rival by Might Guy. Despite the perception of a balanced rivalry, the reality was that he competed against some of the top contenders in history, considering the numerous elite shinobi across the 5 great nations over several generations. He was a man capable of holding his own against Might Guy even at the highest levels of the 8 gates. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to dominate Sasuke, who had only recently traversed into this world. After enduring numerous attacks from Kakashi, Sasuke's body felt utterly sore. If he were to withstand a few more blows, he would indeed be left without the strength to retaliate. "Truly, you've kept me waiting." Sasuke slowly lifted his head, executing a squat to evade Kakashi's lateral kick, a glint of red flashing in his eyes as a tomo rapidly formed within. Single tomo Sharingan activated. Although he had considered continuing to conceal his strengths, opting for a ruse of playing the fool, he recognized Kakashi as a trustworthy individual, and after all, he was the main character. Why should he fear? The information others possessed would always be outdated. His growth would surpass their comprehension, so why should he cower in apprehension? It could be said that aside from Danzo, that old coot, and currently Orochimaru, who had not yet crossed paths with him, he faced little immediate danger. Moreover, keeping such secrets was exceedingly unsatisfying. He resolved to unleash his abilities. Now, he could clearly perceive Kakashi's movements. Upon witnessing the scarlet Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi momentarily faltered, allowing Sasuke to exploit the opening. "Oh, Kakashi with your bold brows and bright eyes, how dare you disregard the rules of combat? To deceive, to launch a surprise attack, to bully me, a mere 12-year-old. How shameless you are. Thus, let us demonstrate what true teamwork entails." Snake, rooster, monkey. Sasuke formed hand seals, declaring, "Feel my wrath, lightning." 5-linked whip. Lightning release, serpent lightning. Shadow clone technique. "Damn you. Teacher, receive my punch." Naruto and Sakura arrived, forming a triangular assault alongside Sasuke, preparing to strike. Attack. Ready to unleash. The battle. The scales of fate shift. Chapter 8. The justice of the group assault. At the very moment Sasuke completed his hand seals, a serpent of golden lightning coalesced in his grasp, surging forth with lethal intent toward Kakashi. Kakashi, however, remained unperturbed. After enduring Sasuke's formidable fireball technique earlier, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength within his heart. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and his solid foundation in taijutsu allowed him to evade the swift onslaught of the lightning serpent with remarkable agility. It is well known that the speed of ninjutsu is often astonishing, and lightning-based techniques are particularly renowned for their swiftness. Yet, even amidst such a rapid assault, Kakashi skillfully maneuvered to avoid capture. Truly, a leaf jonin, deserving of the title. "Prepare to receive my attack, Kakashi-sensei." As Sasuke unleashed the lightning serpent, Naruto's shadow clones charged forward, launching a barrage of strikes at Kakashi. Eye pokes, backstabs, ear pulls. They employed every possible tactic, with the most frequent being a technique known as the 1,000 Years of Pain, a notorious Leaf Village ninjutsu. The reason behind Naruto's obsession with this particular move remains a mystery, perhaps a lingering grudge, Sasuke mused. Under the combined assault of Sasuke's lightning and Naruto's shadow clones, even Kakashi found himself momentarily ensnared. unable to escape without resorting to high-damage ninjutsu. However, Kakashi was not so easily vanquished. He activated his Sharingan to discern the majority of the attacks and responded swiftly. Though somewhat hasty, he managed to withstand Naruto and Sasuke's relentless onslaught. As Naruto noticed his clones dwindling, he quickly formed hand seals to unleash the multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a legion of Naruto clones surging forth, Kakashi found himself overwhelmed, struggling against the sheer volume of adversaries. In this chaotic fray, he couldn't help but remark on the peculiar nature of his student. While others had chakra, Naruto seemed to possess an overwhelming abundance. Suddenly, stepping back to evade Sasuke's relentless lightning serpent, Kakashi inadvertently stepped on the foot of one of Naruto's shadow clones preparing for 1,000 years of pain, causing him to stumble. An opportunity. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Sakura, who had been stealthily using Naruto's clones as cover to approach, had now closed the distance to his side precisely at this moment of vulnerability. At this instant, Kakashi stood on the precipice of exhaustion, caught in an awkward predicament. Seemingly coincidental, this was indeed part of a carefully orchestrated strategy devised by Sasuke and Naruto. A tactical plan for Team 7's battle. Take this. With Sakura now in close proximity, her chakra surged dramatically. Though her future prowess was yet unrefined, her latent talent began to shine. Boom. With a resounding impact, Sakura's fist struck Kakashi's forearm, generating a powerful shockwave. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback by Sakura's strength, retreated a step, surprised by her formidable display. Seizing the moment, Sakura pressed her advantage. Propelled by Naruto's clones and Sasuke's lightning, she leaped into the air, her legs bent, and delivered a fierce kick aimed directly at Kakashi's chest. Kakashi, quick on his feet, narrowly dodged, yet Sakura's relentless assault showed no signs of abating. She continued to leap and strike, forcing Kakashi to retreat, searching for a weakness in her barrage. Just then, Sakura halted her attacks, locking eyes with Kakashi, determination radiating from her gaze. "Let us end this," she cried, channeling her chakra into a powerful punch, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Kakashi. Suddenly, the previously defiant Kakashi appeared momentarily dazed, and Sakura's fist connected with his chest, seemingly penetrating his form. What just happened? Though it seemed she struck Kakashi, the absence of any defensive reaction puzzled Sakura. The sensation was strange, as though she had struck gelatin, devoid of resistance or recoil. "Oh no, I've fallen into a trap." In that moment of confusion, Kakashi's body became semi-transparent, dispersing into countless arcs of electricity that streamed outward, leaving Sakura with no avenue for escape. Lightning release, lightning clone technique. This technique creates tangible clones from lightning chakra, enhancing the traditional shadow clone with the property of lightning. When a shadow clone is destroyed, it can transform into lightning to attack, inducing paralysis. Sakura was struck by the arcs of electricity emitted from Kakashi's dissipating form, losing her balance as the world around her spun violently. It hurt. She felt her strength wane as she began to fall backward, reaching out in vain for something to steady herself. Just then, a strong pair of hands caught her, preventing her from hitting the ground. "Sakura, are you all right?" Sasuke, having lost sight of his target after launching the lightning attack, rushed to the injured Sakura, catching her just before she fell. He gently cradled her head and lowered her beside a large stone for support. "Rest for now. Leave the rest to me and Naruto." After ensuring Sakura was secure, Sasuke's Sharingan swept the surroundings, yet he could not locate Kakashi, leaving him perplexed by Kakashi's elusive position. He hadn't even realized when Kakashi had unleashed the lightning clone technique. Indeed, witnessing others execute techniques and experiencing them firsthand are two vastly different perceptions. Kakashi's formidable prowess left Sasuke feeling quite vexed. This guy is terrifyingly experienced in battle, truly worthy of the name Hatake Kakashi. Where is Kakashi-sensei? Naruto, witnessing Sakura's injury and loss of combat effectiveness, was engulfed in rage. His own safety had been preserved as his original form had been pushed to the periphery amidst the chaos of the attack, while all his clones in proximity to Kakashi's lightning clone had perished in the explosion. At that moment, Naruto's gaze fell upon one of Sasuke's shadow clones, and his brow furrowed. Why does this clone possess a different chakra signature than the others? Although its chakra was inferior to the complete version of Naruto, it was significantly greater than that of the surrounding clones. Oh no, that shadow clone is Kakashi-sensei. Without a moment to spare, realization struck Sasuke like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. Chapter 9. Kakashi, terrified by the situation ninjutsu, is lifeless, while humans are vibrant. With his mastery of fire release, great fireball technique, Sasuke effortlessly executed the fireball technique, utilizing various techniques to unleash a barrage of ninjutsu without difficulty. For him, possessing 0.5 chakra, releasing an optimized version of the great fireball posed little challenge. He concentrated all his chakra, transforming it into a series of blazing fireballs, launching them in rapid succession. These fireballs traveled at lightning speed, wielding immense power, capable of obliterating any foe or obstacle in their path. Although not as fearsome as the great fireball technique, their swift release and continuous firing were their strengths. "Ah, Sasuke, why are you attacking me?" Naruto exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that Kakashi was concealed within his shadow clone. Instead, he continued to search frantically around him, only to turn and see multiple fireballs hurtling towards one of his clones. "Why is it so hot? Sasuke, do you not realize that the pain inflicted on a shadow clone is transmitted back to the original?" However, Sasuke remained undistracted by Naruto's outburst. He could not afford to lose focus, for their opponent was Kakashi. "Oh my, Sasuke, you truly are a terrifying child." Kakashi, recognizing that he had been discovered, felt no anger. Rather, admiration for Sasuke grew stronger in his eyes. He dispelled his transformation technique and swiftly retreated. "Ah, Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? How can it be my shadow clone?" Naruto was bewildered as one of his clones suddenly morphed into Kakashi, his mind struggling to comprehend the turn of events. Kakashi, while retreating, rapidly formed hand seals, leaving remnants of his movements in the air. He dared not let his guard down against Sasuke's onslaught. With an impressive display of skill, Kakashi executed a sequence of seals that left Sasuke feeling as if his own hands might cramp from the effort. "Water release, water dragon bullet technique," Kakashi commanded, as the surrounding moisture thickened ominously. Suddenly, a massive torrent erupted from a nearby pond, taking the form of an enormous water dragon. This dragon, approximately 10 meters long, radiated a brilliant blue luminescence. It opened its mouth wide, emitting a thunderous roar, and surged towards Sasuke. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the fireballs Sasuke unleashed were extinguished upon contact with the water dragon, forcing him back several steps. Kakashi truly is an all-around ninja. He has found the perfect counter-ninjutsu. Sasuke marveled internally. Yet, he had no time to ponder further, as the water dragon charged at him once more. He could only strive to evade. But the dragon's speed was overwhelming, leaving him unable to escape its path. In that moment, the System's reward arrived, albeit belatedly. Ding! The host has garnered Kakashi Hataki's attention, demonstrating that he is not an easy target to manipulate. The rebellious mission has been completed. Congratulations. You have received a reward, a General J Nin-level physique. Awesome. Wait, there's no escaping this attack. This is bad. Just as Sasuke was about to revel in his newfound reward, his pupils dilated in realization, and he could not evade the impending strike. Boom. The water dragon collided fiercely with him. Although he was propelled into the air, Sasuke managed to adjust his posture due to his sudden increase in physical prowess, successfully mitigating most of the impact and merely feeling a slight tightness in his chest. Ugh, Sasuke gasped in pain, realizing this was his first injury since arriving in this world. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, Kakashi, taken aback by his sudden enhancement in physical ability, inhaled sharply, contributing to the global warming crisis. "You, how could you?" "I'm at a loss for words." Kakashi's expression was complex. Understanding that Sasuke had only just graduated from the Ninja Academy, compounded by his tumultuous family background, he was essentially a blank slate. It was expected that they would develop during missions together, but upon attempting to test this blank canvas, he found a masterpiece that seemed to have been created spontaneously. This was Kakashi's sentiment at that moment. Who among his peers could comprehend? He felt as though he was aging and falling behind the times. Nevertheless, the trial must persist. "You must be running low on chakra now." Kakashi's Sharingan swept across the battlefield. Noting that the remaining shadow clones of Naruto were dwindling after the clash of fireballs and the water dragon, with only a few left standing. Now, it was time to conclude. In an instant, he appeared among Naruto's remaining clones. Exhausted, Naruto could barely keep up with Kakashi's speed. He was panting, his steps growing heavy. Under Kakashi's formidable Sharingan, he pinpointed Naruto's location with precision, striking swiftly. With a precise palm strike to the back of Naruto's neck, the latter felt an excruciating pain, his consciousness fading into darkness. Although the Sharingan could not distinguish between clones and the original, Naruto's true form was particularly conspicuous, easily identifiable in a crowd. Especially against an opponent like Kakashi. Kakashi's choice to target Naruto rather than Sasuke stemmed from the necessity of handling matters delicately. He feared that if he continued to pressure Sasuke, he might unveil even more surprises. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it was wiser to deal with Naruto first, as he truly was intimidated by Sasuke. What kind of lower ninja is this? This has put immense pressure on Kakashi. Seeing that both Naruto and Sakura had lost their ability to continue the fight, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Now, Sasuke, it's just you left. Will you continue to fight? Chapter 10. Kakashi's Reversal. Team 7's cooperation. Kakashi feigned calmness as he inquired whether Sasuke wished to continue the battle. Although he appeared composed on the surface, a tinge of anxiety lingered within him. A misstep could lead to an embarrassing situation. Yet, it was not fear that stirred his unease. After all, today, Sasuke had presented him with an abundance of surprises and challenges. As he questioned Sasuke, his Sharingan scanned the surroundings, vigilant for any potential threats. He dared not underestimate Sasuke. Kakashi understood that Sasuke was not on the same level as Naruto and Sakura. This trial had revealed Sasuke's exceptional talent, which demanded his constant vigilance. A miscalculation might not lead to disaster, but it would certainly be humiliating. How could he lead his team with dignity thereafter? Did Kakashi care nothing for his reputation? Despite his inner turmoil, he resolutely maintained a facade of composure and confidence. He would not be intimidated by Sasuke's prowess. Though he had faced some difficulties today, it was merely an internal skirmish, and he had not exerted his full strength. After all, he was Kakashi Hatake of Konoha. These were his precious students, who would one day undertake missions under his guidance. If any of them were severely injured, he would only feel burdened. Meanwhile, Sasuke, lost in his thoughts, lamented the pain he felt, deciding he was done fighting. He thought, why continue? If someone wanted to fight, let them. He was not a mere punching bag. Perhaps he would take a moment to relax and give Naruto and Sakura an opportunity to shine. Beep. The system has detected the host's refusal of Kakashi's eager invitation to battle, successfully activating the Rebellious Spirit system. Mission triggered. If you want me to fight, I shall not. How embarrassing it would be for me to comply. 1. Reward, Ramen X10. 2. Reward, 100,000 Ryo in banknotes. Humph. In light of this monetary reward, I shall let this slide. I, Sasuke, am not afraid of you, Kakashi. Sasuke haughtily decided in his heart. Though this is a world of ninjas, before I reach my pinnacle, I cannot afford to offend anyone, especially not money. After all, even the esteemed Uchiha Sasuke needs to eat. I shall not fight. Beep. The system has detected the host's decision and awarded 100,000 Ryo in banknotes. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Sasuke assumed a nonchalant demeanor, appearing as if he had emerged victorious. However, a slight smirk crept onto his lips as he mused. Kakashi, only children make choices. I shall have it all. Oh, you said you're not fighting? Kakashi found himself momentarily flummoxed by Sasuke's sudden declaration of retreat. Just moments ago, Sasuke had not shown any signs of yielding. How could he suddenly back down? It took him a moment to process this unexpected turn of events, nearly causing him to twist his back in surprise. To this, the 5-star General Uchiha Sasuke declared, "You simply do not comprehend what true rebellion entails. True rebellion means aligning oneself with the one who offers the most. It is worth noting that a bowl of Konoha's fried noodles costs merely 40 Ryo, and the signature Ichiraku ramen is only 60 Ryo per bowl. With 100,000 Ryo, he could indulge in approximately 600 bowls of ramen from Ichiraku, enough to feast thrice daily for over a year. Moreover, even after consuming that many bowls, he would still have some left over, a veritable fortune for Sasuke at this moment. Of course, he was not like Naruto, who was obsessed with ramen. He had no intention of living on it. At that moment, the unconscious Naruto seemed to sense the mocking thoughts coming from Sasuke. Jolting awake with a start. Now is my chance. As Kakashi stood dazed by Sasuke's abrupt withdrawal and Naruto's imminent awakening, Sakura, who had been leaning against the stone slab, suddenly appeared behind him. Oh no, Kakashi thought in alarm. When did she? The critical issue was that Sasuke's reversal had taken him by surprise, leaving him momentarily bewildered. And he had not anticipated an ambush from Haruno Sakura. Kakashi quickly retreated, attempting to evade, But unbeknownst to him, Naruto had already regained consciousness due to the chakra recovery abilities of the Jinchuriki. Gotcha! Suddenly, Naruto sprang up from where he lay at Kakashi's feet, seizing Kakashi's thigh while simultaneously forming hand seals for the shadow clone technique. At that moment, Sasuke, witnessing Naruto successfully grasping Kakashi's leg, shouted with exhilaration, "Naruto! Now is the time." Plan A. Got it, annoying guy? Naruto retorted. Watch me, seductive harem technique. Uzumaki Naruto, making his entrance. A cloud of smoke erupted, shrouding the scene in mystery. Hey, come play. Kakashi gasped in shock, nearly bleeding from both nostrils as he realized the absurdity of Naruto and Sasuke's antics. These two. It was undoubtedly Naruto's influence that had led Sasuke astray. This method. Surprisingly effective. Sakura contemplated, shaking her head. Nonetheless, as long as they succeeded, she would let Naruto off the hook this time. Now is the moment. With a determined gaze, Sakura swiftly reached for the bells at Kakashi's waist, snatching them away. Turning around, she declared, Kakashi-sensei, we won. Seeing this, Naruto reverted to his original form and chimed in. I told you, Kakashi-sensei is truly a perverted teacher. It's obvious he doesn't read serious books. Exactly. Sakura nodded vigorously, expressing her complete agreement while wondering about their future under such a seemingly unreliable teacher. Honestly, you all are a troublesome bunch. Kakashi managed to regain his composure, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Whose students were these? Engaging in such scandalous antics was a direct challenge to his dignity as a jonin of Konoha. Yet, while he enjoyed challenging his own limits, this should not become a habit. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Kakashi addressed the most crucial issue of this trial. Ahem. Although you have technically won this trial, you must now make a decision. Among the three of you, which two will remain to become genin and undertake missions, and who will return to the Ninja Academy for another year? Finally, the most important question for Team Kakashi was posed. Sasuke thought to himself. Being aware of the overall plot, Sasuke understood that Kakashi merely sought a united and trustworthy team. Thus, upon witnessing the troubled expressions on Naruto and Sakura's faces, he resolved not to hesitate any further and boldly took the lead. With a tactical grunt, Sasuke declared, Of course, we shall all return to the Ninja Academy. You, who are enamored with color books, are perpetually late, and have been defeated by Naruto's seductive technique, are simply too unreliable. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto stammered, conflicted. After all, this was an opportunity he had worked hard to secure, personally bestowed by Iruka-sensei with a genin headband. If he returned now, it would be incredibly frustrating. He furrowed his brow, then gradually relaxed, his gaze turning resolute. Indeed, if that was the case, it would be better to return to the Ninja Academy and try again next year. Since Sasuke had said so, I shall do the same. Indeed, Sasuke-kun is right. I will join as well. Subsequently, Sakura observed Kakashi as if he were a thief, leaving him utterly bewildered. Hey, why do I feel like something is amiss? Kakashi had not anticipated this outcome, especially Sasuke's sudden offensive. Are you certain about this choice? Sasuke turned to them. Of course. Come on, Naruto, Sakura, it's on me. Today, I shall treat you to barbecue. Tonight's expenses will be covered by me, Sasuke. Really? That's fantastic. Could you please pack me a portion of Ichiraku ramen for when I return home? Naruto exclaimed, jumping in excitement, as if failing the exam did not affect him at all. Awesome. Sakura, too, felt thrilled at the prospect of spending more time with Sasuke. Realizing that it wasn't such a bad thing, she could spend another year studying alongside Sasuke-kun. Sasuke nodded in agreement with Naruto's request. After all, he had received a reward from the system, 100,000 Ryo. Now he was all about extravagance. Who is ready? I'm ready. Let's go, Sasuke. Naruto was practically bouncing with joy. Hey, I said, have you three forgotten about the exam results? Kakashi lamented, pressing his forehead in exasperation, fearing that if he did not speak up, these three might actually leave. While he was pleased with their cooperation and teamwork, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease, especially with the various labels he had acquired: lecherous, introverted, unreliable, and perpetually late. Naruto, without looking back, scoffed, TCH, what's the big deal about having to repeat a year? Don't disturb our enthusiasm for barbecue. He had come to terms with it. If he could graduate from the Ninja Academy once, he could surely do it again. He refused to believe he would continue to face such misfortune, for he was destined to become Hokage. Of course, he needed to first surpass that arrogant Sasuke. That was his initial goal. Kakashi sighed. When did I say you were unqualified? What do you mean, sensei? Sakura turned, her expression peculiar as she gazed at the exasperated Kakashi. Could there be a twist? Even if there was, she hoped it wouldn't interfere with her dinner with the charming Sasuke-kun. This was a rare opportunity to deepen their bond. She certainly did not want this apathetic teacher to ruin it or upset Sasuke's mood. What if he decided not to dine with her? Kakashi, however, offered no consolation. What I mean is, you are all qualified. Sigh, Kakashi sighed again. Now, I officially announce the formation of Team 7, Kakashi's squad. From now on, you are all formal comrades, officially recognized as Konoha's genin. Really? Sakura could hardly believe it. She had prepared herself for redoing the year, even bracing for her parents' laughter. Yet Kakashi suddenly declared her qualified, leaving her overjoyed. Even her excitement about dining with Sasuke was slightly diminished. One could say she was truly elated. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then leaped high into the air. I told you, Uzumaki Naruto. How could I be stuck in a mere genin exercise? Ha ha ha. I am officially a Konoha genin now. Sasuke slightly smiled, realizing that Kakashi wanted to witness their unity. At that moment, an even more delightful occurrence transpired. He heard the familiar mechanical notification sound in his mind. Ding. Host has achieved a new accomplishment. Konoha genin. Reward, Double Tomo Sharingan. Ding. Double Tomo Sharingan has been successfully activated. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Chakra, 0. 50. 7 Chakra. Overall strength, Elite Chuunin. Bloodline limit, Single Tomo Sharingan, Double Tomo Sharingan. Taijutsu, Uchiha Throwing Technique. Uchiha Grapple. Standard, Jounin level Taijutsu. Ninjutsu, Ninja Academy version. Body Flicker Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Fireball Technique. Lightning Release, Snake Lightning. Wonderful. My strength has reached the level of an elite Chuunin, granting me the means to protect myself against ordinary Jounin. Sasuke thought with delight. He had anticipated some improvement, but he never expected it to be so pronounced. Even his chakra limit had increased due to the upgrade of his Sharingan. This series of enhancements had elevated his capabilities significantly. Any ordinary Jounin who underestimated Uchiha Sasuke might find themselves in dire straits, especially with the Double Tomo Sharingan, combined with Jounin-level Taijutsu and the enhanced Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. One could say he had firmly established himself in this perilous ninja world. The future looked bright. With this thought, Sasuke felt elated and turned to Kakashi, saying, Then, Kakashi-sensei, you should join us for barbecue. Of course, the first meal is on you. Sasuke declared, for why spend money when he could dine for free? Exactly. Naruto chimed in, his eyes sparkling with approval. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, you should treat us. This is our first gathering as Team 7. Sakura added, a meal that Sasuke doesn't pay for is the most delectable. Kakashi felt overwhelmed. How could they take advantage of their teacher like this? This was a blatant assault on his pension. Alas, since I am your teacher, this time, I shall treat you. Hooray! Long live Kakashi-sensei. Long live. Thus, the members of Team 7 walked away under the gentle breeze, their laughter fading into the distance as their bonds grew ever closer. In that moment, they seemed to become indispensable parts of each other's lives. The gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 11. The damaged reputation of a certain Hokage mentor after thoroughly depleting Kakashi's wallet. The members of Team 7 returned to their ordinary lives as genin in Konoha, engaging in tasks such as cat-catching and weeding, which held little significance. However, unlike in the original narrative, the members of Team 7 were introduced to training much earlier, perhaps a consequence of the butterfly effect initiated by Sasuke. At this moment, in the familiar training ground, Kakashi was earnestly imparting fundamental combat knowledge to the trio below. After enduring a sound beating, they listened attentively. Even the notoriously mischievous Naruto refrained from his usual antics, nodding in agreement from time to time, prompting exclamations of his apparent transformation. This newfound seriousness was not a testament to his natural diligence, but rather a response to the inspiration drawn from Sasuke's prowess during their recent missions. He seized every opportunity to improve himself, yearning to bridge the gap between himself and Sasuke. If I cannot master these basics, how can I surpass Sasuke and aspire to become Hokage? Sasuke's evolution had inadvertently set Naruto on a path of growth much earlier than anticipated. After outlining the essential principles of being a ninja, Kakashi reluctantly closed his treasured book and addressed the group, stating that since they were discussing improved combat techniques, It was imperative to understand the most vital resource aiding ninjas in battle, chakra. Chakra? Naruto scratched his head. The term seemed familiar, yet its meaning eluded him. Sakura could not help but chide. Naruto, what on earth were you doing in school? You don't even know what chakra is, and you're a genin now. Oh, come on. Sometimes when the lecture gets too confusing, I might doze off. It's a minor issue. I am listening now, Naruto replied sheepishly, asserting that it was not entirely his fault. Iruka-sensei's teachings were just too vivid, or perhaps he had fallen victim to a hypnotic genjutsu, causing him to forget everything as quickly as it came in. Yes, that must be it. Unbeknownst to Iruka, who was engaged in his own activities far off, he suddenly sneezed, pondering who might be thinking of him. If he had known, he would have pointed a finger at Naruto and exclaimed, "You doze off in class and blame me for not explaining clearly? I wish you'd at least glance my way." However, those moments were past. Naruto's foundational knowledge was woefully inadequate. It was a miracle that he had managed to master the only jutsu he currently excelled at, the shadow clone technique. Kakashi, observing Naruto's oblivious demeanor, felt a headache coming on. These individuals, who possessed extraordinary combat capabilities, were utterly clueless in this realm, which was quite perplexing. Sakura, on the other hand, embodied the typical middle to upper level student, demonstrating solid mastery of both theoretical knowledge and practical skills, making her the most balanced among the trio. Sasuke, though, exhibited remarkable combat prowess and frequently articulated astonishing theories, which, upon reflection, held substantial validity. Yet, he struggled with the foundational logic of advanced jutsu, possessing only a vague understanding of the concepts, which starkly contrasted with his apparent abilities. If Sasuke were to know Kakashi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly protest, as he had faced the tragedy of his clan's annihilation at a tender age and had not received proper training. Everything he knew was self-taught. After his arrival in this world, he had acquired an extensive understanding of various advanced jutsu, but when it came to performing them, Sasuke would challenge anyone to try it themselves. Knowing and being able to execute were two distinct levels, which accounted for his astonishing theories juxtaposed against his somewhat lacking depth of knowledge. Naruto was particularly unique, entering this journey with virtually no foundational knowledge, leaving Kakashi at a loss for how to instruct him effectively. Suddenly, Kakashi glanced at the well-prepared Sakura, and in a lazy fit of inspiration, he devised a plan. He produced a scroll and tossed it to Sakura, saying, "Now, Sakura will introduce you to the principles of chakra." Sakura caught the scroll, puzzled but eager to try, and began reading the contents aloud while interjecting her insights. Even Naruto, who often found himself drifting off during lectures, listened with rapt attention and absorbed a wealth of information. Sasuke, too, occasionally nodded in agreement after careful contemplation. Seeing Sakura articulate the concepts clearly, Kakashi nodded in approval, realizing that even Iruka's students had their merits. However, as Naruto remained engaged, his foundational gaps made comprehension difficult, especially with abstract concepts. Consequently, he turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, can we not just learn through practice instead of understanding everything conceptually? We can already use ninjutsu." Kakashi shook his head. "No, although you can perform ninjutsu, you are not yet capable of fully controlling your chakra. Listen carefully. As Sakura mentioned, chakra is a blend of physical and mental energy, and different jutsu require distinct methods of extraction. Without effective chakra extraction, even a large quantity may yield mediocre results, or in some cases, not work at all." At this point, he glanced at Sasuke, who was deep in thought. Of course, Sasuke's fire release was an anomaly. The Great Fireball technique, which left a lasting impression on Kakashi, was an advanced jutsu that Sasuke had inexplicably mastered and executed with finesse, akin to Naruto's miraculous shadow clone technique. However, if Sasuke were aware of Kakashi's thoughts, he would merely retort, "You know nothing of the power of the system." Kakashi shook his head, dismissing distractions. Moreover, incorrect execution could lead to excessive chakra depletion, a critical issue in battle. As for Naruto's suggestion of learning through physical practice, that path was perilous, one that could cost lives. "I advise you to abandon that thought. What should we do, then?" the trio asked, eager to learn a better approach to address this concern. "It's simple, just climb a tree." Chapter 12. The Allure of Soft Rice. Wait, what? Climbing trees? Naruto expressed his astonishment. Sakura, equally incredulous, questioned, "Kakashi-sensei, you cannot be serious." She struggled to comprehend why this seemingly mundane training method was being employed after they had become ninjas. Climbing trees. Wasn't that a skill children typically possessed? Indeed. It seems that elite ninjas often require the simplest forms of training. Having already speculated on the answer, Sasuke stroked his chin and nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed climbing trees. Kakashi's expression was devoid of jest. How could this be? It sounds dreadfully tedious. After the lecture concluded, Naruto reverted to his usual rebellious demeanor. Naruto, if you continue like this, you'll never surpass me, Sasuke remarked, arms crossed and leaning against the tree trunk, casting a sidelong glance at the complaining Naruto. Besides, you should probably listen to what Kakashi-sensei has to say first. It must be said, Sasuke understood Naruto well. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto's attitude shifted. He ceased his fidgeting and merely huffed, turning to glare at Kakashi, silently urging him to continue. Amused by the interplay, Kakashi chuckled softly, recognizing the dynamic between the three. It was heartwarming, reminiscent of days gone by. Well, Naruto, if you do not focus, those two may just leave you behind, Kakashi teased with a bemused smile. I know, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied, surprisingly refraining from retorting, revealing that he was aware of his own shortcomings, though no one had pointed them out before. With Naruto now willing to pay attention, Kakashi wasted no time in addressing their queries. Why'd I ask you to climb trees? Because the essence of ninjutsu lies in our ability to extract chakra through various techniques. Therefore, enhancing our control over chakra is a fundamental lesson for ninjas. He continued. How do we improve our chakra control? Climbing trees serves as an excellent method. The soles of our feet are among the most challenging areas to extract chakra. Mastering chakra control at the soles will facilitate control in other body parts, even significantly accelerating chakra extraction elsewhere, yielding remarkable results. Why does climbing trees enhance chakra control? Kakashi gestured towards a sturdy tree. Observe, the climbing I refer to is done without the use of hands. With that, his feet glimmered with a faint blue chakra. He ascended the trunk as if climbing stairs, effortlessly positioning himself parallel to the ground, defying gravity. Behold, by concentrating chakra in your feet, you can create just the right amount of adhesive force to ascend a tree using only your legs. Wow, that's incredible. Kakashi-sensei, how did you do that? Is it really as simple as focusing chakra in your feet? Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This was the embodiment of what he envisioned a ninja to be. Isn't it absurd to call oneself a ninja without the ability to scale walls? That would make one merely a commoner. Stylish Kakashi-sensei, here I come. With a determined leap, Naruto unleashed a surge of blue chakra beneath his feet, creating a small crater upon landing, only to crash into the tree and slide down slowly. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances of disbelief, while Kakashi merely shook his head in amusement. Hey, what's with that expression, Sasuke? I am a fast learner. I'll definitely surpass you this time. Naruto fumed at Sasuke's seemingly dismissive demeanor. Indeed, then strive to be the first to reach the top. However, I suggest you practice diligently to avoid being the last to master chakra control for climbing, Sasuke retorted nonchalantly, tightening Naruto's resolve to surpass him. With Naruto attempting the climb, Kakashi wasted no words, tossing 3 kunai before them. You will use these kunai to mark your highest point. If you find you cannot ascend any further, simply scratch a mark on the trunk to track your progress. Thank goodness Sasuke was not one to chatter excessively. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly comment on Kakashi's teaching methods, which seemed a relic from 30 years past. This is what we call experiential learning. Each attempt leaves a progress marker, akin to leveling up in a game. How could one not become engrossed and improve quickly? Despite appearing whimsical, Kakashi's teaching method proved effective. Meanwhile, Sakura, witnessing Naruto's attempts, aimed to impress Sasuke. Come on, Sakura, you can do this. Show Sasuke what you're capable of. Taking a deep breath, she began to climb steadily, soon reaching the position where Kakashi had been inverted, swinging her legs from the branch and exuding youthful exuberance. Kakashi, surprised by Sakura's swift success, remarked, "It seems the closest to the Hokage title now is Sakura. You two need to step up your game." Internally, however, he fretted over the disparity in chakra reserves between Sakura and the other two. As Sasuke prepared for his turn, he steeled himself, determined to succeed on his first attempt. Beep. The Rebellious System is activated. As Uchiha Sasuke, invincible throughout my life, how can I endure mockery? 1. Declare to Kakashi and Naruto, the man closest to the Hokage goal is me. Reward, proficient chakra control level. 2. Admit to Sakura, you are currently stronger. Reward, a bowl of sweet soft rice. Sasuke smirked, knowing exactly what path to take. Chapter 13. Naruto's Fractured Mind TCH. It's far too early to talk about this, Sasuke murmured. Have you forgotten? I have yet to showcase my true abilities. Allow me to demonstrate who is truly the closest man to becoming Hokage. His gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence and fearlessness, as if he were about to join a prestigious organization. He is coming. The king of Konoha has arrived. No one could outshine Sasuke in his domain. Hey Sasuke, what are you rambling on about? I refuse to concede that you are closer to the Hokage position than I am. Just wait and see. I will master tree climbing before you, and you'll be left crying beneath the tree. Naruto felt a surge of anger at Sasuke's words. This guy knew that becoming Hokage was Naruto's dream, yet continued to boast, which was infuriating. In contrast, Sakura, perched on a branch and resting, gazed at Sasuke's unwavering demeanor and heard his almost magnetic voice, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sasuke-kun is so cool. His charisma is simply overwhelming. How wonderful it would be to stand by his side when he becomes Hokage. Even Kakashi, hanging upside down above them, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden aura of confidence emanating from Sasuke, feeling a fleeting sense of inadequacy. Ding! Host has successfully declared himself the closest man to Hokage. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward. Significant enhancement of chakra control proficiency. Boom. Sasuke felt a warm current surge through his body, connecting the previously isolated chakra pathways within him. In that moment, he sensed an extraordinary clarity throughout his entire being, as if every movement was acutely perceptible, allowing him to execute incredible maneuvers with effortless precision. He realized that even the chakra in parts of his body that he seldom utilized had become agile due to this enhancement, a stark contrast to the previous dull sensation, leading Sasuke to feel a tremendous elevation in his abilities. What a delightful sensation! To wield chakra with such ease is a sublime experience. A stark difference from my former self. Sasuke felt that, after significantly improving his chakra control, he could even surpass two of his former selves. The enhancement of his chakra control was not merely additive, it was exponential. It not only drastically improved his combat endurance, but also enabled him to perform maneuvers he had never dared to imagine, greatly amplifying the potential of his ninjutsu. This was why he was confident that he could defeat the two versions of himself from before. Ding! Challenge detected for the host. 1. I, Uchiha Sasuke, refuse to be subordinate. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the competition with ease and then assume Kakashi's signature pose for 3 seconds. Reward, ninjutsu, leaf great whirlwind. Sasuke stretched his limbs, ready to embark on his challenge when he received a notification from the system. Would I, Sasuke, forfeit the chance to showcase my prowess? What nonsense. He had resolved that since he could not rely on others, he must confront adversity head-on. Let me demonstrate what it truly means to be a genius of the Uchiha clan. With that, Sasuke approached a large tree, adopting Kakashi's signature posture. Unlike Kakashi, whose chakra was visibly overflowing for demonstration, Sasuke concentrated his chakra primarily at the soles of his feet, minimizing external leakage. What remarkable chakra control! The progress he had made in just a few days was astonishing. To an outsider, it appeared as though Sasuke was merely walking normally, but to Kakashi, this scene was incredibly alarming. Even he could not claim to have achieved such mastery at Sasuke's age. Kakashi had been a prodigy, becoming a Nin at 12 during wartime. While one might say he had become complacent, one could not deny his brilliance in his youth. Such a singular figure hesitated to assert that he would have outperformed Sasuke at their age. It was evident how extraordinary Sasuke's chakra control was. Even the average Nin of Konoha might struggle to match him. The most astonishing part was that just days prior, during the bell-stealing exercise, Sasuke's control had been far from impressive, barely scratching the surface of proficiency. Yet, how swiftly he had evolved. This rapid advancement was truly frightening, prompting Kakashi to fear that one day, he might awaken to find that Sasuke had surpassed him. No, I cannot remain complacent any longer. If I do not train harder, I may soon find myself being protected by my students. The wind stirred by Sasuke's metamorphosis unknowingly brushed against Kakashi. Despite Kakashi's usual disheveled appearance, once he recognized someone as a partner, he became incredibly reliable, willing to risk everything to protect them. Yet, the weight of such convictions was heavy. The vitality of Team 7 hinted at a burgeoning desire within him to emerge from his shell. While it seemed he contemplated much, it was but a fleeting moment. As Sasuke reached the base of the tree, he prepared to step forward. What? Sasuke, you actually. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. They had agreed to work hard together, yet everyone else seemed to excel effortlessly. Was it true that he, Naruto, truly lacked talent? Perhaps I should abandon my aspirations of being a ninja and return to farming. Wait, I have no home or farm. Frustration mounted as he thought about it more, deepening his sorrow. No, I will become a ninja. I refuse to be defeated. I will make everyone who looks down on me acknowledge my worth. I shall become a formidable person. Sasuke, just you wait. I will catch up to you soon. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Ninjutsu. Leaf, Great Whirlwind. At that moment, Sasuke, hanging upside down from the branch, crossed his arms and looked down at Naruto, declaring, I await your challenge. Chapter 14, Naruto's Ninja Way. Ugh. What a pompous jerk, Sasuke. Naruto muttered under his breath, secretly reveling in the notion that Sasuke's words might indicate he recognized Naruto as an equal rival. If that were the case, perhaps he would no longer be alone. The thought filled Naruto's heart with a gentle sweetness. How wonderful it would be to become true friends with Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sakura, captivated by the calm demeanor of the upside-down Sasuke, felt her cheeks flush and her eyes sparkle. Sasuke-kun was so handsome, his presence so extraordinary. She sensed her own resolve wavering. She must find an opportunity to confess her feelings to Sasuke, lest another girl swoop in and steal him away. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, his companions were lost in their peculiar thoughts. He was aware, however, that while he had acquired a high proficiency in chakra control through the system's rewards, numerous gaps remained to be filled, particularly concerning the fundamental ninjutsu repertoire. Despite the seeming adequacy of his current techniques, a closer examination revealed a rather meager collection. Just the Great Fireball Technique, Snake Lightning Technique, the newly acquired Leaf Great Whirlwind, and the basic Body Flicker Technique required for graduation from Ninja Academy. It was indeed a limited arsenal. His teammates shared a similar situation. If they continued to play at being ninjas in Konoha, it would hardly pose a problem. Yet, Sasuke was no mere pet sparrow. He would one day soar high like an eagle, and he wished for the companionship of his friends on that journey. Thus, after consolidating his training results, he posed a direct question to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura and I have essentially mastered the fundamentals of chakra control. Shouldn't you teach us something else, perhaps ninjutsu or combat techniques? Sasuke was unreserved in his request, understanding that strengthening himself and his teammates would only enhance their collective power. Moreover, he included Sakura's name out of respect for her as a partner, rather than the fact that she was the designated love interest in his original narrative. Yes, Sasuke convinced himself of that. While many might harbor a less than favorable impression of Sakura, such judgments often stemmed from Naruto's unrequited love. Viewed through Sasuke's lens, Sakura emerged as a person of passionate love and disdain, one who had never betrayed him, Uchiha Sasuke. Therefore, if he didn't find her disagreeable, he had no qualms about continuing to engage with her. Of course, the notion of officially becoming Sakura's boyfriend was still far too premature. He was not yet ready to confront that vulnerability. Kakashi, acknowledging that both Sasuke and Sakura had indeed mastered chakra control, nodded thoughtfully. The current training regimen had become somewhat ineffective for them, and he turned to Naruto, saying, Naruto, you should continue with your tree climbing exercise. Once you've grasped chakra control, we can move on to other training. That's not fair, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, jumping up in frustration. Why was he left to train alone while his teammates engaged in special training? Unfortunately, Naruto, this is the most suitable method for you at the moment. Sasuke and Sakura have already grasped the basics and require a different training approach for further improvement. Though it sounded harsh, Kakashi knew that tailoring the training to individual needs was the best way to enhance their team's overall capabilities. Given Sasuke and Sakura's progress, it was counterproductive for them to continue practicing tree climbing with Naruto. They needed to advance further. Conversely, Naruto, whose foundation was still shaky, would benefit more from solidifying his chakra control before tackling other skills, or else his efforts would be akin to building castles in the air. Eventually, it would lead to setbacks. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Though reluctant, Naruto was not unreasonable, and he acquiesced. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to Sasuke and declared, Sasuke, wait for me. I will catch up and train with you soon. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. You'd better work hard. If it takes you too long to catch up, you might not be able to keep pace with Sakura and me. Naruto clenched his fist and shouted, Who wants to catch up to you? You jerk, Sasuke. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he added, But if it's to catch up to Sakura-chan, then maybe. Idiot Naruto, just focus on your training. Sakura replied, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, akin to encountering a clueless fool on the street. Yet, whether motivated by Sasuke or Sakura, Naruto's steadfast determination to strive forward remained resolute. As the sun set, Sasuke and Sakura concluded their special training with Kakashi and made their way toward Naruto's training grounds. Each step revealed the toll of the day's rigorous training, their bodies weary from exertion. Nevertheless, they felt a profound sense of accomplishment and progress, particularly regarding the insights they had gained. Without Kakashi's guidance, they would have likely paid a hefty price for such knowledge through trial and error. Approaching Naruto's location, they intended to accompany him home and check on his progress. As they drew near, their eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. How is this possible? Amidst the dusky woods, a yellow figure hung upside down from a tree branch, hands on hips, gasping for breath. It was none other than Naruto. His once pristine attire was now tattered and torn from countless training sessions, marred by falls and scrapes against tree trunks. Exhausted, he struggled to muster a smile. Addressing Sasuke and Sakura with fatigue etched across his face. Sasuke, Sakura, I did it. I kept my word. This is my ninja way. With that proclamation, he closed his eyes and unceremoniously plummeted to the ground. Chapter 15. Ambushed under the moon. An encounter at the roots. What a fool. With a swift technique, Sasuke caught the falling Naruto in his arms. He then effortlessly spun the unconscious Naruto in a grand flourish, seamlessly flipping him onto his back. The movement was so fluid that Sakura, standing nearby, was left in awe, as if the magic of the moment had momentarily faded, only to be restored by Sasuke's striking good looks. Alas, Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness. It was just the two of them at the scene, and this reckless fool had exerted himself to the point of collapse. Upon seeing them, he had fainted without a care for himself. He couldn't just stand by and let Sakura catch Naruto, could he? Reluctantly, he took on the burden of his foolish friend and, alongside Sakura, carried Naruto back. Unexpectedly, his first princess carry was not bestowed upon a lovely maiden, which felt like a monumental failure. Nevertheless, he did acknowledge Naruto's tenacity. It was rare for anyone to push themselves to such extremes. Remarkably, Naruto had indeed mastered the technique of using chakra to climb trees in such a short time, which was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, he had accomplished it. One could say there were advantages to being thick-skinned, and Sasuke occasionally found himself envious of that trait. After escorting Naruto home, Sasuke parted ways with Sakura, dragging his weary body back home. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Who was it? His keen perception alerted him that he was being watched. Ah, the famed Uchiha Sasuke, able to sense our presence at such a young age. Upon his utterance, the shadowy figures lurking in the darkness ceased their concealment and emerged. Two figures clad in dark gray ninja attire, adorned with white masks featuring colorful patterns, were either members of the Root or the Umbu. Are you members of the Root or the Umbu? Sasuke inquired cautiously. Although fatigue weighed upon him, he swiftly entered a state of readiness. If these two were Umbu, it would be manageable as they posed little danger. However, if they were from the Root, conflict would be inevitable. This was perilous. The Root was established by the treacherous Danzo, who was one of the culprits behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The members of the Root were trained by Danzo through various insidious means, akin to private soldiers, and were bound to obey his commands in addition to undertaking Umbu missions, all while wearing white masks resembling animals. Their nature of tasks and other details remained shrouded in secrecy. Most importantly, they could act as Danzo's dark hand and exert influence, which could be detrimental to Sasuke. Do not concern yourself with that. The two masked ninjas did not directly answer Sasuke's question. Their evasion alone indicated that they were not Umbu members. They were undoubtedly from the Root. This was dire. Caution was imperative. Sasuke acknowledged that his current state was subpar, unable to unleash his full potential, and he had yet to reach his full growth. Although he yearned to eliminate Danzo, it was still premature for him. Encountering the Root this early was not fortuitous. However, if confrontation were unavoidable, he would have to utilize all his strength from the outset. Any lapse in vigilance could result in grave consequences. With the moon shrouded and the winds howling, there was hardly anyone around. Even if he called for help, who would come to his aid? Except for Kakashi, who was nowhere in sight, Sasuke was essentially isolated. The two Root members dismissed Sasuke's emotions, stating matter-of-factly, Uchiha Sasuke, a certain individual wishes to see you. Come with us. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly. although the two did not reveal their names. Their identities led him to deduce that the one wishing to see him was none other than Danzo. Why would Danzo want to see him at such a late hour? Was it perhaps to gain insight into the power of his Sharingan? Regardless of Danzo's motives, Sasuke understood that he could not go. If he did, the outcome could be dire, and perhaps Team 7 would need to find a new member in his stead. No, he could not allow them to take him. At the very least, he needed to confront Danzo outside the Root's base. Stepping into their lair would be akin to a sheep entering a lion's den. Determined not to surrender his fate to others, Sasuke discreetly formed hand seals behind his back. What if I refuse to go? The two Root members adopted a rigid stance. If you refuse our invitation, we shall be compelled to take you by force. We hope you won't resist unnecessarily. Indeed, if you wish to avoid a severe beating, or worse, you should comply and come with us. Sasuke scoffed. Who lives and who dies is yet to be seen. Did they not know that Uchiha Sasuke was not one to succumb to intimidation? Beep. Rebellious thoughts detected. The defiance system has been activated. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will not yield to threats. I shall eliminate these two ignorant Root members and demonstrate the consequences of underestimating the Uchiha. Reward, Jinjutsu Sharingan. This ninjutsu, activated by the Sharingan, surpasses ordinary illusions and can even control tailed beasts with sufficient power. Ah, the system truly understands me. I was just about to do that. Sasuke's gaze hardened, his pupils ignited with a crimson glow. Kill. Aware that combat was inevitable, Sasuke showed no mercy. In the next instant, his Sharingan activated. The two Root members were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Sasuke would strike first. What? If we are to fight, then we shall not hold back. Whether concerning family or that foolish brother of his, Sasuke may appear indifferent, but once he possesses the capability, he would demand accountability from the Root and Danzo. The seeds of conflict had long been sown. Since confrontation was unavoidable, he resolved that each opponent he faced now would lessen his burdens in the future. Do not question why his heart was so calm, nor why the shift was so rapid. With the Sharingan awakened, his heart was filled solely with an insatiable thirst for blood and cruelty. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. A terrifying torrent of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, instantly engulfing the space ahead, creating a sea of fire that forced the two Root members to retreat hastily, attempting to escape the devastating attack. Yet, while their speed was commendable, Sasuke's was swifter. Since they had come, they would not return. With his Sharingan keenly perceiving their movements, Sasuke utilized the body flicker technique to position himself behind them at an opportune angle, a place where they would find it exceedingly difficult to defend against a simultaneous attack. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Sasuke unleashed a flurry of kicks. A low kick, a mid-level kick, finally, a downward kick, executing a rapid 3-hit combo. At this moment, with Sasuke's elite Jonin-level prowess in taijutsu, how could he possibly be thwarted by two Chuunin-level Root ninjas while unleashing the Great Leaf Whirlwind? Bang, bang, bang. He forcefully halted their retreat, sending them hurtling towards the advancing Great Fireball technique. Boom. The fireball erupted, illuminating the sky with a terrifying blaze, and the deafening roar reverberated through the once quiet village of Konoha. Crackle. The two Root ninjas were instantly engulfed in flames, consumed and reduced to ashes. Sasuke's expression remained icy as he cast a cold glance towards the general direction of the Root base, claiming your two interests first. I hope you possess enough sense not to be oblivious. Chapter 16. I shadow you regret the iconic scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen stands up for Sasuke Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the task and receiving the reward, Jinjutsu Sharingan. Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at the traces surrounding him. In the realm of ninjas, remnants of conflict are notoriously difficult to erase, for one can never anticipate the outlandish jutsu employed by those tasked with reconnaissance. Thus, the most effective means to avert trouble is, quite simply, overwhelming force. While this notion is undeniably straightforward and pragmatic, Sasuke, at that moment, lacked such formidable strength. Yet, in order to sidestep complications, he reluctantly took action. After tidying the scene to a minimal extent, he departed swiftly. Once Sasuke had left, a figure wearing a conical hat emerged slowly from the shadows of a nearby thicket. Taking a deep draw from his pipe, he exhaled a plume of white smoke, contemplating the traces of the recent skirmish, lost in thought. Lord Hokage. Soon, several Umbu ninjas arrived swiftly at the scene. Upon encountering the figure standing amidst the signs of battle, they paused momentarily, then bowed respectfully to the man. You may withdraw. I was merely testing a jutsu, and it appears I created quite a stir. Please attend to the concerns of the surrounding villagers, the man spoke. He was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, the highest-ranking individual within the village at that moment. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, the Umbu members hesitated no longer and promptly set about soothing the nearby villagers. The following day, within the Hokage office of the Hokage Tower, a middle-aged man, his body swathed in bandages and leaning on a cane, confronted the seated third Hokage. Sarutobi, your leniency towards that Uchiha brat is unacceptable. In my opinion, whether it be an Uchiha child or a Jinchuriki, they ought to be entrusted to me for training. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and replied coolly, Danzo, I have already stated this. Do not overreach your bounds. He continued, his tone steady, regardless of your motivations. I have made it clear. You are not to engage with them until they reach adulthood, even if they were to join Root. It must be of their own volition upon reaching maturity. Now is far too early. Should you continue to overstep, do not expect me to hold my tongue any longer. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was genuinely perturbed, an uncommon display of ire directed at his longtime friend, Danzo. Did he truly think Hiruzen was unaware of the rumors Danzo had spread about Naruto? The Hokage had endured in silence for far too long. While he might possess a somewhat timid disposition, even a cornered rabbit may bite. Moreover, he saw a glimmer of hope in both Sasuke and Naruto at this juncture. How could he possibly endure any further interference? The time for patience had ended. The culmination of all his frustrations erupted in response to Danzo's intentions regarding Sasuke. Sarutobi, you dare speak to me in such a manner. Danzo, taken aback by Hiruzen's evident anger, momentarily faltered, only to feel his own emotions surge forth, ready to explode. In the past, Hiruzen might have yielded, burdened by guilt towards his old friend, always striving to accommodate him. However, this time, he was resolute. The moment Sasuke and Naruto expressed their aspirations of becoming Hokage, their affairs were beyond Danzo's interference. Indeed, the seemingly innocuous move made by Sasuke had become a decisive blow in the eyes of the old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was known for his prying nature. Particularly of late, Kakashi had been frequently reporting on Sasuke's potential, and Hiruzen had witnessed Kakashi's gradual emergence from his past. How could he allow such trivial matters to obstruct their path? Thus, he declared vehemently, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo, momentarily defeated by Hiruzen's fierce rebuke, turned away, though his stubbornness compelled him to utter a parting remark. Sarutobi, you will come to regret this. With that, he stormed out, though Danzo's heart harbored resentment. The silver lining of this confrontation was that it bought time for Naruto and Sasuke, allowing Danzo's ambitions to be temporarily shelved. After Danzo's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. If it were not for the necessity of this confrontation, he would have preferred to avoid conflict with his old friend. Many might label him hypocritical, claiming his will of fire was merely a fade. Yet, if a person espouses such ideals and acts accordingly, does the truth of their statements truly matter? Much like Liu Bei from the Three Kingdoms, who was often criticized for his supposed insincerity. If he spent his entire life striving to embody those virtues, does it matter if they are genuine or not? The essence lies not in the appearance, but in the intention. Regardless of others' opinions, the moment Sasuke and Naruto aspired to inherit the will of fire, they became the future hope of Konoha. He could not allow anyone to undermine their growth. Rising slowly from his Hokage chair, he walked to the window, gazing towards the remnants of the Uchiha clan, murmuring to himself, Sasuke, I hope you can forge a path that diverges from the fate of the Uchiha. Chapter 17. Treading the path of 3 generations, leaving none for the next time, swiftly progressed to the afternoon within the bustling confines of the Hokage Tower. However, the Hokage's office was no longer occupied solely by Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Instead, a multitude of figures now stood within, specifically the members of Team 7, who had just completed a D-rank errand mission and were there to report back. At this juncture, the forthcoming task for Kakashi's team was, to take care of the children of the Shidake's family, or perhaps assist a neighboring village with shopping, or even help villagers dig for sweet potatoes. Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette, glancing at the task assignment sheet with a touch of indecision. Oh no, please don't assign us such trivial tasks, Naruto exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he sprang to his feet. During this time, Team 7 had undertaken countless similar mundane tasks. While not particularly difficult, The sheer monotony was quite vexing. It often felt as if they were busy all day, yet upon reflection at night, they realized they had accomplished little of substance. This sentiment was shared not only by Naruto, but even by the typically composed Sasuke and Sakura, who were also eager for liberation from such tedious assignments. What kind of tasks would you prefer to undertake? Hiruzen inquired, intrigued by the restless Naruto and the eager expressions of Sasuke and Sakura. You have only just begun your journey as Genin. At this stage, accumulating experience through such D-rank tasks is highly beneficial. Of course, we desire significant missions. Naruto's eyes lit up at Hiruzen's question, as he envisioned the accolades he would receive for completing a major task. Indeed, Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at Naruto, who seemed lost in his daydreams, silently agreeing with him. These trivial errands were not what he sought, as they offered no opportunity for personal growth. Fools! You are all novices, don't aim too high. Irika, who was assisting with task allocation, quickly interjected, worried that they might encounter danger if they pursued overly ambitious missions. Everyone has gone through this stage. It is essential to start with simpler assignments to build your experience and grow. But these tasks are far too simple, Naruto retorted. Sasuke eyed the boisterous Naruto and the concerned expression of Irika, feeling a twinge of envy for having such a supportive mentor. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in, albeit belatedly. Ding! Rebellious thoughts detected in the host. The Rebellious System has successfully activated. Uchiha Sasuke, only engage in high-level missions. These tasks are far too simple. Whoever wishes to undertake them may do so. I am determined to pursue challenging assignments. Condition: state before Hiruzen Sarutobi that without enduring storms, one cannot become Hokage. Invite him to assign you more difficult tasks. Reward: complete Susanoo Experience Card X1. What a remarkable reward. A complete Susanoo Experience Card. Upon seeing the reward, Sasuke gasped, his heart racing. I, Uchiha Sasuke, have always tread carefully. Do you believe I can reach the other side? The complete Susanoo Experience Card was a terrifying entity. Known as the true Susanoo, only those who had maximized the power of their Manjiki Sharingan and possessed immense chakra could unlock the complete Susanoo. Its strength could effortlessly cleave mountains and meteors, and it could even fly, allowing the user to perform their signature techniques. With such power, dominating the ninja world would be as simple as breathing. Although he could only use the experience card once, it would enable him to wield the complete Susanoo without any side effects, potentially turning the tide in critical moments. With this ace up his sleeve, who would still wish to remain on thin ice? I shall ascend as the unrivaled dragon of the ninja realm. If anyone dares, let them come forth. As for the custom paint required for Hokage rock graffiti, perhaps Naruto would find that more appealing. Sasuke had no interest whatsoever. Cowardice? That was the mark of the weak. I, Uchiha Sasuke, am resolute in my defiance and will go all in. Lord Third Hokage, as Naruto has articulated. The typical tasks are rather trivial for our team's current capabilities. Even Naruto finds them dull. Hey Sasuke, who are you referring to? What do you mean by that? Naruto felt something was amiss and was ready to retort. In the next moment, Sakura restrained the agitated Naruto. Calm down, Naruto, let Sasuke finish. Humph. Naruto turned his head away, begrudgingly accepting that he had to comply with Sakura's request. Sasuke glanced at his two lively teammates, no longer fazed by them. After all, he had grown desensitized to their antics over the past few days. The current tasks no longer provided substantial growth opportunities. Hence, he concurred with Naruto's suggestion for more challenging missions, exuding confidence in their ability to succeed. Just as you mentioned, where the leaves flutter, the fire continues to burn. The flame shall illuminate the village and nurture the new leaves. Is that not so? For the new leaves to sprout, they must confront the storms. Flowers grown in a greenhouse cannot bear the weight of the village or become competent and formidable ninjas. I aspire to be Hokage, thus I believe we require challenges. Sasuke boldly invoked the will of fire, rendering Hiruzen, who had hesitated over Danzo's matters, momentarily speechless. He glanced at Sasuke and Kakashi, reassured that with Kakashi present, no significant issues would arise, and he felt somewhat at ease with Sasuke's strength. Finally, Hiruzen opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately sighed and declared, "Very well. You shall undertake this C-rank mission." "Yes, long live Grandpa Third," Naruto exclaimed with exuberance, leaping into the air. Meanwhile, Sasuke received his reward. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received Complete Susanoo Experience Card X1. Chapter 18. The Jester is me, how splendid. The error tolerance has reached its zenith. After receiving the reward, Sasuke was filled with exhilaration. With this experience card in hand, as long as he refrained from reckless behavior, there was no one in the ninja world capable of thwarting his demise. Sasuke mused, should I feel a sudden urge, you must summon Xiangling to rescue me. However, since he had yet to meet Xiangling, it was prudent for him to exercise caution. The experience card for the complete Susanoo undoubtedly bolstered Sasuke's confidence, allowing him to make bold decisions without hesitation. You think you can toy with me? I shall upend the table. Prior to acquiring the legendary powers of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke would plead, spare me, O king. But now, possessing those fabled abilities, Sasuke would retort, so, you are the little king, are you? Of course, this was an exaggeration. In reality, it was merely a source of courage for Sasuke to stir up trouble. Though excitement bubbled within him, Sasuke maintained a composed exterior. It would not bode well if they were to discover his peculiar demeanor. After all, emotional control is an indispensable skill for any male celebrity. What does it mean to be the most handsome man of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke tilted his head. At that moment, Kakashi received the mission assignment, opened it, and began to read aloud. To protect an individual? The third Hokage nodded and gestured towards the door. Yes, please come in. Creak. The wooden door slowly swung open, revealing a middle-aged man reeking of alcohol as he ambled into the room. He was the client for Kakashi's team. The client surveyed the room with bleary eyes, momentarily pausing on Naruto's face, then could not help but voice his disdain. What is the meaning of this? You've assigned me a bunch of children? Especially that short one. Does he even look like a ninja, Lord Hokage? Is this arrangement reliable? Hey, short one. Who is he talking about? Naruto pondered, glancing left and right, surveying the surroundings, and comparing his height to that of Sakura and Sasuke. Good heavens. I shall have my revenge. Although reluctant to admit it, Naruto grimly realized he was the shortest among them all. Does anyone understand the feeling of becoming the punchline? Initially, Naruto was detached, not angered, and even inclined to join in the jest. Yet, alas, the joke was on him. Naruto, that is our client, whom we must protect. Kakashi firmly grasped the nape of Naruto's neck, restraining his unraveling composure, then turned to the client, who continued to speak. The client, sensing the shift in mood, wisely refrained from further inquiries and stated, I am a master bridge builder named Izuna. I implore you to wager your lives to protect me as I return to my country to complete the bridge. Sir, do not underestimate us. We shall protect you flawlessly, just you wait. Naruto declared with fervor. The next morning, the eager group assembled at the gates of the Hidden Leaf village. Wow, we are finally leaving the village. Naruto, evidently on his first journey, radiated uncontainable excitement. Sasuke, having meticulously prepared essential supplies and ninja tools the day prior, awoke filled with anticipation. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't excited. After all, this was his inaugural departure from the Hidden Leaf village, and the outside world seemed as novel to him as it did to Naruto, albeit he masked his enthusiasm more adeptly. Let us depart. Kakashi, noticing the group had gathered, promptly closed his beloved colorful book and addressed them. Yea, let us go? Naruto exclaimed, raising his arms in jubilation. Naruto, is such exuberance necessary? Please quiet down, Sakura remarked, exasperated by Naruto's childlike antics, wishing he could embody the cool charisma of Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having remained silent, had unknowingly distanced himself due to their playful banter. He now sensed two peculiar ninjas lying in ambush along the sides of the road ahead. What could this mean? Could someone be targeting us? Chapter 19. Uchiha Sasuke arrives. Sasuke sensed an unusual aura and scanned his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a puddle that had mysteriously appeared nearby. The weather was exceptionally clear, devoid of rain or even humidity, making the sudden emergence of a sourceless puddle quite perplexing. Frowning, Sasuke cautiously positioned himself in front of his companions. He slowed his pace, remaining vigilant, while Kakashi, noticing Sasuke's subtle movements, couldn't help but admire his keen perception. It was remarkable that Sasuke, a mere rookie from the Leaf Village, could detect the anomaly so swiftly, something even Kakashi, an experienced ninja, had only just recognized after approaching closer. Despite this, Kakashi refrained from displaying too much emotion. While Sasuke had detected the disturbance, Naruto and Sakura remained blissfully unaware, believing this would be an excellent opportunity for a training encounter among ninjas. As the saying goes, Teaching others is not as effective as learning through experience. Kakashi's intention was to allow the inexperienced Team 7 to broaden their horizons and perhaps even witness the harsh realities of battle. Do you think we'll encounter ninjas from another village? Naruto asked, curiosity mingling with anxiety. The knowledge he had acquired in school indicated that ninjas from different villages were typically adversaries, and one should exercise caution when on a mission. He expressed his desire to try various flavors of Ichiraku ramen, convinced that no mishaps would befall them. Though he understood the odds were slim, a sense of nervousness lingered. Sakura, overhearing Naruto, felt a twinge of anxiety as well, but, being well-versed in the fundamentals, reassured him, "Don't worry too much, Naruto. This is just a C-rank mission, and we generally won't encounter enemy ninjas." Kakashi nodded in agreement with Sakura and Appo's assessment, but emphasized that while her reasoning was sound, encounters with enemy ninjas typically occurred during B-rank missions or higher. Exceptions could arise. Suddenly, the hidden ninjas lurking in the shadows became aware of their exposure. "Attack!" they shouted, launching themselves toward Kakashi and his team. With a thunderous crash, the puddle that Sasuke had been watching erupted violently, transforming into two shadowy figures that moved with the swiftness of a gale, their blades piercing through Kakashi's form in an instant, cleaving him into segments. First one down. "Oh no, Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto cried out in alarm, panic overtaking him as he witnessed the formidable Kakashi fall so swiftly. Beside him, Sakura covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to comprehend how their powerful teacher could be defeated in a single exchange. The shocking visual left them momentarily paralyzed, revealing the team's lack of experience in genuine life-and-death confrontations. Next came the second attack. After vanquishing Kakashi, the duo wasted no time and, utilizing their rapid body flicker technique, swiftly appeared behind the stunned Naruto. A chill ran down Naruto's spine as he sensed the impending danger. What should I do? Move. He urged himself internally. Yet the paralyzing fear of death rendered his muscles taut, immobilizing him. Am I really going to fall here? I still want to become Hokage. I can and amp. Appo's believe my first mission outside the village might end in failure. It seems that Hokage will be left to Sasuke after all. But I can and amp. Appo's accept that. In an instant, memories flooded Naruto's mind. Some warm, some beautiful, some lonely, culminating in the image of a figure who suddenly appeared before him. Sasuke. Naruto's pupils dilated in disbelief. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Boom, boom, boom. With blood-red eyes radiating unwavering resolve, Sasuke unleashed a formidable surge of power to protect his friendship. Channeling the energy from his taijutsu, he utilized his Sharingan to pierce through the deceptive tricks of the enemy ninjas, swiftly identifying their weaknesses. With a single, powerful execution of the Leaf Great Whirlwind technique, he overcame countless dangers and reached his companions. Uchiha Sasuke has arrived. Chapter 20. The emergence of the Sharingan in that fleeting moment when the two assailants launched their ambush against Kakashi. The system's mission had already been activated. Ding. Host and Appo's murderous intent detected. The Rebellious Spirit system has been successfully activated. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I, Sasuke Uchiha, shall not remain idle while my comrades are in peril. Fearless in the face of danger, I will lend my hand to aid them. Reward, Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Naturally, I would not stand idly by while my companions faced danger. Thus, the instant Sasuke resolved to rescue Naruto, the 3 Tomo Sharingan was bestowed upon him, granting him powerful dynamic vision that exposed the flaws in the two adversaries before him. The two enemy ninjas cried out in pain, caught off guard, as Sasuke unleashed a mighty Leaf Great Whirlwind, sending them both flying simultaneously. They crashed through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Wow! The two ninjas could not help but spit blood, gazing in shock at Sasuke, who had just defeated them. How could this be possible? They were renowned Chuunin from the Hidden Mist Village, known for their willingness to fight to the death. Surely, one of them could contend with at least 5 or 6 genin. How could they find themselves in such a dire predicament against a mere leaf genin? Oh no, that is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. How infuriatingly unfortunate. Wasn't the Uchiha clan supposed to be extinct? They exchanged incredulous glances, initially believing they were merely tasked with a simple assassination mission, only to find themselves confronting one of the last 2 surviving members of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's reputation is one of the most fearsome in the ninja world. There was even a time when encountering an Uchiha ninja meant one could flee without facing the repercussions of a failed mission. The three-tomo Sharingan corresponded to a terrifying power at the elite J-nin level. In the vast population of the ninja world, aside from the very top few, who could claim to defeat an elite J-nin? In the realm of daily missions, elite J-nin represent the pinnacle of strength. And here they were, merely executing a straightforward assassination of an ordinary person, yet they stumbled upon a three-tomo Uchiha ninja. How could this not be deemed unfortunate? This boy's age. After regaining their composure, the two were further astonished to discover that their conqueror was a mere 12-year-old child. Had they been defeated by a seasoned Uchiha, they might have accepted their fate. But why must it be a child? How could one so young possibly awaken the three-tomo Sharingan? According to their intelligence, the only known wielder of the Sharingan was the S-rank rogue ninja, Itachi Uchiha. Yet here was this boy, clearly not fitting the profile of Itachi, and being so young. He bore a striking resemblance to another surviving Uchiha descendant, Sasuke Uchiha. You are Sasuke Uchiha? The moment they deduced his identity, it felt as though they had been struck by lightning, leaving them stunned and momentarily forgetting to rise. How could you possibly be Sasuke Uchiha? This age, this power, this three-tomo Sharingan. You dare refer to him as a 12-year-old. However, whether they believed it or not, the truth lay before them. Sasuke. Surprised that they recognized his name, found it unexpected that they knew of him. The two ninjas, regaining some composure, exchanged sly glances. Indeed, while this boy was formidable, he was still young, and his practical combat experience was undoubtedly limited. If they could seize an opportunity, escape was not beyond the realm of possibility. It would be rather difficult to claim ignorance of the last two survivors of the Uchiha clan. Yet truth be told, his strength, combined with his youth, was indeed astonishing. However, regrettably, Sasuke Uchiha, you are still too young. Had you been a tad older, we would have had no chance whatsoever. Farewell, Sasuke Uchiha. Remember, we have imparted a lesson to you. The ninja world is not merely about fighting and killing. The two struggled to rise, clutching smoke bombs, preparing to flee. Little did they know, every subtle movement they made was like slow motion before Sasuke's awakened Sharingan, their attempts at concealment utterly transparent. A smirk crept across his lips. It seemed he had indeed been underestimated. Had they encountered anyone else, they might have successfully escaped, and he might have been the one to learn a lesson. But alas, they were not just up against anyone. They faced him, Sasuke Uchiha. Genjutsu. Sharingan. With a fierce glare, Sasuke's eyes spun wildly, instantly ensnaring the two fleeing Ch-nin in a world of illusion. It must be said, the Sharingan proved exceptionally useful in this regard. Two mere Ch-nin believed they could evade a leaf genin? Sasuke scoffed. Whom did they underestimate? If the ninja world is not merely about fighting and killing, then I ask you, what comes next? Speak up. Thus, they dared to lecture Sasuke Uchiha? What a pity that it was not they who taught him a lesson, but rather he who bestowed a lesson upon them. If you wish to flee, then do so swiftly. Yet here you are, prattling on, unaware that the Sharingan renders all who gaze upon it powerless. After dispatching the fleeing ninjas, Sasuke turned his attention to a nearby bush. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, have you had enough of the show? Cough, cough. Kakashi sheepishly emerged from the foliage. I merely wished to give you an opportunity for some training. However, I didn't expect your strength to progress so rapidly. Even the Ch-nin of the Hidden Mist are no match for you. Kakashi felt a twinge of concern. Having such a strong student posed its own challenges, as it left little room for growth opportunities, making it seem as though he were the one slacking off. Alas, the responsibility of mentoring the headstrong Sasuke was a heavy burden indeed. Chapter 21. The bond of Sasuke and Naruto. Kakashi let out a faint sigh. If he had intervened, he could have acted as decisively as Sasuke. However, the age difference between them was significant and incomparable. His hesitation to act immediately stemmed not only from his desire to provide his students with an opportunity for growth, but also from a wish to discern whether these foes were targeting their client or his team. After all, his team was somewhat extraordinary, the last scion of the Uchiha clan and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha. It would be no surprise if they attracted the attention of hostile nations. Before he could even begin his analysis, Sasuke had already eliminated the enemy, leaving Kakashi with no material for contemplation. Fortunately, the opposition had dispatched only two Chuunin. Logically, if they were indeed fixated on his two young charges, they ought to have sent a few Jonin, wouldn't they? Were they underestimating his abilities or the weight of the Nine Tails and the Sharingan? Thus, the conclusion was abundantly clear. The assailants were solely focused on their assignment's client. Upon Kakashi's emergence, Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, casually placing his hands in his pockets, signaling the end of combat. Naruto, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. He turned to look at Sasuke, who stood nonchalantly, and an inexplicable complexity stirred within him. It was their first real combat, yet Sasuke had faced it without fear, emerging victorious with such ease that his clothes remained unsoiled, even managing to come to Naruto's aid. In contrast, Naruto found himself paralyzed by fear, nearly dragging Sasuke into his predicament, desperately needing assistance to fend off the attack. How could he be so far behind? Despite making considerable progress lately, dedicating relentless effort to missions and practicing ninjutsu, he couldn't fathom why he felt so inadequate. He didn't want to be outshone by Sasuke. He yearned to confront enemies with the same composure. Yet, at that moment, confronting the enemy, he was utterly incapable of doing so. Hey, you're not injured, are you? Sasuke glanced at Naruto, his nonchalance contrasting sharply with Naruto's disheveled state. I don't need your concern. Naruto grit his teeth, turning away. No one feels particularly cheerful after being thoroughly outmatched by a rival. Nevertheless, he mustered up the courage to utter a few words, albeit with great difficulty. Sasuke, thanks. Seeing Naruto's awkward expression, Sasuke refrained from further teasing or provoking Naruto's fragile state. He took a few steps forward, extending his hand towards Naruto. Come on, get up. How long do you plan to sit on the ground? Naruto paused at the sight of Sasuke's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the aloof and proud Sasuke would offer him assistance one day. We're partners, aren't we? Sasuke smiled faintly. After a brief hesitation, Naruto extended his hand without reservation, grasping Sasuke's firmly. Yeah, we are partners. As Sasuke lifted Naruto to his feet, he chose to ignore the starry-eyed Sakura at that moment and turned his attention to Kakashi, who wore a bemused smile. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't you ask our esteemed client about this situation? How could a simple C-rank mission encounter a ninja attack? It's far more likely we'd be confronted by common thieves. This clearly defies the mission's logic. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, had been warmed by the display of camaraderie between Sasuke and Naruto, which had stirred nostalgic memories. He hadn't immediately reacted to Sasuke's inquiry and felt a twinge of regret for being reminded of his oversight by his own students. Nevertheless, considering the brilliance of Uchiha Sasuke, he could hardly be reproached for his lapse. Kakashi glanced towards Kazuna, who was slowly emerging from behind Sakura, and spoke with measured calmness. Mr. Kazuna, I believe you owe us an explanation. Such a task has escalated to at least a B-rank mission, which far exceeds our agreed scope. Indeed, while Sasuke had gone to rescue Naruto, Sakura had not been idle. Although her combat prowess was still developing, her fundamental ninja training compelled her to protect the client at the moment of crisis. Kazuna sighed at Kakashi's questioning, appearing somewhat resigned. Sigh, I hadn't intended to disclose this, as it may put you in a difficult position. There is an exceedingly dangerous individual who has been after my life. A terrifying person? Sakura inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked toward Kazuna. Who is he? Kakashi pressed. Kazuna hesitated briefly before continuing. You may have heard of him. He is the owner of the shipping company, Kato. Kato? Never heard of him. Naruto scratched his head, realizing his cultural ignorance. Kakashi shot Naruto a disapproving glance. Feeling exasperated at how his student's inherited brilliance seemed to have mutated. He is one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, the proprietor of Kato Shipping. Indeed, that's the one, Kazuna confirmed. On the surface, he runs a shipping business, but secretly, he colludes with the mafia and ninjas, engaging in the trafficking of drugs and contraband. He even invades other nations, wreaking havoc wherever he goes. A truly nefarious villain. About a year ago, that man set his sights on the land of waves, the very place we are headed to now. Through wealth and intimidation, he swiftly seized control of all maritime transport in the island nation. For such a country, controlling transportation equates to controlling all wealth. The only thing standing in his way is the construction of this bridge. I see, Sakura pondered, grasping the implications. So, that's why they wanted to eliminate the master bridge builder. Kakashi began to piece together the rationale behind the previous ninja attacks. Nanny? Naruto was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the conversation despite recognizing each individual word. Meanwhile, Sasuke tilted his head thoughtfully. I believe I have a better plan. Chapter 22. Intelligence Beyond the Uchiha Clan's Reach. Hey, Sasuke, what are your thoughts? Sakura inquired with a hint of confusion, admiring Sasuke's striking appearance and resolute demeanor, which seemed to radiate brilliance. Kakashi, too, regarded Sasuke with a perplexed expression, unable to grasp the intent behind his words. Sasuke, however, remained reticent, slowly lifting his head. Clang. The three-tomo Sharingan activated. Kakashi's pupils constricted. During the previous skirmish, he had been positioned at a distance and had not discerned this development clearly. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to witness Sasuke's Sharingan now adorned with three-tomo. Wasn't it just a short while ago that Sasuke had awakened the two-tomo Sharingan? While others might not be well-versed in the intricacies of the Uchiha clan's ocular powers, Kakashi was acutely aware of their significance, having gained fame as Kakashi of the Sharingan. He understood well the challenges of awakening and advancing through the stages of the Sharingan. Furthermore, he had yet to unlock his own Mangekyou Sharingan, and in his recollection, three-tomo represented the pinnacle of ocular prowess. Sasuke, when did you upgrade to the three-tomo Sharingan? Kakashi pondered, concern creeping in as he recalled that the evolution of the Sharingan was typically accompanied by intense emotional turmoil. This left him worried about his student's mental state and whether Sasuke had encountered any distressing experiences unbeknownst to him. Sasuke averted his gaze, deeming such concerns trivial. The crux of the matter lay in the unnecessary dialogue. Time was of the essence. Kakashi-sensei, you must know that under the Sharingan, no intelligence is unattainable. Kakashi momentarily faltered before swiftly regaining his composure. Sasuke, are you suggesting? Sasuke nodded, as if anticipating Kakashi's inquiry. Indeed, I intend to utilize the Sharingan to directly extract the information I seek. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. You realize this makes me, Hatake Kakashi, appear rather foolish, don't you? It's rather excessive. While he had contemplated employing the Sharingan to extract information, the limitations of his chakra reserves had deterred him from considering this method as a viable option, unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the Sharingan was notorious for its high chakra consumption, which made Kakashi reluctant to prioritize this approach. This realization rendered Kakashi momentarily blind to the possibility that Sasuke's Sharingan could be activated and deactivated at will. At just 12 years of age, Sasuke had already harnessed the formidable power of the three-tomo, making the interrogation of a few defeated Chuunin seem trivial. How careless of me. It was indeed beyond the realm of comprehension that a 12-year-old could wield the Sharingan for intelligence extraction. Kakashi found himself humbled by his own rigid thinking, lamenting that perhaps a fresh perspective was necessary, for he, an aging veteran, struggled to adapt. Yet, understanding Sasuke's capabilities, he adjusted his mindset. Thus, having reached a conclusion, Kakashi ceased to hesitate and acquiesced to Sasuke's plan. Very well, let us proceed with your method. Wow, Sasuke-kun is truly incredible. To think he can employ such a strategy to acquire information. Sakura exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration. As a ninja, the importance of intelligence gathering could not be overstated. It was, in fact, often more critical than sheer combat prowess. Why, you ask? Because most ninjas, regardless of their strength, possess vulnerabilities or weaknesses. Being forewarned about an opponent's capabilities significantly enhances one's chances of success. Even the mightiest Chuunin or Kage, being human, are prone to oversight. In a world where offense often outweighs defense, an ordinary individual could potentially achieve the extraordinary feat of defeating a Kage with the right intelligence. Thus, the significance of intelligence is evident. Moreover, information derived from the Sharingan is virtually infallible. If someone could fabricate lies under its influence, one must question why they would find themselves in such a predicament in the first place. Those capable of such deceit would not be interrogated, and if they were, they would surely not speak falsehoods. This is the terrifying prowess of the Sharingan. Consequently, Sakura held profound admiration for Sasuke's ability to effortlessly procure intelligence, a skill she could never replicate. Naruto, meanwhile, grumbled internally, damn it, Sasuke just keeps outdoing me. How is it that he can do everything? This is going to widen the gap between us even more. Sasuke, however, was unfazed by the trivialities, directing a fierce glare at the incapacitated duo and calmly commanding, reveal the purpose of your mission. Soon, under the pressure of the Sharingan's gaze, the two divulged all the intelligence they possessed. Kato, Momochi Zabuza, huh? This could be troublesome. Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing their revelations. Thankfully, due to Sasuke's timely inquiry, they were forewarned about the specifics of their situation. Had they stumbled upon the legendary rogue ninja known as the Demon of the Mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, without prior knowledge, it would have posed a significant threat. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist is a title that instills terror in the hearts of ordinary folk. Each member wields a blade perfectly suited to their unique ninjutsu, making them exceptionally formidable even among Jonin. Legends state that the 7 together could conquer a small nation in a single night. Their strength is formidable, and their danger level is extraordinarily high. This situation was far beyond the scope of a mere C-rank mission. Even a B-rank mission would pale in comparison to the peril they faced. Clearly, for Team 7 at this moment, the task at hand was exceedingly daunting. If they chose to withdraw, no one would fault them for it. Had it not been for Sasuke's preemptive interrogation, Kakashi would not have feared for himself. Even if he were unable to defeat the enemy, escaping would be a challenge for them. After all, he was still Kakashi Hatake, a shinobi of some renown. But what of these 3 young and freshly graduated genin? While Sasuke was exceptional, Naruto and Sakura were merely novice ninjas, and this mission could prove more hazardous than beneficial for them. Though moderate risk could facilitate rapid growth, excessive danger could lead to detrimental consequences. Thus, Kakashi turned to Sasuke, seeking his opinion. Sasuke, do you think we should continue with this mission? Or should we return to the village and request another team? At that moment, Sasuke received a prompt from the system. Ding! Detecting the host's rebellious thoughts. The rebellious spirit system has successfully activated. I, Uchiha Sasuke, embody rebellion. I thrive on defiance. You claim it is dangerous? Apologies, but where there is no peril, I have no interest in going. Fortune favors the bold. I shall confront danger head-on to achieve growth. Reward. Summoning technique. Serpent of the Ancients. The serpent, one of the legendary beasts, can be summoned through chakra expenditure to aid in battle. The more chakra consumed, the stronger the summoned serpent's prowess. Possessing shared abilities such as thermal imaging and heightened senses. Chapter 23. The Art of Summoning. Sasuke glanced at the options before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose the art of summoning over the map to return to the village. Apologies, but even a second of hesitation would be a disservice to the art of summoning. Moreover, this technique appeared to be quite extraordinary. In the original narrative, Sasuke's summoning involved a great serpent and an eagle, which bore some resemblance to the serpent of the current rewards. It remains uncertain whether the ancient divine beast, the serpent, surpasses the green snake and the myriad snakes in prowess. After settling on his decision internally, Sasuke contemplated deeply. When it comes to the most renowned sanctuaries for summoning beasts in the ninja world, one cannot overlook Myaboka Mountain, the Whetbone Forest, and the Dragon Cave, which Sasuke contracted in the original story. Within the Dragon Cave, aside from the legendary White Snake Sage, the most notable entities that could be summoned are the myriad snakes, the green snake, and the later introduced Shinya in Boruto. At this moment, Sasuke was still some time away from the age when he would learn the art of summoning in the original narrative. The rewards provided by the system filled the void in Sasuke's skill set, allowing him to master the art of summoning ahead of time. Furthermore, the serpent is one of the 12 zodiac divine beasts. According to the system's description, the potential of the serpent is exceedingly high, determined by the amount of chakra Sasuke expends, which dictates the strength of its manifestations. If Sasuke can provide an ample supply of chakra, the serpent's combat prowess would undoubtedly be remarkable, thus offering him considerable assistance in battle. Additionally, it could enhance Sasuke's sensory abilities, such as thermal imaging and olfactory perception, compensating for the deficiencies of human senses and elevating his perceptive capabilities. After careful analysis, Sasuke was resolute in his choice of the art of summoning. He was certain that the serpent's manifestations would yield no detriment, only benefits, thus solidifying his conviction. Kakashi-sensei, retreating in the face of difficulty, is not my ninja way. With his hands tucked into his pockets and a slight bow of his head, Sasuke affirmed his stance. Kakashi was taken aback. He did not expect Sasuke to reference his ninja way, momentarily at a loss. He thought to himself, it is surprising to see how mature Sasuke has become, a stark contrast to his youthful appearance. Clearly, I cannot regard Sasuke as merely a child. He nodded, realizing that if his student had expressed such determination, then as a teacher, he should not waver. Thus, Kakashi turned to Naruto and Sakura and said, "Shall we proceed with Sasuke's decision and continue with our mission? I must forewarn you, although Sasuke and I possess considerable strength, Both of you still require growth. The challenges ahead may prove perilous for you. Therefore, for this mission, I permit you both to choose to withdraw. So, Naruto, Sakura, what are your choices? Sakura cast a glance at Kakashi, internally scoffing. Kakashi-sensei is truly shameless. Praising Sasuke's strength is one thing, which I can accept, but to include himself in the praise is utterly ridiculous. Who praises another while also tooting their own horn? Sakura concluded that Kakashi-sensei was undeniably a reserved eccentric. Unfortunately, Kakashi was oblivious to Sakura's assessment. Had he known, he would have vehemently protested. Who understands the plight? He genuinely believed that the safety of both himself and Sasuke was not in jeopardy. The primary risks of this mission lay with Naruto and Sakura. Of course, Sakura's thoughts remained internal. On the surface, aside from her frequent glances at Sasuke, her expression was composed. I choose to forge ahead, as long as Sasuke was willing. She was prepared to continue, no matter how treacherous the path ahead, and she intended to contribute her modest strength. At that moment, Sakura's resolute expression hinted at a glimpse of her future potential. To be candid, Naruto felt a twinge of hesitation. However, seeing the girl he admired making such a choice steeled his resolve. If he retreated now, how could he ever surpass Sasuke and become the strongest Hokage in history? Moreover, are we not a team? Naruto declared with determination. Kakashi-sensei, I too choose to continue. I will not abandon my comrades to face danger alone. Kazuna, witnessing the trio's decision to proceed despite the imminent dangers, felt a surge of gratitude. After adjusting his attire, he deeply bowed to the three, who barely reached half his height. I am profoundly grateful to you. Ah, Mr. Kazuna, please rise. Sakura was the quickest to respond, hastening to help Kazuna to his feet. Observing the unwavering resolve of the three, Kakashi refrained from further discussion, reflecting on his own burdensome fate. In the next moment, he turned away. Raising his right hand in a gesture of farewell, let us depart for the land of waves. All right, you must remain vigilant on the journey ahead. This will be your first perilous mission, and I hope we can all return safely. Kakashi-sensei, you worry too much. The group set off with lively spirits. And amidst their laughter, Sasuke successfully claimed his reward. Ding! Host has completed the selection and received the reward. Art of Summoning. Serpent. Sasuke felt an ethereal awareness, an extraordinary connection forming within him at that moment, binding him to the serpent. So, this is the method of releasing the art of summoning? Upon receiving the reward, Sasuke established a pact with the legendary serpent, grasping the hand seals and release techniques of the art of summoning. It must be said that this acquisition method significantly reduced Sasuke's learning curve, rapidly enhancing his combat capabilities. It is through my diligent endeavors that I, Uchiha Sasuke, have achieved this moment. System, present me with my next mission. Chapter 24. Naruto's overzealousness. For the sake of safety, the group opted not to travel by land, but rather by boat, as this would afford them greater concealment. Ugh! Naruto lay sprawled across the vessel, clearly afflicted by seasickness. How much longer until we arrive? Sakura wore a look of concern. Naruto, you seem to be in quite a wretched state. Meanwhile, Sasuke scrutinized Naruto with a piercing gaze. Hey, laggard, are you even capable? If not, you might as well return to the village for a proper vacation while we handle the upcoming mission. Damn it, Sasuke. Shut your mouth. Cough, cough, cough. True to form, Naruto choked on Sasuke's words, yet he quickly regained his composure, shaking off the earlier signs of his malaise. 3 seconds later, ugh. Indeed. Beauty lasts but a fleeting moment. Even a ninja is not exempt from the afflictions of seasickness. We're almost there. Just bear with it a little longer, the boatman remarked. A hint of resignation in his voice. Naruto was certainly among the most seasick individuals he had encountered. As it turned out, the boatman's words rang true, and soon they docked. Well, I can only take you this far. Mr. Kazuna, please ensure your safety on the journey ahead. Kazuna nodded solemnly. In a world where Kato was poised to monopolize the entire land of waves, his life was no longer solely his own. He bore the hopes of many and could not afford to falter. Dear ninjas, I implore you to safeguard my safety. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Remarkably, not long after disembarking, Naruto's recovery was astonishing. It was unclear whether this vitality stemmed from his Uzumaki heritage or the healing abilities bestowed by the Nine Tails. In any case, the once feeble Naruto now radiated vigor, a transformation that was nothing short of remarkable. You truly are a bundle of energy, Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at the lively Naruto, feeling a twinge of envy at his vitality. That endless enthusiasm could indeed be a double-edged sword. TCH, Sasuke, stop mocking me. Just you wait. I'll be the first to notice any anomalies this time, Naruto declared, pulling a kunai from his pocket, his demeanor serious as he scanned the surroundings. The earlier encounter with 2ch from the mist had left a profound impression on Naruto, particularly how they had launched their attack from an ostensibly innocuous puddle. This experience had served as a valuable lesson. Despite his seasickness during the journey, he had diligently replayed the incident in his mind, determined not to repeat such basic errors. However, judging by Naruto's current demeanor, Sasuke suspected he might be overexerting himself. It's right here. Whoosh. In an instant, Naruto's ears perked up, and he hurled the kunai with precision, embedding it into a tree trunk. Oops. Ignore that. I just threw it a bit off. A display of reckless bravado. Yet the score remained 0-5. Naruto's vigorous throw had gone awry, leading to regrets akin to the adage about neglecting study until it's too late. He lamented his lack of dedication to mastering the fundamentals, having squandered his time in school, and now, when he finally had the chance to showcase his skills, he faltered. Are you even capable, Naruto? Carelessly tossing kunai is dangerous. Damn it. Next time, I'll hit the mark. Naruto huffed, turning away, feeling the sting of ridicule but quickly regaining his composure. He retrieved another shuriken, his ears twitching, and launched it with fervor. Thud, thud. Remarkably, the two shurikens struck their target, pinning it to the tree. Hey, you actually hit it. Sasuke exclaimed, astonished. What do you mean by that, Sasuke? Are you looking down on me? Naruto retorted, shaking his fist at the air. Wait, hold on. Look over there. Is that a rabbit? Sakura peered closer, sensing something amiss, and turned to the two boys. A rabbit? How could that be? Naruto echoed, equally puzzled. Sasuke furrowed his brow, beginning to attune himself to the surroundings. A white snow rabbit. At that moment, Kakashi approached, initially assuming the students were engaging in their usual antics, only to furrow his brow upon seeing the pristine white rabbit that Naruto had struck. It is known that the snow rabbit changes its fur color. Given that spring had arrived, such a snowy hue should not be present. Typically, they would be brown or gray during this season. Why then? Was there a white snow rabbit in spring? This was indeed perplexing, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 25. The authentic bandages of Zabuza. If it were an ordinary snow rabbit, there would be no cause for concern. They could even indulge in a roasted rabbit feast to satisfy their cravings. Kakashi, in his youth, was famously known as the Prince of Barbecue. However, should the situation be otherwise, matters would take a turn for the worse. Kakashi pondered silently. Could it be a snow rabbit raised indoors for the sole purpose of the shadow clone technique? If that were the case, it would imply that he and his companions were already being watched. At that moment, as Kakashi was formulating his thoughts, Sasuke suddenly furrowed his brow and swiftly crouched down. Get down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive sword, towering over a person, whirled through the air like a cursed shuriken, zipping past just as Sasuke ducked. Thud. The blade struck a tree trunk as thick as two people could embrace, and a figure appeared, standing atop the sword. The newcomer murmured, no wonder the Ghost Brothers fell. It turns out to be Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi of the Sharingan. And this little brat who can evade my attack. Your team is indeed fascinating. A beheading sword? I wondered who it was. Ah, it's none other than the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi jested, yet his heart brimmed with vigilance. They had encountered a formidable foe. Despite his bravado, his solemn demeanor remained intact. When Naruto saw someone suddenly spring forth, he was momentarily taken aback. I knew I could find the enemy, he thought, determined not to be outdone by Sasuke again. Grasping his kunai, he charged at Zabuza. Naruto's impulsive action left Kakashi somewhat bewildered as he hurriedly reached out to restrain him. Don't act recklessly. Fall back. This guy is not like the previous two. Damn it. Understood. Naruto shot a fierce glare at Zabuza before obediently retreating, demonstrating that he still possessed a measure of restraint. At that moment, a faint smile crept onto Sasuke's lips, not for any particular reason, but simply because the system had reactivated. Ding. Detecting the host's rebellious intent. The Rebellious System has been activated. 1. I, Uchiha Sasuke, embody defiance. If you want me to retreat, how could I possibly concede? This mere Zabuza shall be subdued. Choose to cooperate with Kakashi to defeat Zabuza and receive rewards. Ninja Art. Hidden Mist Technique. Body Flicker Technique. Mist Flicker. Ninja Art. Hidden Mist Technique. Utilizing Chakra to create water vapor, producing dense fog that fills the air, with the fog's density determined by the amount of chakra released. This technique can obscure the enemy's line of sight, allowing the caster to appear and vanish within the milky mist to launch attacks. Zabuza frequently employs this jutsu for assassination. Body flicker technique. Mist flicker. A technique used by Zabuza, leveraging the hidden mist technique to generate fog, and then swiftly maneuver within it to silently strike the enemy. 2. Taking a step back opens up vast horizons. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will play the role of the obedient student, fully heeding Kakashi-sensei's guidance. Choose to comply and retreat. Reward. A roll of Zabuza's authentic bandages. Goodness, this is the first time the system has offered a buy one get one free deal. Sasuke's eyes lit up at the rewards. Previous offerings from the system had always been singular. Yet this time, simply by choosing to collaborate with Kakashi-sensei to repel the enemy, he could obtain 2 jutsu, a tantalizing prospect for Sasuke, who currently lacked techniques. As for Zabuza's bandages, apologies, but Sasuke had no particular interest in that. System, do you look down on me? Thus, with his hands tucked into his pockets, he gradually turned his gaze towards Zabuza, speaking without turning back. Kakashi, do not underestimate me. Chapter 26. I still prefer your unruly nature. Who is he? He is none other than Uchiha Sasuke, weighing 90 pounds, 89 of which are pure defiance. You expect him to forego a more enticing system reward and retreat? That would be nothing short of a fantasy. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. After all, while Sasuke often exhibited a rebellious spirit, he was not typically so obstinate. In critical moments, he proved to be quite dependable. What had prompted this sudden escalation? Nevertheless, Kakashi found solace in Sasuke's formidable strength, alleviating his concerns. After all, Sasuke was a prodigy, a veritable monster, whose prowess dwarfed that of Naruto and Sakura at this moment. He even mused that, should he refrain from intervening, Sasuke might well hold his own against Zabuza. In fact, if Sasuke were to emerge victorious, it would merely surprise him. Rather than seem impossible, it could be said that the usually cautious Kakashi had grown accustomed to the trials posed by Sasuke during this time. Thus, he did not oppose Sasuke's resolution, instead instructing, Naruto, Sakura, ensure the safety of Mr. Kazuna. You are not to interfere. As for Sasuke's words, Kakashi hesitated briefly, his gaze resolute as he pushed his forehead protector above his left eye. Let us do this. I shall bear the brunt for you. With his Sharingan activated, Kakashi made his grand entrance. It was the same eye as Sasuke's. Naruto was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the crimson Sharingan revealed beneath Kakashi's forehead protector. Sakura's jaw dropped. So this was the reason Kakashi-sensei was known as the Sharingan Kakashi. Even Sasuke was taken aback. Although he was aware that Kakashi's hidden eye belonged to Uchiha Obito, this was the first time he had witnessed Kakashi utilize it. One could not deny that a serious Kakashi exuded a certain charm, especially with the activation of his bloodline eye. The reason Kakashi had revealed his Sharingan so readily was not only due to the formidable opponent Zabuza, but also because he wished to eliminate any possibility of negligence that might endanger his students. Despite Sasuke's immense power, he was still too inexperienced, and as a teacher, he could not stifle the growth of his pupil. Thus, he resolved to be the guardian who would shield him. Go all out, Sasuke. I will not permit anyone to harm my students, Kakashi declared earnestly. Seeing the serious expression on Kakashi's face warmed Sasuke's heart. He hadn't expected to witness the legendary Sharingan so soon. It was indeed an honor. However, Kakashi, do you underestimate me by assigning a mere child to confront me? Zabuza turned to regard Sasuke, disdain evident on his face. A Navi brat, I will make you regret your choice today. Even with Kakashi here, you shall fall. Prepare yourself, you unperceptive fools. With a powerful kick, Zabuza withdrew his oversized sword from the tree trunk, leaping onto the water surface, hands forming seals as he prepared to unleash a water jutsu. Who is truly underestimating whom with such a sluggish release of ninjutsu before me? Sasuke remarked, a note of derision in his voice. You boast too much, little brat. In mere moments, I shall silence you forever. Zabuza dismissed Sasuke's words. A smirk crept across Sasuke's lips. He truly had been underestimated. You are Zabuza Momochi, correct? You just claimed that encountering the legendary Sharingan was an honor, did you not? Zabuza, slightly puzzled, acknowledged, I did say that, but what does it matter to you? In the next heartbeat, as he completed his seals, Chakra surged intensely. The jutsu was about to be unleashed. Sasuke murmured, oh, but it is significant, for soon. You shall behold a second pair of Sharingan that will make you feel equally honored. Tremble beneath the radiance of my Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes widened. 3 tomos swiftly forming and spinning wildly, the crimson light flickering ominously. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Boom. Just as Zabuza was about to release his technique, he felt the world around him suddenly plunge into silence, as if he had been yanked from a cacophony into a void. This is bad. It's a Jinjutsu. In that fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Zabuza's mind conjured Sasuke's visage, causing his body to shudder, cold sweat cascading down his back. With Sasuke forcibly interrupting his jutsu release, Zabuza desperately reversed the flow of his chakra, managing to extricate himself from the Jinjutsu. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the seemingly inconspicuous Sasuke with a mix of fatigue and trepidation. Well, I underestimated you, kid. He never anticipated that his first battle would be against such an unassuming youth. This child was terrifying. Such formidable strength at such a tender age. Zabuza thought in astonishment. The disparity between Sasuke's age and power was bewildering, to the extent that even the battle-hardened Zabuza found himself at a disadvantage. He would have to reassess this young man. To think he had encountered one of the last 2 surviving members of the Uchiha clan. Today, Zabuza truly was unfortunate. The oppressive might emanating from Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan had unmistakably revealed his identity. What? Do you no longer think I am boasting? Do you no longer perceive me as an insolent brat? Sasuke inquired, hands in pockets, his demeanor somewhat bored. I still prefer the unruly version of you from earlier. Do not belittle me, brat. Zabuza roared, raising his sword and charging forward. Suddenly, with a swift body flicker technique, Sasuke closed the distance between them, slightly lifting his leg. At that moment, he still had his hands in his pockets, but this time, he radiated Chakra. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Zabuza was caught off guard by Sasuke's sudden advance. Before his mind could catch up, his muscle memory kicked in, and he instinctively raised his sword to shield himself. Bang! He felt an immense force explode from his chest, sending him hurtling backward, skidding for over 10 meters before finally halting. Huff! Huff! Zabuza gasped for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 27. The Dance of the Twin Serpents. He clutched his chest, where a dull ache lingered, breathing heavily. No matter how he tried to fathom it, he could never have anticipated the profound lesson Sasuke would impart. This individual possessed not only an exceedingly adept Sharingan, showcasing mastery in illusion techniques, but that recent kick had also revealed his exceptional prowess in physical combat. What was most alarming was Sasuke's demeanor. He appeared utterly relaxed, devoid of any signs of fatigue, suggesting that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Even this mere glimpse of his capabilities sent a shiver of dread coursing through Zabuza's veins. It was crucial to remember that Sasuke was merely 12 years old. At such a tender age, merely throwing a kunai with precision was already commendable. Yet here he was, wielding the Sharingan, illusion techniques, and physical skills, truly a well-rounded prodigy. Zabuza dared not underestimate him. The moment his body halted, he swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the hidden mist technique. Boom. Almost instantaneously, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, reducing visibility to nearly zero. How could this be? The mist was suffocating. Naruto instinctively shielded Kazuna, realizing that Zabuza's technique rendered it impossible to perceive the enemy's location. It was as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Sakura nodded solemnly, her heart racing as she prepared for Zabuza's ambush. Sasuke's eyes began to scan the area relentlessly. Even with the Sharingan, he found himself deprived of sight of Zabuza. It could be said that Zabuza's hidden mist technique posed a certain constraint on the Sharingan's capabilities. However, a mere constraint did not equate to a significant hindrance. Here, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals with one hand while protecting his chest with the other, unleashing the fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom! The flames erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground capable of engulfing several individuals. Yet, once again, he lost sight of Zabuza. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, Sasuke's extraordinary dynamic vision and perceptive abilities allowed him to detect the fluctuations of Zabuza's chakra, enabling him to counterattack just as Zabuza drew near. It was a true test of Sasuke's reflexes. Sasuke, be cautious. This is Zabuza's silent killing technique and the mist body flicker technique. The former conceals his presence while the latter allows him to maneuver swiftly within the fog, making him quite formidable. Kakashi cautioned as he observed Sasuke facing an assault. The silent killing technique and the mist body flicker technique? No wonder he was able to approach me undetected and evade my great fireball attack. Sasuke nodded upon hearing Kakashi's warning, silently musing to himself. Zabuza, if an ordinary person were to encounter your seemingly flawless combination of skills, they would likely meet their demise. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Could it be that Sasuke has a solution? Kakashi, somewhat troubled by Zabuza's capabilities, was taken aback by the surprising prowess his student displayed. Sasuke's ability to gain the upper hand in their initial clash had already astonished Kakashi. He never expected Sasuke would devise a method to counter Zabuza in a protracted exchange. Kakashi thought to himself, Sasuke, you truly are remarkable. If it weren't for the upcoming Chuunin exam, I would think you were ready for a direct promotion. At that moment, Sasuke resolutely bit his finger and pressed it to the ground, summoning the serpent of the past. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted amidst the fog, complicating an already challenging environment. Cough, cough. What is Sasuke doing? Naruto wondered, glancing in Sasuke's direction. Although he could no longer see Sasuke, the sounds and his instincts indicated that Sasuke was still present. As the smoke dissipated, a serpent thick as an arm appeared, coiling around Sasuke. The divine beast, the serpent of the past, had arrived. Its elongated body was adorned with smooth, pristine white scales, and its vertical pupils added a touch of allure to its divine presence as it wrapped around Sasuke's arm. Hello, Sasuke-kun. It seems you are in a bit of trouble. The serpent hissed, addressing Sasuke. Sasuke responded without pretense. Hello, I require your assistance in unlocking the shared thermal imaging perception ability. As you wish. The moment the serpent spoke, Sasuke felt the world before him shift. A faint red glow illuminated the fog-laden surroundings. So, this is what it feels like to possess thermal imaging perception? After activating this ability, Zabuza's elusive figure in the mist became strikingly clear, and every movement fell within his perceptive range. Lightning release, serpent lightning. Sasuke swiftly formed single-handed seals, unleashing two bolts of serpent lightning that surged toward Zabuza's position. Lightning release, serpent lightning, combination technique, twin serpents dance. In the mist, the already rapid release of lightning was further amplified as the two serpent lightning bolts rushed towards Zabuza with incredible speed. Impossible! Zabuza gasped, astonished that Sasuke could discern his location. Boom! The serpent lightning exploded. Zabuza narrowly evaded the attack, thanks to the mist body flicker technique, which allowed him to escape by a hair's breadth. Executing a backflip, Zabuza formed hand seals and prepared to launch an attack against Sasuke. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Suddenly, an identical technique was unleashed the moment he released his, intercepting Zabuza's ninjutsu. The caster was none other than Kakashi, who stood beside Sasuke. Sasuke's super great fireball. Understood. Sasuke quickly formed seals, foregoing questions about Kakashi's sudden involvement, and immediately focused on gathering chakra to unleash. Fire release, super great fireball technique. As Sasuke completed his hand seals, Kakashi also rapidly formed his wind release, great breakthrough. Fire and wind intertwined, with the flames borrowing strength from the gusts, intensifying their force. Combination technique, raging wind super great fireball technique. A terrifying inferno surged forward at an alarming pace towards Zabuza. This is bad. This is bad. Zabuza's eyelids twitched, and his eyes widened in horror. The sight was utterly terrifying. If he failed to evade this, he would meet his demise on the spot. Chapter 28. One cannot blame me for my lack of humanity. It is they who first abandoned honor. The terrifying fireball, combined with a powerful wind release, transformed the surroundings into a crimson inferno, resembling a colossal wall towering dozens of meters high, crashing down upon Zabuza with tremendous force. The ground quaked. The searing heat distorted the air, creating explosive shockwaves that stirred up boundless gusts. Zabuza sensed an overwhelming peril, feeling as though he were a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, on the verge of capsizing with the slightest misstep. Water release, great waterfall technique, he declared, forming hand seals as his chakra surged forth, dissipating at an alarming rate to fuel the technique. Boom! The massive waterfall collided with the descending fireball. A horrific wave of steam obliterated the flora within dozens of meters. Retreat. Naruto and Sakura's eyelids twitched in trepidation. The sheer magnitude of power emanating from their two comrades was terrifying. If they did not withdraw, they would be reduced to nothingness by the explosive steam. They had no choice but to retreat swiftly, while Kakashi and Sasuke continued their relentless assault with their ninjutsu. This is bad. If this continues, my chakra will be exhausted, Zabuza thought, alarmed as his great waterfall technique was continuously pushed back by the combined assault of Sasuke and Kakashi. If this persisted, his defeat was all but certain. No matter how remarkable his skills or illustrious his reputation, even if he regained his full chakra reserves, he could not compare to the combined might of Sasuke and Kakashi. After all, during their earlier confrontation, Kakashi had scarcely depleted his chakra, and Sasuke had only employed a few minor techniques. Kakashi's ample chakra, coupled with Sasuke's considerable reserves, left Zabuza at a distinct disadvantage. It was evident, if Zabuza continued to engage in a contest of ninjutsu without a breakthrough, his defeat was inevitable. Ice release, ice rock dome. Suddenly, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. Crack, crack. The high humidity in the atmosphere instantly solidified into ice. A massive rectangular block of ice materialized before Zabuza, its chilling aura causing the water from his great waterfall technique to freeze as well, forming a thicker ice wall that shielded him. Mr. Zabuza, we must withdraw. A masked youth with long hair, none other than Haku, swiftly arrived at Zabuza's side, enveloping him and retreating rapidly. Boom. The fearsome fireball crashed against the formidable ice wall, which, despite its apparent invulnerability, shattered into countless fragments in mere moments. The explosion's immense power created a vast crater, carbonized by the intense heat. Clatter. The shattered ice fell like rain, transforming into sharp ice shards raining down from above. Water release secret technique, 1000 killing water flight, revised, 1000 killing ice flight. Haku, while retreating with Zabuza, unleashed ninjutsu to counter Sasuke and the others. Their resolve to fight now extinguished. Haku's sole desire was to escort Zabuza to safety. In that critical instant, when the fireball impacted the ice wall, Haku had recklessly employed his mist body technique to extricate Zabuza, who was nearly depleted of chakra. It was crucial to realize that chakra is a blend of mental and physical energy. If one were to exhaust it completely without replenishment, life itself could be at stake. Without mental and physical energy, one is but a corpse, is it not? Thus, swiftly evacuating Zabuza and seeking a place to recuperate was paramount. As for the outcome of their battle, a single victory or defeat could not define them. This is bad. You all, take cover behind me. Kakashi, upon witnessing the unprecedented large-scale attack resulting from the ice wall's destruction, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly utilized the body flicker technique to shield Naruto and the others. Earth release, earth flow wall. With his Raikiri poised, he summoned the iconic dog head earth flow wall. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ice shards pierced the sturdy dog head earth flow wall, which successfully protected Naruto and his companions from harm. As for why he chose to protect Naruto and not Sasuke, does that even need asking? Just look at what that kid is up to now. Kakashi thought. I'm not protecting him. At that moment, Sasuke was darting through the thinning mist created by the explosion. The mist body technique. It turned out that while Haku was evacuating Zabuza, the system had determined Sasuke had successfully completed his mission. After all, the objective was to defeat Zabuza, not necessarily to kill him. Thus, at the moment they retreated, Sasuke's mission was already accomplished. Ding. Host has successfully completed the mission of defeating Zabuza. Rewards, water release, mist hidden technique, body flicker technique, mist body. Consequently, leveraging his newly acquired mist body technique, Sasuke deftly evaded Haku's attacks, while rapidly pursuing the two retreating figures. One must admit, the mist body technique was exceedingly useful. Compared to the standard body flicker technique learned in the Ninja Academy, its agility and speed were significantly enhanced, albeit its usage was conditional, requiring mist to be effective. However, with the acquisition of the water release, mist hidden technique, this limitation became a mere advantage. After all, with the enemy's visibility compromised, one's speed would be greatly amplified, presenting a distinct advantage. Moreover, Sasuke refrained from pursuing them relentlessly, not solely due to the adage of leaving roots behind, but also because, ding, host is currently engaged in battle. The Rebellious System has been activated. 1. Before me, Uchiha Sasuke. You dare not only refuse to surrender, but also attempt to flee? Pursue the enemy and ensure their complete defeat. Reward, Manjiki Sharingan ability. Temporary experience card for Kodo Amatsukami X2. Expires after 24 hours. 2. Even the lowest of creatures strive to survive. True men are bold in both advance and retreat. I, Sasuke, respect you both as worthy adversaries. Choose to spare Zabuza and Haku. Reward, Haku's Mask X1. Who could refuse such an offer? Kodo Amitsukami. Sasuke mused. It is not my fault for lacking humanity. It is the system that has forsaken honor first. Chapter 29. The Friendship Breaking Fist. How utterly vexing. Accompanied by Zabuza, who was retreating, Haku had just evaded several shuriken attacks from Sasuke behind them. It seemed that without defeating this malevolent Uchiha brat, a smooth escape would be impossible. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming annoyance towards Sasuke, who relentlessly pursued them. This guy possessed terrifying combat prowess and was unyieldingly tenacious. Did he not understand the principle of not chasing a cornered foe? However, Sasuke adhered to the philosophy of uprooting threats completely, refusing to allow any potential resurgence of trouble. Meanwhile, Zabuza, with his chakra running low and fatigue setting in, opened his eyes with a complex expression and said, "You should go on without me. You cannot escape with me in tow. Don't speak, just rest well. I could never abandon you, Zabuza-sensei." Haku's eyes radiated determination and resolve. He was prepared to risk his very life to ensure Zabuza's safe escape. This was his ultimate response to Zabuza's kindness and their bond. "Fool," Zabuza muttered under his breath, feeling a peculiar warmth within, surprised that even in such a perilous moment, Haku would not forsake him. He closed his eyes again, hastily adjusting his breathing to recover his chakra, hoping it would prove useful in the forthcoming battle. "Haku, you must survive," Zabuza silently urged. Whoosh. At that moment, utilizing the swift mist body technique, Sasuke rapidly closed the distance between them. Although Haku and Zabuza possessed the same technique, one had become a burden while the other needed to carry him. Thus their overall speed paled in comparison to Sasuke's lone pursuit. "Stay right there," Sasuke growled as he approached, his legs bursting forth with chakra, delivering a powerful kick towards their position. Konoha Great Whirlwind. A terrifying wave of wind followed Sasuke's kick, swiftly bearing down on Haku and Zabuza. Seeing the ferocious attack hurtling towards them, Haku gritted his teeth. "Are you truly intent on wiping us out?" Swiftly forming hand seals, he hurled Zabuza behind him, out of the jutsu's range. "So, love will vanish, right?" Zabuza mused. Yet, at that moment, Haku could only think of this desperate measure to protect Zabuza, a last resort. Ice Release Secret Technique. Crystal Mirror. Suddenly, dozens of ice mirrors emerged before Haku. And after casting Zabuza away from harm's reach, he swiftly dove into the crystalline confines, darting between the mirrors to evade Sasuke's devastating kick. Boom. Sasuke's foot met a massive boulder, shattering it into countless fragments that soared into the air. As the debris rained down, Sasuke gazed at Haku, who was now traversing through the air, his rapid movements nearly impossible to track for an ordinary person. Unfortunately for Haku, he faced not the inexperienced Sasuke from the original tale, but a formidable Jonin-level Sasuke with a powerful Sharingan. In the original story, they lacked the means to counter high-speed movements. However, Sasuke now possessed such capabilities. As the saying goes, misfortune can be a blessing. Haku and Zabuza were at a disadvantage, having no experience battling against a wielder of the Sharingan. "Do you not know that those who leap before an Uchiha will find themselves ensnared?" Sasuke declared. "I, Uchiha Sasuke, wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea." Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Boom. Haku felt himself abruptly drawn into a blood-red world, dominated by a crimson moon emblazoned with the three tomo of the Sharingan. His body, once in rapid motion, came to a sudden halt. Mist body technique. Sasuke instantly appeared beside Haku, who stood frozen. Sasuke gathered chakra, preparing his strike, shoulders down, waist twisted, turning. Friendship breaking fist. Bam! Sasuke delivered a powerful punch directly to Haku's stunned face, shattering the mask he wore and marring his formerly delicate features. Boom! The tremendous force rendered Haku unconscious, collapsing beside Zabuza. Zabuza's heart raced with alarm. He could not comprehend why, having always viewed Haku as merely a tool. His emotions surged so violently at Haku's injury. "It is over, Zabuza." Sasuke soared into the air, conjuring two serpentine bolts of lightning in his hands. Lightning release, serpent lightning, twin serpent dance. Thunder rumbled as the powerful surge of electricity struck, leaving both Zabuza and Haku unconscious. Just as Sasuke prepared to intensify his assault to conclude the battle, a notification chimed. Ding! Host has successfully defeated Zabuza and Haku, leaving them behind. Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards: Kaleidoscope Sharingan Technique, and 2 temporary experience cards for the Konoha Tsukumi, to disappear after 24 hours. Splendid. This is the legendary Konoha Tsukumi. It allows one to intrude into the opponent's mind without detection, altering their will. The technique is immensely powerful, enabling control over others without conflict, thus securing victory effortlessly. However, the limited 24-hour duration is somewhat bothersome. At this moment, the experience card had merely 23 hours and 59 minutes remaining. If not utilized promptly, it would vanish upon reaching the time limit. Yet, he found no immediate necessity for such a skill, nor were there any nearby foes requiring its application. As for employing this jutsu on his allies or companions, Sasuke found that notion utterly uninteresting and tedious. Ding. Host's concerns detected. The Rebellious System has successfully activated. 1. Are Zabuza and Haku not despairing for their lives? I refuse to let you die. Rise and serve me. Choose to use Konoha Tsukumi on Zabuza and Haku, modifying their subconscious to build my own power and have them serve me. Reward: Chakra limit increased to 2 cards. Title of the Malevolent Capitalist. 2. You grant me a limited experience card, yet I choose not to use it. I simply wish to play. Reward: a system greeting and Zabuza's decapitating sword X1. Chapter 30. Sasuke willing to enter the game. How intriguing. Upon witnessing the system's task, a faint smile graced Sasuke's lips. The notion of establishing a faction is something any rational individual would have contemplated. To wield the power to command the world and indulge in the company of beauty, what a delightful existence. Who among the youth has not harbored aspirations of greatness? Yet, for most, those ambitions are dulled by the harshness of life. Moreover, considering the current fragmented state of the ninja world, how could he, with his ideals of unification, remain indifferent? A transformation is imminent in the ninja realm. The time simply had not yet arrived. Now, the task presented by the system seemed to align perfectly with his aspirations, rendering it all the more fascinating. Although this reward was not part of his original plan, commencing preparations ahead of time posed no significant issue. Sasuke stroked his chin, reflecting on how his previous hesitance to establish a faction stemmed from insufficient strength and ill-timed circumstances. Now, having attained Jonin-level combat prowess, he found himself quite capable of self-preservation and could indeed begin to contemplate this venture. Additionally, starting to lay the groundwork now would perfectly coincide with the eventual maturation of his abilities. At that moment, all would be in readiness, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Sasuke Uchiha was prepared to plunge into the fray, to become the tempest that disperses the remnants of the old era, and to forge a new epic bearing his name. As for his bond with Zabuza and Haku, while Haku's inherent goodness lingered in his thoughts, it weighed lightly on his conscience. Nevertheless, Sasuke was acutely aware that such sentiments should not influence his decisions. With this understanding, he resolved to proceed accordingly. I shall employ the limited-time experience card of Konoha Tsukumi on Zabuza and Haku. Beep. The system detected the host's choice to use the Konoha Tsukumi experience card. Activating Konoha Tsukumi experience card. The card has been successfully activated. With a deep exhale, Sasuke felt the tomo in his eyes begin to whirl wildly, and in an instant, whoosh. The spinning tomo transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern, and at that moment, his eyes became the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He approached Zabuza, gently lifting his eyelids. Jinjutsu, Konoha Tsukumi. In but a fleeting moment, he infiltrated Zabuza's consciousness, and due to its single-use nature, the effect equated to an immense consumption of ocular power, permanently altering his mind. Boom. Zabuza felt a tumultuous storm within his mind, gradually opening his eyes to find Sasuke before him. Sasuke proceeded to perform the same illusion on Haku, modifying his consciousness as well. Lord Sasuke, I shall take Haku and withdraw, Zabuza said as he slowly rose, cradling the unconscious Haku in his arms, bowing slightly to Sasuke. Very well, go ahead, Sasuke nodded, signaling Zabuza to depart with Haku. While employing Konoha Tsukumi, he had infused all his thoughts, plans, and considerations into Zabuza and Haku's minds, thus alleviating the need for further verbal explanation. After all, conversing could never match the efficiency of directly implanting a 4D immersive consciousness image. Moreover, at that moment, Kakashi and the others were en route to assist Sasuke. If they were to witness Sasuke engaging in amiable conversation with Zabuza, what conclusions would they draw? Thus, when faced with a dilemma, Sasuke opted for the most direct and effective method, allowing Zabuza to intuitively grasp his intentions without further elaboration. The Sharingan's Jinjutsu proved to be remarkably convenient, particularly Kotoame Tsukumi. Alas, this Kotoame Tsukumi was merely an experience card. Once the illusion on Haku was complete, Sasuke's kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly reverted back to its three-tomo form. He gazed at the receding figures of Zabuza and Haku, softly murmuring, "May this place become the cradle of the winds of change." "Hey, Sasuke, are you uninjured?" From a distance, Naruto's voice called out as he approached. "This guy?" A warmth spread in Sasuke's heart as he was soon surrounded by his companions. They scrutinized him from every angle, relieved to confirm his safety. "You reckless fool." That was Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi, finally at ease, lowered his forehead protector, concealing his Sharingan. Sasuke's audacious pursuit had genuinely startled him. After all, despite Sasuke's strength, to outsiders, he was still merely a 12-year-old boy. At such a tender age, his mental acuity, combat awareness, and experience were inevitably lacking, making such a scenario on the battlefield all the more worrisome. Previously, he had allowed Sasuke to confront Zabuza only because he was poised to intervene if necessary. However, circumstances had changed. He had to divert his attention to protect Sakura, Naruto, and the defenseless Kazuna from Haku's area attack. To his astonishment, his disciple had suddenly dashed after the fleeing duo. That speed was astonishing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he vanished. "Brother, do you not understand the phrase never chase a desperate foe? Are you unaware of what it means to be a cornered animal? What enmity do you share with them that compels you to pursue relentlessly?" Kakashi's anxiety escalated as he observed Sasuke's newly acquired body flicker technique. Yet, with Haku's ninjutsu still ongoing, he could not abandon Naruto and the others to fend for themselves, lest they face dire consequences. Thus, despite his concerns, he had to restrain his urge to rush in and retrieve Sasuke, remaining steadfast in defense. Fortunately, no harm befell Sasuke. As for Sasuke's newly mastered body flicker technique, Kakashi spared little thought. After all, he possessed the Sharingan. Was it so peculiar for him to learn a new jutsu? Furthermore, Zabuza and Haku had already employed it multiple times in Sasuke's presence. Sasuke's speed merely took him by surprise. But who was he? He was the copy ninja. When it came to utilizing the Sharingan to learn techniques, he was an expert. Sasuke's display only affirmed that his legacy would continue. Sasuke, do refrain from such reckless endeavors in the future. Chapter 31, The 8 Gates of Duinjia. In response to the concern of his companions, Sasuke refrained from offering any disheartening rebuttals. He, Uchiha Sasuke, possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement. Beep. The system has detected that the host has made a choice. The Rebellious System has been activated. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward. Chakra capacity upgraded to 2 cards. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward. Title of the Malevolent Capitalist. Enhancing the current monetary acquisition ability of your faction by 10. Beep. The system has detected that the host has successfully established his own faction. The faction range function is now activated. Faction name, Eagle. Current faction members, 2. Faction members, Momochi Zabuza, Haku. Faction reputation, one of the undercurrents stirring within the ninja world. Beep. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden module of the system. Receiving the achievement reward, 8 Gates of Duinjia, Gates 1 to 4. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. Sasuke had long anticipated the enhancement of his chakra to 2 cards, so he was not taken aback. However, the elevation of his chakra ceiling allowed for a swift restoration of his chakra reserves, which had been nearly depleted, now brimming with vitality, alleviating much of his fatigue. As for the title of Malevolent Capitalist, although it could facilitate rapid development for his faction, he found himself not in dire need of funds at the moment. Thus he remained unperturbed. Yet, the achievement reward unlocked from the hidden panel was astonishing. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. It is worth noting that the 8 Gates of Duinjia stands as one of the most formidable physical techniques within the ninja realm, particularly at the final gate, the Death Gate, where even space itself would be distorted by the force of one's strikes. It is truly terrifying. Yet, to effortlessly acquire such a powerful technique as the 8 Gates of Duinjia was exhilarating for Sasuke. While it may not be the complete version, The effects of gates 1 to 4 would yield immediate results, significantly enhancing his physical prowess at this juncture. It was indeed a fortuitous boon. Sasuke found himself in need of techniques to bolster his physical capabilities, and the 8 gates of Uchiha had come knocking at his door. He believed that, given the system had initiated this process for him, even if it was not the complete version, the full form could not be far off. Even if it were not to materialize in the future, he could always seek guidance from the rough-browed teacher, utilizing early experiences to navigate the path ahead. Thus, Sasuke harbored no concerns regarding future complications. This time, he considered himself fortunate. For reasons unknown, Zabuza and the masked ice ninja had retreated without engaging in further conflict, allowing him to remain unscathed. Had the situation escalated, it would have caused considerable worry among his comrades. At this moment, Kakashi approached slowly, patting Sasuke on the shoulder and speaking earnestly. Observing the complex expressions on Sasuke's face, he assumed the young shinobi had yet to recover from the battle's intensity. Sasuke, while nodding in apparent agreement, internally scoffed, pondering who truly had the good fortune. Had he not received the system's task, those two would likely have met their demise. It was precisely because he had obtained the system's mission that he had spared the two, employing the Kodoamatsukami technique to modify their consciousness. However, having undergone the purification of Kodoamatsukami, they were no longer adversaries. Their next encounter need not be a life-or-death struggle. Coupled with the recent rewards from the system, Sasuke felt in high spirits and chose not to elaborate further. Understood. Sasuke glanced at his now relaxed companions, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the original narrative, the pursuit of power had rendered the safeguarding of all that he cherished impossible. In this lifetime, he vowed to protect them. Chapter 32. Naruto's redemption. Upon confirming that the crisis had been successfully averted, everyone resumed their jovial demeanor as they made their way towards the Kizuna residence. The thrill of the recent events lingered, and Sakura could not help but marvel at Sasuke's formidable prowess displayed moments ago. Indeed, Sasuke's strength was truly remarkable. He had vanquished even the most fearsome of adversaries. It was hard to fathom the extent of their potential losses had it not been for Sasuke's intervention. Kizuna, who had been rather solemn throughout the journey, finally opened up, expressing his admiration for Sasuke. The earlier encounter had been exceedingly perilous, and this young warrior had adeptly navigated them through the ordeal. Had it been merely Zabuza they faced, he would have had confidence in Kakashi's ability to protect him. However, the unexpected assistance from Haku changed the dynamics. Thus, Sasuke's impressive display of strength shone brightly in Kizuna's eyes. He could hardly imagine surviving the assault without Sasuke's presence. I am truly grateful to you all. Even Naruto, who often found himself at odds with Sasuke, now regarded him with a complex blend of emotions. Well, this is simply our duty. Kakashi, as the team leader, waved dismissively, signaling that their actions were merely part of their responsibilities. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, why is Sasuke so strong? Kizuna inquired, casting a glance at Naruto, who appeared to be lost in thought. Naruto suddenly jolted back to reality, realizing someone was speaking ill of him. What do you mean? I was just contemplating life. He retorted indignantly. Hey, you old geezer, what is your point? Look at you. Making a fuss, nowhere near Sasuke's caliber, both in demeanor and strength. He felt, if danger were to arise, that Sasuke's companions could inadvertently become the greatest threat, for sometimes. Peril lurked within the internal rifts of a team. Should the enemy exploit this weakness, Sasuke could easily find himself encircled and exhausted from protecting his comrades, ultimately leading to his downfall. How infuriating to be underestimated. Naruto clenched his fists, his shoulders trembling slightly with suppressed rage. At that moment, he felt a warm hand rest upon his taut shoulder. You need not worry, Mr. Kizuna. I will continually grow stronger and protect them. It was none other than Sasuke. A few steps ahead. In that instant, Naruto felt a profound stirring within his soul. Mr. Kizuna, just you wait. I will become a powerful ninja recognized by all. He tightened his fists, then slowly relaxed them, glancing at Sasuke and silently acknowledging. And your recognition too, Sasuke. Sasuke did not dwell on Naruto and Appo's words. He knew his companions possessed commendable strength, yet it was still too early. Rapid growth often leads to detrimental outcomes. He firmly believed that if his comrades could become a vulnerability for the enemy to exploit, it merely indicated one truth. He was not yet powerful enough. He lacked the overwhelming strength necessary to safeguard them consistently. Sakura, observing Sasuke shielding Naruto from pressure, tightened her fists, her resolve solidifying. Sasuke-kun, I will surely catch up to your pace. At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed within Sasuke's mind. Beep. Detecting that the host is facing ridicule from comrades. The Rebellious Spirit System has been successfully activated. Chapter 33. Sasuke, the reluctant benefactor my companions, as an Uchiha, cannot be so weak. Sasuke chose to assist his two comrades in swiftly gaining strength, acquiring a C-rank ninjutsu scroll, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and a high-level medical ninjutsu scroll, Healing Palm. Upon helping his companions master these techniques, the host would receive feedback and simultaneously grasp this series of skills. Let nature take its course. My comrades will gradually grow into competent ninjas. I shall not interfere, he mused, earning a reward. A specially crafted anti-backstab vest. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and Healing Palm. Sasuke felt a twinge of surprise, for these techniques were undoubtedly well suited for his two companions. Not to mention Naruto's impetuous, hot-headed nature. While he possessed significant talent, he was currently affected by the chakra of the Nine Tails, resulting in erratic control over his chakra. Teaching him overly complex ninjutsu at this stage could prove counterproductive, rendering him incapable of mastery. However, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough was different. This technique involved exhaling a whirlwind to assault enemies, representing the most fundamental form of wind ninjutsu, merely generating a tempest with the strength of the wind tied to the user's chakra. The hand seals were simple, and the principle of release was straightforward. It merely required transforming chakra into wind chakra that surged forth from the mouth. For Naruto, who possessed chakra, this technique was tailor-made. Moreover, it would seamlessly fill the void in Naruto's arsenal, as he had no long-range attack techniques before mastering Wind Release, Raisen Shuriken, significantly enhancing his combat agility. Not to mention, mastering this foundational ninjutsu would vastly improve Naruto's understanding of wind techniques, making the transition to learning Raisen Shuriken a natural progression. As for Healing Palm, its importance was self-evident. In the realm of ninjas, injuries are inevitable during battle, regardless of one's might. Every human is susceptible to harm. Healing Palm, categorized as a high-level medical ninjutsu, could treat most injuries with notable efficacy in staunching blood flow, an invaluable skill in life-and-death situations. For Sakura, her delicate chakra control was undoubtedly one of the most vital attributes for learning Healing Palm. Possessing this talent, Sakura would learn the technique with remarkable efficiency. Akin to the path she had previously traveled, she had transformed from an ordinary girl from a humble background to a peer of the two exceptional ninjas, albeit often mocked as the strongest illusionist. Yet, in the eyes of the ninja world, her accomplishments were undeniably remarkable. With both comrades mastering these techniques, the team's margin for error in battle would undoubtedly increase. Furthermore, and most crucially, after assisting them in mastering these skills, Sasuke would also gain the ability to learn them through their mastery. Who would shy away from acquiring more knowledge? Sasuke thought. Anyone who refuses to learn must be lacking in sense. If you want to learn, I certainly will. Why not seize the opportunity? Naruto, Sakura, for the sake of my strength, I implore you both to study diligently. Sasuke chuckled mischievously to himself as he glanced at Naruto and Sakura. As Sakura covertly observed Sasuke, their eyes met unexpectedly, causing her heart to race. Why is he suddenly looking my way? Could he have noticed me staring? What should I do? Should I find an opportunity to explain myself? She feared being labeled as a creepy, infatuated girl by Sasuke. However, the imagined scenario did not materialize. Instead, Sasuke turned to them and said, "Later, you two will accompany me. I have something important to give you, Sakura and Naruto." Something important? What could it be? Naruto exclaimed, a mix of surprise and curiosity evident in his tone. Despite Sasuke's recent peculiar behavior, acting more amicably towards him, there remained an underlying competitive tension between them. Thus, the prospect of Sasuke suddenly offering him something valuable was bound to ignite his imagination. Sakura shared similar confusion, coupled with anxiety. What could it be? Is Sasuke giving me a token of affection? But why include Naruto? How strange. Oh, it's merely a ninjutsu scroll left behind by my family, a technique I believe would suit you both well. I'm giving it to you for your training, lest you drag me down. Sasuke deflected, maintaining his typical aloof demeanor while secretly wishing for his comrade's improvement. Wow, a ninjutsu scroll. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Growing up as an orphan, he had always lagged behind family ninjas in terms of technique, lacking any inherited skills. The only ninjutsu he had known, the shadow clone technique, was a gift from the third Hokage, intentionally leaked to him. Thus, Sasuke's generous offer was monumental for him. In that moment, Sasuke appeared almost luminescent in Naruto's eyes, a figure of immense stature. If it weren't for their similar ages and their rivalry, Naruto might have wished to adopt him as a father figure. Father, please accept my homage, Naruto. Sakura, too, was astonished. Coming from a family of ordinary citizens, she lacked any inherited ninjutsu, which had previously rendered her a mere observer during battles alongside Sasuke and Kakashi. This reality had weighed heavily on her heart, fueling her desire for strength, to stand beside Sasuke and fight alongside him. Now, Sasuke had provided her with an opportunity. How could she not feel exhilarated? Unbothered by his companion's flights of fancy, Sasuke focused on processing the system's notifications in his mind. Ding. Host has completed the selection. Rewards obtained. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Ninjutsu Scroll, and Healing Palm Ninjutsu Scroll. Note, upon the host's guidance, once the partners successfully comprehend these skills, the host will receive skill feedback and simultaneously grasp these techniques. It was indeed a windfall. Not only would Naruto and Sakura's abilities be enhanced, but the benefits to himself were equally substantial, a true win-win. Sasuke expressed his satisfaction with the system's rewards. Kakashi, catching a glimpse of the barely contained excitement on Sasuke's face, quickly cleared his throat to prevent Sasuke from losing composure. Ahem, in that case, I also have something to teach you this evening, Sasuke. Chapter 34, Kakashi's Complete Acceptance. Oh? What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired with keen curiosity, which even piqued Sasuke's interest. Kakashi's sudden intent to bestow something upon them was indeed unexpected. Naruto had prepared a scroll to share with him and Sakura, having been rewarded by the system, yet the reason behind Kakashi's gesture remained a mystery. This unexpected turn of events left them all intrigued. In truth, Kakashi had wrestled with his decision for quite some time. However, upon witnessing Sasuke's commitment to teaching Naruto and Sakura his family's ninjutsu, Kakashi's heart fully embraced Sasuke as a comrade. Thus, he made a choice that contradicted his own inclinations. He resolved to teach Sasuke the Chidori, an exceedingly formidable technique. Hey, Kakashi-sensei is being biased. I want to learn too. Naruto protested, feeling discontent at the prospect of Kakashi providing special instruction to Sasuke. Completely oblivious to the fact that he was about to embark on learning the ninjutsu Sasuke would teach him. The Chidori was a lightning-based technique, which, generally speaking, was incompatible with the chakra attributes of Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi understood that Sasuke had mastered the skill of manipulating lightning chakra, thus qualifying him to learn this technique. Although Kakashi had yet to assess his student's chakra attributes, he knew well that neither of his mentors had possessed lightning chakra. The only connection to lightning was the Flying Thunder God technique, which bore little resemblance to his Chidori. As for Sakura, even if her chakra attributes were suitable, this technique was far beyond her current capabilities. Kakashi recalled that he himself had struggled to control the Chidori when he first developed it. It was only after he implanted a Sharingan from his companion Obito that he could harness the dynamic visual acuity of the Sharingan to effectively control the Chidori. Without the Sharingan's assistance, the technique would be akin to a double-edged sword, inflicting as much harm on the user as on the enemy, as losing control of one's actions during battle posed the greatest peril. Consequently, among the three present, only Sasuke was truly capable of mastering this technique. Moreover, Sasuke had previously demonstrated his lightning-based ninjutsu in front of Kakashi, leaving no room for accusation of favoritism against Kakashi. To alleviate his student's concerns, Kakashi added, "Once we arrive at Mr. Kazuna's residence and take a moment to rest, I will assess your chakra attributes. When the time is right, I shall also teach you some suitable ninjutsu, so there is no need for worry." At that moment, Sasuke, uncharacteristically, spoke up to support Kakashi. "Naruto, Sakura, there's no need to rush. Once you have mastered the ninjutsu I will teach you, you can then approach Kakashi-sensei for further instruction. It would be premature to get ahead of ourselves now. Besides," Sasuke continued with a hint of humor, "while you two are busy seeking Kakashi's teachings, I still have my Wind Release, Great Breakthrough and Sage Art to master. If you only focus on your studies, by the time you learn those techniques, it might be ages before I can enjoy my own progress." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, bemused by Sasuke and Appo's words. "So, am I to be viewed as a treasure chest of skills?" He mused silently, unaware of Sasuke's underlying intentions. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging Sasuke's wisdom. "You are correct. Biting off more than one can chew is unwise. Focus on mastering the ninjutsu Sasuke provides first. I trust that he has selected techniques that are well suited to you. So there is no need to rush into learning others, lest you undermine Sasuke's efforts. Sasuke nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of comfort in having a teacher who understood his unspoken thoughts, eliminating the need for explanation. Naruto ceased his protests, realizing that Sasuke had already offered him a technique worthy of his attention. It was his first ninjutsu from Sasuke, after all. Sakura, too, silently resolved to meet Sasuke and Appo's expectations, vowing to devote herself to mastering this technique, even if it meant studying through the night. Soon, the group arrived at Kazuna's home. Fortunately, they encountered no further attacks, presumably due to Sasuke's previous defeat of Zabuza, and they reached their destination unscathed. I am truly grateful to you all, especially you, Sasuke. Your timely intervention has been invaluable. Kazuna expressed sincerely, grasping Sasuke's hand. I will need your protection for a while longer, until the bridge is completed, after which our land of waves will be safe. Sasuke nodded in acceptance, feeling a sense of anticipation regarding the actions of Zabuza and Haku, whom he had previously spared. With the use of the Konoha Tsukumi, there would be no further attacks from them. The true mastermind behind the chaos was not Zabuza, but rather the forces backing him, Kato. Sasuke's initial directive to Zabuza had been to resolve the plight of the land of waves and gradually integrate it into his sphere of influence. This place would serve as the foundation for Sasuke's rise, becoming his first stronghold. As night fell, after a light dinner and brief rest, Team 7 gathered in a relatively open space. Following Kakashi's assessment of their chakra attributes, it became evident that only Sasuke possessed the talent for lightning chakra. At this juncture, Sasuke produced 2 new scrolls, presenting one to Naruto and the other to Sakura. Naruto, this is a C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. You should have seen Kakashi-sensei perform it. This technique is perfectly suited for someone with your wind chakra attributes. It presents an appropriate challenge for you, making it ideal for your entry into ninjutsu. Sakura, this is for you, the healing palm technique. It is a powerful high-level medical ninjutsu, one of the most cost-effective skills a medical ninja should master. It involves channeling chakra through the palms to enhance the healing abilities of wounds or ailments. This technique's effectiveness varies according to the severity of the condition, hence few medical ninjas possess the knowledge to use it adeptly. Moreover, excessive chakra output can disrupt the patient's internal systems, potentially leading to unconsciousness. It is effective not only for external injuries, but also for internal ailments. This skill demands an exceptionally precise control of chakra, making you, with your exceptional talent for chakra manipulation, the perfect candidate for its study. Chapter 35. In the New Era. There is no ship that can carry me. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura, filled with curiosity, eagerly took the scroll from Sasuke's hands, unable to resist the temptation to unroll it. Little did they know that what awaited them was nothing short of astonishing. Kakashi, having positioned himself behind Naruto, intended to elucidate the contents of the scroll to facilitate Naruto's learning. After all, given Naruto's academic performance in school, expecting him to grasp a ninjutsu merely by observing a scroll was an unreasonable demand. Thus, with a compassionate heart and a student-centered approach, Kakashi prepared to offer guidance once Naruto unwrapped the scroll. However, to his utter astonishment, the scroll Sasuke provided to Naruto was not merely filled with text as he had anticipated. Instead, it was a meticulously illustrated guide that elucidated the techniques in a remarkably clear manner. Kakashi found himself doubting the very fabric of reality. Even an ordinary individual with chakra, devoid of any prior knowledge, could likely learn from the scroll's instructions after a bit of experimentation. In that moment, Kakashi felt a profound sense of existential crisis. Had the world of ninjutsu scrolls become so user-friendly? His own arduous journey of mastering ninjutsu seemed so chaotic and arduous in comparison. What was this, if not the epitome of simplistic teaching? Unable to restrain his gaze, Kakashi glanced at Sakura's scroll, and to his surprise, it too was similarly detailed, though not as outrageous as Naruto's, yet still comprehensible enough for anyone literate to grasp the underlying principles after a couple of readings, leaving only practical application as a challenge. Kakashi couldn't help but feel the weight of age pressing down upon him. He was indeed out of touch with the times. With a resigned sigh, he thought, "You all proceed with your learning. If anything remains unclear, feel free to ask me later." He chose to confront reality and take a step back. After all, The instructions were so simple that even a child could comprehend them, rendering his guidance unnecessary. Yet, despite this lightening of his burden, a feeling of discontent lingered. He had prepared himself for a more challenging endeavor, only to be met with such simplicity. As if sensing his inner turmoil, a notification chimed, detected that host's teacher, Kakashi, is currently experiencing a crisis of self-worth. The rebellious system has been activated. 1. As my teacher, Uchiha Sasuke, how can you bear to be so complacent at your age? Choose to have Kakashi join the Scroll Mastery faction and rise anew, earning a unique lightning release scroll, Purple Lightning. Once Kakashi comprehends it, the host will receive feedback and gain the same ability. 2. What ninjutsu to learn? The rebellious Uchiha clan is all about taking it easy. Choose to deny Kakashi's ninjutsu instruction. Reward: Kakashi's signature dead fish eye expression management ability. Purple Lightning. It was well known that this technique was a new form of lightning release developed by Kakashi after he lost his Sharingan, allowing him to unleash powerful ninjutsu without relying on it or performing hand seals. The potential to learn this skill without years of arduous practice was nothing short of miraculous, enabling Kakashi to regain his prowess swiftly. Moreover, since this technique was crafted by Kakashi himself in the future, it would seamlessly integrate with his combat style, offering a perfect synergy. However, unlike the elated Sasuke, Kakashi remained enveloped in his melancholic thoughts. This was his first mission with Team 7, and he felt like an outsider, fearing that if this continued, he would soon become a liability. This was unacceptable. Kakashi resolved that upon returning from this mission, he would seek out his youthful and energetic friend for additional training. He couldn't afford to slack off any longer. It would be a source of embarrassment. Casting a glance at Naruto and Sakura, who had begun their training without issue, Kakashi turned his attention back to Sasuke, ready to commence his instruction. Sasuke, we also. At this moment, Sasuke retrieved yet another scroll, stating, "Let us not rush, Kakashi-sensei. Please take a look at this ninjutsu and see if it suits you." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Sasuke would prepare a scroll for him as well. As the copy ninja, he possessed extensive experience with numerous ninjutsu, and instinctively, he was inclined to decline Sasuke's kind offer. What ninjutsu had he not encountered? What could he possibly learn that he hadn't already mastered? Surely, ninjutsu was merely a matter of glancing through the Sharingan, right? However, considering that this was his precious student's first attempt to present him with a ninjutsu, he felt guilty about dismissing Sasuke's gesture. Additionally, given the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan, despite much of it being appropriated, there was a possibility that Sasuke had retained something of value. Let me just take a look. Kakashi resolved, accepting the scroll from Sasuke's hands. The moment he unrolled it, his pupils dilated in shock. This was how could this be? Kakashi was astounded by the contents of the scroll. It felt as if all his prior concepts had been vividly resurrected before him. The paths he had once pondered but could not pursue were now boldly inscribed within the scroll. It was as if he were living in the shadow of the ninjutsu's creator. This was utterly surreal. Sasuke, do you know who developed this ninjutsu? Kakashi asked, his hands trembling slightly, excitement coursing through him. If only he could converse with the creator of this technique, his own mastery of ninjutsu would surely soar to new heights. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Sasuke was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that this ninjutsu would evoke such a profound response from Kakashi. Hastily, he crafted a story about its origins. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I believe it was developed by a powerful Uchiha during the Warring States period, but it has been gathering dust in storage for ages. I thought it would be particularly well suited for you, Kakashi-sensei, so I brought it out. After all, the Uchiha clan had many formidable figures, and countless unknown warriors existed during the tumultuous Warring States period. Thus, Sasuke reasoned that he could fabricate a narrative without fear of contradiction. Is that so? Kakashi mused, somewhat disappointed. If the developer were still alive, they could have become kindred spirits. Alas, he was unaware that the true creator of this ninjutsu was none other than his future self. This was a classic case of a misunderstanding, where the family failed to recognize one another amidst the chaos. Sadly, Kakashi remained oblivious to this fact. Chapter 36. The PUA of Kakashi. Kakashi took several deep breaths to calm his surging emotions. The surprise was overwhelming. It was hardly his fault for losing composure. As the ninjutsu scroll that Sasuke presented to him felt akin to an ordinary person suddenly winning millions in a lottery. This was why even he, usually so impassive, displayed such excitement before Sasuke. How many more surprises could you possibly bring me, Sasuke? It was no wonder Kakashi struggled to contain himself. Sasuke had provided him with an abundance of gifts, so much so that Kakashi found it difficult to grasp. However, he was still Kakashi, an elite jonin of Konoha. Years of life experience quickly allowed him to conceal his emotions once again, returning to his customary state of stoicism. After all, as a ninja, managing one's emotions was an essential skill. As a jonin of Konoha, Kakashi would not act recklessly. He regained his composure, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Sasuke, this gift you've given me is truly overwhelming," Kakashi said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't accept such a present, both emotionally and ethically speaking." He scratched his head apologetically. "However, the assistance your gift provides is immense. If I can master the ninjutsu within this scroll, it will significantly enhance my abilities, perhaps even open up a whole new avenue for improvement. So I apologize, Sasuke. Although my reason tells me this is inappropriate, I am prepared to set aside my dignity and accept it." Kakashi thought to himself, "For my sake and yours, I must accept it." With Sasuke's rapid advancement in power, Kakashi felt a sense of urgency growing within him, especially now, as he had fully accepted Sasuke and the others as his students. This mindset gradually helped him emerge from the shadows of his past. In this light, he did not want to find himself one day unable to protect his students due to his insufficient strength, leading to irreversible tragedies, reminiscent of events from the past. He wished to avoid recalling that fateful night. He yearned to possess the ability to alter the future should that night ever return. Thus, even though he knew accepting a gift from his student was an ill-advised choice, likely to invite criticism, Kakashi, in a state of deep internal conflict, chose to accept the scroll that Sasuke had presented. He must grow stronger, strong enough to protect his comrades no matter the circumstances. Moreover, not only for his own sake, but to better safeguard Sasuke and the others in their growth. He gazed at Sasuke's figure and silently vowed, "Sasuke, rest assured, I will protect you all. I certainly will." Meanwhile, Sasuke remained blissfully unaware of the immense value of the gift he had offered, as the scroll was provided by the system. After all, what concern did a child have for the fields tilled by his father? The scrolls were not earned through toil and labor, but rather bestowed by the system. Thus, Sasuke felt no remorse, and since such items were not one-time use, he could reclaim them once they had finished studying, should he desire to do so. To Sasuke, these scrolls did not seem particularly precious. Furthermore, once his comrades fully comprehended the ninjutsu contained within the scrolls, he would receive feedback, effortlessly mastering the techniques himself. How could this not delight Sasuke? This was the crux of the matter. Thus, it was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, while this was Sasuke's perspective, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi were unaware of the scroll's origins. They only recognized the ninjutsu within as an exceptionally valuable gift. Consequently, Sasuke's stature in their eyes grew even more significant. They were irreplaceable partners. The importance of inheritance in the ninja world cannot be overstated, as the development of ninjutsu requires the passage of time. Without rich experience in utilizing ninjutsu, it is exceedingly difficult to create exceptional techniques. Yet, such experience can only be gained by learning various outstanding ninjutsu to draw connections. The pursuit of developing ninjutsu necessitates learning it, but due to the absence of ninjutsu, common ninjas strive to create their own. This creates a closed loop of difficulty. This is also the unbreakable class system within the ninja world. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, it is nearly impossible to transcend these boundaries. This explains why those great clans are exceptionally powerful and populous. Sasuke's actions were undoubtedly a stark contrast to the self-serving ninja clans of the past. Thus, his gesture moved his companions profoundly. Although he was oblivious to it, the wind stirred by Sasuke had quietly set the windmill in motion. Before long, Kakashi adjusted his mindset and carefully stored away the scroll that Sasuke had given him. "Sasuke, I graciously accept your kind offer. Now, shall we commence our lesson for the evening?" After all, ninjutsu could be learned at any time, and Kakashi believed that reciprocating Sasuke's goodwill was the best course of action. "You treat me as a comrade. I will, of course, return your sincerity." "All right, sounds good. I wonder what ninjutsu you will teach me, Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke speculated, yet feigned ignorance, for he understood the need to maintain an air of curiosity. He was aware of much, but it was essential to play the part. After all, revealing the surprise prepared for him would dampen the enthusiasm of those eager to teach him. Sasuke wished to preserve some of Kakashi's experience as a teacher. After all, They would encounter each other frequently. Why create awkwardness? Simultaneously, he could maintain the advantage of knowing most of the plot. Why not enjoy this? Regarding the Chidori, one of the ninjutsu Kakashi had taught him, Sasuke's thoughts were complex. It was undeniably impressive, but somehow it felt slightly inferior to the Rasengan. No matter who said only Naruto could learn the Rasengan. Children make choices, but as a mature Uchiha, he would embrace both. Yet, Sasuke did not dwell excessively on this. Since he found merit in both techniques, he would learn them all. After all, possessing a multitude of skills is never a burden. Why tie oneself to a single tree? Perhaps he would even stumble upon new, exceptional ninjutsu through this process. Seeing Sasuke's attention, Kakashi raised his hand and lifted his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Sasuke, pay close attention. I will demonstrate a few times. With your Sharingan, you should grasp it swiftly under my guidance. Sasuke exclaimed, meow, meow, meow. I feel like I'm being psychologically manipulated. Kakashi, I suspect you are morally coercing me. While it was true that he possessed exceptional talent and extraordinary learning ability, Kakashi's words placed immense pressure on him. It was overwhelming. If he succeeded, it would merely reflect his normal capabilities. But what if he zoned out or lost focus? What if Kakashi disparaged him for not mastering something so simple, tarnishing his reputation? This is rather unfavorable. Do you not agree, Kakashi? At this moment, while the banter continued, Sasuke, determined to earnestly study, was about to activate his pair of three-tomo Sharingan to observe Kakashi's ninjutsu technique. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily distracted. A smile crept upon his lips as he inwardly chuckled, thinking, how audacious of you, Kakashi, to challenge this 12-year-old with your cunning. Prepare yourself to be left questioning your very existence by the swiftness of my comprehension. Ding. Host has encountered Kakashi's moral coercion. The Rebellious System has been successfully activated. Chapter 37. Is it really necessary to learn something so simple? 1. I, Uchiha Sasuke, am far from being the kind to simply follow orders. You expect me to learn this? It is so trivial that I can merely activate my Sharingan and replicate it. By opting to awaken my three-tomo Sharingan, I need not heed Kakashi's words. I can directly observe ninjutsu and gain an accelerated learning advantage, allowing me to copy the technique in one go. 2. If I obediently listen to Kakashi's explanations and proceed step by step, I shall gradually master it, with the reward being a rare edition of Kakashi's cherished novel. Wow, this is simply marvelous. Upon glimpsing the prospect of learning ninjutsu in a single sweep, Sasuke's eyes brightened instantly. This was truly splendid. All he had to do was watch Kakashi perform the ninjutsu once, and he could effortlessly acquire the skill to teach himself. The ease and comfort of growing stronger in this manner was an absolute delight. How wonderful life could be if he could continue to grow stronger without any pain. However, the other rewards seemed somewhat tempting as well. Sasuke mused, that cherished novel of Kakashi's. Reading it at night would surely bring immense joy. But alas, he resolved that he could resist. It was merely a novel, and he wouldn't sob. He wouldn't want it at all. How infuriating. It wasn't that he disliked novels. It was simply that Chidori was far more valuable. In the next moment, Sasuke made his decision, nodded at Kakashi, and activated his three-tomo Sharingan. TSK, TSK. Though Kakashi had witnessed Sasuke's Sharingan before, he couldn't help but marvel each time he saw it. After all, at such a young age, combined with the three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke was extraordinarily swift. This level of talent was rare even among the already gifted Uchiha clan. If one were to speak of comparable individuals, there was only that one man. As thoughts of the man who had slaughtered the Uchiha clan crossed his mind, Kakashi cast a worried glance at Sasuke. He feared that this bright and cheerful young man might succumb to darkness in his quest for vengeance. Observing the hints of crimson in Sasuke's gaze, he thought, I hope everything unfolds favorably. Rest assured, Sasuke, even if you choose the path of revenge as your teacher, I shall steadfastly stand by your side. Should you find it difficult to accomplish this task alone, I am willing to grow stronger, evolving to the extent that I can help you overcome this obsession. What is the matter, Kakashi-sensei? Why haven't you performed the ninjutsu yet? Sasuke inquired, perplexed by Kakashi's momentary distraction. He had already activated his Sharingan and was waiting for Kakashi to demonstrate the ninjutsu for him to copy. Would it not be wise to finish copying the technique promptly and return home for some rest? It was important to remember that maintaining the Sharingan consumed chakra. Wait, wasn't it Appos? Kakashi always short on chakra? How could he afford to dawdle with his Sharingan activated? Perhaps he had an ample supply of chakra after all. Never mind, Sasuke. You must pay close attention. I will not provide explanations during the first demonstration. Instead, I will showcase the complete process and then proceed with the explanation. With that, Kakashi formed hand seals, and as a flash of lightning illuminated the air, he unleashed Chidori, a lightning-based ninjutsu. The technique erupted with a cacophony akin to a chorus of birds, rendering it less effective for stealth. However, its piercing power was immensely formidable, primarily relying on swift thrusts, which required a combination of rapid movement and the Sharingan to unleash its full potential. This was precisely why Kakashi believed this ninjutsu suited Sasuke. With further mastery of Chidori, one could unlock Raikiri, an enhanced version that eliminated the noise associated with its use, maximizing its power without necessitating high-speed thrusts. Raikiri was even more potent in thrusting scenarios, capable of effortlessly severing lightning, possessing cutting, piercing, and lightning-based damage capabilities. This would require your continuous practice. Now, Sasuke, pay close attention. I shall only demonstrate once. Kakashi slightly bent his body, lifting the Chidori lightning in his hand, before suddenly thrusting forward. Boom! Thunderous sounds echoed as a tree, large enough for two to embrace, was effortlessly pierced through and toppled by Kakashi's strike. What terrifying power! Sakura and Naruto, who were practicing ninjutsu nearby, couldn't help but gulp at the spectacle. What ninjutsu was Kakashi-sensei teaching Sasuke that possessed such dreadful power? It must be incredibly challenging to learn. At that moment, having completed the technique, Kakashi stood upright and asked, "Well, Sasuke, did you see it clearly? Shall I begin the explanation?" Sasuke, having composed himself, nonchalantly placed his hands in his pockets, closed his Sharingan, and replied, "No need. Kakashi-sensei, I already understand." Chapter 38. Raikage, is it enough to have hands? What? You claim you have mastered it? Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The once small, dead fish-like eyes had grown to resemble those of a startled deer. Kakashi was at a loss. How could Sasuke possibly have learned it so quickly? This was utterly absurd. It is worth noting that Chidori, the lightning release technique, was developed during Kakashi's youth. After realizing his inability to incorporate lightning chakra into the Rasengan, he painstakingly created this jutsu, which demands an exacting level of detail. Kakashi could not fathom Sasuke's claim. After all, he had spent an extensive period developing this A-rank technique. Chidori combines chakra nature transformation and form transformation, concentrating a high-voltage current of lightning chakra in the user's hand and piercing the target with incredible speed. It is a powerful jutsu where the difficulty is proportionate to its effectiveness. Kakashi held a quiet pride for this technique, one he had never openly expressed. Yet it was undoubtedly one of his most formidable skills. To master such a potent and versatile technique requires immense prerequisites. Not only must one grasp the fundamental hand seals and control the chakra within their body, but they must also learn to concentrate the high-voltage current in their hand without inflicting harm upon themselves, a skilled art in its own right. Yet here was Sasuke, claiming to have mastered this complex technique without needing any explanation. What did he mean by that? Did he truly believe that Kakashi's painstakingly developed technique was of little value? Kakashi longed to dismiss Sasuke's assertion as mere youthful bravado, but he couldn't. Sasuke's talent was undeniable and widely acknowledged. If Naruto made such a claim, Kakashi would certainly have rebuffed him, insisting that learning jutsu requires diligence and effort. However, the speaker was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, a 12-year-old prodigy with the strength of a Nin. This was the same boy who had the audacity to confront one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. It was difficult to dismiss the weight of his words. Even if Sasuke had indeed learned it, Kakashi needed to witness it firsthand to be convinced. Not out of skepticism, but to preserve his own dignity as an instructor. Did Kakashi not deserve some respect? After all, he too had been hailed as a rare genius in Konoha. Regardless of Kakashi and Appo's affection for Sasuke and his joy at his rapid progress. If Sasuke could grasp this technique so easily, then all the time Kakashi had dedicated to teaching it would seem trivial. Was he underestimating Sasuke? Or had he overestimated the difficulty of his own jutsu? Kakashi had sacrificed his precious time, which he could have spent engrossed in his favorite novels. Who could truly appreciate the value of enjoying a good book late at night? Yet here was Sasuke, claiming mastery even before the warmth of the book had faded. Is it really that simple to learn? Kakashi thought, unwilling to give up. Are you sure you don't want to hear my explanation? Seeing Kakashi's stubbornness, Sasuke smiled and withdrew his hand from his pocket. Since you don't believe me, let me demonstrate my learning. With confidence radiating from him, Sasuke prepared to showcase his newfound skill. Despite lacking a systematic approach, he had already grasped the principles and mechanics of the technique during Kakashi's demonstration. Thanks to his Sharingan's keen insight, the remaining details merely required practical refinement. With the aid of his newfound abilities, Sasuke felt no burden in learning. Learning? Not at all, he declared, feeling as if he had comprehended it instantly. If he were to practice, he estimated that he could master it in just a few more attempts. Beep. The system has detected the host's completion of the choice and rewarded you with the lightning release technique, Chidori, copied from Kakashi. With one hand in his pocket and the other forming hand seals, Sasuke unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning from his palm, illuminating the surroundings. The intense current coalesced, creating a formidable voltage that tore through the air, reminiscent of the thunderous roar of Chidori's name. Chidori, Sasuke shouted, feeling every cell in his body invigorated by the electrifying energy. With a powerful stride forward, the lightning chakra propelled him like an arrow, and he shot forth with astonishing speed. Boom! The impact was swift and overwhelming. As dust swirled around him, Sasuke rose, having felled a tree comparable in size to the one Kakashi had previously struck down. The ground trembled, causing Naruto in the distance to struggle to maintain his balance as dust clouds billowed skyward, slowly dissipating. The might of Chidori was fearsome. What exhilarated Sasuke most was not merely the technique's destructive power, but its ability to invigorate his physical capabilities, unlocking greater potential and granting him enhanced speed and strength. How could he not be thrilled? In battle, if he could exploit this unique attribute of Chidori to catch an opponent off guard, it would likely lead to a decisive victory. The noise generated by Chidori's release was a testament to its nature as an assassination technique, striking with such velocity that opponents often had no time to react, perceiving only a fleeting shadow before their hearts were pierced. The speed was so tremendous that even the user needed the enhanced dynamic vision of the Sharingan to execute the technique effectively. Indeed, in the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme, and Chidori stands as one of its illustrious examples. Chapter 39. The Copy Ninja, who has mastered the copied ninjutsu, has indeed succeeded. While belief and skepticism coexist, Kakashi finds it utterly remarkable. Despite his acknowledgement of Sasuke's exceptional talent, Kakashi cannot maintain his composure in the face of this astonishing achievement. As Hatake Kakashi, he feels unworthy to have encountered such a gifted student. Moreover, aside from his occasional arrogance, Sasuke possesses exemplary character, values his comrades, and wields formidable strength and extraordinary talent. It is fair to say that his virtues are so plentiful that Kakashi feels somewhat overwhelmed by the responsibility of being Sasuke's teacher. At times, having a prodigious disciple can be a burden, contrasting sharply with the frustrations of teaching those who are less capable. Kakashi fears that he may soon find himself out of resources to teach and gradually fade into the background as his student surpasses him. This prospect is something he is reluctant to accept. Once feeling vibrant and youthful, Kakashi now senses that his relevance wanes, particularly since becoming Sasuke's instructor in Team 7. Each day, he feels increasingly out of touch with the times. The rate at which this young man grows is truly monstrous. Observing Sasuke's ease and proficiency, Kakashi cannot help but chuckle to himself. In the past, it was others who were bested by Kakashi's copied techniques, yet today, he finds himself on the receiving end of this irony. He never imagined that he, the copy ninja, would experience such a fate himself, and so swiftly at that. At this moment, he comprehends the anguish of those ninja he previously defeated with their own techniques. Had he known, he would have been more considerate of their emotional well-being when he copied their techniques, perhaps even offering a kind inquiry. Have you eaten today? Of course, this is Kakashi's way of finding humor in his predicament. Deep down, he feels a sense of pride in Sasuke's rapid advancement. With such a talented disciple, he realizes he must not stagnate. Since Sasuke has already mastered this ninjutsu, Kakashi decides not to dwell on it further. He gestures dismissively and produces a scroll, tossing it to Sasuke. These are my insights on the Chidori. I had intended to give this to you later, but your progress is astonishingly swift, so take it now. You may find it helpful for refining your skills. For a genius like Sasuke, Kakashi opts for a tailored teaching approach. After all, one cannot teach effectively if their efforts merely become redundant. Thus, Kakashi resolves to adopt a more hands-off method. After handing over the scroll, he turns to leave. mindful of the scroll Sasuke had provided him concerning the lightning release technique, which he eagerly anticipates. Crucially, he believes that Sasuke has yet to learn this technique, while simultaneously feeling that it would suit him perfectly. Therefore, he decides to study it thoroughly before instructing Sasuke. Kakashi is determined not to be outpaced by Uchiha Sasuke. Frustrated, he grits his teeth in exasperation. Little does he know, the scroll he received is a gift from the system, which also granted Sasuke a feedback mechanism. This means that once Kakashi masters the technique, Sasuke will equally benefit from Kakashi's learning progress, synchronously acquiring the skill. Thus, Kakashi's plans are destined to be thwarted by Sasuke. Perhaps when he finally masters it and intends to teach Sasuke, he will face yet another existential crisis. Sasuke remains oblivious to Kakashi's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely mourn for his teacher for a few moments. After receiving the scroll from Kakashi, Sasuke opens it, noting the meticulous details Kakashi has provided. Thanks to the assistance of the system, Sasuke effortlessly grasps the A-rank lightning release technique, Chidori. Without the system's help, he would have needed to invest considerable effort to learn it. After all, the difficulty of A-rank ninjutsu is no trivial matter. Kakashi's scroll is a testament to his dedication, addressing virtually every potential issue with accompanying precautions and solutions. It is evident that Kakashi genuinely wishes to impart this skill to Sasuke, treating him with heartfelt sincerity. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the scroll ends up serving as a means to consolidate Sasuke's learning rather than the instructional tool Kakashi envisioned, a rather dramatic turn of events. It is likely that neither Sasuke nor Kakashi anticipated this outcome. Nevertheless, regardless of Kakashi's current mindset, his actions resonate deeply with Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, I admit, you truly embody the essence of a teacher. After Kakashi departs, Sasuke further solidifies his understanding of Chidori. After a while, he suddenly perks up, intrigued by a rustling sound from a nearby thicket. Is that you? With a series of soft sounds, a graceful figure emerges from the bushes, revealing a familiar face. Long time no see, Sasuke Dano. Indeed, it is none other than Haku, whom Sasuke had previously spared using the technique, demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. At this moment, Haku's demeanor is entirely natural, as if they were longtime friends. Haku raises a wooden box, saying, Zabuza-sama sent me with this to deliver to you, Sasuke Dano. Curiously, Sasuke examines the box's size and shape, pondering what might be inside. Could it be? He formulates a bold hypothesis. Haku does not deny it, but rather smiles and nods. Indeed, Sasuke Dano, this is the very head of Kado, the mastermind behind the troubles in the Land of Waves. Chapter 40, An Unexpected Surprise from Bai, the head of Kado. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart brimming with disbelief. Although he had harbored suspicions upon seeing Bai clutching a wooden box, the moment he confirmed his conjecture, he was still taken aback. Who wouldn't be bewildered? Just hours ago, they had been engaged in a fierce battle, and now it seemed as if they had been resurrected, fully revitalized. Truly a master of time management. He had not anticipated the swiftness of Zabuza and Bai's actions, which left him utterly astonished. At that moment, Sasuke could not help but ponder the sequence of events that led to this. The reason he was not surprised by Bai's actions was that this directive was, in fact, the most potent illusion technique he had unleashed upon Zabuza and Bai, one of the commands given under the auspices of the Konoha Tsukumi. It could be stated that this assassination mission was merely a facet of Sasuke's elaborate scheme, one that had been in the making for quite some time. It was as simple as that, and not merely an impulsive decision by Bai to eliminate Kado and present his head to Sasuke for reward. Why do I say this? Not only was Kado a notorious figure, oppressing the common folk and wielding his power with tyranny, but his name had long been a target of public ire, with countless individuals yearning for his demise. The timing of his sudden assassination would hardly raise any eyebrows. After all, those who frequent the riverbanks are bound to get their shoes wet. Black on black is entirely commonplace. Yet this time, it was Sasuke and his allies who played the role of the Dark Enforcers. However, this was merely one of the reasons Sasuke chose to allow Bai and Zabuza to undertake such an action. It was not the decisive factor. After all, the world is bustling with people driven by profit and ambition. Sasuke's actions were undoubtedly motivated by personal gain. As for saving the citizens of the Land of Waves from turmoil, that was merely a secondary consideration. It is crucial to note that Sasuke had long intended to establish the Land of Waves as his first stronghold beyond Konoha. The moment he resolved to develop this territory, Kato's existence became a hindrance to his ambitions. In confronting an obstacle on his path to progression, it was imperative to eliminate it. Thus, the moment Sasuke made his decision, Kato's fate had already been sealed. Only the timing remained uncertain. Bai's actions could be construed as an act of divine justice, ridding the populace of a menace, and would not elicit any feelings of guilt from Sasuke. Furthermore, this operation marked the initial tentative step in Sasuke's grand design. Consequently, Sasuke was not particularly astonished by these developments. What truly left him in awe was the remarkable speed and decisiveness with which Bai and his companions executed Kato's assassination. It is worth noting that although Kato was merely a mortal, he wielded immense power, straddling both the underworld and legitimate society. He was no ordinary adversary. Yet, Bai and his allies managed to eliminate him with astonishing rapidity, a feat that was indeed remarkable. In this ninja world, strength reigns supreme. All power and wealth are fleeting, while one's own prowess remains fundamental. Witnessing Kato's swift demise prompted Sasuke to reflect on the vulnerability of ordinary individuals, no matter how influential. When confronted by ninjas, they were akin to newborns, utterly helpless and at the mercy of their executioners. Bai, observing the glint of admiration in Sasuke's eyes, felt a surge of joy. Nothing could be more gratifying than having one's accomplishments acknowledged by another. With excitement, Bai continued, "Indeed, Lord Sasuke. Moreover, not only did we successfully execute Kato, but we also meticulously screened and reorganized his former loyalists, identifying over 10 promising ninjas with decent potential, all of whom possess commendable character." "Oh," Sasuke replied, somewhat surprised. While he had anticipated Kato's assassination, he had not expected Bai and Zabuza to exercise their initiative in screening Kato's former subordinates, repurposing them to join their ranks. "Bai, you have truly astonished me," Sasuke exclaimed, unable to hide his admiration. He had previously considered allowing Bai and Zabuza to develop their power slowly over time. However, he had not foreseen the rapid progression of his own forces, which had begun to take shape due to Bai and Zabuza's actions. It was indeed a revelation. Thus, Sasuke had taken his first step toward establishing his own faction, expansion. At that moment, the long-forgotten system notification chimed in Sasuke's mind once more. Beep. Detecting further development of the host's faction. Number of core members reached, 10. Special achievement. Modest development successfully unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a special achievement, with the number of core members reaching 10, granting you the reward. Elimination of the side effects of the 8 gates release from gates 1 to 4. Marvelous. The prospect of unlocking hidden rewards was exhilarating. Sasuke's eyes sparkled. He had initially regarded this strategic move as a mere diversion. Yet, unexpectedly, it bore fruit. How could this not elate him? The elimination of the side effects associated with the first 4 gates of the 8 gates release was monumental. The 8 gates, an extraordinarily potent taijutsu secret, temporarily granted immense power by unshackling the chakra pathways within the body. This technique releases excess energy but comes at a cost. Those who wield this power sustain considerable damage, which is why it is classified as a forbidden technique. Thus, as a method to unleash latent potential, the 8 gates release inflicts significant harm on the body. Without an exceptionally high physical constitution, even activating the first gate, the open gate, could necessitate an extended hospital stay for recovery. The notion of concluding a battle unscathed was but a fanciful dream. Only a select few masters of taijutsu, through rigorous daily training, could occasionally utilize this technique. It is best suited as a last resort tactic, employed in dire circumstances, owing to its detrimental effects on the body. Now, having unlocked a special reward that negated these adverse effects, the first 4 gates of the 8 gates release were no longer relegated to being a last-ditch effort. In forthcoming battles, it was conceivable that Sasuke's regular attacks would be executed with the strength of the 4 gates activated. How could his opponents contend with that? Sasuke declared that they would have no chance of experiencing a fair fight. As long as they dared to show themselves before him, he would unleash a flurry of strikes imbued with the power of the 4 gates. Who would be left standing? With no side effects to contend with, he would remain relentless. The future heralded the rise of the formidable powerhouse from Konoha. Chapter 41. Are you really going to take the bird's nest without me? It has been demonstrated that regardless of the extent of one's power, if there exists an absolute disparity in strength between adversaries, then all claims of authority are but ephemeral illusions, fragile and easily shattered. In the face of overwhelming power, any flowery rhetoric or cunning schemes appear utterly futile. Thus, upon witnessing Kadu's effortless demise at the hands of his peers, Sasuke profoundly realized that possessing formidable strength is the very foundation upon which one must stand in this world, enabling one to truly establish their presence. However, at this moment, Sasuke's heart brimmed with uncertainty. It is essential to note that within this vast realm of shinobi, apart from the 5 great ninja villages, there exist 5 great nations overseeing them: the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of water, the land of lightning, and the land of earth. Yet, although these nations flourish, their highest leaders are not necessarily the most powerful individuals in their respective lands. Nor are they the Kage of the 5 ninja villages, but rather ordinary people of noble lineage, possessing titles devoid of true strength. One might argue that they wield power and thus require no mastery of ninjutsu for self-improvement. One could say they control the nation and Appo's economic lifeblood, withholding funding should one dissent, thereby stunting the growth of their ninja village. Perhaps it could be said that they have maintained such lofty positions since time immemorial, governing the world as they see fit. However, Sasuke is compelled to question the people of this world. Does it make sense that things have always been this way? By what right do they elevate themselves above others? By what right do they become absolute rulers in the ninja world, simply due to their noble bloodlines? By what right can they suppress the formidable leaders of the various ninja villages, rendering them powerless? This leaves Sasuke utterly perplexed. As a competent traveler of worlds, he carries deep within him the belief that emperors take turns ruling, and next year it shall be his family's turn. Titles of nobility are not inherent. Power can be acquired through the development of influence. Economic prosperity can be achieved by enhancing the livelihoods of the populace. Status can be secured through absolute strength. At this moment, in this wind-swept land, Sasuke cast his gaze upon the entirety of the shinobi world. The winds of change were stirring. He opened his current power panel, noting that the number of individuals under his command had risen from 2 to 15. Nevertheless, the core strength remained with Zabuza and Haku, while the others still had much to grow. Haku, upon your return, confer with Zabuza regarding the possibility of disseminating practical ninjutsu for civilian use within our territory, Sasuke instructed, turning to the respectful Haku standing behind him. Practical ninjutsu for civilians? Haku inquired, puzzled. Indeed, consider ninjutsu with moderate power, such as water techniques, modified for common folk. Their chakra levels may be limited, yet they could effectively irrigate fields. Wind techniques could be employed for grass cutting, and fire techniques for land clearing. It is not the magnitude of power that matters, but rather the adaptability and utility that can significantly enhance productivity. Haku, contemplating, stroked his chin. I believe I understand. Lord Sasuke, once I return, I shall discuss your ideas with Lord Zabuza and will reach out to you thereafter. His gaze towards Sasuke was laden with complexity. For in the world of shinobi, ninjutsu is a treasured rarity, and commoners have no access to its teachings. Though they possess chakra, they lack the means to refine it, nor the pathways to learn and utilize ninjutsu, leading their lives in a state of oblivion. Yet, here was Sasuke, willing to extend the reach of ninjutsu. Although it was merely a beginning within his territory, it marked a groundbreaking endeavor unprecedented in history. In this world, which is both open and conservatively rigid, such an initiative appeared discordant. However, Haku harbored no doubt regarding Sasuke's vision, for he recognized that Sasuke was a being of profound insight. Despite his youth, his thoughts surpassed those of his peers in maturity. Haku's sole duty, as Sasuke's most loyal blade, was to unconditionally execute the tasks assigned by him. Observing Haku's reaction, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction, discussing the general direction for the future before parting ways. Until we meet again, Lord Sasuke, I shall diligently fulfill your instructions. Haku's eyes sparkled with determination and respect. In their preceding conversation, Sasuke had shared numerous unique perspectives, refreshing Haku's understanding significantly. It must be said that Sasuke's thoughts were somewhat ahead of their time, leaving even Haku momentarily overwhelmed. Fortunately, this was not a concern. Even without complete comprehension, Haku diligently recorded many of Sasuke's insights, assured that he would eventually grasp their significance upon revisiting them. Thank you for your efforts. Sasuke did not prolong their farewell, simply bidding Haku adieu before turning homeward, eager to indulge in a well-deserved rest. Hey, Sasuke, finally found you. Come look at this. Just a few steps into his journey, Naruto emerged unexpectedly, shouting towards Sasuke. With leaves stuck in his hair and his garments in disarray, his weary face was alight with excitement, rendering Sasuke momentarily speechless at Naruto's appearance. "What is it that you wish to show me?" Sasuke asked, scrutinizing Naruto's disheveled state. "Let me guess. You want to show me a bird's nest you just retrieved from a tree?" It was not unreasonable for Sasuke to think this. Given Naruto's current appearance could easily suggest he had just returned from a wilderness survival show, his disarray was overwhelming. "Not at all, Sasuke. I've finally mastered that scroll you gave me," Naruto retorted, exasperated. "What are you thinking? And even if I did find a bird's nest, I would consume it myself without inviting you." Chapter 42. I once believed that I, Naruto, was invincible in this world. "Who is this partner of yours?" "Humph. Even if you share your food with me, I wouldn't care." Sasuke, with an air of pride, turned his face away. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, exuding an extraordinary excitement. With a beaming smile, he grasped Sasuke's hand and hurried towards a nearby open space. This clearing was devoid of any obstacles, offering an expansive view, as if it were a stage crafted just for them. "Sasuke, open your eyes wide and watch carefully," Naruto proclaimed with great pride, swiftly forming hand signs as his chakra surged like a tidal wave within him. He inhaled deeply, then suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a powerful gust of wind that howled ferociously. The whirlwind grew larger, ultimately transforming into a colossal storm, its ferocity seemingly capable of tearing apart the very ground beneath them. Sasuke's jaw dropped in astonishment. The spectacle before him was utterly breathtaking. He had never envisioned that Naruto could wield such a formidable ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto beamed at Sasuke, his eyes glinting with confidence and pride. "How about that, Sasuke? By now, you should recognize my prowess. This is the wind release. Great breakthrough that I just learned. Are you scared?" Naruto said, slightly provocatively. Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto's sudden leap in strength, pondering, how could Naruto progress so rapidly? Not only that, but the amount of chakra he had summoned was astonishing, far beyond his usual capacity, emanating a chilling and eerie aura. Suddenly, a realization struck Sasuke. He activated his Sharingan, his gaze piercing towards Naruto's abdomen. As expected, through his Sharingan, Sasuke discerned that Naruto's body contained a portion of crimson chakra. This chakra was evidently not of Naruto's own making. It was a result of his prior overexertion and training, which had nearly depleted his chakra, leading him to unconsciously absorb and transform the chakra leaked from the Nine Tails. Sasuke was incredulous at how swiftly Naruto had come into contact with the chakra of the Nine Tails. It was well known that even for exceptional Jinchuriki, mastering such potent and volatile power was no small feat. Observing Naruto before him, Sasuke contemplated. "It seems Naruto's growth has far surpassed my expectations. I didn't anticipate that a mere action of mine would trigger such a transformation in him. It appears I must prioritize awakening my Mangekyou Sharingan." At the same time, Sasuke resolved to expedite his progress in unlocking the Mangekyou Sharingan. He understood that in the face of increasingly formidable foes and challenges, only through constant enhancement of his abilities could he safeguard himself and those dear to him. Thus, Sasuke silently vowed to pursue greater strength at any cost to confront the potential crises that might arise in the future. After all, if he did not awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan, he would be unable to provide Naruto with a layer of protection against the tailed beasts. Beep. Detected that Naruto has successfully mastered wind release. Great breakthrough. Congratulations. You have successfully mastered the ninjutsu, wind release. Great breakthrough. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in Sasuke's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch upward. He thought to himself, "I nearly forgot about this. Naruto, it's not my fault for raining on your parade. You learning it means I have, too." At this moment, Naruto remained oblivious, striking a cool pose, even crossing his arms and gazing at Sasuke, completely forgetting how he had previously been overshadowed. "You may not stand a chance against me now, Sasuke." In that instant, he felt like a towering giant. Sasuke, observing Naruto's haughty demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. "Isn't this a new ninjutsu you just learned? Too bad you seem to have forgotten that this scroll was given to you by me. If that's the case, then it's not surprising that I can perform this ninjutsu as well, right?" "What? What do you mean?" Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in disbelief. "No way. How could you also master this ninjutsu? It was supposed to be something only I could do among the three of us." He found it hard to comprehend that Sasuke, too, understood this technique. After all, he had dedicated a significant amount of time studying and practicing the scroll Sasuke provided. And only through relentless effort had he finally grasped its intricacies. Now, to hear Sasuke casually declare his mastery of the same ninjutsu left him utterly astounded. Moreover, Naruto was puzzled. Could Sasuke possess wind chakra? He had never seen him utilize any wind-related ninjutsu before. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, Sasuke's lips curled into a sly smile. In an instant, he formed hand signs, unleashing an incredibly powerful and terrifying wind pressure that erupted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a tempest roared forth, scattering sand and stones, as the previously smooth ground was violently torn apart, creating a scene of utter chaos. Naruto's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. What was transpiring before him was beyond imagination. The strength Sasuke displayed left him speechless. He had confidently believed that the power he wielded was already impressive, but unexpectedly, Sasuke surpassed him. Moreover, it appeared that Sasuke's command of this ninjutsu was not in the least inferior to his own. How infuriating! Who truly learned this ninjutsu first? After painstakingly mastering this powerful technique, was he to be denied even a moment of pride? To strike me down so mercilessly? Do you know what this means for me? Naruto, a young Chuunin fresh from the Ninja Academy? It feels like a nightmare, inflicting immense psychological trauma upon me. This is simply too much. Sasuke, you insufferable brat. You owe me several bowls of Ichiraku ramen to compensate for my emotional distress. No, several bowls won't suffice. At least a dozen will be required to soothe my wounded spirit. Naruto inwardly cursed, yet at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Indeed, only someone like Sasuke deserves to be my rival. Otherwise, it would be too dull and devoid of challenge. At this moment, Naruto's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards the formidable Sasuke before him. On the other, he was exhilarated to finally encounter a worthy adversary, igniting a fervor to catch up. This paradoxical mindset filled Naruto with both tension and anticipation. He realized that the path to surpassing Sasuke would be fraught with difficulty, yet he welcomed the challenge with unwavering resolve. Just you wait, Sasuke. I will definitely surpass you. Humph, Naruto declared, tossing his head back defiantly. Chapter 43. Sakura's stubbornness and Sasuke's perpetual motion theory. Amidst laughter and playful banter, Naruto and Sasuke gradually completed their rest. Subsequently, they brought along Sakura, who had also been training nearby, and the three of them set off towards the Kazuna household for a moment of respite. Along the way, upon learning of Naruto's progress, Sakura could hardly conceal her astonishment. How could Naruto master the complex wind release? Great breakthrough technique so swiftly. Is this truly the Naruto I know? Sakura marveled. It is worth noting that Naruto's talent in ninjutsu had always been at the bottom during their school days, struggling even with the simplest of techniques like the body flicker technique. This was one of the reasons behind Naruto's reputation for being the underdog. Although this was partly due to the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, this was something Sakura and the others were unaware of. Thus, in their eyes, Naruto's aptitude appeared to be mediocre, a sentiment even Naruto shared. Yet, this very Naruto was now capable of grasping a jutsu of such caliber so quickly. How could that not be astonishing? Could it be that he transformed completely after graduating from school? Naruto, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed his nose, surprised by Sakura's rare praise, which made him feel somewhat shy. However, he quickly regained his confidence and replied, "Hey, I am determined to surpass all the Hokages of past generations. It's only natural for me to achieve this." You still radiate that same boundless energy. Sasuke, who was starting to feel drowsy, glanced at the now rejuvenated Naruto and couldn't help but scoff. What a freak, he thought to himself. Indeed, with the combination of Sage Mode and being a Jinchuriki, Naruto's recovery abilities were nothing short of monstrous. However, unlike Sasuke's silent mockery, beneath Naruto's seemingly carefree exterior lay a profound gratitude towards Sasuke, a sentiment Sasuke had yet to perceive, though he felt a peculiar gaze from Naruto. After all, Naruto had once perused the Forbidden Scroll and understood the intricacies involved in mastering ninjutsu. The Forbidden Scroll, safeguarded by the Hokage Savior, contained a plethora of forbidden techniques, making it both highly valuable and exceedingly difficult to comprehend. It was from this scroll that Naruto learned his shadow clone technique. Thus, it was clear that Naruto's innate talent was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, the distinction between having considerable talent and receiving Sasuke's scroll assistance was a separate matter altogether. To Naruto, the scroll Sasuke had provided represented a significant investment of effort. He was acutely aware of the daunting challenges posed by learning most ninjutsu, and in his eyes, without Sasuke's scroll, swiftly comprehending wind release, great breakthrough was nothing less than a fanciful dream. This gratitude lay quietly within the depths of Naruto's heart, unbeknownst to Sasuke. Yet, amidst the joy of one, there was sorrow for another. While Sakura envied Naruto's swift learning, a wave of bitterness and anxiety surged within her. Observing Naruto's adeptness with the practical wind release, great breakthrough, while she had only just embarked on mastering the sage art technique Sasuke had given her, left her feeling disheartened. How could she not feel dejected by such a disparity? Was it truly due to her lack of talent that she could not compare with Naruto? She couldn't help but ponder. Although the difficulty of the sage art far surpassed Naruto's C-rank technique, the inherent tendency for comparison among individuals remained unavoidable, regardless of their close relationships. Thus, after Sasuke and the others returned to rest, deep into the night, Sasuke was suddenly alerted by a faint rustling sound, as if someone were quietly slipping out. Initially, he assumed it was Kakashi-sensei and gave it little thought, as it was not uncommon for Kakashi to attend to personal matters late at night. As a student, he deemed it best to mind his own business. Soon after, he fell into a deep slumber once more. However, just as he was drifting off, a sharp notification sound jolted him awake. Ding! Sakura Haruno has successfully mastered the advanced medical ninjutsu, Sage Art. Congratulations! You have received learning feedback and acquired the ninjutsu, Sage Art. Wonderful! Sasuke's initially drowsy eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity and vigor. The notification that appeared was about mastering the advanced medical ninjutsu, Sage Art. This remarkable technique not only had the potential to save oneself or others from the brink of death during fierce battles, but also demanded exceptional chakra control. It was a technique that enhanced the healing capabilities of wounds and ailments, effectively treating not just external injuries, but internal diseases as well. However, it required precise chakra control tailored to the patient's condition. Excessive chakra output could disrupt the patient's internal circulatory system, leading to unconsciousness. Thus, in the entire ninja world, the number of individuals capable of mastering this technique was exceedingly rare when compared to the total number of ninjas. Sasuke's excitement stemmed not merely from the potential boost to his combat abilities that Sage Art could offer, but rather from the assurance it provided as a backup, significantly increasing his margin for error in battle. After all, no one could guarantee they would remain unscathed. Unlike Naruto, Sasuke was acutely aware that he did not possess such extraordinary vitality and recovery capabilities. Therefore, should he sustain severe injuries without the means for timely recovery, the consequences could be dire. Now, with Sage Art as his safety net, Sasuke felt an unprecedented sense of security. For regardless of the challenges faced, as long as he had sufficient chakra to employ Sage Art for healing, he need not worry about his life, allowing him to continue fighting indefinitely, like an inexhaustible source of energy, a perpetual motion machine. With this thought, Sasuke's heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Another ace up his sleeve. This advantage would provide him with enhanced protection as he pursued higher realms of growth and confronted unknown crises in the future. How could he not be exhilarated? Especially during intense battles. When neither party was injured, both were able to fight at full capacity. However, when they were both wounded, while one might be groaning in pain, Sasuke could be seen, without any scruples, healing himself and returning to form. How infuriating! This was precisely why Sasuke felt such elation. Then, as Sasuke calmed down from his excitement, he gazed out at the round moon outside and was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Sakura had been gone for quite some time. Considering the Sage Art, the late hour, and the earlier rustling sounds he had heard before dozing off, there was no one else it could be but Sakura. The person who had just departed was not Kakashi-sensei, as Sasuke had initially thought, but rather Sakura, who was seizing the opportunity while her companions rested to engage in intense training to swiftly master the Sage Art scroll Sasuke had entrusted to her. This time, she was determined not to lag behind. One must admit, the tenacity Sakura displayed in this endeavor was nothing short of remarkable. Who could have imagined that Naruto, who was so lively and full of energy during the day, was now utterly fatigued, sleeping like a log, likely unable to be roused. However, much like Naruto, Sakura, who had also endured an entire day of arduous training, astonishingly managed to suppress her physical fatigue and resolutely stepped out of the door to continue her practice. This truly left Sasuke in awe. Deep within his heart, Sasuke's perception of Sakura began to shift, not merely because she had taught him to master sage techniques. In Sasuke's eyes, Sakura's proficiency in sage techniques was an inevitable outcome. However, her relentless dedication to learning reflected an attitude that was decidedly different from that of an ordinary person. It seemed that in the original narrative, Sakura had always been committed to keeping pace with both of them. Should she indeed succeed in walking alongside them this time, it would surely be a delightful turn of events, Sasuke mused. Chapter 44. Sasuke's cold 4 billion savings. On the morning of the following day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Sakura's slightly haggard visage. Her eyes revealed a trace of exhaustion, as if she had endured a protracted battle the previous night. Indeed, after a night of arduous training, her experience bore little difference from that of combat. Sasuke gazed silently at Sakura, observing the undeniable fatigue that cloaked her, and an inexplicable pang of sympathy surged within him. It seemed that none wished to be left behind. In the ensuing days, everyone continued to train diligently according to their established regimen. They immersed themselves fully, unwavering in their resolve, each yearning to enhance their abilities during this rare, uninterrupted period. Despite Sasuke not triggering any significant rewards during this time, he did acquire some trivial items, such as military rations and bandages. Yet, this continuous accumulation and consolidation allowed Sasuke to gradually acclimate to an environment demanding exceptional combat prowess. Through daily, grueling training, not only did Sasuke experience substantial improvement in his physical capabilities and mastery of taijutsu, but he also became increasingly adept at various ninjutsu techniques. More importantly, he developed a stronger capacity to respond to complex and ever-changing situations, enabling him to make swift, accurate judgments and take effective action. This quality is among the most vital for a ninja. As time passed swiftly, the days turned into nights, and soon they approached the end of their second week in the Land of Waves. At this moment, Sasuke had undergone a remarkable transformation, radiating a newfound vitality. He understood that only through relentless effort could he truly navigate this cruel, yet beautiful world and protect those he cherished. Consequently, he had reached a point where he could effortlessly wield the ninjutsu he had mastered. During this period, the situation had calmed somewhat due to Sasuke's previous victory over Zabuza and his associates, allowing Kazuna and others, who had once been on edge, to gradually relax and focus on the construction of the bridge without fear of interference from Kato and his ilk. It seemed that those individuals had been sufficiently intimidated by Sasuke to refrain from obstructing the bridge-building efforts in the Land of Waves. Curiously, even Kato remained silent and inactive. Kazuna harbored some doubts internally, yet after some contemplation, he attributed the credit for their current peace to Sasuke's triumph over Zabuza and his gang. Kato, a notorious figure who straddled both the criminal and legitimate worlds, was a terrifying presence to ordinary people, particularly after Kato publicly executed Kaisha, which had stripped the citizens of the Land of Waves of their courage to resist. Thus, the populace felt immensely relieved that Kato had not returned to thwart their bridge construction. Little did they know, the powerful Kato had already stepped into a fate of destruction, a consequence of provoking forces beyond their reckoning. Sasuke was acutely aware of Kato's predicament, yet he chose not to disclose it, as it was indeed intertwined with his own affairs. He preferred to maintain a low profile, knowing that Kato's demise was imminent. He mused, "You may rejoice in Kato's silence. Should he dare to speak, matters would take a supernatural turn, for Kato likely finds himself in a dire state." It was worth noting that from the moment they arrived, Sasuke had meticulously orchestrated Zabuza and his group to deal with Kato thoroughly. Moreover, the remnants of Kato's influence had largely been dismantled and subdued by Zabuza, rendering them incapable of hindering Kazuna's bridge project. Furthermore, throughout this series of events, Kato's immense wealth served as a continuous stream of resources, invigorating Sasuke and his team's growth. For Sasuke personally, the most significant and tangible benefit was that the days of financial struggle were now a distant memory. He could now freely invite Naruto to savor delicious Ichiraku ramen, ordering as many bowls as he desired without any economic strain. Should Naruto prove to be ungrateful, he whimsically contemplated punishing him by forcing him to eat until he could no longer bear it. After absorbing Kato's power, the sum of wealth Sasuke possessed had reached an astonishing magnitude. It would not be an exaggeration to state that if he so wished, he could effortlessly purchase a small nation. This illustrates the extent of Kato's opulence. Such a malevolent individual amassed unimaginable wealth solely through monopolistic means, and the speed at which he accumulated riches was truly astonishing. However, as the adage goes, good and evil eventually reap their rewards, and the wheel of fate turns. No matter how wicked one may be, they ultimately cannot evade the judgment of destiny. The once feared criminal empire was easily reduced to ashes in Sasuke's hands, leaving behind a treasure trove that he could claim without hesitation. Sasuke expressed gratitude for the bounty of nature, reflecting, "A horse cannot prosper without grazing at night, just as a person cannot become wealthy without unexpected gains." Thus, having acquired this windfall, how could he possibly refuse? Consequently, the young Sasuke achieved financial independence early on, facing the bittersweet dilemma of wealth. Beholding his cold, 4 billion Ryo fortune, Sasuke remained composed, affirming, "As long as it suffices, personal strength is paramount." Without the formidable power he now possessed, defeating formidable foes like Zabuza would be improbable, and he risked suffering dire consequences in the fierce battles that lay ahead. Nevertheless, while the system's rewards contributed to his success, it ultimately hinged on his own formidable skills to translate those rewards into reality. Only through possessing immense strength could he cultivate a growing advantage akin to a snowball effect. This understanding drove Sasuke to remain vigilant and steadfast in his pursuit, fully aware that the challenges he faced now paled in comparison to those that awaited him in the future. For him, the true trials had yet to arrive, and this was no time to indulge in complacency. Chapter 45. The day Uchiha Sasuke, faced such social death. Before long, under the protection of Sasuke and his comrades, the Grand Bridge in the Land of Waves was finally completed. This magnificent structure resembled a colossal dragon stretching across the sea, tightly connecting the island nation of the Land of Waves to the outside world, thereby completely shattering the nefarious schemes of those who sought to control its fate through monopoly. Although during the construction of this bridge, they had not suffered any further harassment or attacks from Kato and his gang, each of them understood the underlying reasons. They were well aware that without Sasuke's brave stand and their relentless struggle, the bridge would never have been constructed so effortlessly. It could be said that it was Sasuke and his companions who forged this pathway to hope in the future with their strength and courage. Prior to this, they had attempted to build the bridge multiple times, but each endeavor ended in failure, with no success in sight. Factors included Kato's interference and numerous external disturbances. In short, they all failed. Each of these unsuccessful attempts significantly undermined their confidence and motivation, leading them to feel increasingly despondent, even believing that constructing this bridge was an impossible task. Thus, the successful completion of the bridge was immensely cherished by them. After all, this achievement was hard-won. Every participant knew the endless hardships and efforts that lay behind it. It could be said that it was thanks to Sasuke and his comrades that the bridge was successfully completed. By the way, it seems the name of this magnificent bridge has yet to be finalized, right? Kazuna asked thoughtfully. The name, indeed, seems to be undecided. Someone beside him echoed. The process of constructing this bridge was fraught with difficulties, but fortunately, with the unwavering support of Sasuke and his companions, we were able to complete this arduous task smoothly. Kazuna gazed with deep emotion at the immense bridge standing over the river, his gaze lingering on Sasuke, who stood on the bridge with his arms crossed, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Why not name this bridge Sasuke Bridge to commemorate the contributions of Sasuke and express profound respect and gratitude towards him? Wow, what a brilliant idea. The people around him unanimously agreed. Shall we ask Lord Sasuke for his opinion? If he has no objections, then let us settle on it. However, at that moment, Sasuke's ears perked slightly, as if he had caught an unusual sound. It seemed he had heard something inappropriate. Sasuke Bridge. Immediately, an indescribable sense of embarrassment and shame surged within him. The name of this bridge was simply too mortifying. That name was just too humiliating. Oh dear. It felt like a nightmarish scene of social death. He inwardly lamented. What on earth is this? Why must my name be used to name this bridge? And it's being proposed in front of so many people. What am I to do now? Nearby, Naruto, upon hearing the name, felt a rush of excitement, yet simultaneously harbored a strange sensation. I feel as though I am living in his shadow. Ding. Host's rebellious nature detected. System successfully activated. No way, no way. I have a bad feeling about this activation timing. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss, a chill running down his spine. He felt that the system activating at this moment was certainly not with good intentions. As expected, the subsequent system prompt sent Sasuke's heart into turmoil. 1. Choose to name the bridge spanning from the land of waves to the opposite shore after the host. It shall remain unchanged, and I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall be renowned far and wide, receiving the reward. Unlocking the left eye of the Mangekyou Sharingan. 2. Choose to propose a new name to replace your own name as the bridge's designation, avoiding social death, and become a sage of survival. Receiving the reward. 8 gates of Doujinja compatible body technique. First gate. Open gate, Lotus Blossom. Oh no, system, you have gone too far. Sasuke silently lamented, originally intending to express his dissatisfaction and protest to have the bridge renamed. Must this bridge truly bear such an odd name? That would be utterly ridiculous. It would be better to continue calling it Naruto Bridge. Sasuke felt utterly helpless. He would rather refer to the bridge as Naruto Bridge, as he was accustomed to that name, and it did not make him feel awkward. The new name was simply too difficult for him to accept. Sasuke couldn't help but feel regret. Why did I foolishly wake up early to see the sea? Couldn't I have slept at home until noon and come here after they had named it? How careless of me. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Leaving a mark on this world with a bridge named after himself was a good thing, but it was truly peculiar. He could not accept it. And was it truly my rebellious nature, Uchiha Sasuke, or was it yours, system? Knowing that this name would lead me to such social death, I can't help but feel that you, system, are more rebellious. And what else with the left eye of the Mangekyou Sharingan? Isn't the Sharingan a pair? Only giving one. Who do you look down upon? That is incredibly stingy. Who do you think you're better than? Look, the 8 gates of Doujinja compatible body technique is so great. Should I choose the first option? Who would select such a mortifying option? Would you? I would. Of course. I, Sasuke, would choose the left eye of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke declared, you have provoked me, but you have provoked a cotton ball. How frustrating. But I must maintain a smile. How infuriating. I feel as though I've been set up. Sasuke was so enraged that he felt he could hardly breathe. Yet he had given far too much. And still, it was rather appealing. Heart-wrenching. JPG. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing your choice. Reward. Unlocking the left eye of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Splendid. From now on, we can advance across the bridge walked by Lord Sasuke. Their excitement was palpable, as if they could see a beautiful future unfolding before them. Lord Sasuke would undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja, as long as he was present. Who would dare to belittle or bully us? Some spoke with admiration and trust towards Lord Sasuke. Perhaps they were members of the Hawk organization. However, amidst the fervent cheers, Sasuke unconsciously quickened his pace to leave. Run, run. This is too mortifying. Thus, amidst the echoes of laughter and joy, Team 7 departed from the land of waves, accomplishing their mission. Chapter 46. Sasuke, with his aggressive gaze, and Naruto, eager to prove himself as the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Naruto stretched languidly and rose from his bed. It had been several days since their return from the land of waves on a mission. Rubbing his eyes, he ambled to the bathroom to freshen up. After a thorough grooming, he energetically opened the door, ready to venture out. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a familiar silhouette down the street, Sakura. She was walking with a light step, unhurriedly making her way forward. A surge of joy filled Naruto, and he couldn't help but dance with excitement, raising his voice in a melodious greeting. Good morning, Sakura-chan. However, at that moment, another figure entered Naruto's line of sight. It was Sasuke. With his hands tucked into his pockets and an expression devoid of emotion, Sasuke approached. The radiant smile on Naruto's face abruptly froze, replaced by a hint of awkwardness and trepidation, as if he were facing an imminent threat. Sasuke seemed to sense Naruto and Appo's discomfort but chose silence, casting a fleeting glance at Naruto, his lips twitching slightly, as if expressing exasperation at the unforeseen turn of events. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Sasuke remarked, "What's the matter? Do I, Uchiha Sasuke, hold some grudge against you? Why do you always look at me with such a complex expression?" Sakura, unable to contain her curiosity and dissatisfaction, inwardly grumbled, "I just don't understand. Ever since we returned from that place called the Land of Waves, Naruto has been acting strangely. He keeps staring at Sasuke with a bizarre expression that makes everyone feel uncomfortable. Something feels off, but I can't quite pinpoint what it is." As she pondered, her brow furrowed, revealing a glimmer of concern. After all, Naruto and Sasuke had seemed to get along well, but recently, Their rapport appeared to have soured. This unusual situation left Sakura bewildered, even worried that a conflict or misunderstanding had arisen between them. Meanwhile, Naruto's thoughts were tumultuous. Ever since the formation of Team 7, he felt that during every mission, Sasuke not only had the upper hand but also left him indebted. What sort of situation was this? Was it merely because Sasuke was a tad stronger than him, or was there some undisclosed reason lurking beneath the surface? Regardless, this sentiment was profoundly unsettling. Thus, every time, Naruto would internally scream, "I cannot lose again." This time would be no exception. Yet, each attempt only led him back to square one, increasing the debt he owed Sasuke. It felt like an endless cycle, a burden he could never repay. Sasuke, hands still in his pockets, cast a glance at the ever-watchful Naruto, and he speculated on Naruto's thoughts. He could somewhat discern what schemes were brewing in Naruto's mind. This guy was always eager to prove himself, yet his impatience often led to blunders. The consequences of such eagerness were predictably troublesome. With Sasuke's superior abilities, he naturally became the safety net. Cleaning up the messes that Naruto created, once or twice was manageable, but as it happened more frequently, Naruto's embarrassment morphed into frustration directed at himself, and consequently, he began to view Sasuke with increasing disdain. Each time Sasuke heroically stepped in to save the day, it felt to Sakura like a romantic fantasy, causing her heart to race with excitement. In stark contrast, Naruto had always regarded Sasuke as a rival of equal standing. This mindset drove Naruto to strive relentlessly to surpass himself, refusing to rely on Sasuke to bail him out or to feel helpless in the face of adversity. This predicament was intolerable. He yearned to overcome challenges through his own strength, to validate his worth and capabilities. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued. The more he labored, the more he found himself in situations requiring Sasuke's assistance. Each time this occurred, Sasuke had no choice but to step forward, helping Naruto extricate himself from troublesome dilemmas. However, Naruto never felt gratitude or satisfaction from being rescued. Rather, he silently competed against his own failures, vowing to perform better next time, never wanting to burden Sasuke again. Yet, when the next opportunity to prove himself arose, his previous failures loomed large, driving him to desperately seek validation, only to find himself ensnared in a more significant predicament, necessitating Sasuke's help once again. This relentless cycle left Naruto seemingly trapped, perpetually succumbing to his own stubbornness, leading to chaos that Sasuke would inevitably resolve. This could not continue. Naruto glared at Sasuke, gritting his teeth, feeling utterly powerless. After all, it was undeniable that Sasuke had aided him, but as a man striving to surpass Sasuke, how could he continually rely on him? Especially since, in Naruto's eyes, Sasuke was an insufferably arrogant figure. Every time he extended a helping hand, his concerned words felt like mocking taunts, further straining Naruto's composure. Sasuke, turning away, chose to disregard Naruto's brooding nature. At this moment, any words he could utter would only serve as mockery, so he opted for silence. The casualness of his hands in his pockets was a habit he could not shake. The team dynamics had become rather strained lately. It felt somewhat disjointed. Kakashi, often preoccupied with studying the purple lightning scroll Sasuke had given him, had recently begun arriving on time, a stark contrast to his habitual tardiness. Each day he appeared punctually, as if transformed. Yet, Kakashi felt an undeniable sense of helplessness. Leading this team was no easy feat. He did not wish to become the teacher reliant on his students for protection, yet he found himself compelled to step up. The carefree, leisurely days of the past were but a memory, leaving Kakashi in a bittersweet state of longing. Indeed, Kakashi had a point. It was all Sasuke's fault for constantly seeking the spotlight. Naruto nodded vigorously, clenching his fists in determination. Sasuke paused momentarily, glancing back with a smirk. "Idiot. That should be you, not me." He turned fully, opening his eyes slowly. "If you wish to stop owing me favors, there is only one solution. Become stronger than me." Confronted by Sasuke's aggressive gaze, Naruto's restless spirit quieted in an instant, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. The pressure emanating from Sasuke made him hesitant to act foolishly, simultaneously intensifying his desire to grow stronger. Chapter 47. The Flustered Naruto and the Secret Techniques of Orochimaru. All right, Sasuke, don't frighten Naruto," Kakashi said with a resigned expression as he patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel internally at Sasuke. Despite his youth, there emanated a formidable aura from him that was overwhelmingly oppressive. It was hard to fathom the kind of impact Sasuke would have once he fully matured. Would he remain as intimidating as he is now, or would he become even more terrifying? Kakashi felt a surge of curiosity and found it exceedingly interesting, eagerly anticipating the future of his pupil. Humph, Kakashi-sensei, you clearly favor Sasuke. Naruto thought to himself, realizing he had momentarily felt intimidated by Sasuke's chilling gaze. Even someone as carefree as him found it difficult to cope with the sheer lethality in Sasuke's eyes. His heart raced like a drum, as though it might leap from his throat. However, Naruto was not one to concede easily. His boisterous personality concealed an indomitable spirit. The more he faced adversity, the more resolute he became, especially when compared to Sasuke, and he was unwilling to back down. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and feigned indifference. At that moment, Sakura entered to diffuse the tension. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, what was that important matter you mentioned earlier? While trying to ease the atmosphere, Sakura was also curious about what significant news could prompt their usually laid-back teacher to suddenly remind them. Kakashi smacked his forehead, feigning sudden realization, and apologized. I'm so sorry. I almost forgot. It's nothing urgent, really. I've already registered all of you for the Chuunin selection exam, and it's a full recommendation. Wow. No way. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. They had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, and yet Kakashi-sensei had recommended them for the Chuunin exam. This was utterly unexpected. Although he had once dreamed of participating in the Chuunin exam, he never anticipated such an opportunity would arise so swiftly. Thus, Kakashi's words struck him like thunder, filling him with immense shock and anxiety. What should he do? He was about to become a Chuunin. Wasn't that too fast? Sasuke couldn't help but admire Naruto's inexplicable confidence. Meanwhile, Sakura was equally flabbergasted, feeling unprepared to face such a challenge as the Chuunin exam. Kakashi-sensei, didn't we just become Genin? I thought the Chuunin exam was typically for those who have honed their skills as Genin for a while. Isn't it a bit too early for us? Sakura expressed her concerns, likening Kakashi's announcement to being abruptly summoned to a battlefield with a gun in hand. In either scenario, it implied facing potential harm, even brutal combat. While the Chuunin exam might present a slightly lesser threat to life, it still required utmost caution. After all, every battle harbored countless uncertainties and dangers, especially for them, who had just emerged from the harrowing battle in the Land of Waves. It felt as though they had just stepped out of hell only to find themselves ensnared in a devil's swamp. After finally catching their breath, they were now being thrust back into the fray, leaving Sakura with a sense of helpless urgency. This entire situation was overwhelming for her, while it would accelerate her growth. It also left her gasping for air. Sasuke, too, found it surprising that the Chuunin exam was approaching so soon, and he felt a ripple of unease. It was crucial to note that this Chuunin exam was unlike any before, filled with unpredictable variables. Particularly, Orochimaru's long-planned scheme to destabilize Konoha was set to unfold during this exam. If everything progressed as intended, the operation might advance smoothly, indifferent to the actions of mere genin like themselves. After all, Orochimaru's primary target was his former mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the unexpected factor lay in Sasuke, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru had long coveted the power of the Sharingan, and at this stage, he was particularly keen on Sasuke's prowess. If he were to seize the opportunity, the consequences would be dire. Yet, that was the Sasuke of the past. If Orochimaru were to encounter the current Sasuke, the narrative could take an entirely different turn. Even though Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, the outcome of a confrontation with Sasuke remained uncertain and fraught with suspense. Whether he could continue executing his plan to overthrow the third Hokage after meeting Sasuke was a question still shrouded in mystery. The reason was simple. The Sasuke of the present was no mere plaything. Not only did he possess formidable strength sufficient to ensure his own safety, but the power residing within his left eye also granted him a decisive advantage over a foe like Orochimaru, whose susceptibility to Genjutsu was nearly absolute. Pray tell, Orochimaru, how do you intend to contend with my Mangekyou Sharingan? Sasuke thought defiantly. What do you have to counter my ocular prowess? I shall show you the true extent of my abilities. Suddenly, Sasuke seemed to realize the benevolent intentions of the system. My apologies, system. I shouldn't have blamed you. You truly are the most adorable system in the world. Though the system had put him in an awkward position, it had also bestowed upon him the power of the awakened Mangekyou Sharingan, permitting him to hold a balancing force against Orochimaru without deploying the full might of his Susanoo. While he might not be entirely outmatched in combat prowess, Orochimaru's unpredictable techniques posed a risk, necessitating the use of the ancestral secret, the Mangekyou Sharingan, for assuredness against Orochimaru. Chapter 48. Sasuke, who dares to harm Naruto? Generally speaking, it is true that you three have not been Chuunin for long. However, after this period of assessment, I believe you all possess the qualifications to participate in the Chuunin exam, and thus I have recommended you all. Kakashi casually brushed off the ash resting on his shoulder and addressed the trio. You need not worry excessively. For most, the Chuunin exam is merely a formality. Consider this examination as a trial to validate the results of your recent training. To validate my training results, Sasuke murmured, echoing Kakashi's words thoughtfully. It appears, just as Kakashi has articulated, that I currently lack an opportunity to truly assess my training achievements. After all, through this period of rigorous training and refinement, my strength has surged remarkably, astonishing even my usually stern and discerning sensei, Kakashi. My prowess is evident to my comrades, yet to other ninjas, we remain mere ordinary genin of Konoha. Consequently, we are deprived of high-level missions that could enhance our abilities. Instead, we are assigned tedious, low-level tasks devoid of excitement or challenge. It is apparent that these assignments offer little substantial aid, let alone the external motivation necessary for growth. Noticing Sasuke's contemplative expression, Kakashi couldn't help but shake his head slightly, silently lamenting the fate of the genin from various nations who would face such formidable opponents in this Chuunin exam. The challenges that these young ninjas are about to encounter are undoubtedly immense, and one can only speculate the impact that a powerhouse like Sasuke will have on the competition. With this thought, Kakashi sighed. I can only wish you the best of luck. Kakashi murmured softly, then turned to the three young ninjas. Speaking earnestly, the Chuunin exam is expected to take place in a week. During this upcoming week, we will not assign any missions. I hope you can utilize this time to prepare thoroughly, adjust your states, and strive to showcase your true abilities in the exam. He understood the significance of this examination for these young ninjas, as it pertains not only to personal honor, but also to their potential advancement to Chuunin and the responsibilities that accompany it. Therefore, he encouraged them to give their all, leaving no room for regret. Simultaneously, he believed that through this exam, they would undoubtedly attain growth and progress, as it would be their most opportune moment to validate their training outcomes. Is there truly no turning back? Naruto lamented, clutching his head in despair, expressing that he was genuinely unprepared mentally. In the past, Naruto would not have felt such anguish. Instead, he would have been immensely excited, viewing this as a splendid opportunity to prove himself. However, recently, Naruto had faced numerous setbacks at the hands of Sasuke, comparing his own abilities to Sasuke's, which instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. During this time, Naruto relentlessly devoted himself to arduous training to catch up to Sasuke's strength, and he had made remarkable progress, now firmly positioned among the top tier of genin. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to his own advancements, as the other genin were not on par with someone as exceptional as Sasuke. This misjudgment regarding the capabilities of his peers led to an incessant tide of anxiety washing over Naruto, leaving him in a state of distress. Sakura, too, found herself in a state of confusion, scratching her head. Although she had made significant strides recently, she felt she was still far from catching up to Sasuke and standing by his side in battle, which naturally caused her anxiety. It could be said that Sasuke's inadvertent display of his superiority had instilled a profound sense of pressure in his two companions. I must find an opportunity to undergo intensive training this week. By a remarkable coincidence, at that moment, both Naruto and Sakura simultaneously thought the same thing in their minds. Meanwhile, Kakashi continued his discourse, imparting crucial points that required their attention. His tone was serious and earnest, as if conveying vital information. After a lengthy discussion, Kakashi found an excuse to depart for an urgent meeting and politely took his leave. Whether it was true or not remained uncertain. Before leaving, he reminded them to prepare diligently and informed them that they could seek him out for guidance should any perplexing issues arise in the coming days. Once Kakashi had truly departed, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura conferred briefly before dispersing to commence their respective training plans. Each of them understood that they must exert their utmost efforts in the coming days to enhance their abilities. However, Sasuke felt little pressure regarding the Chuunin exam. After all, he was well informed about the opponents he would face. As a ninja, the disparity in information is the most formidable aspect, with such knowledge. Sasuke felt no need for anxiety about the challenges that awaited him. Moreover, while the new generation of ninjas was undeniably gifted and could be considered a golden generation of the ninja world, their youthful strength paled in comparison to Sasuke's terrifying prowess. Against him, they would be like eggs striking against a rock, shattering upon impact. It could be said that only Gaara, Lee, and Neji might provide Sasuke with some amusement. As for Naruto, he too could be considered. Although Sasuke was not particularly eager to face him, even if their recent interactions had been somewhat contentious. With his hands in his pockets, he shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts, and set off toward the bustling streets of Konoha to address his hunger. After all, a full stomach is essential for effective training. Additionally, he needed to take this time to contemplate how to structure his training regimen for the upcoming days. Is that Naruto's Chakra? After walking a short distance, Sasuke suddenly stopped, perplexed. He turned slightly, gazing toward a nearby alley where he sensed Naruto's chakra surging. What could have transpired? Sasuke wondered, considering that as ninjas, it is a fundamental principle to avoid using chakra indiscriminately, lest it disrupt the lives of ordinary people. At that moment, Naruto appeared to have violated this principle. Could he be in danger? Naruto, what on earth has happened there? Chapter 49, Overprotective of his wife? Naruto in shock at that moment, not far from where they stood. Naruto and Sakura, having just parted ways with Sasuke, unexpectedly encountered the playful trio of Konohamaru. It was undeniable that at this moment, Konohamaru exuded that mischievous energy typical of a rambunctious child, reminiscent of Naruto himself. Following their usual penchant for mischief, it was only natural that these two would provoke Sakura, who was poised to deliver a scolding. However, no one anticipated that as they frolicked forward, Konohamaru would suddenly collide with a peculiar man, his face smeared with a deep crimson paint. The impact was loud. With a startled cry, Konohamaru tumbled head over heels upon crashing into the man. Ouch! That hurt, he gasped, clutching his throbbing head, feeling stars dance before his eyes as he steadied himself on the cold, hard ground. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of two emotionless ninjas, their attire starkly different from the typical shinobi garb he was accustomed to. The colors and styles were foreign, exuding an exotic flair. An unsettling chill ran down Konohamaru's spine as he noticed their cold, unfeeling stares, which seemed to bore right through him. Who are you? He blurted out instinctively, his voice trembling with fear and caution. He had never encountered such individuals and was baffled by their presence. His heart raced, engulfed by an unprecedented tension. Suddenly, one of the men reached out, seizing Konohamaru by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. Hey, kid, you've really hurt me, he exclaimed, irritation lacing his tone. Let it go, don't cause trouble, remarked the woman beside him, glancing at the unfolding chaos with indifference. At that moment, Sakura, noticing the unexpected altercation, slowed her pursuit and found herself momentarily stunned. The fury that had once burned within her was doused like a flame extinguished by cold water. I'm truly sorry. This is all our fault, she spoke, her voice earnest. With others present, Sakura, ever the rational one, sought to de-escalate the situation, hoping they would release Konohamaru. Who are these people? Where did they come from? I've never seen them before. Sakura pondered, her curiosity piqued by their unusual attire, which clearly did not belong to the ninjas of their village. A sense of foreboding began to take root in her heart. Meanwhile, the man, clearly reveling in the opportunity for mischief, dismissed the situation. Don't worry about me, Temari. I just want to have some fun before that chatty guy arrives. The newcomers were none other than Kankuro and Temari from the Sand Village. Fine, do as you wish, Temari replied, uninterested. With that, Kankuro hoisted Konohamaru high above his head, preparing to slam him down. Brother Naruto, save me, Konohamaru cried, sheer terror evident in his voice. You big bully, let him go. Naruto fumed, indignant that they would retaliate so violently for an accidental bump. Who do you think you are, just a mere leaf genin? How dare you provoke me? Kankuro sneered, glancing at Naruto's forehead protector. With a flick of his wrist, he sent solid chakra threads spiraling toward Naruto's ankles, intending to trip him. However, Kankuro had grossly underestimated Naruto's power. Through rigorous training, Naruto had grown far stronger than before. In an explosive display, he unleashed a surge of chakra that snapped the threads as they approached him. With a thunderous crash, Naruto surged forward like lightning, his fist aimed straight at Kankuro's face. Oh no! Kankaro's expression shifted to one of horror as he realized the magnitude of Naruto's chakra and speed, far beyond what he had anticipated. Caught off guard by Naruto's relentless assault, Kankuro barely had time to react. In a frantic attempt to evade, he released Konohamaru and leaped back, executing a series of flips to avoid Naruto's powerful strike. With a resounding thud, Naruto's fist collided with a sturdy tree, leaving a massive dent as if it had been struck by a battering ram. Kankuro, shaken, realized just how formidable a leaf genin had become. As Naruto prepared to retreat with the fallen Konohamaru, an unexpected event unfolded. A colossal hand, entirely composed of sand, materialized beneath him with alarming speed, swiftly encasing his ankles in an unyielding grip, rendering him immobile. "What is this?" Naruto exclaimed, panic rising within him as he struggled against the impenetrable force that held him captive. The sensation was overwhelming, as if he were ensnared by a 1,000-pound weight, rendering him powerless. The sandy hand began to close in, threatening to crush him completely. The gravity of his predicament weighed heavily on him, and in that moment, he felt a surge of dread. An unprecedented and intense sense of crisis surged within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. As this feeling of peril intensified, his temperature gradually rose, as if enveloped in a blazing inferno, rendering him unbearably hot. Yet, in that instant of extreme tension, the latent power within Naruto seemed to awaken. Stirring restlessly, a torrent of crimson chakra surged forth from his core, growing increasingly volatile, as though it might erupt at any moment. However, just at that critical juncture, a shadow darted by like lightning. Bang! With a resounding crash, the enormous sandy hand that had tightly encased Naruto shattered instantaneously. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Sasuke. With a gaze as sharp as ice, he exuded an overwhelming presence. His arrival was like a refreshing breeze, instantly dispelling Naruto's fear and unease. Gazing at Sasuke before him, Naruto was overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation of emotion and reassurance. "I'm sorry I'm late." Chapter 50. The killing intent from Sasuke. How wonderful. It's Sasuke-kun. Upon realizing that the approaching figure was indeed Sasuke, Sakura felt an immense weight lift from her heart. After all, standing before her was Sasuke, the embodiment of strength, stability, and reliability. Through the trials they had faced together, each member of Team 7 had developed a profound bond that subtly deepened over time. In the depths of Sakura's heart, Sasuke stood as an unassailable fortress. As long as he was by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. It was as if no matter the challenges or dangers they encountered, Sasuke could effortlessly resolve them and protect everyone completely. This unique faith had been cultivated through countless battles fought side by side, weathering the storms together, and it represented the strength of their mutual connection. At that moment, Sakura gazed at Sasuke with eyes brimming with trust and admiration. Meanwhile, Naruto, standing behind Sasuke, felt a surge of relief wash over him. Initially, he had hoped to catch the enemy off guard while they were underestimating him. However, he never anticipated that he himself would end up suffering due to his own complacency. Just moments ago, after successfully repelling Kankuro, he had quickly picked up the fallen Konohamaru and turned to make his escape. Yet, in that brief instant, his vigilance had waned. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of yellow sand rushed toward them, seemingly intent on engulfing them whole. Naruto barely had time to react before he found himself ensnared by the swirling sands. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, panic began to rise within Naruto. The sand came too swiftly, catching him utterly unprepared, leaving him with little means to resist. As defeat loomed, a fierce unwillingness surged within him. He gritted his teeth, struggling desperately to break free. But the sheer volume and density of the surrounding sand made every movement arduous. If this continued, it would surely lead to an outcome he could not bear to accept. Fortunately, just as despair threatened to take hold, Sasuke descended like a savior. With a force akin to thunder, he swiftly intervened, effortlessly resolving the harrowing crisis as if aided by divine intervention. Damn it, I let Sasuke save my life again. Naruto couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration, muttering to himself, why is it that I can never maintain my cool all the way through? I always falter at crucial moments and have to rely on Sasuke to bail me out. It's simply unreasonable. When will I achieve the same level of stable performance as Sasuke? His half-baked abilities rendered Naruto incapable of consistent execution, as unpredictability reigned supreme. However, amidst his regret, he also felt a profound sense of gratitude. Thank goodness for having a reliable partner like Sasuke to clean up his mess. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With that thought, he brushed the sand off his clothes and raised his gaze to the steadfast Sasuke standing before him. At that moment, an indescribable sense of safety surged within him, creating ripples in the depths of his heart. Never mind. This time I shall be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against Sasuke, Naruto silently reassured himself. Hey, are you alright, Naruto? Sasuke asked softly, his gaze quickly scanning the somewhat disheveled Naruto, causing him to furrow his brow. That strange sensation intensified. Could it be the nine tails within Naruto? Sasuke's eyes locked onto Naruto, who was tightly clutching the terrified Konohamaru, and he felt as though he could pierce through the boy's exterior to sense a deeply unsettling and chillingly malevolent chakra lurking within. Just moments before, that dark intent had nearly erupted forth. Sasuke's heart tightened as he contemplated. It seems the situation is far more dire than I imagined. If not handled properly, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. It was clear that intervention was necessary. Although only his left Sharingan was activated, it would still prove invaluable against tailed beasts. Were it not for Sasuke's timely intervention, Kankuro would have likely faced the wrath of the tailed beasts. After all, the Nine Tails despised Shikaku, and if he were to be overpowered by the latter, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the tailed beasts. Thus, it was understandable that Naruto was on the brink of losing control over his chakra. However, Sasuke would not permit the Nine Tails' malice to disrupt Naruto's chakra. This was precisely why he sought to intervene. Feeling a twinge of fear, Naruto replied to Sasuke, "I'm fine, really, but you need to be careful. The enemy we're facing is formidable." Seeing that Naruto was indeed unharmed, Sasuke felt a slight relief wash over him. He turned to gaze in the direction of a nearby tree that seemed devoid of life. "Hey, Sand User, how long do you plan to hide? Oh, you can sense my position? What keen insight." With the rustling of sand, a figure materialized atop the treetops, hanging upside down from the branch. The figure bore a large gourd of sand on its back, and the heavy dark circles under its eyes made Sasuke wonder if this individual might suddenly collapse. Gaara of the Sand, making his entrance. If I hadn't shown up, my comrades might have fallen victim to your treachery." Sasuke shot Gaara a cold glance, his smile devoid of warmth. To be frank, he held no fondness for Gaara at this time, despite the latter's eventual transformation into a more agreeable person. However, the scars of a troubled childhood left Gaara as a terrifying killing machine, uncontrollable and devoid of moral discernment, fueled only by volatility. At this moment, Gaara could easily be likened to a ticking time bomb. How could such a dangerous individual possibly earn Sasuke's favor? Especially since he had just attempted to attack Naruto and Sakura. It would be remiss of Sasuke not to teach this troublesome child a lesson. "I'm merely providing a lesson to these weaklings who cannot discern their own place. What will you do about it?" Gaara fixed his gaze on Sasuke, seeing him as the only one present worthy of an equal discourse. Furthermore, Gaara's newfound caution stemmed from Sasuke's recent display of power. "What will I do? Your intentions toward my comrades are clear, and now I intend to respond in kind." Sasuke's voice grew progressively colder as he retorted, his anger ignited by Gaara's condescending demeanor. Chapter 51. The opponent not only refuses to surrender, but also seeks to resist. As Sasuke spoke, the air in the surrounding space seemed to grow frigid in an instant. A chilling aura of murderous intent surged between Sasuke and Gaara, terrifying in its intensity, causing those nearby to shiver involuntarily and break out in goosebumps. What a fearsome killing intent. Temari was startled by Sasuke's overwhelming presence, trembling slightly. In that moment, Sasuke's appearance eerily reminded her of Gaara in a berserk state. Just moments ago, she had thought Sasuke rather handsome, but the stark contrast in his demeanor now sent chills down her spine. This was indeed Sasuke-kun. Sakura looked on in disbelief at Sasuke, who had always been gentle with them, now exuding such a frigid aura, as if he had emerged from the depths of a hellish battlefield, striking fear merely by his gaze. Yet, this disconcerting energy seemed to dissipate around Sakura and Naruto, not enveloping them in its ominous embrace. Nonetheless, it still instilled a sense of dread within them. What a terrifying aura emanated from Sasuke. Naruto swallowed hard, realizing for the first time how fearsome Sasuke could be if he were an enemy. Thankfully, Sasuke was on their side. Otherwise, the prospect of facing him would be utterly terrifying. He could not help but imagine himself in opposition to Sasuke, envisioning a standoff that sent a jolt of fear through him. No more thinking about it. He would never fight against his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto was resolute in his loyalty. At that moment, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Suddenly, with a faint sound, Sasuke moved with lightning speed, appearing behind Kankuro in the blink of an eye. What incredible speed! In that instant, Gaara's pupils contracted as a wall of sand rapidly formed behind Kankuro. The wall towered several meters high and was as thick as a fortress wall, exuding an impressive defensive capability that likely could withstand even the mightiest of ninja attacks, let alone harm Kankuro hidden behind it. Clearly, Gaara had anticipated Sasuke's actions. Kankuro was thoroughly protected by Gaara's sand, resembling an impregnable fortress, utterly secure. However, what gave you the audacity to attempt to use your puppets before me? When Sasuke uttered the words, an eye for an eye, Kankuro, for reasons unknown, made a provocative gesture that Sasuke found intolerable. Perhaps it was nervousness, or perhaps ignorance brought on by bravado. Regardless, in that moment, Kankuro reached for his puppet behind him. Was this not akin to drawing a firearm in front of a police officer? To Sasuke, this was nothing short of a provocation. Even the most basic understanding dictates that one should not threaten the law. Did Kankuro not grasp the gravity of his actions? Not only did he refuse to surrender, but he also sought to resist. Who granted you the courage to confront me, Uchiha Sasuke? Just a mere sand waterfall, Gaara? Since you have issued a challenge, your fate now rests in your own hands. With a fierce roar, Sasuke unleashed a powerful attack, shattering the sand wall Gaara had erected with a thunderous crash. The wall exploded, and in the same fluid motion, Sasuke spun and, utilizing the force of his momentum, lunged forward with a swift stride and grasped Kankuro's throat with a grip akin to an eagle's talon, lifting him effortlessly. What immense power! Kankuro felt a crushing force render him powerless, a suffocating sensation overwhelming his senses, leaving him unable to resist. An icy chill emanated from Sasuke's crimson eyes, causing Kankuro to tremble uncontrollably, devoid of any will to fight back. The three-tomo Sharingan activated. Sasuke cast a glance at Gaara, who wore an expression of shock. If you wish to keep your companion alive, do not move. Kankuro. Temari gasped, wanting to intervene, yet hesitated, concerned for Kankuro's safety. Even Gaara, known for his merciless demeanor, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. What kind of eyes are those? The radiance from the Sharingan emitted a cold, destructive glow. In an instant, Gaara felt as if he were confronting the monstrous entity within himself. This exhilarating sensation momentarily drove him to madness, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Monster. You are a monster. You are just like me. Sasuke scoffed. I am not like you, driven to madness by a mere-tailed beast. If we must speak of monsters, then it is Naruto behind me who harbors the true beast within. As for myself, I merely pay the price for a modicum of power. Sasuke sensed that as his Sharingan evolved, his chakra grew increasingly cold. After all, the Sharingan epitomizes the essence of darkness. Devoid of Ashura's chakra, he could not escape the impact on his demeanor. However, that was a concern for another day. In this moment, he sought only to unleash his frustrations. Surveying his surroundings, Sasuke noted that the sand ninja had ceased their movements, a development that left him feeling somewhat bored. Very well. He glanced at Kankuro, a cold smile gracing his lips, then swiftly struck down upon Kankuro's arm, the one that had reached for his puppet. Since you sought to attack me with this hand, I shall render it temporarily useless. With a resounding crack, Kankuro cried out in agony as Sasuke's powerful strike shattered his right arm. Nonetheless, Sasuke was mindful, under the medical standards of the ninja world, this injury would not be fatal, merely a lesson for Kankuro, who cherished his ability to manipulate chakra through his hands. Releasing his grip on Kankuro's throat, Sasuke transformed his hand into a fist and delivered a heavy blow to Kankuro's abdomen, sending him hurtling toward Gaara. With a thud, Kankuro fell unconscious, his eyes rolling back as he was propelled through the air. A flurry of sand enveloped Kankuro. It was Gaara who intervened, catching his unconscious comrade to prevent him from crashing to the ground and sustaining further injury. Remember my name, Uchiha Sasuke. Should you fail to open your eyes in the future, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Sasuke turned, disregarding the few remaining sand ninjas. Naruto, Sakura, and... You must be Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi, right? Let us depart. With that, he led the group away, leaving Gaara's murderous glare behind him as he strolled away with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 52. The dance king of Konoha, it is I who shall claim it. This individual truly embodies an extreme sense of self, departing with such effortless grace. The shinobi from Sunagakure trailing behind Sasuke gazed in astonishment at his retreating figure, unencumbered and resolute, their minds swirling with unspoken thoughts. It is essential to recognize that a ninja like Sasuke, who possesses the freedom to act independently and confidently, is a rarity indeed. Fundamentally, the other ninjas lack the self-assurance and strength that Sasuke exudes in commanding the situation. His audacity stems from an innate capability to overturn the table at will, coupled with an unshakable confidence that others dare not challenge, rather than mere stubbornness born from ignorance. Should an ordinary ninja mistakenly perceive the shinobi from Sunagakure as amiable and easy to approach, blindly imitating Sasuke's actions, the consequences would be dire. They could very well become a mere pile of bones in a desolate grave, with the wild grass atop their tombs offering enough to weave a mat for rest. After all, not everyone possesses the confidence and backing that Uchiha Sasuke does. Thus, Sasuke led Konohamaru and his companions away with unhurried composure, entirely disregarding the tumultuous emotions roiling within Gaara and the others behind him. Is that Sasuke and I that big brother Naruto often speaks of? At this moment, Konohamaru, having regained his composure, curiously observed Sasuke. He had heard Naruto mention Sasuke numerous times, yet this was their first meeting, which explained why Sasuke initially hesitated in recognizing the three of them. Konohamaru recalled Sasuke's name vividly because, in Naruto's frequent conversations, aside from his cravings for Ichiraku ramen, it was invariably Sasuke's name that resonated, making it hard for Konohamaru to forget. However, unlike the image painted by Naruto's words, Konohamaru found Sasuke to be quite different. In Naruto's tales, the spotlight was often on Naruto himself, while Sasuke appeared as a self-important figure, seemingly aloof and inferior to Naruto in every regard. One could say that in Naruto's descriptions, Sasuke lacked any discernible persona. Yet, upon this encounter, the aura Sasuke exuded was in stark contrast to Naruto's usual accounts. In reality, Sasuke appeared monumental and formidable in Konohamaru's eyes, as if he were the protagonist of the world, effortlessly drawing his gaze and inspiring immense admiration. Noticing the glimmer of adoration in Konohamaru's eyes, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, for it had been ages since he had experienced such admiration from another. This sensation was surprisingly pleasant. So this is what it feels like to be regarded as a revered senior? Sasuke mused, feeling a new layer added to the things he wished to protect. Then, as if struck by a thought, he smiled faintly at Konohamaru and inquired, "Konohamaru, what does your big brother Naruto usually say about me?" Caught off guard by Sasuke's unexpected question, Konohamaru stammered, unsure how to respond. He certainly couldn't and oppose to admit that Naruto had previously spoken ill of Sasuke. What was he to do? Help me. Save me. Konohamaru cast a pleading gaze toward Naruto, who seemed intent on fleeing the scene. Don't look at me. I swear I'm not involved. Naruto, sensing Konohamaru's gaze, immediately shook his head vigorously, signaling with exaggerated expressions to convey a warning. If you dare reveal what you just heard to Sasuke, I promise you will regret it. Feeling the palpable malice emanating from Naruto, Konohamaru trembled slightly, then blurted out, Big brother Naruto said that Sasuke Nai is handsome, graceful, unmatched in the world, and possesses unparalleled ninjutsu. Sasuke observed Konohamaru's nervous demeanor, a smirk creeping onto his lips, revealing a hint of playful amusement. The little fellow's reaction was indeed entertaining. He resembled a startled rabbit, prompting Sasuke's desire to tease him further. Sasuke chuckled inwardly. Indeed, engaging with children is the most delightful pastime. He would not take Naruto's antics to heart. To him, such playful banter was merely a source of joy in their interactions. Sasuke understood that while their exchanges might appear childish at times, these spontaneous moments would only serve to strengthen their bond and enrich their growth with unique experiences. Thus, he welcomed Naruto's occasional mischief and was even inclined to partake in it, relishing the light-hearted atmosphere. Suddenly, Sasuke paused, a grin breaking across his face as a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. So, you wish to play tricks again, do you? He chuckled internally. Naruto, I assure you, I'm not targeting you. It's merely that this mischievous system is at play. Beep. Detecting a kind-hearted fib from a junior. The rebellious system has been activated. 1. You, Konohamaru, use such elaborate adjectives to obscure an unsightly truth. Do you think I cannot see through it? Since you have said as such, would it be unreasonable to acknowledge me, the handsome and unparalleled Uchiha Sasuke, as your leader? Choosing to take Konohamaru as a subordinate rewards you with A-rank ninjutsu, fire release, dragon flame song technique. Fire release, dragon flame song technique, unleashes 4 fire dragons from the ground, attacking the target simultaneously from above, below, left, and right, with a 100 hit rate. Apart from enduring the attack, there is no way to evade. An upgraded version of the fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. Its power far surpasses that of the Great Dragon Fire technique, combining the strengths of both techniques. 2. Choosing to accept the kind-hearted fib from your junior. After all, conjuring such a plethora of adjectives at such a tender age is no easy feat. Rewards you with a bowl of leftover ramen from Naruto last night. To think such a high-tier fire release ninjutsu awaited him. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment as his heart swelled with excitement, despite having anticipated some level of reward. Witnessing it in reality was exhilarating. After all, this was an A-rank fire release ninjutsu. Moreover, it thrilled Sasuke to realize that this technique was among the favorites of his illustrious ancestor, renowned for his passion for dance. With this thought, Sasuke's blood surged with enthusiasm, as if he could feel the empowering legacy of the Uchiha Dance King coursing through him. To wield a technique so favored by the Chosen One was bound to be immensely powerful, should it be unleashed, unless the enemy utilized space-time ninjutsu to evade. They would inevitably be struck, with no chance of escape. Facing such a terrifying assault, aside from a select few, most adversaries would have no choice but to grit their teeth and endure. Such an alluring capability was impossible to resist. At this moment, Sasuke brimmed with confidence for the future. The title of Dance King of Konoha rightfully belonged to Uchiha Sasuke. As for the bowl of leftover ramen from Naruto last night, not to mention whether it has soured, spoiled, or grown moldy, let us simply consider the matter of intermittent kissing. No way. Absolutely not. So thought Sasuke. Chapter 53. Who understands the value of the Dance King's secret manual? Faced with a profound aversion to the system's sinister whims, Sasuke resolutely opted for the fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique, as his reward. This skill was not only exceedingly practical, but more importantly, it could serve as a significant asset for Sasuke, the future Dance King of Konoha, in his ascent to the throne. With that in mind, why not seize the opportunity? Thus, a subtle smile graced Sasuke's lips, a smile that left the onlookers utterly perplexed. Why was Sasuke-kun suddenly so jubilant? Sakura inquired, her heart filled with suspicion. At that moment, Sasuke decided to unveil his intentions, addressing Konohamaru and the others directly. Since you have all expressed your thoughts, why not acknowledge me as your leader? Upon hearing Sasuke's declaration, the trio stood in stunned silence, their expressions mirroring their astonishment. They could hardly fathom that after merely stepping out for some leisure, they were being asked to switch allegiances and accept a new leader. How could this not bewilder them? Until now, their leader had always been Naruto, the Child King. Though Naruto's title was more grand than substantive, the status quo had remained unchanged. Now, Sasuke was requesting they adopt him as their leader, leaving them utterly astounded. Especially considering Sasuke's aloof and striking demeanor, so different from Naruto's. How could he utter such childlike words? The contrast was simply staggering. Sasuke's willingness to make such a proposal stemmed not only from the system's reward, but also from the innate talent displayed by Konohamaru. It was essential to note that Sasuke had already made a strategic move in the Land of Waves. Perhaps, one day, it would bear fruit. Since he had already taken a step, why not take a few more to increase the likelihood of success? For Sasuke, this situation was a surefire investment. Moreover, Konohamaru possessed extraordinary talent, a true genius in his own right, albeit still somewhat unrefined. As time progressed, it was certain that he would shine brilliantly. If left to his own devices, the rebellious Konohamaru would only squander time discussing unsavory jutsu with Naruto. This was unacceptable. How could he afford to waste time instead of striving to grow stronger? The most critical issue was that while these two engaged in their discussions, they failed to appreciate Sasuke's prowess. Such ignorance was intolerable. If Naruto were privy to Sasuke's thoughts, he would undoubtedly deliver a scathing retort, exclaiming, "Ah, so your true feelings have been revealed. I knew you were envious of our bond." However, Naruto remained oblivious, instead feeling perplexed. Hey, Sasuke, what is going on? Are you trying to poach my little brothers?" Sasuke flashed a mischievous smile. "I am not taking them. I am merely offering them a splendid suggestion. Indeed, if they followed Sasuke's lead, it would undoubtedly benefit them greatly. As for why not simply take Konohamaru alone, Sasuke reasoned, since he was already there. Why not gather a few more? After all, why not take them all? The perennial curse of those who believe in the notion of since I'm here, I might as well. As for the subsequent training in the Rasengan that Naruto would impart to Konohamaru, Sasuke believed that if Konohamaru expressed a desire to learn, Naruto's nature would compel him to teach, and he would do so with enthusiasm. After all, even if Konohamaru acknowledged Sasuke as his leader, it did not mean they would sever ties with Naruto. With Naruto's teaching prowess, would he dare to teach while Konohamaru dared to learn? It was entirely possible that by the next day, due to a misstep in chakra control, he would end up as a sputtering warrior, unable to rise. Moreover, Naruto's unique teaching methods, which were often more intuitive than explicit, could empower Konohamaru to master such a challenging technique. Was that not the mark of a genius? This situation led Sasuke to contemplate that if he were to share the principles of the Rasengan with Konohamaru, the latter might very well be able to figure it out himself. This demonstrated Konohamaru's remarkable talent. He was indeed a prodigy. Their relationship was a perfect synergy of one willing to teach and the other eager to learn, culminating in success. How remarkable was that? At this juncture, the expressions of Konohamaru and his companions were fraught with indecision. Choosing Sasuke would mean abandoning their beloved brother Naruto, which felt rather disloyal. Yet, to refuse would surely embarrass Sasuke. Furthermore, Sasuke's striking demeanor sparked admiration in Konohamaru, making it impossible for him to resist such a lure. Apologies, Naruto, but I simply cannot help myself. Konohamaru silently lamented, reassuring himself. After all, you, Naruto, often speak of Sasuke, even if I acknowledge him as my leader. It should not matter, right? You two are comrades. What difference does it make? With this thought, Konohamaru felt a sense of clarity, and thus he declared, I shall recognize you, Sasuke brother, as our leader. With a sudden command, the three children stood at attention and saluted Sasuke. Goodness. Why did no one warn me that becoming their leader would result in such social awkwardness? Perhaps I should leave the leadership to Naruto. Sasuke found himself at a loss for words, feeling slightly embarrassed while the younger trio seemed unfazed. Fortunately, at that moment, a notification from the system rescued Sasuke from his embarrassment. After all, as long as the rewards were ample, everything could be negotiated. Ding. Konohamaru has made a choice. Congratulations. Host, on successfully acquiring the jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Boom. Sasuke felt a surge of energy in his mind, followed by the acquisition of the memory for using the Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Indeed, it was an exceptionally practical fire technique. This jutsu unleashed 4 fire dragons towards the ground, simultaneously attacking the target from all 4 directions. It was undoubtedly an essential skill for controlling the battlefield, perfectly complementing other destructive yet less accurate techniques. It would significantly fill the gaps in Sasuke's skill set. Furthermore, as it was an upgrade of the Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, it combined the Great Dragon Fire Technique and the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, meaning that upon mastering the Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song Technique, Sasuke would not only acquire this jutsu, but also gain mastery over the Great Dragon Fire Technique and the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique. Was this not akin to a buy-one-get-two deal? Sasuke exclaimed in excitement. Chapter 54. 3 sentences to captivate Naruto. Having mastered ninjutsu, Sasuke found himself in high spirits. For no one would ever complain about possessing too many trump cards, and he was no exception. At this moment, he felt particularly elated, as though the sun itself had grown more radiant. Seizing this rare moment of joy, Sasuke began to ponder Naruto's upcoming training regimen. After all, this half-baked fellow was still his comrade. If left to fend for himself, how long would it take for him to catch up? Even the finest seedlings require nurturing to take root and flourish. Allowing Naruto to stagnate would squander precious time essential for growth. It is critical to understand that their age is pivotal for laying foundations. Excessive relaxation could severely limit their future potential. Hey, Naruto, what are your plans for training? Sasuke inquired with curiosity. Given that the Chuunin exams were approaching, it was reasonable to expect Naruto, who struggled with planning, to be in a state of frantic disarray. However, after Kakashi had instructed them to devise their own training schedules, Sasuke had not detected any signs of confusion in Naruto's eyes. On the contrary, he sensed a newfound clarity of purpose emanating from Naruto, which struck Sasuke as somewhat peculiar. Could it be that Naruto had discovered how to organize his future training? Based on Sasuke's understanding of him, such clarity was improbable at this stage. Perhaps it might come later, but certainly not now. How strange. Naruto hesitated, scratching his head, anxiously deliberating whether to speak or remain silent. Revealing his plans would rob his friends of a surprise. Yet, if he chose not to disclose anything, would Sasuke think he was intentionally withholding information? Sasuke's inquiry had struck a chord within him, leaving him uncertain about how to respond. Why, you ask? Because recently, Naruto had indeed encountered someone capable of guiding his training. This individual, with spiky white hair, was none other than one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Their meeting had been a serendipitous encounter during a break after a mission, at an unexpected time and place, yet the wheels of fate had begun to turn, leading them to this unanticipated reunion. It could be said that all coincidental meetings often harbor the potential of being meticulously orchestrated by the other party. Upon learning of Sasuke's rapid progress, the third Hokage, moved by the sentiment, sought to ensure that Naruto would not lag too far behind Sasuke. Thus, he attempted to summon Jiraiya back to instruct Naruto. Initially, the third Hokage held little hope, given Jiraiya's penchant for wandering and his infrequent returns to the village. Yet, miraculously, upon hearing the request to care for Naruto, Jiraiya returned, and during an encounter in a bathhouse, they fortuitously crossed paths. In this manner, Jiraiya and Naruto successfully met and became acquainted, with Jiraiya already beginning to mentor Naruto. However, Naruto was reluctant to share this development with Sasuke and the others, at least for the time being. Why was he unwilling to disclose this? Because doing so would prevent him from surprising them. He yearned to witness the astonished expressions of his comrades, particularly Sasuke's, upon revealing the extent of his progress. Thus, he found himself torn between sharing this information with Sasuke or keeping it a secret. Observing Naruto's subtle expression, Sasuke could hardly overlook the unexpected developments at play. Do you really think I don't understand you, Naruto? He mused. Consequently, he pressed Naruto, employing a moral argument that left Naruto feeling cornered. What? Is there something you're afraid to share? Have you begun to see me as less than a true comrade? Startled by Sasuke's words, Naruto jolted, flailing in his attempts to explain. No. You know that's not what I meant, Sasuke. He was flustered. He was genuinely flustered. Meanwhile, Sasuke, observing this, couldn't help but smirk slightly, hidden from view. Naruto, you remain unchanged. He chuckled inwardly, maintaining a stoic facade. He continued, then why not tell me your plans? I was merely inquiring out of concern, hoping to offer some assistance, yet it seems you've taken my goodwill for suspicion. Of course, Sasuke's inner thoughts diverged from his outward expression, but his words proved remarkably effective for Naruto. 3 sentences, and Naruto is apologizing to me. Sasuke, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I just wanted to work hard in secret and surprise you all with my progress at the crucial moment. It's not what you think. Oh? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, sensing that Naruto was indeed hiding something. Seeing the look on Sasuke's face, which urged him to continue, Naruto finally relented. Yes, I recently met an old man with white hair, and I've been training with him. An old man with white hair? Sasuke repeated, confirming his suspicions. So it's Jiraiya? I didn't expect you to start training with him so soon. Moreover, it appeared that Naruto had already been training for a while. Thank goodness this was the world of ninjas. Otherwise, upon hearing about a white-haired old man, Sasuke might have assumed Naruto had discovered some enchanted ring and would soon regale him with tales of youth and ambition. Suddenly, Sasuke seemed to recall something, observing Naruto with newfound interest. When did you start training with your white-haired old man? He remembered that the one who initially helped alleviate some of Naruto's seals was indeed Jiraiya. Moreover, this presented an opportunity for Sasuke to engage with the Nine Tails while leveraging Jiraiya's guidance to assist Naruto in mastering the beast's power. At the very least, it would ensure that the Nine Tails would not harbor any significant malice towards Naruto, thereby facilitating his training. As for completely resolving the Nine Tails' animosity towards Naruto, that was beyond Sasuke's capabilities. He was not Naruto and lacked the same extraordinary talents. If only he still possessed the special powers he once had. However, since that was not feasible, it was prudent to seek a gradual alleviation of the situation. If he attempted to make too large a leap, it could easily provoke the Nine Tails' resentment, leading to adverse consequences for Naruto, which Sasuke wished to avoid at all costs. Governing a great nation is akin to delicately cooking a small fish, and the same principle applies to dealing with tailed beasts. To harness their power, Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, like the Rinnegan-wielding Uchiha Madara, one must approach the situation with patience and care, gradually earning their acceptance. It remains to be seen how Jiraiya perceives this matter. Chapter 55. The Scheme to Steal the Little Fox. It is undeniable that Jiraiya is one of Naruto's most significant life mentors, providing him with direction and motivation. The reputation of the Sage of the Toads is indeed well-deserved. As for the criticism that Jiraiya only attempted to teach Naruto how to control the tailed beast chakra and seemingly never mentioned the seemingly more advanced training of Sage Mode, it is because, at this stage, it was still too early for Naruto to pursue the path of Sage training. Jiraiya would not simply refrain from teaching Naruto some of his own signature jutsu, due to the old adage that a master should not starve his disciple. After all, the very fact that Naruto entered into a contract with the Toads was facilitated by Jiraiya, laying the groundwork for future instruction in Sage Mode. So, what was the reasoning behind this? In Jiraiya's understanding, he believed that utilizing tailed beast chakra was far more convenient and practical than Sage chakra. Why is that? One must recognize that the power of the tailed beasts encompasses a comprehensive enhancement of destructive force, recovery, defense, speed, and an amplification of ninjutsu. Conversely, the power of Sage techniques, for Jiraiya, comes with prolonged preparation and is time-restricted. Without the cooperation of the two Toad Sages, its shortcomings become glaringly apparent. Even with the assistance of the two Toad Sages, Jiraiya found it challenging to navigate Sage Mode smoothly. Thus, he considered the mastery of Sage techniques to be exceedingly difficult, with significant limitations on their use. This dilemma would persist until Naruto and the Nine Tails reached a complete reconciliation. Not to mention that Naruto was unable to directly coordinate with the two Toad Sages to enter Sage Mode. Such a problem could have a profound impact during battles, presenting a conspicuous weakness. In combat, weaknesses are most to be avoided, as they can easily be targeted and exploited. Naturally, this was a factor that Jiraiya did not foresee regarding Naruto's swift mastery of perfect Sage Mode. Should one consider the perspective of perfect Sage Mode, the weaknesses would be considerably mitigated, yet the issue of sustainability remains, which cannot be readily resolved. Moreover, let us examine the utilization of tailed beast chakra. When one-tail Naruto emerges, he effortlessly disregards the Great Fireball technique, the Valley of the End confrontation with Sasuke. When three-tail Naruto roars, elite Jonin are blown away, Yaoshirdo. When four-tail Naruto shakes, even the legendary Sannin stumble, Orochimaru. When six-tail Naruto goes berserk, Pain is left in despair, Pain's invasion. And when eight-tail Naruto flexes his muscles, Nagato's blood flows freely, Shinra Tensei. Cloaked in golden energy, he cannot be hindered, Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Finally, with the reconciliation with the Nine Tails, he transforms into a formidable being, astonishing Obito, perfect Jinchuriki Mode. In Jiraiya's view, with such power at hand, why would one seek to sacrifice the substantial for the trivial by prematurely pursuing the risky and unstable Sage Mode? Would it not be more prudent to solidify the foundation and master the power of the tailed beasts? Mastery of Sage Mode is crucial, but in Jiraiya's perspective, it should come after mastering tailed beast chakra. This is merely his opinion. One could argue that Naruto, possessing the strength of the tailed beasts, inherently holds an unparalleled advantage akin to a treasure trove. Before Naruto fully harnessed the power of the Nine Tails, his Sage Mode could not truly be considered perfect, at least in terms of duration. After all, Jiraiya could rely on the aid of the two Toad Sages to maintain his Sage Mode, while Naruto, due to the Nine Tails' resistance, was unable to achieve this. Thus, Jiraiya's plan was to first teach Naruto to wield tailed beast chakra before imparting the secrets of Sage Mode. This seemed a reasonable progression in training. After all, in his eyes, controlling tailed beast chakra was far more manageable than mastering Sage Mode. At his age, Jiraiya struggled to achieve perfect Sage Mode, so he naturally did not believe that early exposure to Sage training would benefit Naruto. Of course, he had not anticipated Naruto's unique talent in this regard. However, plans often falter against the unpredictable, and when the time came for Naruto to approach Sage training, Jiraiya encountered an unforeseen incident while gathering intelligence, thus losing the opportunity to teach Naruto in this area. This was an outcome no one could have foreseen. It was, without a doubt, a sudden turn of events, so much so that Naruto had no time to react before it transpired. As Naruto's companion, Sasuke was determined not to stand idly by and allow tragedy to strike again, plunging Naruto into profound sorrow. Reflecting on this, Sasuke silently vowed, "Do not worry, Naruto. I shall not allow history to repeat itself." At that moment, Naruto gradually recovered from his distress and responded, "Is the training session with the old man with white hair scheduled for tomorrow afternoon?" The use of scheduled reflected Naruto's typical uncertainty about his own training timelines. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Sasuke internally acknowledged this predictable behavior, subsequently voicing, "All right, when you go to find him tomorrow afternoon for training, remember to bring me along." You want to come with me?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Sasuke, in turn, replied with a hint of exasperation, "Rest assured, I'm not going to steal your master's teachings. I merely wish to ensure that you are not being taken advantage of." Sasuke did not doubt Jiraiya's character or intentions toward Naruto. Such doubts were unwarranted. However, he required a reason to engage with Jiraiya, and as Naruto's companion. This reason was undoubtedly the most fitting. After hearing Sasuke's request, Naruto, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. There was little choice, as Sasuke's reasoning was too sound to contest. After all, he meant well. Subsequently, Sasuke and Naruto continued to discuss their training plans before parting ways to prepare for the Chuunin exams. Initially, Sasuke had refrained from communicating with the Nine Tails within Naruto due to only having activated one Sharingan. However, now that Jiraiya could potentially assist him, the situation would improve significantly. With Jiraiya present, even if he made a mistake, there would be a safety net. As he walked, Sasuke quietly contemplated the possibility of discussing this plan with Naruto after their meeting with Jiraiya the following afternoon. Knowing Jiraiya's character, he believed that even if he demonstrated the power of the Sharingan, Jiraiya would merely be surprised by Sasuke's growth. Furthermore, even if Jiraiya had ulterior motives, Sasuke held a trump card in his possession, the experience card for the complete Susanoo. Should Jiraiya push Sasuke to his limits, the entire ninja world would face dire consequences. At that moment, Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar presence. Chapter 56. The universe returns to my heart. Sasuke's kaleidoscope Sharingan activates. How utterly bothersome. Sasuke murmured to himself, exuding an air of profound annoyance towards everything around him. These individuals, akin to flies drawn to excrement, were exceedingly vexatious. He ambled aimlessly into a deserted, narrow alley, pausing to wait. "Come out, what is the point of hiding? You're wasting my time." Then, he felt a slight tremor in his ears, as if sensing some subtle movement. In the next moment, 5 figures clad in black stealth attire emerged like phantoms from all directions, silently encircling Sasuke. One of the ninjas stepped forward and coldly announced, "Uchiha Sasuke. A certain esteemed individual wishes to see you." A faint smirk graced Sasuke's lips, barely perceptible, yet his eyes brimmed with disdain and indifference. "What if I refuse to meet?" he replied, his voice calm enough to instill fear. As he surveyed the ninjas before him, he silently assessed their strengths. Another ninja, unable to contain his anger, retorted, "You insolent brat. Heed our warning and do not refuse our kindness. As a mere genin, your wisest choice is to comply with our commands in the presence of several superior ninjas." He cautioned, "Surrender willingly, and you may avoid bodily harm." It was no wonder they underestimated Sasuke, who would expect that beneath his youthful exterior lay strength that belied his appearance and age. Upon hearing their words, Sasuke let out a cold laugh. "Just you few?" He shook his head gently, the contempt in his gaze intensifying. "I cannot quite discern whether you overestimate me or underestimate yourselves." While it was true they had dispatched 5 root ninjas after their last debacle, indicating their seriousness about the matter, it was equally true that 5 root ninjas were hardly a match for Uchiha Sasuke. Did they not see the Sharingan in his eyes? "You seem rather defiant." "Very well, we shall have to teach you a lesson first. Capture him alive." Sasuke chuckled, bemused by their delusions of grandeur. They not only underestimated him, but also overestimated their own prowess. One could only wonder who had bestowed upon them the audacity to confront Uchiha Sasuke with such a meager force. In the next instant, vibrant crimson light erupted as his left eye's kaleidoscope shone brilliantly. Jinjutsu, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, Sasuke unleashed the formidable ocular power of his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, effortlessly ensnaring the advancing ninjas, halting their movements abruptly. The power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was renowned for its ability to momentarily control even-tailed beasts. How could mere root ninjas withstand such might? With a slight motion, Sasuke lifted his foot, as if a gentle breeze swept across the ground. In a heartbeat, his figure became a blur, darting like lightning. In that fleeting moment, he raised his foot, flickering through the air, twisting his waist, and unleashing a flurry of kicks. Each strike was imbued with unparalleled force. Leaf Great Whirlwind. With a fierce shout, Sasuke's leg unleashed a tempest of blows upon his foes. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of muffled impacts echoed throughout the area, reminiscent of rhythmically striking a sandbag. These sounds melded into a rousing battle melody. Sasuke's velocity and power were astonishing, leaving onlookers in a daze. The synchronized sounds of his strikes easily concluded the battle in triumph. In the blink of an eye, this fierce confrontation reached its denouement. The terrifying power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was far beyond what ordinary ninjas could contend with, rendering them utterly defenseless against Sasuke. They had failed to comprehend that Sasuke possessed such a level of strength. In their eyes, he was merely a promising yet undeveloped genin from Konoha. Little did they realize they had encountered a monstrous force, one that would consume them whole upon their first meeting. The universe returns to my heart. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan's ability. All things return to the heart. Boom. Like the pure black flames of Amaterasu. Or perhaps, they were the flames of Amaterasu, now augmented. The flames erupted upon the fallen root ninjas, consuming everything and converting it back to Sasuke, rapidly augmenting his chakra. 0-1 chakra. 0-2 chakra. 0-3 chakra. This was the newly awakened ability of Sasuke's left eye kaleidoscope, a power crafted upon the foundation of Amaterasu's destructive strength. Fueled by Sasuke's ambition and grand vision, it could be considered a variant of Amaterasu, possessing its destructive force while also allowing Sasuke to absorb the energy and attributes of the flames, even incorporating fragments of memories and jutsu from those consumed. Though some energy might be lost during the transfer, its efficacy was undeniably extraordinary. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan embodies the strength of the heart, and at this moment, Sasuke's heart was no longer solely driven by vengeance. This transformation was the catalyst for his new power. He even felt that this awakened Kaleidoscope Sharingan had begun to glimpse the power of the Rinnegan. Absorbing chakra and reclaiming it, was this not an echo of the Rinnegan's ability to consume chakra through the hungry ghost path? Moreover, the fragments of memories and techniques from those engulfed by Amaterasu's flames mirrored the soul-siphoning nature of the human path. It was as if he had activated a lower-tier version of the Rinnegan. This realization only reinforced the notion that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan serves as a bridge to the Rinnegan. Sasuke contemplated. These 5 root ninjas had collectively granted Sasuke approximately 1 chakra, and coupled with his daily training and the awakening of his kaleidoscope, his chakra limit had escalated to an astonishing 5 chakra. 5 chakra powerhouses, truly terrifying. With a slight raise of his hand, a symphony of chirping resonated as he unleashed. Lightning release. Chidori, where do you intend to hide? Sasuke asked, casting a sidelong glance as the Chidori crackled in his grasp. At this moment, he could brandish the Chidori with pride. Finally, he no longer had to worry about depleting his chakra. As Kakashi's student, how could he graduate without the ability to wield Chidori while conversing? Chapter 57. The First Encounter. Misunderstood Jiraiya. Sasuke expressed that he had yet to prepare to settle scores with Danzo and his associates. However, much to his annoyance, they persistently intruded upon him, constantly preoccupied with his presence. Could he endure such affronts? A gentleman does not let grievances go unavenged. Thus, Sasuke resolved to seek an opportunity for retribution. Revenge should not be delayed. Such is the clarity of thought he aspired to achieve. Only with such clarity could he live the life he desired. As for the morality of his actions in the process, whether they be virtuous or malicious, it held little significance for Sasuke. Those were mere societal judgments, not the true aspirations of his heart. At this moment, a concealed ninja, observing from the shadows, was momentarily taken aback when he realized that Sasuke had detected his presence. A smile crept across his face. He hadn't anticipated being discovered by Sasuke, whose perceptive abilities proved quite sharp. He ceased his cautious hiding and stepped forth from the shadows with confidence. The newcomer boasted a mane of spiky white hair, adorned with a forehead protector, and wore wooden sandals, presenting an imposing figure. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Upon recognizing Jiraiya, Sasuke was momentarily stunned. He had initially prepared for a confrontation with an enemy, only to find himself face-to-face with Jiraiya, which took him by surprise. What a fortuitous coincidence. With that realization, Sasuke halted his chakra flow and deactivated his Chidori. Ah, you finally decided to put away your Chidori. I see you've recognized me. Jiraiya remarked with a hint of relaxation, teasingly adding, "You certainly don't seem to mind your chakra being so abundant. How could I compare to you, Lord Jiraiya? One of the legendary Sannin?" Sasuke replied, slipping his free hand back into his pocket. "You truly did recognize me. Let me guess. With your extraordinary Sharingan and that signature jutsu only Kakashi employs, you must be the Uchiha brat that Naruto speaks of incessantly. Uchiha Sasuke, correct? I never expected you to possess such formidable power. The youth of today are indeed terrifying. No wonder you can provoke that boisterous Naruto so much." Jiraiya, pleased that Sasuke had identified him, was not offended. After all, it was no surprise that someone in Konoha would recognize him. He jested about his own disciple, marveling at Sasuke's prowess at such a young age, pondering whether his own prideful student could have achieved similar feats at Sasuke's age. Even if he could, he doubted he could match the elegance and precision of Sasuke's combat style, which resembled a form of martial artistry. His discovery by Sasuke had been due to a brief lapse, when he was momentarily stunned by the brilliance of Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan, causing a momentary leak of chakra. That fleeting instant had allowed Sasuke to catch him off guard. It was clear that Jiraiya's own disciple had quite a distance to cover before he could catch up to this Uchiha prodigy. Inwardly, Jiraiya offered a silent tribute to Naruto, pondering whether he was fortunate or unfortunate to be entangled with such a formidable opponent. Fortunately, Naruto had just parted ways with Sasuke. Otherwise, witnessing this encounter would likely have driven him to train even more fervently. The thought of Naruto's relentless training made Jiraiya shiver. He had often wondered what had spurred the boy's intense efforts. Now, seeing Sasuke, everything fell into place. In light of Sasuke's prowess, Jiraiya felt a reconsideration of Naruto's training regimen was in order. Perhaps he could even increase Naruto and Appo's training intensity tomorrow. Naruto, you must strive harder. Otherwise, you might end up like me, forever chasing after those you wish to surpass. Sasuke's demeanor prompted Jiraiya to reminisce about a dear friend, evoking a hint of nostalgia on his face. "What's the matter, Lord Jiraiya? Aren't you going to scold me for my actions in the village?" Sasuke inquired with interest, deliberately provoking a response. "Scold you? For what? They brought it upon themselves." Jiraiya replied, his expression somewhat peculiar as he regarded Sasuke. He did not rigidly pursue Sasuke's accountability, though he could have if he wished. After all, as one of the legendary Sannin, his status in the village was rather elevated. However, due to certain matters, he preferred to avoid lingering in the village, resulting in his diminished presence within the power hierarchy. The village had recently been rife with undercurrents, with a plethora of unseen threats emerging, oblivious to the potential for imminent destruction. He had observed enough to gauge Sasuke's situation, possessing a modicum of intelligence-gathering abilities. It was evident that Sasuke was not the instigator. Rather, it was Danzo who was stirring trouble once more. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within Jiraiya, as he considered the precarious situation Sasuke had just faced, coupled with the unique circumstances surrounding his own disciple, who was equally a target of interest. The situation was indeed troublesome. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim, "The storm is brewing, indeed." Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the truth in Jiraiya's words. It seemed the village would not enjoy tranquility for much longer. Reflecting on the recent ambush by the route, he found it odd that they had been relatively restrained since the last incident. Why, then, were they now acting out once again? Could it be that Orochimaru had arrived in Konoha and formed some sort of pact with Danzo? "Oh, it appears you have quite a sharp mind," Jiraiya remarked, surprised by Sasuke's apparent deductions. However, he refrained from probing further, respecting that everyone has their own secrets and boundaries that should be maintained. "Lord Jiraiya, do you have any plans for Naruto's future training? Perhaps, with the tailed beasts?" Jiraiya was taken aback by Sasuke's direct inquiry, glancing around to ensure they were alone before releasing a sigh of relief. "You certainly know how to make an impactful statement." After a brief pause, he adopted a more serious demeanor, meeting Sasuke's gaze with newfound respect. In that moment, Sasuke was no longer merely a child in Jiraiya's eyes. Whether he was an ally or a potential threat would depend on Sasuke's subsequent response. Jiraiya would not allow anyone to harm Naruto under his watch. "What is it? Do you have something in mind? Do you suspect that I harbor ill intentions toward Naruto, Lord Jiraiya?" "Worry not. My thoughts toward that troublesome fox are currently benign. However, I believe you are aware of the power of my eye. With the strength bestowed upon me by the Uchiha clan, I believe I could facilitate Naruto's training and tailed beast transformation significantly." Jiraiya was caught off guard. He had anticipated a more threatening stance from Sasuke. Instead, he was taken aback to find Sasuke offering assistance to Naruto's training. It seemed he had misjudged him. My apologies for overthinking the matter. However, could you elaborate on your proposal for aiding Naruto in tailed beast training? Chapter 58, Sasuke's Revenge. Thus, Jiraiya and Sasuke engaged in a profound yet accessible discussion. Indeed, Sasuke and Appo's mind was brimming with ideas. Consequently, they decided to conduct a trial training session for Naruto and Appo's tailed beast control the following day. Sasuke nodded slightly in agreement, believing that such an endeavor would be most beneficial. He contemplated that if, with the collaboration of himself and Jiraiya, Naruto could successfully harness a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra, it would undoubtedly serve as a pivotal moment in Naruto's ascension to power. It is essential to recognize that even a minimal amount of chakra, not yet coalesced into the form of a tailed beast cloak, would suffice for Naruto to surpass numerous participants in the Chuunin exams. Even the prodigious Neji Hyuga would find himself challenged against Naruto, who had yet to fully unleash the power of the beast. Thus, Sasuke understood the extraordinary significance of the training set for the morrow. Any progress made could profoundly impact Naruto's performance in the Chuunin exams. However, Sasuke's aspirations extended beyond this. Deep within, he harbored a lofty ambition to aid Naruto in completely mastering the Nine-Tails chakra, transforming him into an unparalleled force. Yet, to dwell on such lofty thoughts at this moment felt premature. One must take life one step at a time, progressing steadily and grounded in reality. Sasuke merely hoped to seize this opportunity to diminish the Nine-Tails' antagonism towards Naruto and ameliorate their strained relationship. As for facilitating Naruto's emergence as the perfect Jinchuriki, he held no grand expectations, merely wishing not to impede Naruto's innate talents. In truth, Naruto's potential had always been remarkable. His father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, were no ordinary individuals. Being their child, how could Naruto possibly be mundane? Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto would not be perceived as a failure by others. It could be said that he was both uplifted and hindered by the beast. Should he lose the power of the beast, he might have excelled in his early days, yet later, he would struggle to reach the heights he once attained. In essence, their fates were intertwined, each enhancing the other. If Sasuke could indeed eradicate the Nine-Tails' animosity towards humanity, it would be akin to granting Naruto wings. In the early stages of the narrative, Naruto would rise swiftly. In later stages, with the aid of the Nine-Tails, he would assuredly keep pace, a testament to his assured victory. However, the crux of it all lay in whether Sasuke could succeed. Silently, he reassured Naruto. "Do not worry, Naruto. I shall communicate well with the Nine-Tails." Observing Sasuke's contemplative demeanor, Jiraiya silently prayed for a smooth outcome this time. After discussing further specifics, they bid each other farewell. At this moment, Sasuke brimmed with anticipation for the special training arranged for Naruto. He was eager to witness the astonishment that would grace Naruto's face upon discovering that his instructor was none other than Sasuke himself. Indeed, he had already envisioned Naruto's incredulous expression. However, such musings could wait until tomorrow. For now, there were more pressing matters to attend to. As Jiraiya gradually receded from view and Sasuke confirmed his departure, the tension within him dissipated, and his thoughts began to race. He would not forget the earlier disturbances caused by the root. These grievances were meticulously recorded in his mental ledger of grudges. Sasuke was one who repaid transgressions, believing that no grievance should go unavenged. He was unbound, the indomitable Uchiha Sasuke, not seeking fairness or transparency, but rather clarity of thought. In Sasuke's eyes, to forego vengeance would be unworthy. Since discomfort had been inflicted upon him, he would ensure that the perpetrators would not find solace. It was imperative to devise a method to retaliate without inciting undue chaos. After much deliberation, Sasuke concluded that the most fitting approach was to initiate a campaign of retribution. However, it seemed premature to resolve the matter through direct confrontation. After all, Orochimaru had only just arrived in Konoha and forged an alliance with Danzo. To act rashly at this juncture would not only expose his intentions, but could also draw unnecessary scrutiny. The larger the target, the more perilous it became. Yet, if these grand maneuvers were orchestrated within the framework of Orochimaru and Danzo's impending plan to destabilize the village, the circumstances would shift entirely. In this way, Even significant repercussions would be overshadowed by the greater commotion of the overarching scheme. With this thought, Sasuke murmured to himself, "Consider yourselves fortunate. I shall spare you this time and refrain from grand actions for now." Although extensive retaliatory actions could not be undertaken, it did not mean that Sasuke would relent. He possessed myriad methods to ensure that those who had wronged him would feel discomfort. Thus, Sasuke dedicated an entire afternoon to meticulously crafting countless flyers. Enough to blanket the entirety of Konoha. These flyers detailed the myriad crimes perpetrated by Danzo and the Root. The content was comprehensive, yet the focus remained squarely on Danzo. He had orchestrated the demise of Uchiha Sasuke and cruelly coerced Uchiha Itachi into taking his own life. The bandaged eyes he bore were, in fact, taken from Sasuke's Sharingan, and his wrapped arms housed the eyes of countless Uchiha clan members who had met tragic ends. To mitigate the risks of suspicion, Sasuke also included diverse information in the flyers. For instance, he exposed Hanzo of the Salamander's manipulation into attacking the Akatsuki. He revealed Kakashi's past attempts to assassinate the third Hokage due to incitement. Furthermore, Sasuke even disclosed Danzo's complicity in Orochimaru's illicit human experimentation. In summary, as Sasuke meticulously cataloged Danzo's criminal record, he became increasingly aware of the man's profound malevolence and irredeemable nature. Regarding the veracity of this information and the existence of evidence, Sasuke scoffed at the notion of needing proof. Besides, anyone with insight could simply unravel Danzo's bandages to discern the truth. Moreover, his intent was merely to provoke discomfort, not to publicly condemn him. In this world of shinobi, could anyone truly uphold justice and enforce the law against Danzo? Sasuke harbored deep skepticism, viewing such notions as fanciful dreams. He understood clearly that if true punishment were to befall Danzo, it would rest solely upon his own shoulders. This conviction was precisely why he had never relinquished his pursuit of power. Deep within, Sasuke held nothing but disdain for Danzo. Despite lacking the requisite capability, he remained ambitiously defiant, opposing the third Hokage while claiming to act in the village's interest. In Sasuke's eyes, Danzo's actions were purely self-serving. Driven by a desire to ascend to the position of Hokage while avoiding any incriminating evidence against himself. Fearful of losing power, he epitomized the weakness of a coward. Indeed, he could be aptly described as a malignant tumor within Konoha. At this moment, Sasuke, contemplating this, harbored a degree of discontent towards the third Hokage for shielding and condoning Danzo's actions. It is only through the destruction of the decayed roots that the newly sprouted buds can flourish with vitality. Sasuke commenced his course of action. Chapter 59. The Trembling Hands of the Third Generation Ding. The host's rebellious spirit has been detected. The system has been successfully activated. Mission: expose the darkness hidden deep within Konoha and reveal the misdeeds committed by Danzo to the public. Reward: Tailed Beast Affinity 1. Oh, Sasuke's rebellious thoughts have successfully captured the system's attention, and at this moment, two rebellious entities resonate perfectly, aligning with his intentions. Even without the system's prompt, Sasuke was determined to act, not for any other reason, but simply because he is Sasuke, and he cannot tolerate certain things. So what? He is intent on unsettling Danzo's mindset. So what? I ask you, what can Danzo do to me? It seems it can only be one-sided. He can act against me, but I cannot retaliate. Well, I shall show you the consequences of crossing me. This time, not only will I find pleasure in my actions, but I shall also conveniently claim a reward. Why not indulge myself? So, Danzo, you certainly deserve this. As for what tailed beast affinity entails, it matters not. The quantity is irrelevant. What is significant is that Sasuke aims to feel gratified. Thus, on that night in Konoha, a shadow clad in black stealth attire traversed the balconies and streets of the village. It can be said that the entirety of Konoha received Sasuke's attention. The following morning, the village erupted in chaos. At this moment, the drowsy Sarutobi Hiruzen was stirred awake by the cacophony of discussions and groggily rose from his bed, casually opening the window. There, a flyer, caught in the gap of the window, fluttered down into his hands, plunging him into deep contemplation. In that moment, the seemingly light flyer felt as heavy as Mount Tai, suffocating him. What is this? The more he examined it, the more astonished he became, until his hand holding the flyer began to tremble ever so slightly. What is happening? How could this be? Hiruzen and Appo's heart was in turmoil at that instant. Is it fake? It must be false. At that moment, he desperately wished for the contents of the flyer to be untrue. He instinctively thought someone was slandering Danzo, attempting to frame his old friend. But why? Why are these accounts recorded so meticulously? Why do some of these matters align with his own knowledge? Why has Danzo, unbeknownst to him, committed such heinous acts that provoke public outrage? Why? Why? This is utterly absurd. This is terrifying. This is lawless. The outrageousness lies in the fact that Danzo has perpetrated so many boundary-crossing actions without his awareness. This was beyond Hiruzen's imagination. While he was aware of certain things, he had no inkling that the remainder could so egregiously breach his limits. He had thought that Danzo merely harbored some trivial thoughts, harmless and inconsequential. He had assumed that as Hokage, he could overlook his old friend's minor mischief. So what? But the result? He played me like this. For someone who prided himself on being an intimate acquaintance of Danzo for most of his life, this was nothing short of ludicrous. This was akin to the sky collapsing upon him. The horror lies in the existence of such a formidable individual who could unearth these unknown matters and investigate them so thoroughly. Moreover, the fact that this news spread throughout Konoha overnight without alerting him or the Umbu was unnerving. How could he not feel a chill run down his spine? What unparalleled infiltration skills are at play? If it were from an external village, how could they bypass Konoha's barriers undetected? If it were from within the village, then why would they do this? Why was there no sign of this in the shadows last night? What extraordinary intelligence-gathering capabilities are exhibited here? How could even the minutiae be investigated so thoroughly? Why does this individual know about events occurring outside the village? Why have incidents he suppressed leaked out? What is this person truly after? At this moment, the heart of the third Hokage was thrown into disarray by Sasuke's actions. Someone, bring Danzo to me. Meanwhile, deep within the root base, a man wrapped in bandages furrowed his brow, pondering who could have orchestrated this. Beside him stood a somewhat effeminate man, observing the bandaged figure with keen interest. Danzo, it seems you have been outmaneuvered, he remarked. Humph, you need not concern yourself with this matter, Orochimaru. Just focus on what you wish to accomplish. Very well, you are correct. At this moment, Sasuke was blissfully unaware, enjoying his breakfast, which included a tea egg. Ding. The host has successfully completed the mission and earned the reward. Tailed Beast Affinity 1. Oh, I did not expect Tailed Beast Affinity to manifest in this manner, Sasuke remarked in surprise as he savored his meal. It seems today's endeavor to alleviate Naruto's relationship with the Nine Tails will make significant progress. It turns out that this Tailed Beast Affinity he acquired could greatly assist him in fostering a harmonious relationship with the Tailed Beasts. This reward endowed Sasuke with a quality reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths, enabling him to elicit familiarity and goodwill from the Tailed Beasts at first glance. Akin to a miniature embodiment of the Sage himself, it is indeed an essential attribute for engaging with the Tailed Beasts. Now, Naruto, I shall undoubtedly be of assistance to you. Chapter 60. The frightened Naruto, originally endowed with the powers of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke had acquired the qualifications to communicate on equal footing with the Tailed Beasts. Unexpectedly, he had successfully attained affinity with the Tailed Beasts, greatly enhancing the likelihood of a fruitful exchange. How could this not excite him? After all, this was a remarkable opportunity to elevate Naruto's strength. Sasuke believed that if he could meet the Nine Tails, perhaps, as a friend of that person known for his silver tongue, he might just succeed. Indeed, that person with the silver tongue was none other than Naruto. In every other aspect, Sasuke found himself unable to surpass Naruto. It was this one point where he had to concede, recognizing that he, Uchiha Sasuke, simply could not match the stubbornness of this single-minded individual. Truly, it seemed that foolish people were blessed. Sasuke couldn't help but reflect. After finishing his breakfast, he strolled past the Ichiraku ramen stand, ordered a takeout for Naruto and Jiraiya, and proceeded to the agreed meeting point. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, lifting his spirits immensely. Damn it. Why hasn't that guy Sasuke arrived yet? Is he trying to starve me before challenging me when I'm too weak to resist? Before reaching the destination, Sasuke could already hear Naruto's disgruntled mutterings from afar. According to the original plan, Naruto was only supposed to meet Jiraiya in the afternoon for training. However, due to a conversation between Sasuke and Jiraiya the previous day, Naruto was unceremoniously awarded an additional early morning training session starting at 8 o'clock, a so-called early 8-set meal. Those who have experienced the wonders of the early 8-set meal know its significance. At the crack of dawn, Naruto was yanked from his warm bed by Jiraiya. Who among his peers could comprehend such an ordeal? The joy of waking up to a lovely morning was utterly shattered. This was simply too much. Especially since Jiraiya had mentioned that it was Sasuke who had proposed this idea. How could this be permissible? However, Sasuke had no intention of causing trouble. After all, he and Jiraiya were not entirely confident about the task at hand. This endeavor could only be deemed a significant opportunity. Thus, they could not ascertain the precise amount of time required, and in the absence of a quantifiable assessment of time consumption, they needed ample preparation. And so, the world of Naruto, who loved to sleep in, had been set in motion. Oh dear, Naruto, just bear with it for a moment. Trust me. Sasuke told me yesterday that once you see him, your morning grumpiness will dissipate. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a mix of exasperation and fondness, ruffling the boy's hair, which surprisingly calmed Naruto down quite swiftly. Well then, I suppose I can wait a little longer. Naruto pouted, settling down, and turned his head only to spot Sasuke approaching. Hey, Sasuke, you finally made it. We were beginning to wonder. Sorry for being late. Sasuke slightly raised his hand, revealing what he had brought. What is this? Naruto's eyes sparkled, and he leaped excitedly towards Sasuke, who held an Ichiraku ramen, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. However, Sasuke merely sidestepped, evading the impact of the human cannonball. He then raised the takeout ramen slightly, tapping Naruto's head gently with the packaging. All right, don't be so hasty. What if you drop it? Take it and eat. Naruto was not annoyed. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he accepted the ramen from Sasuke's hands. He inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma of the Ichiraku ramen. It was simply magnificent. Naruto mused. Could there be anything more blissful than waking up early to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen? Although this ramen was brought by Sasuke, he decided to forgive him for today. Blissful. Meanwhile, Jiraiya observed Naruto, who was now devouring his meal with gusto. All right, take your time. No one is going to snatch it from you. He accepted the portion of Ichiraku ramen that Sasuke had prepared for him, opening the packaging as he conversed with Sasuke. You really have a way with him. Ever since I dragged him out of bed this morning, he has been like a ticking time bomb. Only after you arrived did he settle down. Jiraiya chuckled, and noticing how happily Naruto was eating, he added a generous helping of noodles from his own bowl into Naruto's. Eat up. Today's training might be quite exhausting. Thank you, pervy sage. That's enough. By the way, why is Sasuke our instructor today? Naruto, while slurping his noodles, curiously eyed Sasuke. Although he held great respect for Sasuke's abilities, he found it peculiar that Sasuke had only yesterday been gathering information alongside him, and now he was mixed up with the pervy sage. Could it be that Sasuke shared the same interests as Jiraiya? Was that how they got acquainted? Naruto concluded in his heart that he was certainly onto something. Affirming to himself, it must be so. Who would have thought you were such a Sasuke? However, unbeknownst to Sasuke, this unfounded suspicion loomed over him like an unjust accusation. Fortunately, Sasuke was oblivious to Naruto and Appo's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly commend Naruto for his cleverness. Yet, their meeting was indeed a matter of fortuitous timing. When they were nearly ambushed by Root, Jiraiya, sensing the chakra surge from Naruto's direction, had followed the energy signature and witnessed Sasuke single-handedly dispatching 5 opponents with remarkable efficiency. It was quite a stroke of luck. Otherwise, it might have required Naruto to play the role of matchmaker for them to meet for the first time. In retrospect, their acquaintance was still linked to Naruto, albeit indirectly. At that moment, Sasuke watched as the master and disciple devoured their meals with delight, feeling a strange warmth. Yet, this tranquil moment was not the feeling he sought. Shaking his head slightly, he dismissed the distracting thoughts from his mind. This training would be perilous. Only the two of us can help you navigate this danger. Huh, is it really that dangerous? I won't get hurt, will I? If I get injured and end up hospitalized, I won't be able to eat Ichiraku. No, I wouldn't be able to participate in the Chuunin exams, and that would be such a pity. Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's claim of dangerous training, which he had not anticipated. After all, they were currently within the safety of Konoha village, so Naruto couldn't fathom where the danger might arise. Moreover, he could never imagine that this time, the peril originated from within himself. Yes, it is indeed perilous, so cherish this bowl of Ichiraku ramen. After all, it may very well be your last. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, feigning a sense of dread, desperately concealing the amusement lurking in the corners of his eyes. What? Cough, cough, cough. Naruto was startled by Sasuke's alarming words, nearly dropping the ramen from his hands. Jiraiya, observing the scene, nearly burst into laughter. Having recognized Sasuke's expression and knowing the specifics of the so-called training, naturally, he wouldn't be fooled by Sasuke's antics. However, Naruto was different. He remained blissfully unaware. Consequently, Sasuke's words left Naruto so rattled that he could no longer enjoy his Ichiraku ramen. Haha, at the end of the line, just teasing you. Sasuke ultimately couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. Chapter 61. Sasuke confronts the Nine Tails. How dare you mock me, Sasuke? This is utterly outrageous, Naruto exclaimed, realizing too late that Sasuke was merely teasing him. In a fit of exasperation, he sprang forward, intent on tackling Sasuke. However, Jiraiya swiftly intervened, pressing a hand against Naruto to restrain him. Calm down, Naruto. You should truly be grateful to Sasuke this time. If he hadn't stepped in to assist you, this dilemma would likely have proven insurmountable. What? You're actually defending Sasuke, you lecherous sage? Naruto stammered, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Sasuke was genuinely going to lend him a significant hand? Did he truly have an issue that needed resolution? He was not lacking in intellect. Rather, he sometimes acted a bit obliviously, though his thoughts were indeed quite nuanced. It felt absurd to compare himself to a terminally ill patient seeking renowned physicians, with Sasuke playing the role of some reclusive, divine healer sought out by Jiraiya. Surprisingly, Sasuke's actions did carry a semblance of that sentiment. Well then, I suppose I must trouble you, Sasuke. Regardless of Naruto's inner musings, he graciously expressed his gratitude to Sasuke. Although their relationship was strained, Jiraiya's endorsement compelled him to show some courtesy. It would be rather impolite not to acknowledge Sasuke's help, lest he become displeased. Sasuke offered a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. There's no need for thanks. I was merely having a bit of fun. If it were truly perilous, would Jiraiya and I allow you to take such a risk? You can rest assured. Indeed, if the situation were gravely dangerous, both Sasuke and Jiraiya would have prevented Naruto from proceeding. After all, possessing strength is futile without the life to enjoy it. Pursuing power recklessly could lead one down the path Sasuke had once tread, a path that prioritized ambition over safety, something he wished to prevent for Naruto. After a brief respite, Sasuke and the others sought an open, secluded area to commence Naruto's formal training. With a decisive snap of his fingers, Jiraiya summoned forth a peculiar, elongated toad through a summoning technique. This toad, known as Fukusaku, had previously made contracts with both Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Its elongated form resembled a scroll, inscribed with the key to the Nine-Tailed Seal. Remarkable. Sasuke couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of species in the world. With a nod from Sasuke, Jiraiya wasted no time. Channeling Chakra into the scroll, he pressed a palm against Naruto's abdomen. Instantly, a dark seal manifested, starkly contrasting with Naruto's fair skin, creating a grotesque appearance. So this is the sealing technique for the Nine Tails? It appears quite intricate, Sasuke mused, acknowledging the complexity and aesthetic appeal of sealing jutsu. Not one to remain idle, Sasuke opened his eyes, transforming them into the three-tomo Sharingan. As Jiraiya manipulated the sealing technique, the tomo in his left eye began to spin wildly, evolving into the form of the kaleidoscope, his Manjiki Sharingan activated. In a realm separate from the physical world, Naruto felt as though he were plummeting into an endless abyss, only gradually gaining a sense of grounding. Where am I? He pondered, confused as to how he had transitioned from savoring a bowl of Ichiraku ramen to this unfamiliar domain. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets striking the surface echoed around him. Yet, the presence of Sasuke illuminated the otherwise dim environment. This chakra. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he beheld a colossal iron gate nearby. What is that? It's enormous. Hey, little brat, come a bit closer. Just a bit more. A voice beckoned. Come over? Why would I do that? Do you think I'm going to obey like that obedient Sasuke? Naruto retorted defiantly, arms crossed. Just then, several tails burst through the gap in the door, nearly colliding with Naruto. Fortunately, the sturdy door held firm, preventing him from being squished into oblivion. Ha ha ha. You startled me, Naruto yelled, retreating a few steps to maintain distance. What is your deal? You really want to devour me, you little monster. Curse this door, curse this seal. Are you the Nine Tails that Sasuke and the lecherous sage spoke of? Naruto thought, realizing that the power surging within him during his previous encounter with that sandy miscreant had originated from the Nine Tails chakra, a revelation he hadn't anticipated. You managed to find your way here on your own? Speak up, what is it you desire? The Nine Tails settled down, inquiring with an air of indifference. What do I want? Naturally, I'm here to have a word with you. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, gradually becoming visible, hands tucked into pockets, casually passing by the somewhat apprehensive Naruto to stand before the gate. Sasuke, confronting the Nine Tails. Chapter 62. What could compel a man to set aside his pride? As Sasuke appeared before him, Naruto felt the immense pressure that had emanated from the Nine Tails dissipate in an instant. It was as if a strong arm had lifted the burdens from his shoulders, granting him a sense of relief. Naruto, having drifted through life, lamented the absence of a wise leader. If you do not forsake me, I would gladly consider you a father figure. In that moment, Sasuke's silhouette loomed large in Naruto's eyes. Hey kid, those eyes of yours. Upon witnessing Sasuke's entrance, not only did Naruto feel taken aback, but the Nine Tails did as well. The moment Sasuke emerged, he was reminded of a distant memory, the silhouette of the Sage of Six Paths, who had served as both brother and father to the tailed beasts. How long had it been since he had seen such a resemblance in a human? The fact that Sasuke bore such likeness was perplexing. Moreover, how had he managed to arrive in this space? This was Naruto's sealed realm, meant solely for him and Naruto. How could a third presence manifest? At that moment, Sasuke's Sharingan was activated. Without this power, he could not have accessed Naruto's inner sanctum. For the Sharingan is the essence of the heart, the key to entering Naruto's spiritual domain. Sasuke's eyes evoked memories of the man who once dominated him, the one who cherished dance. This realization left the Nine Tails in a state of disbelief. Why did the shadows of these two figures converge upon this young member of the Uchiha clan? This enigma was beyond the Nine Tails' comprehension. Yet, considering Sasuke's lineage as a descendant of the Uchiha, who were themselves heirs to the Sage of Six Paths, it was not entirely surprising that he embodied two seemingly contradictory essences. After all, both energies were intrinsically linked to him, and among those in the shinobi world, Sasuke was closest to these legacies. He and Uchiha Madara were both reincarnations of Indra, the sage's firstborn son. Thus, even without external enhancements, Sasuke possessed this aura, which was merely intensified by the tailed beast's affinity. Ah, those eyes, indeed, are as you imagine. Sasuke, with no desire for further explanation, stepped forward without reservation and met the Nine Tails' gaze directly. Their crimson eyes locked in a moment of connection. First meeting, Kai-Bai. At the moment Sasuke addressed him, the Nine Tails' beastly pupils contracted in surprise. This man knew his name. It had been years since anyone had uttered that title, bestowed upon him by the Sage of Six Paths, who had been like a father to him. Overwhelmed by curiosity and confusion, the Nine Tails found himself softening his tone, asking Sasuke, "Kid, how do you know my name?" "Well, that is a secret. There is much you need to learn," Sasuke replied with a sly smile. "Hey, Big Fox, so your name is Kai-Bai? Can I call you that?" Upon hearing Sasuke refer to the great fox as Kai-Bai, Naruto pondered momentarily before his eyes lit up. Did Sasuke know this majestic creature? If Sasuke's friend was indeed his ally, this realization diminished the fearsome aura of the Nine Tails, rendering him more approachable in Naruto's eyes. As he gazed at the fox's fluffy tail, Naruto felt an irresistible urge to climb up and play with it. It was simply too endearing. "Be quiet, you little brat. That name is not for you to use." Yet, the Nine Tails' momentary gentleness was solely reserved for Sasuke. He had no intention of indulging Naruto, who had yet to reconcile with him. "Huh, I can't call you that," Naruto exclaimed, startled by the Nine Tails' abrupt reprimand. Rejected. He had thought that the great fox, communicating with Sasuke, would be willing to befriend him. He was eager to gain another close companion, regardless of their form. Yet, his extroverted nature had led to a lifetime of introversion. Who could understand the pain of being proactive only to be met with perpetual passivity? Naruto was on the verge of despair. "All right, Kai-Bai, do not hold it against Naruto. You know his character," Sasuke interjected, positioning himself protectively before Naruto. "Humph." The Nine Tails, hearing Sasuke's words, did not retort but turned away, scrutinizing Sasuke anew. He was certain that the feelings he had just experienced were not mere illusions, and his emotions were indeed complex. After all, encountering the shadows of both one's most revered figure and one's greatest fear within a single individual would bewilder anyone. After a moment of introspection, the Nine Tails finally inquired, "Speak. What brings you to seek me? But let me make it clear, if you desire my assistance." The answer is no. Without allowing them to respond, the Nine Tails firmly declared, "For anyone living freely and comfortably outside, the sudden revelation of their power being too dangerous, leading to their confinement in darkness, would naturally breed resentment. Thus, at this moment, the Nine Tails harbored only animosity and a desire for destruction, with no inclination to assist. However, Sasuke's presence had softened his stance, making him somewhat amenable to conversation. We do not require anything particularly difficult. Merely a request for your assistance in helping Naruto manage the influence of your chakra during ordinary times, Sasuke stated, surprisingly bowing slightly, his demeanor earnest. The Nine Tails was taken aback by Sasuke's words. He had not anticipated that Sasuke's visit was not for his own sake, but rather for the sake of the young blonde who had nearly collapsed in fear. He scoffed lightly, then slowly replied, "This fool merits such a favor from you? What compels you, a child of the Uchiha, to set aside your pride and request my assistance? It truly piques my curiosity, because he is my friend." Chapter 63. Do not regard the fox as a human. The Nine Tails breaks through. What did you say? The expression of the Nine Tails resembled that of someone who had just heard a joke. You are willing to forsake your dignity to plead with me for such a ridiculous reason? In the eyes of the Nine Tails, Sasuke should embody a rebellious spirit. How could such a person abandon their self-respect for such triviality? To him, it was utterly incomprehensible. After all, the pride of the strong is paramount above all else. Indeed, sometimes, matters do not require extensive justification. Do you understand, Kurama? Surprisingly, Sasuke did not refute Kurama. A fleeting glance at Naruto behind him carried a hint of tenderness. After all, Naruto was a comrade with whom he had fought side by side. If Sasuke did not assist Naruto, who else would? All right, you win this round. Kurama's expression was complex as he regarded Sasuke. In that moment when Sasuke looked at Naruto, the emotion in his eyes was unmistakable to the keen perception of Kurama. At that instant, Kurama felt an unexpected surge of joy. Though he did not particularly favor Naruto at present, he had watched him grow since childhood. He was aware of Naruto's struggles and understood that some of that suffering had stemmed from his own actions. Yet, this did not diminish the hatred that now enveloped him. His heart had no room to harbor such softness anymore. Sasuke frowned slightly. He was somewhat taken aback by Kurama's refusal. After all, he believed this matter would not overly trouble Kurama. It merely required him to refrain from amplifying his chakra's influence. Was it truly futile? However, such an outcome would severely hinder Naruto's growth. No, this simply could not be. He had to extract some advantage from this formidable fox for Naruto's sake. Thus, despite harboring a slight fondness for the fox before him, it was time to demonstrate his resolve. Sasuke's gaze sharpened with determination. If I approach you with civility, seeking your assistance, and you refuse, then I shall compel you to assist me. The next moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Detected the host's rebellious spirit. System successfully activated. Task: make the Nine Tails perceive the necessity of assistance. Reward: a portion of Nine Tails chakra. Oh. A smirk of intrigue graced Sasuke's lips as he directed a mischievous grin towards Kurama, causing the latter to feel a tingle of apprehension, his fur bristling in response. What are you scheming, you little brat? I told you, I want to help. No matter what. It was not that Kurama was intimidated. Rather, Sasuke's eyes resembled those of that dancing man, an individual who had left an irreparable mark on Kurama's childhood. How could he not tremble in fear? This was a psychological scar. Who would not be afraid? The last time he had been subjected to such a gaze, he had lost control of his body for days, and just when he thought he would be tormented forever, a wooden figure had come crashing down upon him. It was utterly absurd. Kurama, since you insist on this stance, I shall make you feel the necessity of helping. Sasuke disregarded Kurama's bluster, and in that moment, the kaleidoscopic pattern in his left eye began to whirl violently, resembling a vortex that swallowed Kurama's will whole. Boom. Jinjutsu. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kurama felt as though he had plunged into an endless abyss. Darkness enveloped him, and an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness rendered him unable to control his body. Suddenly, a light pierced through the darkness. Before him lay a devastated battlefield. A monstrous creature with 10 tails roared, while countless ninjas fell like ants beneath its might. That was... Suddenly, Kurama's gaze froze upon the battlefield. He beheld a figure enveloped in golden chakra, which transformed into his own likeness. Was that Naruto? He was indeed. Just as Kurama prepared to delve deeper, the scene abruptly shifted. A dozen pink female foxes appeared before him. Each possessed 9 tails, and they began to caress and entwine around Kurama, leaving him utterly bewildered. Hey, you wicked Uchiha brat, let me go? I swear, don't touch me. No, not there. That tickles. Stop scratching me. Achoo. Sasuke sneezed, idly rubbing his nose. Thus, after what felt like an eternity, the colossal form of Kurama began to tremble slightly. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the tomo in his Sharingan fading as his will regained clarity. At that moment, he was left with nothing but exhaustion, and the gaze he directed towards Sasuke was one filled with trepidation. You. How could this seemingly righteous Sasuke bully a fox with such underhanded tactics? This is utterly outrageous. Did I not express my reasons for refusing to help? It is not that I cannot assist. He must learn to adapt on his own. If that boy is affected by chakra, it is his own dilemma. If I were to intervene, would he retain his sanity? That minuscule amount of chakra pales in comparison to my own. If he cannot control that, how could he rely on my strength? My chakra inherently carries emotional influence. That is simply how it is. Why did you not allow me to finish my explanation before bullying me? Speak up. Kurama launched a complaint against Sasuke, accusing him of not treating foxes as equals and of mistreating wildlife. Sasuke had not anticipated such a perspective. But you did not allow me to continue my inquiry, did you? I was merely acting a bit proud. Is it not permissible for the strongest-tailed beast to maintain a modicum of dignity? Kurama's barrage of questions left Sasuke momentarily speechless. Perhaps I misjudged you? Sasuke cautiously ventured a reply. Chapter 64. Ninetales Chakra Mode, an exclusive power bank. Of course it is, the Ninetales said, turning its face away with a hint of pride. As for the assistance you seek, I cannot help. That yellow-haired brat must learn to adapt to my chakra on his own. You want to possess my power without bearing the cost. Such a fortune does not exist in this world. However, considering your sincere attitude in admitting your mistakes, I shall refrain from interfering with him. The rest depends on his own fortune. Sasuke could not help but smirk. You, red-haired fox, are surprisingly easy to talk to. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Kurama. Ding. The host has successfully made Kurama recognize the necessity of assistance. Congratulations. You have received a reward, a portion of Ninetales chakra. A non-replenishable amount of chakra from a single Ninetales. I'm only doing this for your sake, not because I wish to help that brat. Kurama scoffed dismissively. Then, his brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something. What was that illusionary scene you just showed me? Quite vivid, I must say. Feigning ignorance, Sasuke replied. Which illusion are you referring to? The earlier one, or the latter? Stop with the nonsense. It's obviously, suddenly, Sasuke's transformation interrupted Kurama's complaints. Sasuke's body ignited, radiating a brilliant azure chakra. This powerful energy surged forth like a torrent, enveloping him entirely. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, a mysterious garment, matching the color of his chakra, materialized in an instant, draping over Sasuke's shoulders. It seemed almost alive, molding perfectly to his form, each line and texture flawless. In that moment, Sasuke appeared reborn, exuding an ethereal, transcendent aura. He stood tall, like a pine tree, yet emanated an elusive quality, as if he might float away at any moment, detached from worldly troubles. In that moment, his gaze was profound and serene, revealing a wisdom that transcended the mundane. His countenance stern and resolute, displaying an indomitable determination. At that instant, Sasuke seemed to embody the sage of six paths descending to the mortal realm, his celestial presence causing both Kurama and Naruto to collectively hold their breath, fearing to disturb the moment. As Sasuke felt the enhancement from the reward of Ninetales chakra, he marveled internally at his newfound state. What an immense power! Upon receiving the reward, the sheer volume of chakra nearly overwhelmed him, thereby triggering the Ninetales chakra mode successfully. What is wrong with you all? Why are you silent? Sasuke looked around at Naruto and the speechless Kurama, bewildered. Who could understand? A perfectly normal person suddenly appearing as if they have ascended. Who would dare speak? You, with that chakra presence? Once Kurama regained his senses, he felt puzzled. Why did Sasuke's aura resemble his chakra so closely? This is bad. Did Sasuke do something peculiar while I was entranced in that illusion? Otherwise, why would he possess my chakra aura? The magnitude is so great that he can casually activate the Ninetales chakra mode. Such a situation could not help but raise suspicions. Had his chakra been stolen while he was entranced? Yet his own chakra levels remained unchanged, leaving Kurama utterly perplexed. Thank you for your generous gift, Kurama. Ninetales has 8 tails. Oh no, I misspoke. Ninetales, my apologies. Sasuke would not explain that this chakra came from the system, so he let the misunderstanding stand, knowing Kurama was unaware of what had transpired during the illusion. Thus, he casually threw out a remark that could easily be misconstrued. As for why it was 9 and not 8, well, each little fox should have its own fluffy tail to snuggle with while sleeping, ensuring complete security without the need for competition. Thank you. Kurama was even more bewildered. He initially wanted to ask about the earlier illusion, but Sasuke's sudden transformation startled him, prompting even more questions. Why are there so many questions? They just keep multiplying. Of course, I must thank you. While you were ensnared in the illusion, for some reason, an enormous surge of chakra suddenly leaked to me. One cannot refuse a friend's gift. So I had to graciously accept your kindness. Sasuke said with a straight face. Is that so? Kurama recalled some troubling images. Did he lose control in the presence of those pink foxes? That shouldn't have been the case. He, the Ninetales, should have an unwavering will. Meanwhile, Sasuke nodded solemnly. Yes, indeed. And Kurama, after releasing such a vast amount of chakra, your internal chakra levels seem unchanged. Truly impressive. You are indeed the strongest tailed beast. Your chakra is like the ocean compared to mere raindrops. Is that so? Well, yes, do be careful with it. Save some for when you need more. Kurama, flattered by the praise, momentarily forgot the dangers of the world. Sasuke skillfully diverted Kurama's attention, effectively quelling his suspicions about the source of his chakra, even making Kurama willing to act as Sasuke's power bank. The ninja world is not merely about conflict. It is about the intricacies of human relationships. Sasuke understood what true high-level strategy meant. This was the essence. After addressing Kurama's confusion, Sasuke deactivated the Ninetales chakra mode. The azure chakra flowed like water, retreating into his abdomen, forming a whirlpool-like seal that stored Kurama's chakra within a sealed space. Storing Kurama's chakra in a sealed space? Well done, system, Sasuke thought. Quite satisfied. This way, he could draw upon it whenever he wished without the worry of it dissipating over time. He then lifted his head and addressed Kurama. Kurama, the scene you witnessed earlier was genuine. You need not doubt that. As for its origin, you should know that numerous sacred places exist throughout the ninja world, some of which possess the ability to foresee the future, so it is not surprising to predict such events. Moreover, significant threats loom ahead that will require your assistance, as well as Naruto's growth, so I must ask for your cooperation this time. Sasuke thought it prudent to attribute the knowledge of the future to the sacred places, rather than revealing it as his own insight. Kurama, now serious, did not expect such events to unfold in the future. If he was not mistaken, that destructive aura could only belong to the Ten Tails. However, the Ten Tails had long been sealed by the Sage of Six Paths. Its immense chakra subsequently transformed into the nine-tailed beasts. Why, then, would it reappear in the mortal realm? If it were to manifest once more, would that not imply the fate of its companions? Contemplating this, the Ninetales sensed a profound threat, akin to a prickling awareness at its back, compelling it to muster its resolve. Very well, leave this to me. I shall take it upon myself to train this young one. Chapter 65. The nascent form of the unruly tongue. Upon receiving the approval of the Ninetales for his suggestion, Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had brought this matter to a conclusion. It could be said that the incident of requesting the Ninetales' assistance for Naruto had reached an interim resolution. Now, the task ahead was to persuade Naruto. Thus, Sasuke turned to the long-silent Naruto and said, Naruto, do not be misled by the intimidating appearance of the Ninetales. In truth, his nature is not malevolent. Much of his hostility stems from the unjust treatment he has endured, leading to a skewed perception of humanity. I firmly believe that if you approach the Ninetales with sincerity, he will reciprocate your friendship. As if I would befriend this yellow-haired brat. The Ninetales haughtily averted his gaze. In stark contrast, Naruto did not share the Ninetales' aloofness. Instead, he solemnly nodded under the watchful eyes of Sasuke and the Ninetales, declaring, I will befriend the Ninetales, regardless of how others perceive him. He is my partner, the great Naruto Uzumaki. His words were earnest and resonated with conviction. Sasuke observed this exchange with a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that although the Ninetales remained silent, his internal perceptions were gradually shifting for the better. He did not expect an immediate reconciliation or flawless collaboration. He merely desired for both parties to consciously begin mending their relationship, eventually forging an unbreakable bond of trust. Progress would come gradually. Even without his intervention, Sasuke believed that Naruto's persuasive nature would lead to success. albeit at a slower pace without his assistance. The Nine-Tails cast a complex glance at Naruto and Sasuke before settling down in silence, muttering, "I am weary. If you wish to converse, do so outside and spare me your chatter." Upon hearing the Nine-Tails, Sasuke smiled knowingly, choosing not to press the matter further. He turned to Naruto and said, "Let us leave." "All right." With that, Sasuke's form slowly faded, transforming into a myriad of twinkling lights that dissipated within Naruto's mental realm. "Hey, we're leaving already?" "Wait, Sasuke. You haven't taught me how to exit," Naruto exclaimed, his anxiety rising. "Don't leave me here alone. What if I'm trapped and starved to death? By the time Sasuke finds me, I might be nothing but a skeleton." The thought sent a shiver down his spine. This could not continue. He needed to find a way out. He still had to meet the lecherous sage, savor the ramen Irika-sensei promised, confess to Sakura, and surpass Sasuke. How could he be left to languish here? At that moment, the Nine-Tails, growing impatient with Naruto's antics, interjected, "What on earth are you doing? This is your own body. Shouldn't you be able to exit with just a thought?" "Oh, is that how it works?" Naruto replied, appearing somewhat oblivious. The Nine-Tails could no longer contain himself and, in the next instant, expelled Naruto from the ceiling space. With a thud, Naruto felt his feet touch solid ground. Blinking in bewilderment, he saw Jiraiya, the lecherous sage, seemingly engrossed in something. Had he returned? Following Jiraiya's gaze, he was astounded to discover that the sage was ogling women while he and Sasuke faced a significant crisis in their training. Could it be true that this old man was his master? How utterly ridiculous! In that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to sever ties with him. Naruto, you've awakened," Jiraiya exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to his irresponsibility. "I was merely assessing the surroundings for any dangers. This is called protection, do you understand?" He waved dismissively. "Now, let us celebrate. Tonight, I shall treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Is that acceptable? Really? Then I shall forgive your negligence. You're the best, Jiraiya. And where is Sasuke?" "He has returned. He seemed somewhat fatigued." "Do not disturb him. Allow him to rest. Your progress in training is the greatest reward you can offer him. Is that so?" Meanwhile, just before Naruto's awakening, Sasuke had already departed from Naruto's mental realm, awakening slightly ahead of him. He glanced at Jiraiya, who was anxiously watching Naruto, and felt a warmth in his heart. He then reassured Jiraiya, stating that there was no longer an issue with Naruto, allowing Jiraiya's tension to ease somewhat. Thus, the scene unfolded as Naruto beheld it. It is often the case that what one sees does not necessarily reflect the reality of the situation. As the sun set, Sasuke walked further away, his shadow stretching long, almost as if it had transformed into two figures. Chapter 66. Comprehensive Development of Morality, Intelligence, Physical Fitness, Aesthetics, and Labor. In the days that followed, Sasuke commenced his dedicated training. After an extended period of relentless practice, he meticulously reviewed all the ninjutsu he had mastered, successfully self-learning the majority of skills possessed by his original self. Astonishingly, he accomplished this remarkable feat in an exceedingly brief span of time, which seemed utterly incredible. Upon reflection, it became evident that Sasuke's rapid comprehension of these intricate techniques could be attributed to the ancient adage, "Mastery of one art leads to mastery of all." When an individual attains profound understanding and mastery in a particular discipline, learning related methods becomes effortless and yields exponential results. Sasuke had evidently entered this realm, leveraging his exceptional talent, insight, and unwavering perseverance to triumph over numerous challenges, reaching a new pinnacle of power. Today, Sasuke had ascended to a higher echelon of strength, embodying the true essence of a formidable warrior. In the realm of fire release, he had newly acquired the technique of fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique, which enabled flames to erupt from his mouth, scattering in all directions to assail his foes like the seeds of the phoenix flower propelled by a mere touch. Moreover, all the flames were intricately controlled by Chakra, making them difficult to evade entirely. In terms of lightning release, Sasuke not only enhanced his proficiency in the Chidori, but also developed variants such as Chidori Stream, Chidori Blade, and Chidori Sharp Spear, even formulating strategies for his prideful lightning release, Kirin. Regarding his physical techniques, he had also devised the Lion's Combo using his memory. It could be said that in just a few days, Sasuke made significant advancements in both physical and ninjutsu. Merely gazing at his attributes panel, he felt a profound sense of progress. At this moment, his attributes panel had upgraded to Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Chakra, 5 0 cards. Overall strength, entry-level shadow. Bloodline limit, left is Mangeki Sharingan and right is 3 Tomo Sharingan. Special ability, Ninetales Chakra mode, remaining chakra, 99, 99. Taijutsu, Uchiha throwing technique. Uchiha grapple, Konoha great whirlwind, 1 to 4 gates of 8 gates, no side effects. Lion's combo. Ninjutsu, Ninja Academy version, body replacement technique, fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, super great fireball technique, ninja art, mist concealment technique, mist body flicker technique, summoning technique, snake, fire release, dragon flame song technique, fire release, great dragon fire technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, lightning release, Chidori, lightning release, Chidori stream, lightning release, Chidori sharp spear, lightning release, Chidori blade, lightning release, snake lightning, advanced medical ninjutsu, healing technique, wind release, great breakthrough. Items, complete Susanoo experience card X1. This densely packed attributes panel, when compared to his initial blank panel, reflected an unimaginable enhancement. As for why the Ninetales Chakra mode was not at full capacity, it was because, at the moment of acquisition, he had impulsively activated it in front of Naruto and the Ninetales, inadvertently resulting in a non-integer value. Although he was unaware of the precise consumption, the system rounded it to a precise 99, 99, which was somewhat disheartening to witness. However, now possessing entry-level shadow capabilities, he was eager and prepared to participate in today's exam, the Chuunin exams. The other Chuunin? If they were to discover that Sasuke, with such strength, was still merely a genin who had yet to partake in the Chuunin exams, they would undoubtedly question their existence. Yet, reality often surpasses fiction in its absurdity. Sasuke, with such prowess, was indeed poised to enter the Chuunin exams. Moments later, Sasuke arrived at the predetermined gathering point, where Naruto and Sakura coincidentally appeared. "Good morning, Sakura-chan." Naruto greeted cheerfully upon seeing Sakura, and after glancing at Sasuke, he hesitated but refrained from sulking and not greeting him as before. "Sasuke, you too." Good morning. Sakura appeared somewhat unenthused, managing only a forced smile even with Sasuke present. Sasuke observed Sakura intently, sensing something was amiss. Was she perhaps anxious about the impending exam? He pondered. Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to this, incessantly seeking conversation with Sakura, despite her apparent lack of interest. In truth, while her nervousness about the exam played a part, it was not the sole reason. The rapid progression of Sasuke and Naruto and Appo's abilities had placed considerable pressure on Sakura as their teammate. After all, not everyone could keep pace with the advancement of these two prodigies. My current strength is even inferior to Naruto's. How can I be of help to them in the Chuunin exams? Sakura felt disheartened, grappling with both her abilities and the upcoming examination, which filled her with anxiety. In recent days, she had trained diligently day and night, yet her limited talent and insufficient resources hindered her from learning suitable ninjutsu, rendering her efforts in training seemingly fruitless. The importance of mentorship in the ninja world was becoming increasingly evident. At this moment, Sasuke discerned Sakura's confusion, gently poking her forehead. "Stop overthinking. You should remember that technique I mentioned before. Once you master it, you will naturally harness your strength." This small gesture from Sasuke illuminated Sakura and Appo's mind like the dawn, dispelling her uncertainty and warming her heart. Sakura nodded, her eyes regaining their vibrancy. Although I'm still experimenting, I believe I will soon find clarity." The technique Sasuke referred to was none other than a method to amplify one's strength using chakra, commonly known as super strength. With her remarkable chakra control, this technique, which required precise manipulation to unleash several times one's strength, was perfectly suited to Sakura. Indeed, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sakura's combination of super strength and the 100 healings technique showcased her astounding physical prowess, while the 100 healings technique compensated for her inadequate chakra reserves, resulting in an exceptionally formidable endurance. Even among countless ninjas, her performance stood out, marking her as one of the peaks among ordinary individuals. Let us go. We're heading into the examination hall. Chapter 67. The Unscathed Shao Li. What is happening up ahead? It seems quite lively. As the trio from Class 7 approached, they noticed that the crowd ahead was becoming increasingly congested, with many candidates fervently engaged in discussion. What could it be? Naruto wondered, feeling puzzled. As they drew nearer, the scene came into focus. Two examiners, ninjas tasked with overseeing the test, stood at the entrance of the examination area. While on the ground lay a boy clad in a green jumpsuit, his watermelon-shaped head unmistakable. It was Rock Lee. Hey, with skills like yours, do you really dare to participate in the Chuunin exam? My advice is to reconsider. One of the seemingly seasoned ninjas scoffed, hands on hips, looking down upon the gathered genin. Don't you realize that becoming a Chuunin equates to shouldering the responsibilities of a squad leader? If a mission fails or a subordinate perishes, the blame falls squarely on you. Just look at you. You're not ready for this. How can it be like this? Are we really expected to turn back? Another candidate lamented. This is a bit too overbearing, isn't it? If we can't even enter the Chuunin exam, it's utterly embarrassing. Yet, some of their words held a semblance of truth. Their abilities indeed seemed insufficient to meet the Chuunin standard. Suddenly, a powerful set of footsteps approached, causing everyone present to turn and gaze in that direction. While that may be true, I must proceed, so kindly dispel this illusionary barrier. Naruto exclaimed, bewildered by the mention of an illusionary barrier. As the footsteps grew louder, a familiar figure emerged into view. It was Sasuke, stepping into the midst of the crowd. Oh, what a handsome young man, someone remarked. What is he saying? The surrounding onlookers began to murmur, equally puzzled as Naruto, unsure of Sasuke's words. Sasuke cast a meaningful glance at Sakura, as if to say, with your unparalleled analytical skills and knowledge of Genjutsu, you must have recognized this by now. Sasuke. Sakura felt her cheeks flush slightly, momentarily taken aback by his words. She glanced at Sasuke, and upon realizing something, she averted her gaze, warmth flooding her heart as she silently expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sasuke. Her eyes gradually filled with confidence. Indeed, they were on the second floor, a fact she had already discerned. What? Second floor? Isn't this the third floor? Naruto questioned, bewildered. We need to go to the third floor, so please make way, Sakura said, stepping out of the shadows, smiling at the two Chuunin. Seeing Sakura regain her confidence, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. This was the partner he had in Class 7. He, the wielder of the Sharingan, could easily discern that they were caught in an illusion, but Sakura, still a naive genin, had also grasped the truth at first glance. He wanted to give Sakura the chance to showcase her abilities and reclaim her self-assurance. Her ability to assert herself at such a young age was indeed commendable, and Sasuke admired the solid foundation she had built. I underestimated you. You have some skill. One of the Chuunin admitted, as the sign that had previously read 301 began to twist and transform into 201. What? This is really not the third floor. It's actually 201? How did we miss that? How did they figure this out? It's terrifying. Everyone looks so similar. How could they discern this? At that moment, the two Chuunin exchanged knowing smiles, causing Sasuke's brow to furrow in concern. They possess some skill, but merely recognizing an illusion is far from sufficient. Before he could finish his thought, one of the Chuunin vanished in a blur, appearing before Sasuke with astonishing speed. He swiftly lifted his right leg and launched a powerful kick toward Sasuke, as if to send him flying. Should the strike connect, the consequences would be dire. However, Sasuke faced this ferocious assault with unwavering calmness. His expression remained serene, a glint of determination in his eyes as he prepared to retaliate with a physical confrontation. Just then, an agile green figure appeared between Sasuke and the Chuunin, raising his hands to intercept both attacks. Who do you think you're looking down on? Sasuke had never harbored particular thoughts about Rock Lee, but when he stepped in to block both assaults, an unexplainable fury surged within him. Indeed, he had been underestimated. Just as Lee reached to catch Sasuke's leg, Sasuke altered his kick mid-motion, striking Lee's forearm to deflect it and following up with a swift side kick to Lee's abdomen. Bang! Lee, caught off guard by Sasuke's sudden acceleration, felt his body lose balance and was sent tumbling backward, crashing into the Chuunin who had intended to ambush Sasuke. An unexpected 2-for-1 deal. Sasuke, with one decisive strike, had taken down both adversaries. Of course, he had held back his strength. After all, they were not mortal enemies. Coughing amidst the dust, Lee struggled to rise, casting a cautious glance at Sasuke before being captivated by Sakura's presence. Gulp. Sakura's appearance caused the usually stoic Lee to swallow hard, his nerves kicking in as he ignored the pain from his earlier encounter with Sasuke. He approached Sakura directly. Miss Beautiful, will you go out with me? I promise to protect you diligently. Lee's declaration was met with a flurry of reactions. Great. I shouldn't have held back earlier. Sasuke facebombed. Chapter 68. An uncharacteristic Naruto. Hey. Are you harassing my teammate right in front of me? Have you considered our feelings? If you wish to pursue a relationship, perhaps you should first inquire about the strength of my fist. Sasuke stepped forward, standing resolutely in front of Sakura, like an unassailable fortress, effectively separating her from Lee. His gaze was cold and unwavering, with a slight furrow of his brow, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and anger, as if to convey, do not easily challenge his limits. It was apparent to all that should Lee dare to advance even an inch further, Sasuke would deliver a punishing blow. Standing behind Sasuke, Sakura gazed at his tall, pine-like silhouette, a wave of warmth and security washing over her. She knew that as long as Sasuke was by her side, she need not fear any danger. The atmosphere around them instantly grew tense in the face of Sasuke's formidable stance. At that moment, Naruto also stepped forward, positioning himself before Sasuke, prompting a raised eyebrow from Sasuke. Indeed, that lecherous, bushy-browed fellow wishes to test Sasuke's strength. He should first reckon with my prowess. Oh dear, Sasuke-kun and Naruto. Please do not be overly agitated. Observing that their examination had yet to commence, Sakura hurriedly intervened as a peacemaker, for she did not want her team's strength depleted over such trivial matters. Consequently, she looked up at Lee and, in a gentle manner, said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but your eyebrows are too thick. That won't do. Besides, I already have someone I like." Oh, the crowd around them erupted in a commotion upon hearing Sakura's words. Is this happening? Upon hearing Sakura's sentiment, Lee's demeanor fell into despondency, and his fighting spirit waned, thus alleviating the tense atmosphere somewhat. At that moment, a handsome young man with long hair and white eyes emerged from behind Lee, gazing at Sasuke with keen interest. "Hey, what is your name? How old are you? You must be a newcomer, right?" Sasuke raised his gaze and realized the newcomer was none other than the talented Neji. With a hint of intrigue, he retorted, "And what of it? Whether I am or am not, one ought to introduce themselves first when inquiring about names. Wouldn't you agree?" Neji hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether revealing his name before the exam could potentially compromise his information. However, Sasuke was oblivious to Neji's thoughts and cared little for the so-called leaks of intelligence. After all, was there anyone present whose information was unknown to Uchiha Sasuke? Was there anyone among them who could formulate a countermeasure upon learning his name? To put it bluntly, there was not a single individual present who could compel him to take them seriously. Thus, without any hesitation, Sasuke examined the conflicted Neji with interest, calmly stating, "Uchiha Sasuke, I look forward to a chance to spar." Neji, taken aback by Sasuke's direct introduction, found himself at a loss. Did this guy truly not fear the potential leakage of his information? Or was he so confident that he simply did not care? Unbeknownst to Neji, Sasuke belonged to the latter category. He was entirely indifferent to such trivialities that only those lacking strength would concern themselves with. Seeing Sasuke so forthright, Neji realized that if he continued to hesitate, he might find himself at a disadvantage before the battle even began. Therefore, he replied, "Hyuga Neji, I hope you will prove to be a worthy opponent." Sasuke merely smiled at Neji's slightly provocative declaration, dismissing it. He then glanced at Naruto, implying, "You must first endure until the end to even see me." Neji's brow furrowed. What did Sasuke mean by that? Did he look down upon him? Yet, Sasuke harbored no such sentiment. He merely recognized that given Naruto's recent progress, if Neji remained at his previous level, it would be quite challenging for him to endure until he encountered Sasuke. However, according to the storyline, there would be no further conflict. But what kind of person is Sasuke? If he were inclined to explain, he would no longer be Sasuke. Thus, Sasuke paid no heed to Neji's internal deliberations, calling out to his companions as he proceeded toward the now open third-floor corridor. Wait! Suddenly, a robust voice resonated from behind them. In an instant, a swift green blur darted past Team 7, blocking their path. With a fierce expression, Lee exclaimed, "Let us have a match right now, shall we?" Sasuke cast a disinterested glance at Lee, yet upon noticing that Lee's gaze seemed fixated on him while occasionally stealing glances at Sakura, his previously subdued desire for combat was ignited. Truly, he thought, this guy has never encountered the harsh realities of life. I am Rock Lee. I shall test my techniques against the so-called genius of the Uchiha clan to see if they hold any merit. Following this declaration, Lee blew a kiss towards Sakura. Ugh! Lee's brazen act sent chills down Sasuke's spine. How utterly repulsive. Sasuke thought, and it was even more so for Sakura, who felt utterly appalled by the display. At that moment, Naruto, who had been silent for quite a while, suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Sasuke and Sakura. One by one, they all seemed to know only to challenge Sasuke. It's infuriating. Sasuke, Sakura, allow me to handle this. I will end this fight in 5 minutes. Both Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise, as if he had undergone a personality transformation. Did he suddenly gain newfound confidence? Please step aside. My opponent is Uchiha Sasuke. One by one, they only wished to fight Sasuke. You must first get past me. Hey, bushy brows, do not be overly arrogant. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and with a powerful surge, he propelled himself forward like lightning, stirring up a whirlwind. His fists clenched, muscles tensed. He gathered his strength into a single point, then struck with tremendous force towards Lee's face. This punch was monumental, as though carrying the might of a raging bull. The wind from his punch howled, emanating an unparalleled pressure. Lee stood firm, his eyes locked onto Naruto's movements, unflinchingly preparing to meet the blow. At the moment Naruto's fist approached, he executed a deft maneuver, using the principle of yielding to counter, and retreated just in time to deflect Naruto's strike, which crashed heavily into the ground. Boom! The ground shattered, debris flying. Lee's eyes sharpened as he seized the moment when Naruto was momentarily immobilized, swiftly raising his left leg and sweeping towards Naruto like a tempest. This kick was not only incredibly swift, but also executed at a cunning angle, taking advantage of Naruto's momentary stiffness, a strategy clearly born from careful consideration. At that moment, Naruto had yet to recover from his previous action, and facing Lee's fierce onslaught, he risked being knocked down to the ground with the slightest misstep. Naruto, Crisis. Chapter 69, Naruto vs. the Taijutsu prodigy Lee Bang. At this critical moment, Naruto displayed astonishing reflexes and physical coordination. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Lee's low sweep. Simultaneously, he waved his right hand, and a brilliant crimson chakra suddenly materialized, transforming into a colossal hand that lunged towards Lee. This chakra, Sasuke and Appo's pupils dilated in shock as he sensed it. This chakra did not belong to anyone else, but was emanating from the Nine Tails. Could it be that Naruto had begun to adapt and grasp the chakra of Kurama during this time? Although he had yet to achieve the level of forming the tailed beast cloak, the overflowing chakra had significantly enhanced Naruto's state, proving to be remarkably formidable. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Naruto had utilized the overflowing chakra of the Nine Tails to directly defeat the genius contender, Neji. Naturally for Lee, who aimed to surpass Neji, facing Naruto in this state was no small burden. In that instant when Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails, he slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on Sasuke, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he were conveying something to Sasuke. That smile radiated confidence and pride, as though saying, Sasuke, behold my current strength. During this period, I have been diligently training, and I have finally succeeded in mastering this formidable power. Naruto's eyes revealed a sense of determination and resolve that was truly moving. Through his actions, he demonstrated his growth and progress, showcasing his indomitable spirit to Sasuke. At this moment, Naruto was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. He resembled a capable ninja, exuding reliability. Naruto had truly become impressive. Sakura, upon witnessing Naruto's stance, instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. After merely a few days apart, how had her companions transformed into such monstrous beings, inevitably amplifying her own pressure? Meanwhile, during the brief moment when Naruto glanced at Sasuke, Lee, who was under attack, was not idle. He swiftly retreated like lightning, his agile form executing multiple graceful backflips, effortlessly evading Naruto's fierce onslaught. Then, he forcefully planted his foot against the wall, as if imbued with tremendous strength, instantly teleporting to Naruto's side with astonishing speed. Before Naruto could react, Lee raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick toward him. Leaf Gale. With a fierce shout, a strong gust of wind erupted. Naruto's pupils contracted in alarm, inwardly marveling. This technique, while its power may not rival Sasuke's Leaf Great Whirlwind, it should not be underestimated. Moreover, the rapidity of the attack made it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Naruto scarcely had time to react, hastily crossing his arms in front of his chest in a futile attempt to shield himself from the blow. However, the force of the strike was overwhelming. and the brutal impact landed mercilessly on his forearms. Bang! The heavy blow sent Naruto staggering backward, retreating 2 steps before regaining his balance. He grimaced in pain, shaking his arm while groaning. Ouch, that hurts. The intense agony felt as if it were penetrating his very bones, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Yet, to Lee's astonishment, Naruto appeared unfazed, as if nothing had happened. How could this be? This was his serious attack, capable of breaking even iron. And yet, Naruto had withstood it with his bare body, not only avoiding any fractures, but seemingly unaffected, as though that heart-stopping moment had never occurred. Lee stared at Naruto, a wave of unprecedented shock and disbelief washing over him. Such monstrous physical prowess. He could not fathom what kind of strength allowed Naruto to withstand his relentless assault so effortlessly. Even more perplexing was how Naruto could remain unscathed after such a severe blow, as if harboring some mysterious and powerful energy within. Though he could not react quickly enough, Naruto's physique as a Jinchuriki had indeed absorbed the blow, proving to be quite the anomaly. Sasuke, keenly aware of the peculiarities, recognized that if Naruto continued like this, he might be subjected to relentless attacks. Thus, he prepared to intervene to prevent this battle from becoming an embarrassment for his comrade. Stop it, Lee. Just as Sasuke was about to intervene and conclude this match, a voice emerged from a hidden corner. Sasuke turned to discover that the speaker was, astonishingly, a giant turtle. The turtle slowly approached, and upon hearing its words, Lee surprisingly halted his actions, trembling slightly, though still expressing a hint of reluctance. You fool. You should know how foolish it is for a ninja to reveal their secret techniques. Moreover, the techniques you intend to use in the upcoming battle are not suited for friendly sparring. I'm sorry, teacher guy. Lee immediately ceased his actions, bowing deeply to the giant turtle. Hey, Sasuke, I must be seeing things. Was that really a giant turtle? Now turtles can be ninjas too? Seeing that Lee had indeed stopped, Naruto withdrew the overflowing chakra and returned to Sasuke's side, turning to him like a bystander and inquiring. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's relatively good condition, at least he could still enjoy some snacks, couldn't help but marvel at the Jinchuriki's recovery capabilities. Nevertheless, this was closely tied to Naruto's recent progress. After all, in the normal timeline, both he and Naruto would not have been able to compete with Lee at this moment, as Lee had started his training ahead of them. Indeed, Naruto was not even a match for that thick-browed fellow. However, the current Naruto, while still facing challenges in overcoming his opponent, was more than capable of exchanging blows. This clearly illustrated the remarkable growth Naruto had achieved during this period. At that moment, the turtle's back ignited with flames, transforming into a verdant figure. The azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, made his entrance. I truly have no means to contend with you young, impetuous lads. Here comes someone with even thicker eyebrows. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 70, Grasping the 100 Heroes. Ignite your youth. Naruto, his eyebrows are so thick, and that bowl cut. Sakura, indeed, those eyebrows are quite pronounced. Sasuke, it's rather abstract, I assent it. The members of Team 7 whispered amongst themselves, critiquing. Hey, you shouldn't team-mock teacher guy. Lee glared at Naruto, who was jesting. Naruto, still simmering from a recent confrontation, retorted, shut your mouth. With all these strange characters popping up, what do you expect my reaction to be? Hey, Lee, Guy called out from behind. What is it, teacher Guy? Lee turned, puzzled, then resumed his banter with Naruto. What are you talking about, you fool? Suddenly, a loving iron fist came crashing down onto Lee's head, sending him stumbling back, a noticeable red bump rising on his forehead. Ouch. That looks painful. Guy's punch caught Sasuke and the others off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. Sasuke glanced at the swelling on Lee's head and couldn't help but grimace. How excruciating that appeared. What a day filled with complex emotions, reflecting the unique youth of their teacher and student. After delivering his affectionate blow to Lee, Guy unexpectedly changed his demeanor, embracing Lee with fervor. This is youth, Lee. For your actions against a comrade, I shall punish you after the Chuunin exams. But for now, let us run 500 laps around the training grounds together. Yes, teacher Guy? Sasuke simply observed. As Lee began his laps, Guy suddenly adopted a serious expression, devoid of his usual joviality, and addressed the trio. You are Kakashi's students, aren't you? Noticing Naruto and Sakura's trepidation towards this peculiar teacher, Sasuke stepped forward, shielding his teammates. Yes, you must be the renowned blue beast of Konoha, teacher Guy. Kakashi has often spoken of you, a worthy rival. Oh, I never anticipated that Kakashi would mention me to you. How surprising. Is he doing well? Indeed. I am the man known as Kakashi's eternal rival. With 50 victories and 49 defeats, I am currently stronger than Kakashi. Naruto blinked at Sasuke, bewildered. Did Kakashi-sensei really say that? I have no recollection. But in the next moment, Naruto seemed to realize something and exclaimed half-jokingly, "Wow, I didn't know thick-eyebrowed teacher was so formidable. Even Kakashi-sensei can't match you." He had believed Kakashi to be exceptionally strong, but it was astonishing to learn that Lee's teacher was equally impressive. Guy appeared to relish Sasuke and Naruto's words, despite Kakashi never having mentioned him in their presence. We had no prior connection. It was all due to the bonds of friendship. What does it mean to progress? Naruto posed, hands on his hips. It was awkward earlier. How about forgiving that guy for my sake? Seeing Naruto and Sasuke praise him, especially since they were Kakashi's students, Guy softened, directing his gaze towards Sasuke. Oh, Sasuke was taken aback that Guy acknowledged him as the decision-maker, considering the earlier confrontation had been between Naruto and Lee. Although Lee initially aimed to challenge him, Naruto had intervened, leading Sasuke to believe Guy would address Naruto instead. Yet, to his surprise, Guy approached him, the true core of their team. If they continued to dwell on this, it might seem petty. Besides, Lee had already gone off to run laps. What good would it do to linger on the matter? What if they joined in the spirit of youth together? Suddenly, an audacious thought struck Sasuke. His physical prowess was indeed formidable, but his two companions seemed destined to connect with this thick-browed teacher. If Naruto could master Guy's taijutsu and combine it with the 8 gates while in his Nine Tails chakra mode, who could stand against him? If Sakura could learn from Guy and apply the 100 healings technique with the 8 gates, who could rival her? Though utilizing the 8 gates makes it difficult to perform ninjutsu due to the overwhelming chakra surge, perhaps this concept could be refined. Even if it didn't work out, it would serve as a trump card. In Sasuke's view, the importance of taijutsu outweighed that of ninjutsu. After all, ninjutsu could easily be countered. And in situations where ninjutsu proved ineffective, only superior taijutsu could effectively confront the ensuing challenges. Teacher Guy? Sasuke called out to Guy, who was preparing to leave. Guy paused, surprised by Sasuke's sudden call. What is it? Well, Teacher Guy, I often hear Kakashi praise your exceptional taijutsu, so I would like to request if you could spare some time to teach my two companions. They have long admired your taijutsu prowess, but are too shy to express it. As their friend, I believe that being able to ignite our youth alongside you would be the coolest thing. Guy initially regarded the trio with skepticism, suspecting they had been influenced by some peculiar tactics Kakashi had imparted to them, intending to sway their fair competition. To his astonishment, Sasuke articulated such an extraordinary sentiment. Listen to that. Ignite your youth. Who could refuse a request for the fiery passion of youth from a young person? It would be the utmost blasphemy against youth. I cannot turn that down. Thus, he flashed a perfect youthful smile and gave a thumbs up. Youth should be like you. After this exam concludes, feel free to find me at the training ground. I hope you won't be defeated by the challenges along the path of youth. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Huh, he just left like that? Naruto gazed forlornly at the departing Guy, then turned to Sasuke with a puzzled expression. Sasuke, you don't have a crush on him, do you? Chapter 71. So, Sasuke, is this the style you prefer? What? Sasuke-kun actually likes this style. How could this be? Sakura felt utterly bewildered, as if struck by lightning, and was profoundly shocked. Hadn't Sasuke previously claimed to favor girls with long hair? For this very reason, she had been growing her hair long, hoping to embody more of what Sasuke found appealing. Yet, how could he suddenly change his taste? Although she harbored feelings for him, wearing a tight green outfit was simply too much to accept. And now he had to adopt a watermelon hairstyle, accompanied by youthful phrases, presenting such an energetic appearance. Even her affection for Sasuke could not compel her to embrace such a transformation. Was it truly necessary to undergo such a daring change to win Sasuke's heart? But would she, as a girl, truly look good in this manner? Or was it that Sasuke genuinely preferred this look? Frustratingly, despite her difficulty in accepting this. If Sasuke liked it then. Just as Sakura was about to resolve her thoughts, Sasuke abruptly raised his hand and delivered a sharp smack to Naruto and Appo's head. Idiot Naruto, that's not what I meant. Hey, ouch. Sasuke, could you be a bit gentler? Naruto exclaimed, clutching his head while grumbling. Yet, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Sasuke. So what did you mean by that? Suddenly suggesting we follow that thick-browed teacher's training was completely out of the blue. I nearly spilled the beans. Humph, you really don't recognize kindness when it's offered. But I must admit, your ability to catch on is quite the improvement. Let me ask you, how do you perceive that thick-browed teacher's speed? Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's inquiry. Speed. It was indeed extraordinarily fast. So much so that he barely registered how he appeared and disappeared. Sakura nodded in agreement, exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as Sasuke's preferred style wasn't like that, everything else was bearable. It was true. She hadn't seen it clearly. Could it have been a trick? Of course, it was no trick or illusion. It was pure speed. An unparalleled swiftness that eluded your perception. You should have sensed it during that skirmish with Rock Lee. Once that thick-browed fellow got serious, you were unable to keep pace with his attacks. Recalling the earlier battle, Naruto conceded, "It does seem like what you said, although I find it hard to accept. That guy's speed is indeed formidable. But isn't it possible he possesses some secret technique?" Secret technique? Sasuke smirked. If it were a secret technique, that would be manageable. The opponent would lack endurance. The crux of the matter is, he hasn't even unleashed any techniques yet. What you witnessed was merely a display of his monstrous physical prowess. If he were to employ secret techniques, I fear you wouldn't survive a single round, which is why I intended to intervene before you made a fool of yourself. Unfortunately, Kakashi-sensei intervened first. What? It was merely physical skill, Naruto exclaimed, stunned by Sasuke's revelation. He couldn't believe that someone could reach such speeds solely through physical prowess. So fast that he struggled to respond. Moreover, he had been making considerable progress recently, yet still felt somewhat inadequate. Unbelievable. Were all participants in the Chuunin exams monsters? Naruto's existential crisis was understandable, having faced formidable opponents like Gaara, Lee, and most recently, Sasuke. However, placing his abilities in a broader context, it could simply be said that he was unlucky in gauging his own progress. Indeed, that's why I suddenly suggested we train under that thick-browed teacher, Sasuke continued, seizing the opportunity as Naruto recognized the opponent's strength. So, Sasuke-kun wants us to train with that thick-browed teacher to improve our weaknesses? Sakura inquired, discerning Sasuke's underlying intention. Precisely. Think about it. Even Kakashi-sensei has numerous hidden skills, so surely Gai-sensei, who surpasses Kakashi, possesses many valuable techniques. Is it shameful for a ninja to learn jutsu from a powerful jonin like him? Prestige is illusory, but life is real. Acquiring an additional skill can often save one's life. Moreover, that thick-browed teacher has a good rapport with Kakashi-sensei and is willing to instruct us. Sasuke omitted one crucial detail, that the thick-browed teacher had mentioned igniting their youthful spirits. I see. So you want us to learn from the thick-browed teacher and become stronger. Naruto finally grasped, exclaiming, "Sasuke, you're amazing." For Naruto, eager to follow someone else's training to gain strength and catch up to Sasuke, this prospect was entirely appealing, even exhilarating. Finally, another opportunity to grow stronger had arisen. Sakura felt similarly. After all, her two monstrous companions had already placed immense pressure on her. She could not afford to pass up any chance to enhance her abilities, especially as she was the one in greatest need of guidance among the trio. As it stood, Naruto had a mentor, while Sasuke, despite lacking one, had a system. She alone, Haruno Sakura, had neither a system nor a mentor, making her growth the most constrained. While it felt somewhat strange, this opportunity stood before her. If training under the thick-browed teacher could empower her and allow her to stand alongside Sasuke in battle, she would willingly endure any oddities. Thus, Sasuke declared, "We, Team 7, must seize this opportunity. Every chance to grow stronger is invaluable." With that, he led the way, embarking on a path of rigorous training, far more arduous than their previous sessions. Yet, if they persevered, they believed they would one day meet at the pinnacle. Pinnacle? Where's that? What a peculiar name. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Sasuke smirked, thinking, "You truly are something, Naruto," and continued on without looking back. Sasuke, do tell, where exactly is this place? Are there any local delicacies, like Ichiraku ramen? Naruto called out while chasing after Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sakura silently followed behind, watching the two figures ahead. To meet at the pinnacle? Sasuke surely holds me in his heart. No, Haruno Sakura, you must gather your resolve and not disappoint Sasuke-kun's expectations. It's just about igniting youthful spirits, right? I will catch up to you both. Chapter 72. A meal of tofu. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura sat together on the periphery of the examination hall, diligently discussing their upcoming training plans. Each expressed their thoughts freely, engaging in a fruitful exchange of ideas. Even Naruto, who was typically rather slow on the uptake, contributed several insightful points, leaving Sasuke pleasantly astonished. Naruto, I must say, your recent progress is quite remarkable. Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim. The control over his Nine-Tails chakra and his dedication to training had given him an entirely new impression of Naruto. Sakura echoed this sentiment, noting how the once underachieving Naruto had seemingly transformed in such a short time. Though he still occasionally displayed his trademark unpredictability, he had matured significantly, both in thought and strength, becoming increasingly reliable. Sasuke was right. Naruto's advancements were indeed substantial. If he continued on this path, he might one day emerge as a formidable warrior. Flattered by Sasuke and Sakura's praise, Naruto felt buoyant. Oh, come on. But since you both speak so sincerely, I shall reluctantly accept this fact, he replied, playfully dismissing their compliments. Well, let's hope you don't falter right after we've praised you, Sasuke remarked, rolling his eyes at Naruto's buoyant demeanor. Just you wait, Sasuke. I always keep my word, Naruto retorted confidently. After their exchange, Sasuke stood up with agility, pulling Naruto and Sakura along with him. Let us head inside. Time is of the essence. Right, let us go? Tremble, my rivals. Here comes Naruto, Uzumaki. The trio entered the hall. As they walked, Sakura couldn't help but exclaim, wow, there are so many people. The throng of examinees elicited a reaction akin to that of the actress Jo Sun's famous expression. At that moment, Sasuke's ears perked up, sensing something amiss. A girl was stealthily approaching him from behind, intending to surprise him with a hug. Sasuke-kun, she called sweetly, arms outstretched for a grand embrace. However, Sasuke appeared to be prepared. Just as she was about to envelop him, he swiftly sidestepped, moving from the center of the group to stand beside Naruto. Ino, completely caught off guard, stumbled forward, losing her balance. To make matters worse, she collided headfirst with Sakura, who was scanning the surroundings. Ouch, that hurt. They both cried out simultaneously. Sakura rubbed her forehead, wincing in concern. Oh no, I'm definitely going to get a bump. Will Sasuke dislike me because of this? She frowned, glancing at the equally pained Ino. Ino Yamanaka, what were you thinking? Indeed, the girl was none other than Ino Yamanaka, a classmate of Sasuke's who, like Sakura, harbored feelings for him. Suddenly, it dawned on Sakura. Considering Ino's stance and Sasuke's previous position, she realized Ino was attempting to steal her chance with Sasuke, utterly unforgivable. Sakura fumed. Thus began a quarrel between the two girls, leaving Sasuke somewhat exasperated. What a hassle, he thought. Right? You feel the same way, don't you, Sasuke? Shikamaru, holding his head in frustration, approached with Choji, who was munching on chips. Unfortunately, one of the quarrelsome duo was their teammate, and it was unavoidable for them to intervene. Sasuke held no particular feelings for Ino, unlike Sakura, who was unwaveringly supportive during his dark times. Ino merely admired handsome boys and was constrained by her family's expectations, making her assistance in his endeavors unlikely. Thus, he had instinctively evaded her sudden embrace. After all, given his own looks, it was uncertain who would truly suffer from such an encounter. In contrast, Sakura exhibited steadfast loyalty, willing to follow Sasuke on his path of vengeance, just as Naruto did. This distinction was what Sasuke deeply valued in them. Silence. Any noise will result in disqualification. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the air, accompanied by the fearsome figure of the examiner, Marino Ibiki, who appeared like a specter before the crowd. Standing at the podium, he emanated an aura of dread, reminiscent of a demon from the underworld, instilling fear in all present. The sheer intensity of his presence was overwhelming for the inexperienced genin, causing them to pale and tremble in terror. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. In stark contrast, Team 7, seasoned by perilous encounters, stood resolute, their demeanor a sharp contrast to the quaking examinees around them. Even the examiner couldn't help but take a second glance at this remarkable group of youths. What a fierce aura, Sasuke noted, feeling a mix of apprehension and admiration at the examiner's presence. Team 7 shared a similar sentiment. Their numerous brushes with danger had transformed them, setting them apart from the trembling crowd. Wow, they're so impressive. Hinata, initially fearful, marveled at Team 7, who stood like unyielding rocks amidst the tension. I am Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first exam of the Chuunin selection process, he announced. You will come forward in the order of your submitted applications to receive your number tags and test papers. Then, take your designated seats for the written exam. What? A written exam? Naruto's expression fell. He wasn't afraid of practical tests, but when it came to written assessments, he felt utterly hopeless. The thought of this exam brimmed with ill intent towards him. The phrase written exam loomed over him like a mountain, crushing his dreams of becoming a Chuunin. Nevertheless, the rules continued to be read aloud, unaffected by Naruto's internal turmoil. First, each exam paper contains 10 questions. 1 point will be deducted for each incorrect answer, implementing a penalty system. Second, the examination will be conducted in groups of 3, with the final score being the sum of the trio's points. Third, any instance of cheating or perceived cheating will result in a 2-point deduction. Fourth, if any member of a group is caught cheating and receives 0 points, the entire group will be disqualified. Now the exam begins. Well, this was to be expected. After collecting his exam paper, Sasuke settled into his designated seat, musing to himself. With the penalty for being caught cheating set at a 2-point deduction, it implied a total of 5 opportunities for mischief. He glanced at Naruto, who was scratching his head, and at Sakura, who was anxiously peeking at Naruto. If I just utilize one of those chances wisely, I might manage to pass this exam. In the first round of the Chuunin exam, Sasuke swiftly discerned the loophole in the rules. Acquainted with the narrative, he understood that the essence of this examination was not merely to test one's academic prowess, but rather to assess a ninja's fundamental aptitude for information gathering. Thus, for Sasuke, this challenge was akin to child's play. However, despite his fervent desire to showcase his exceptional skills in gathering intelligence, a glance at the test paper filled him with a sense of melancholy. This was not the ostentation he sought. The paper was astonishingly simplistic, rendering any need for deceit utterly unnecessary. Of course, for Naruto, such measures were still essential. Sasuke mused internally. Even as his pen began to dance across the page with remarkable speed, he was already intimately familiar with the questions. The answers flowed forth with ease. Each query felt like an old friend, requiring no contemplation to resolve. As time elapsed, Sasuke found himself increasingly bored. The triviality of this examination posed no challenge whatsoever, prompting him to ponder whether the examiner had deliberately underestimated the student's capabilities. Nonetheless, it was a relief to demonstrate that he had not relied on subterfuge, but rather completed the exam through his genuine competence. It was vexing, indeed, to finish before Sakura could even pass him her answers. Was this the joy of an academic overachiever? Truly, the happiness of a scholar was a genuine delight, Sasuke reflected. Chapter 73, Sasuke's Display, a Showcase of Brilliance. In those tranquil days, devoid of any extraordinary tasks, Sasuke found himself with only 2 pursuits. First, to immerse himself wholly in rigorous training, diligently honing his skills in a relentless quest for improvement. Second, to ardently acquire knowledge pertinent to the ways of the ninja, addressing any gaps in his understanding. This dual commitment ensured that when faced with future adversities, he would navigate them with ease and remain invincible. After all, a towering edifice rises from a solid foundation. Lacking this, he would merely become a formidable figure, superficially strong, yet fundamentally lacking. Such an individual might briefly revel in their prowess, but would never ascend to the level of a true master. Moreover, without the ability to innovate and forge a distinctive style and philosophy, he could not hope to create a novel system of his own. It is essential to understand that true power in a ninja lies not just in extraordinary strength, but in profound insights and unique interpretations of ninjutsu or other disciplines, leading to the creation of unprecedented pathways. All of this must rest upon a robust and expansive foundation. A noble man aspires to greatness. Given the opportunity bestowed upon him by fate, how could he willingly settle for mediocrity? While circumstances may forge heroes, he firmly believes that heroes can also shape their own destiny. He is resolute in not merely conforming to the trajectory of the world, progressing in a mundane manner. Instead, he yearns to showcase his unique charisma, to inscribe a magnificent chapter with his own hands. He aims to demonstrate to the world that he, Uchiha Sasuke, is not a mere fish in a pond. He shall rely on his own strength and intellect to defy conventions and transcend limits. With fearless courage and unwavering conviction, he shall challenge seemingly insurmountable peaks. He desires to instigate a monumental transformation in the world, ensuring that all remember his name, Uchiha Sasuke. He will become the very wind that propels the sails of revolution, sweeping across the ninja world. Regardless of the daunting challenges that lie ahead, he remains undaunted, bravely advancing forward. For he knows that only through enduring the trials of tempestuous storms can one achieve true greatness. In this grand journey, he shall forge his own legend. Thus, it is through his relentless efforts beyond the rewards of the system that Sasuke can accomplish what once seemed unattainable, completing the examination effortlessly rather than struggling fruitlessly for answers. Upon a thorough review, Sasuke glanced around and noted that his peers were still fervently scribbling away. It appeared that he had finished the exam the quickest. He then rose fearlessly before the scrutinizing eyes of the examiners, holding his paper aloft. What is this kid doing? If I am not mistaken, he is Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha. What could he be up to? Does he not realize that cheating incurs penalties? Are they really willing to forfeit this examination? How foolish. It seems we can eliminate one more competitor. Under the gaze of many bewildered onlookers, Sasuke strode confidently to Naruto's desk. Naruto, bewildered, thought, although I cannot complete this, is surrendering so directly necessary? I believe I might still salvage this. If I choose the longest answers for the short questions, surely I can get at least one answer right. However, Sasuke paid no heed to Naruto's puzzled expression. A quick glance at Naruto's paper revealed nothing but doodles. No answers at all, as expected. Then, amidst Naruto's shocked gaze, Sasuke placed his completed exam paper directly onto Naruto's desk, nonchalantly snatching away the doodle-ridden paper without regard for the astonished crowd, and returned to his seat. Uchiha Sasuke, caught cheating, -2 points. Incredible, it can be done this way. Wow, I've been outshone. What a fool I am. Quick, take note. The expressions of the lower-ranked ninjas varied, yet under Sasuke's influence, a spark ignited in their eyes. Chapter 74. All in is a form of wisdom. Goodness. Sasuke's maneuver left Naruto's scalp tingling with astonishment. I concede, Uchiha Sasuke, you are indeed my elder brother. Your prowess is simply overwhelming. You have redefined what it means to cheat. Just a moment ago, Naruto was fretting over his inability to produce any answers, worried that his limited written examination skills would hinder his two teammates. In the next heartbeat, Sasuke, with remarkable finesse, handed him a completed exam paper. Is there anything more astonishing in this world than being on the brink of failure only to have someone unexpectedly complete the task for you, resulting in a perfect score? He experienced this, and it was utterly outrageous. Sasuke, unfazed by Naruto's and the onlookers' astonishment, had long devised this strategy, fully in control of the situation. Upon receiving Naruto's paper, which was a chaotic mix of doodles and blank spaces, he couldn't help but remark on Naruto's characteristic style. After taking a seat, he swiftly completed the exam using his memory. It was straightforward, masterfully executed. Beep. Host's rebellious nature detected. Reward successfully triggered. Since cheating incurs only a 2-point deduction, why should I conceal my actions or tread cautiously? The host blatantly disregarded the examination framework, brazenly executing an act of cheating while showing complete contempt for the examiners and fellow candidates, his rebellious spirit resonating. Reward for exhibiting rebelliousness, 1 Sharingan, kaleidoscope, in the right eye. Thus, after effortlessly finishing the remaining content, Sasuke began to patiently await the final question, the 10th, presented by the examiner. During this interval, the other examinees were inspired by Sasuke's audacity, each employing an array of bizarre and ingenious cheating methods. Some utilized the unique Byakugan ability of the Hyuga clan to peek at others' papers. Others manipulated sand into the shape of eyes to gather information. A few even devised clever strategies, sending their pet dogs to discreetly check answers. And there were even a handful of audacious individuals masquerading as examiners, sneaking glances at answers under the pretense of using the restroom. The examination hall quickly turned into a chaotic spectacle, reminiscent of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique tactics to conquer this test, starkly contrasting Sasuke's nonchalant demeanor. Of course, there were also many lower-ranked ninjas who failed miserably in their attempts. Your cheating attempts have been detected over 5 times. Examination qualifications revoked. Suddenly, a kunai flew past Sasuke, embedding itself in the paper of a lower-ranked ninja behind him. This ninja, having witnessed Sasuke's effortless completion of the exam, concocted various schemes to sneak a peek at his answers. However, after finishing his paper, Sasuke, feeling bored, noticed many attempting to spy on him. Thus, he executed a small ruse, casually stretching when the other leaned over. effectively blocking their view while simultaneously logging another cheating deduction for them. As a result of Sasuke's relentless efforts, numerous ninjas were eliminated. As the disqualified candidates dwindled, Marino Ibiki shook his cloak and stood up, addressing the remaining participants. All right, it's time to announce the 10th question. The examinees below, upon hearing this news, began to murmur in hushed tones. Curiosity piqued about the nature of this mysteriously veiled question. Victory or defeat hinged upon this final inquiry. Naruto, too, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this 10th question was not printed on the exam paper. It would only be revealed once everyone had nearly completed their tests. Surely, such a method held no ordinary rationale. This 10th question will be quite brutal, so I shall present you with two choices: to take the exam or not. Take the exam or not. Is that even a question? Having come this far, how could they suddenly withdraw? Indeed, if they were to quit now, it would be a waste of time. I feel quite confident about this exam. How could I simply choose not to take it? The candidates, upon hearing the examiner's words, were filled with disdain. They had come this far. How could they be asked to consider forfeiting? Sasuke, observing the candidate's mindset, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. I hope you can still smile after hearing the conditions. Ibiki perceived the candidate's thoughts and smirked slightly. As a special Jounin responsible for extracting intelligence in Konoha, he could not inflict physical torment, but mental anguish was certainly within his capabilities. You all seem reluctant to give up, so let me elucidate the special conditions tied to the 10th question. If you choose to take the exam and answer incorrectly, you will be disqualified from the Chuunin selection process. In other words, should you opt to take the exam and fail this question, you can forget about ever becoming a Chuunin. What? Some candidates gasped in shock. How can this be? Others expressed disbelief. No way, I can't take that risk. Some candidates frantically sought assistance from their teammates. The gravity of this choice weighed heavily. The stakes were extraordinarily high. After all, they were unaware of the content of the 10th question and uncertain if they could answer it correctly. A single mistake could jeopardize their futures, casting their lives into darkness. The risk was too great, far beyond what they were willing to wager. I'm sorry, teammates, I forfeit. A candidate trembled, raising his hand apologetically to his teammates before lowering his head, gritting his teeth. The examiner's cold voice echoed throughout the examination hall. Candidate 50 has withdrawn. Candidates 129 and 115 have also forfeited. His teammates were taken aback by his decision, ready to admonish him, yet they sighed and swallowed their words. If you forfeit, you forfeit. Sigh. If it doesn't work this time, we'll try again next time. I also forfeit. Me too. Examiner, Even Naruto, usually resolute, and Sakura, brimming with determination, found themselves wavering in this moment. Should they raise their hands? Should they forfeit? They feared that a momentary lapse in judgment would forever bar them from becoming Chuunin. They were even more terrified that their errors could prevent their companions from achieving that goal. The consequences loomed too heavy, far beyond what they could bear at their age. As for Sasuke, the significance of becoming a Chuunin was not particularly paramount to him. Simply knowing the content of the 10th question rendered the notion of forfeiting impossible. Thus, Sasuke's gaze remained unwavering, fixed on Marino Ibiki, his steadfast demeanor compelling even the most imposing figures to feel somewhat intimidated. Was this boy truly unafraid of failure? At that moment, Naruto, who had been trembling, suddenly stood up with determination. Stop underestimating me. I will take the exam. Even if I remain a genin for my entire life, I shall relentlessly pursue my goal of becoming Hokage. I am not afraid of you. Sasuke, taken aback by Naruto's sudden resolve, couldn't help but smile, realizing that Naruto had not changed at all. He swallowed the words he had intended to say, crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and offered a smile to Naruto. I too choose to continue the exam. Sakura hesitated briefly, yet ultimately made the resolute decision to stand united with her companions. Indeed, what a determined bunch of young souls. Mori no Ibiki, witnessing the unwavering solidarity of Team 7, couldn't help but admire Kakashi for having acquired such steadfast subordinates. He glanced around, hoping to apply some pressure on others, but surprisingly, inspired by Naruto's declaration and Sasuke's unwavering stance, the candidates below felt invigorated. I will continue. So will I? Let us take the exam. If it doesn't work out, we can always quit. Exactly. Let us go for it. All in. Thus, influenced by Naruto and Sasuke, the number of candidates opting to continue the exam significantly increased, much to the astonishment of Mori no Ibiki. What an unexpected turnout. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it, for the number of participants mattered little to him. The task of eliminating more candidates would fall to those overseeing the second phase of the exam, not him. With that, he smiled and confidently announced the results. I declare that all of you have passed. Chapter 75. Nearly scraping together a 3-bedroom apartment. We actually passed the examination. What happened? Did everyone pass? The 10th question? Unbelievable. I never anticipated such success. Below, the candidates, upon hearing the results announced by Sanaya Biki, collectively exhaled in relief. The pressure exerted by Sanaya Biki had been overwhelming, rendering it a truly exhausting trial. But thankfully, they had succeeded. Congratulations to you all. The 10th question was, in fact, quite simple. It was about your choice to either take the exam or not. Choosing not to take the exam would implicate your companions, while opting to take it could not only affect your own fate, but also jeopardize your peers, potentially preventing them from becoming Chuunin. Thus, it was a dilemma fraught with difficulty on both sides. However, if you were to become a Chuunin, when faced with a mission that could result in your comrades being injured or even losing their lives, would you choose to abandon the task out of fear for their safety? Sometimes, there are missions that, despite their inherent dangers, must be undertaken, just as the peace you currently enjoy was forged in blood by those fearless predecessors. In these moments, the ability to inspire your comrades to break through adversity and to possess the skills to extricate oneself from dire situations is an essential trait for a competent Chuunin leader. Those who are timid, those who surrender prematurely, those who pin their hopes on next year, are, in my eyes, weak-willed failures unworthy of becoming Chuunin. And you, having chosen the 10th question, have provided your answer to this dilemma. I trust that when faced with similar challenges in the future, you will be able to respond with your own capabilities. Sanaya Biki rarely displayed a smile, so congratulations on passing the exam. You must continue to strive and prepare for the second round of tests. So, this was indeed a test of our willpower. I'm glad I chose to stay. Yes, I nearly gave up. Suddenly, as Sasuke was preparing to check the rewards given by the system, he sharply sensed something, his ears twitching slightly. In the next moment, a shadow, like a specter, burst through the window, crashing into the room. Bang! With a loud thud, 2 sharp kunai flew out at the instant the shadow landed, accurately pinning a piece of black cloth tightly. Sasuke's heart raced, and he immediately heightened his vigilance. Hey, you lot, it's too early to be celebrating. A deep, cold, yet fervent and complex voice emanated from behind the fabric secured by the kunai. The second examination is about to commence. Everyone follow me. Sasuke. Naruto. Everyone. Sakura. She resembles Naruto a bit. Naruto, what? Is that polite? I'm just a tad abstract sometimes. But I'm not as abstract as this teacher. Sanaya Biki slightly poked his head from behind the black fabric, gripping it and gazing at the newly arrived examiner, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. For a moment, the classroom fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on the intruding ninja. It was not that they did not wish to react. Rather, the manner of your entrance left them utterly speechless. What legitimate examiner presents themselves in such a fashion? Even Naruto would never choose such an entrance. Truly, it was utterly embarrassing. Cough. The examiner seemed to realize that his long-awaited entrance was somewhat out of place, failing to achieve the anticipated effect of stirring the crowd and eliciting exclamations of how cool the teacher was. A miscalculation indeed. It appears a change in entrance strategy is required for next time. My name is Mitarashi Anko, and I am the examiner responsible for the second test. Please follow me. Chapter 76. The Kaleidoscope of the Right Eye. Observations from Sasuke as Sasuke strode purposefully behind the examiner towards the second examination venue. He inwardly sensed the enigmatic, dormant power of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, brimming with boundless energy. He concentrated, attuning himself to the peculiar fluctuations of chakra within his eyes, striving to unravel the secrets concealed within. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he gasped inwardly. How astonishing this revelation is! His heart swelled with disbelief and astonishment. After meticulous observation, he was elated to discover that the newly awakened ability of his right eye harmoniously complemented and enhanced the capacity of his left eye. This remarkable synergy felt like a divine orchestration, leaving him in awe. Even more astonishing was the fact that when the abilities of both eyes converged, the resultant effect was far more intricate than mere addition. These two formidable forces intertwined and supported one another, elevating his already formidable individual prowess to unprecedented heights, while simultaneously birthing a new, extraordinary expansion of power. Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration. Such a rare and unparalleled kaleidoscopic Sharingan ability was indeed a treasure beyond compare. If he could fully harness its potential, it would undoubtedly propel him towards the pinnacle of success and glory. As he contemplated this, a surge of excitement coursed through him, filling him with anticipation and confidence for the future. What exactly was this newfound ability? It turned out that the power of his left eye was Amaterasu. But due to the shifting tides of his inner world, the ability he awakened transformed from the original Amaterasu into a force capable of annihilating all, simultaneously gaining the capacity to consume everything. This power not only devoured all it encountered, but also replenished Sasuke, augmenting his strength further. The ability of his newly awakened right eye was, in fact, an evolved form of this original power, known as Kagaya's Command. This formidable ability would aid Sasuke in mastering the flames of Amaterasu. However, in this moment, the newly awakened capacity represented an innovative evolution of Kagaya's Command. This ability adapted to the newly developed consuming power of his left eye, transforming from merely controlling the flames of Amaterasu to reconstructing the abilities that had been devoured by the left eye. This was a potent ocular technique with expansive capabilities. It enabled the reconstruction of various powerful jutsus and bloodline limits, as long as the left eye had previously consumed that power and possessed sufficient chakra to replicate it. Upon sensing the new abilities of his right eye, a faint smile crept across Sasuke's lips, and a bold thought suddenly dawned upon him. If his left eye could consume all powers, and his right eye could replicate and reconstruct the abilities he had absorbed, did this not imply that if he consumed the abilities of another's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he could potentially possess multiple kaleidoscopic powers? It was essential to understand that even among the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan was a form of bloodline limit. The most distinctive feature of the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly the kaleidoscopic Sharingan possessed only by their most formidable members. Each Uchiha, upon awakening their kaleidoscopic Sharingan, would manifest different abilities based on their unique states of mind. Some of these abilities were abstract and powerful, such as the Shinsui, born of a desire to escape reality, or the Amaterasu, born of a wish to obliterate all, and the Konoha, which sought to alter everything. Others were more straightforward, like Kagaya's Command, which controlled Amaterasu. However, despite Sasuke's possession of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he was unable to master these abilities. He could only wield the two powers he had awakened himself. Each of these powers was unique, and unless one awakened them personally or transplanted another's eyes, it was nearly impossible to grasp them. Yet now, with the synergy of his two newly awakened kaleidoscopic abilities, it seemed feasible to consolidate all kaleidoscopic ocular techniques into his own repertoire. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Who among the ninja world would not desire to collect the kaleidoscopic abilities? Now, with such a grand opportunity before him, how could he let it slip away? If he were to possess multiple kaleidoscopic powers, he could confidently declare that even without the aid of external forces, he, Uchiha Sasuke, could shine brilliantly on his own. At this moment, whose kaleidoscopic ocular techniques were closest to him, a smirk played at the corners of Sasuke's mouth, his gaze tinged with a hint of mockery, as if recalling a foolish jester. How unexpected to think of Danzo. Sasuke mused inwardly, his disdain undisguised. It was not my intent to target you specifically, but it appears that my reasons for doing so have multiplied. The existing kaleidoscopic abilities were few. Among them were Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, as well as the Konoha that Shisui Uchiha had entrusted to him. Then there was Obito Uchiha's Kamui and the attack technique stored with his teacher, Kakashi Hatake. Lastly, there was Danzo, who resided in Konoha and possessed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan imbued with Konoha. For Sasuke, defeating Danzo would be easy. However, killing him would pose a greater challenge. Although Danzo's strength was not particularly formidable, Sasuke could now easily overpower him. Yet, Danzo's ability to wield the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, with his Sharingan posed a headache for Sasuke, not to mention the task of seizing the Konoha capable of altering others' wills. Even Sasuke felt a twinge of trepidation when faced with the legendary illusion Konoha. While he had some ideas to break through, he needed a foolproof plan. Thus, all of this required careful consideration and planning. However, the opportunity was drawing near. Konoha's collapse plan? A faint cold light flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Let the decaying roots of Konoha first crumble to dust. Chapter 77. Hawk-eyed and serpent-eyed. The stare between Sasuke and Orochimaru as Sasuke meticulously attuned himself to his newfound abilities. He and Orochimaru unknowingly found themselves at the periphery of the Forest of Death. Before them lay a dense thicket, where ancient and colossal trees towered towards the heavens, their sprawling branches and lush foliage seemingly intent on obscuring the very sky. The roots intertwined beneath the earth like serpentine dragons, while the trunks stood robust, requiring several individuals to encircle them. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that imbued the forest with an aura of mystery. Here, no traces of human craftsmanship marred the landscape. Everything appeared so natural and pure, resembling a secluded paradise where one could feel the vastness and wonder of nature, as if transported back to an era long past, witnessing the primordial forest in its original splendor. Legend has it that these towering trees, which blot out the sun, sprung forth from the wood-release techniques wielded during the fierce battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. This tale filled Sasuke with awe at the formidable prowess of the first Hokage. He mused that, were he in that era, he would certainly be incapable of such feats. The previous generation, Asura and Indra, were indeed terrifying figures. Yet, he believed it was merely a matter of time. After all, who was not a reincarnation of Indra's chakra? Sasuke himself was a reincarnation of Indra, and did he not take pride in that? Well, perhaps there was a touch of delight within him. Just a hint, Sasuke-styled Sundara. However, despite his admiration for Senju Hashirama's strength, Sasuke's immediate focus was not on lamenting the disparity in their powers, but rather on preparing to confront one of the most pivotal figures in the Hokage's plans, none other than Orochimaru, with whom he would inevitably share a tumultuous relationship of love and enmity should the story continue along its established path. This time, however, he would not be caught off guard. Confidence was key. The skies had cleared, the rain had ceased. Orochimaru was but a minor obstacle to overcome. Moreover, most crucially, Sasuke had already discerned Orochimaru's concealed position. Such a formidable transformation technique was indeed a testament to Orochimaru's prowess. Observing Orochimaru's current guise, Sasuke could not help but marvel inwardly. For no other in the ninja world possessed such remarkable skills in disguise, shifting from male to female, from handsome to beautiful. Who could remain unconfused? In contrast, Orochimaru's closest disciple, Mitarashi Anko, remained unaware of this deception. Despite her past intimacy with Orochimaru, prolonged separation and the chasm in their respective powers led her to overlook that Orochimaru was currently observing her with keen interest. She was entirely oblivious. Suddenly, as Orochimaru gazed at his once beloved disciple, he froze, a shiver running down his spine. Hesitantly, he turned his head, only to discover Sasuke not far away, unabashedly watching him with a smile. What sorcery was this? He was well aware of Sasuke's identity as a scion of the Uchiha clan, making him an integral part of Orochimaru's forthcoming schemes to explore the power of the Uchiha. Even if Sasuke did not approach him, Orochimaru had plans to engage with him, just not at this moment. Why was Sasuke staring at him with such a smile? There seemed to be nothing suspicious about him. Could it be that he had been exposed? That was improbable. They had yet to cross paths. In that moment, even the cunning Orochimaru, who prided himself on his strategic mind, found himself perplexed by Sasuke's demeanor. Meanwhile, the oblivious Anko was announcing the rules. The participants would be divided into two groups, one holding the Heaven Scroll and the other the Earth Scroll. The team that gathered both scrolls and reached the central tower of the Forest of Death within 5 days would pass the exam. Don't die out there. 5 days. Sasuke felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of not being able to sleep in his own bed for so long. Sakura, however, was thrilled at the prospect of spending 5 consecutive days with Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, found the idea of eliminating over half the teams in one fell swoop to be a terrifying prospect. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Anko declared, "Get ready, candidates. Follow your respective examiners to the entrance, and the exam will commence upon entering the arena." Sasuke felt a surge of anticipation. He glanced at Orochimaru, who was also watching him, and their eyes met. Sasuke's calm and confident gaze momentarily unsettled Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Did Sasuke possess some hidden card? Why else would he exude such confidence? Regardless, he had to make contact with this individual. If Sasuke proved to be exceptionally talented, he would serve as an ideal candidate for Orochimaru's next reincarnation project. Orochimaru had long coveted the power of the Sharingan. and Sasuke was the only feasible solution he had uncovered after extensive investigation. By harnessing Sasuke's talents, he could amplify his own strength. This was the essence of his reincarnation plan. Although Orochimaru harbored intentions towards Sasuke, who was to say that Sasuke did not have his own designs on Orochimaru? After all, he was the only genius scientist Sasuke could name in the current ninja world. If he wished to advance the realm of ninjutsu, this power was indispensable. However, with no access to the divine experience cards, Sasuke was unable to directly resolve his ideological concerns with Orochimaru and would need to seek a more circuitous route. Yet, to Sasuke, this posed no significant challenge. He contemplated, Orochimaru, just wait and see who truly is the prey and who is the skilled hunter. With that thought, Sasuke decisively turned away, striding toward his designated entrance, ready to engage in this crucial examination. How intriguing! Orochimaru noted the intensity of Sasuke's departing gaze, his emotions swirling in complexity. It had been years since anyone had looked at him in such a manner. For so long, most gazes directed at him were filled with either awe or occasional admiration, but none dared to regard him with such a predatory intensity as Sasuke did. Uchiha Sasuke, he murmured softly, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Excellent, very excellent. Let us wait and see how far you can grow. I look forward to our next encounter. You shall not disappoint me then. With that, Orochimaru turned and followed the examiner, disappearing into the stillness that enveloped the area. Chapter 78. A resounding blow to Naruto. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura ventured into the Forest of Death. Not long after their entrance, they encountered a pressing dilemma. Naruto suddenly exclaimed his urgent need to relieve himself. The matter of human necessity could not be overlooked. Sakura frowned in disapproval, chastising him. How can you say such things in front of a girl? She lightly tapped his head in reproach. Naruto recoiled, rubbing the back of his neck. His face tinged with embarrassment as he mumbled an explanation. Hey, it's only natural. Everyone has their urgent moments. He scratched his head, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness in the air. However, the urgency was overwhelming. The ominous breeze intensified his discomfort. He could no longer hold back. Sakura, albeit reluctantly, understood the biological necessity and glanced at Sasuke in search of his opinion. Sasuke, with a resigned sigh, acknowledged the inevitable with a nod, granting him permission. All right, you're truly my brother, Naruto exclaimed, relieved as he scanned the surroundings for a discreet spot. Ultimately, he chose the rear side of a large tree as his makeshift restroom and dashed over to attend to his urgent need. Elation was within reach. The tree was immensely sturdy, providing him with a sense of security as it obscured his form. Before long, Naruto had swiftly concluded his personal affair. He strutted back, casually zipping up his pants, his nonchalant demeanor bordering on distasteful. Sakura, witnessing this, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, sighing once more. Haven't I told you not to act like that in front of girls? She shook her head, internally lamenting Naruto's lack of memory. Suddenly, Sakura perceived a shadow darting past her. Startled, she focused her gaze and was astonished to find Sasuke had instantaneously appeared beside her. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed a powerful punch at Naruto, who had just finished his business. The resounding impact echoed as his fist connected with Naruto's face with astonishing force. Naruto, unable to react in time, cried out as his body was propelled like a kite severed from its string. He soared through the air and crashed against the trunk of a massive tree. With a thunderous crash, a deep dent marred the bark as if struck by cannon fire. Naruto was rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood motionless, his expression cold and unflinching, seemingly indifferent to his actions. The atmosphere was charged with tension and shock. Sakura was completely stunned, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Had Naruto been killed by Sasuke? Sasuke, although Naruto was a bit rude, it didn't warrant this. Sakura's mind raced, grappling with disbelief. She had witnessed their occasional conflicts, yet this was beyond comprehension. Seeing Naruto's head lolling at an unnatural angle, he appeared lifeless. What to do? What to do? Oh right, I have healing jutsu. Sakura hastily prepared to revive the unconscious Naruto. Sasuke, however, casually remarked, Don't worry, Sakura. You know Naruto is left-handed, and he just used his right hand to zip up, so that was merely a decoy. As Sasuke and Appo's words resonated, the seemingly defeated Naruto erupted in a cloud of smoke, resembling a vast mushroom cloud. As the smoke dissipated, A figure adorned with a Rain Village ninja headband lay before them, twitching slightly, seemingly devoid of consciousness and breath. Sakura covered her mouth, still reeling from the overwhelming revelation. She had not anticipated that after Naruto's restroom visit, he would return as a transformed imposter, substituted by a transformation jutsu. This abrupt turn of events left her momentarily speechless. Had the real Naruto truly been attacked by Sasuke? Where had the genuine Naruto disappeared to? What had transpired in between? And how had Sasuke noticed such a minute detail, that Naruto was left-handed while the imposter used his right hand? This was paramount. Moreover, did Sasuke know he was left-handed? You don't need to involve me, Sakura thought, suspecting some hidden agenda between the two. Sasuke, observing Sakura's bewildered expression, recognized her propensity for overthinking. Suddenly, Naruto leapt from the treetops, landing gracefully, exclaiming, "Sorry everyone, I was ambushed and knocked out." Sakura breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Naruto unharmed. Meanwhile, Sasuke smirked slightly, inquiring, "What is the passphrase?" Sakura, taken aback by the question, recalled the intricate passphrase they had devised in anticipation of potentially spending several days in the Forest of Death. She had memorized it after much effort. Naruto, appearing enlightened, chimed in, "You mean the passphrase? I worked hard to memorize it. It goes like this. When a ninja appears amidst great upheaval. 200 words omitted." Sasuke's smile widened. "I'm surprised you managed to memorize it. It took considerable time, didn't it?" Naruto grinned widely, giving Sasuke a thumbs up. "Of course. I put in the effort, so you believe me now, right, Sasuke?" With a cold smile, Sasuke replied, "Do you know what your greatest flaw is?" "Flaw? What are you talking about?" Naruto asked, perplexed. "Still playing dumb, I see. Do you know how the real Naruto would respond?" Sasuke's eyes gleamed with mockery. He would say, "That is too long. I can't remember it." In an instant, Sasuke formed hand seals as he murmured incantations. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of flames. This was no ordinary fireball. They were intricately linked, following a peculiar trajectory as if guided by some mysterious force, resembling clusters of flower buds. Each fireball radiated immense power, scorching the air around it and leaving a trail of charred remnants in its wake. "Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique," Sasuke declared with unwavering confidence. As he finished his incantation, the fireballs descended like rain upon their adversary, engulfing them in a sea of flames. Chapter 79, The Defiant Fire Release. Countless fireballs cascaded downwards, dense as the fiery blossoms of the bougainvillea, reminiscent of a machine gun's relentless barrage. The second ninja, who had transformed into a semblance of Naruto, found himself in a precarious position, unable to evade the onslaught. "Is this what you call fire release, bougainvillea technique?" Naruto expressed his bewilderment. Such a scale and density of ninjutsu could not simply be likened to the meager fire release of his recollection. "Are you certain this isn't fire release, Gatling technique? Is the Gatling Bodhisattva? This is utterly absurd. A mere fire release ninjutsu has been transformed into a machine gun-like assault by Sasuke. Moreover, this technique not only exhibited the rapidity of a machine gun, but also evoked an even more spectacular visual experience, leading one to question whether he was merely showing off." Sasuke declared, "Indeed, I have come to showcase the most dazzling ethnic flair." As the barrage from Sasuke intensified, the fiery seeds became impossible to evade. Concurrently, Naruto formed hand seals and dispelled his transformation technique. Upon reverting, he took on the appearance of a ninja adorned with the headband of the Land of Rain. With a deep breath, the ninja unleashed a powerful gust, wind release, great breakthrough. A furious gale erupted from his mouth, transforming into a formidable pressure that swept through with astounding speed. The air was rent asunder, producing sharp, whistling sounds as it passed. The once dominant bougainvillea fireballs, upon encountering this invincible wind force, shattered like fragile bubbles. It wasn't that Sasuke's power was lacking. Rather, the flames of the bougainvillea technique were simply inadequate in scale. Their strength lay in their density and inescapability, yet they could not withstand such a fierce onslaught. In that moment, the overwhelming might of wind release was vividly displayed. The potency of ninjutsu ultimately hinges on the wielder. This ninja, through precise chakra control and unique ninjutsu expertise, maximized the effectiveness of wind release against fire release. Sasuke, witnessing this, was unfazed. It would indeed be strange if he could not withstand such an attack. After all, he was up against that man. Truly a monstrous chakra. No wonder he is one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Sasuke teased, continuing to form hand seals. Oh, have you figured it out? No wonder. The man was taken aback, surprised that Sasuke had discerned his true identity. Sasuke was correct. He was none other than Orochimaru, the rogue ninja from Konoha who had infiltrated the exam. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he realized that Sasuke, despite the fire release being ineffective and having just suffered a setback, was now forming seals to unleash fire release again. Orochimaru felt perplexed, furrowing his brow. What are you trying to achieve? Shouldn't a normal person retreat from a losing strategy? Yet, Sasuke seemed to defy logic, appearing to swim against the current. Logically, with Sasuke's combat intelligence, he shouldn't make such a thoughtless decision. Yet, he did, leaving Orochimaru utterly bemused. At this moment, Sasuke grinned, seemingly unperturbed, feeling an insatiable urge. If ordinary fire release is ineffective against you, shall we try this? Sasuke proclaimed that if fire release is countered, it is not the fault of the technique, but rather a question of strength. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed fire release, great fireball technique. A terrifying inferno erupted forth, akin to the sun exploding. The flames expanded rapidly, distorting the air around them with their intense heat, the violet-red flames seemingly capable of incinerating all in their path. Beep. The system has detected the host's rebellious spirit and has successfully activated. Detected that the host, in the face of fire release being countered, opted not to use other ninjutsu, but insisted on employing fire release. Truly a rebellious spirit. Reward acquired. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. Reward acquired. Enhanced resistance to Jinjutsu. As Sasuke received his rewards, he felt neither surprise nor joy, but instead internally scoffed, while I'm battling Orochimaru. You grant me enhanced resistance to Jinjutsu? Who are you mocking? Beep. The system has detected the host's rebellious spirit and rewarded. Increased chakra capacity to 6 cards. Alright, so this is how you wish to play it? I concede. Your offerings are generous. I shall comply. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Sasuke's nonchalance, Orochimaru found himself in a dire predicament. The overwhelming heat of the flames evoked a visceral fear within him, sensing the threat posed by Sasuke's fire release. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. He hastily clapped his hands, invoking his strongest defensive technique. This technique, derived from the original Hokage's 5 Rashomon, summoned 3 massive gates adorned with demonic faces, designed to absorb all attacks. Rashomon. By summoning 3 simultaneously, Orochimaru employed a physical defense technique. The first gate would absorb the direct assault, the second would diminish its power, and the third would disperse the pressure of the attack. With these 3 gates serving distinct functions, any incoming assault would lose much of its potency before reaching the user. Summoning a single Rashomon requires substantial chakra. To conjure 3 at once is a feat only achievable by Orochimaru since the era of the first Hokage. It was clear how seriously he regarded Sasuke's impending attack. With a thunderous roar, Sakura gazed in horror at the sky. The colossal purple fireball, birthed from Sasuke's formidable fire release, great fireball technique, hurtled towards them like a meteor ablaze with wrath. Awaiting it was Orochimaru's trio of Rashomon gates, standing resolutely. These immense barriers exuded a mysterious aura, akin to an indomitable fortress. Yet, upon collision, the earth trembled, flames erupted, and the shockwave from the explosion heated the surrounding air to unbearable levels. The Rashomon gates began to falter under the immense force, ultimately succumbing, with 2 of the gates shattering into ruins. Crack. Even so, Orochimaru's 3 Rashomon demonstrated their tenacity. The final gate, though battered and broken, still managed to withstand Sasuke's great fireball technique. Albeit precariously, it seemed on the verge of collapse. What a terrifying young prodigy. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke with a twinge of fear, echoing the sentiment of his dear friend Jiraiya. Such an awe-inspiring fire release technique was unleashed so effortlessly. Had he not prudently summoned the triple Rashomon, he would have suffered grave injury. Of course, he was not particularly concerned about sustaining such injuries. At that moment, a faint smile graced Sasuke's lips, for it was not yet over. Chapter 80. The Great Fire Roasts the Great Serpent. Sasuke, the most fiery man of Konoha. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Orochimaru felt a tightness in his heart. The tranquility he had gradually regained was shattered in an instant. His serpent-like eyes narrowed as he scrutinized his young and formidable opponent, pondering internally, that previous technique, the Super Fireball Jutsu, was already so formidable. Could it be that he possesses even more powerful secret techniques yet to be unveiled? How could this be? A chill crept up Orochimaru's spine at this thought. It is worth noting that the prowess Sasuke had displayed earlier had already left him greatly astonished. That massive fireball descended upon the enemy like a meteor ablaze with searing flames, its destructive power capable of annihilating anything in its path. Yet now, it appeared as though Sasuke had even stronger moves in store, which completely surpassed Orochimaru's expectations. Orochimaru began to reassess Sasuke, realizing he may have underestimated the scion of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Sasuke transformed in his eyes from merely a gifted youth brimming with potential into a genuinely terrifying adversary. Confronted with such a formidable foe, Orochimaru knew he had to summon every ounce of his focus. A moment's negligence could plunge him into irreversible peril. Sasuke did not conceal his thoughts or actions, fully aware that only through decisive action could he attain true satisfaction. At that moment, he swiftly formed hand seals and executed Naruto's signature shadow clone jutsu. Originally a technique frequently employed by Naruto, Sasuke successfully replicated and mastered it thanks to his powerful Sharingan. It must be acknowledged that possessing the Sharingan indeed granted him immense convenience. As Sasuke completed the hand seals, two identical figures materialized beside him. What? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, is it merely a shadow clone jutsu? Confusion and bewilderment filled his mind, yet more than that. He was struck by astonishment and curiosity. Gazing at the figure employing the shadow clone jutsu, Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Why, despite his boastful words, did he resort to such an ordinary technique? Was there some hidden significance or scheme at play? Sasuke, what exactly are you trying to achieve? The more Orochimaru considered it, the more he felt the situation was far from simple, prompting him to scrutinize the shadow clone closely. However, from every angle, the clone appeared utterly unremarkable. Aside from its identical appearance to the original, there were no peculiarities. Yet, as is often the case, something out of the ordinary must be approached with caution. Orochimaru remained vigilant, ready to confront any unforeseen developments. At that moment, without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed his ninjutsu, positioning the three Sasuke figures in an inverted triangle formation, with Sasuke himself at the rear and each clone flanking him. All three Sasuke figures began to rapidly form hand seals, each distinct from the others. An ominous pressure akin to a tempest surged forth. As Sasuke softly murmured, "Wind release, great breakthrough." At that moment, the clone on his right bent down and unleashed four fierce fire dragons towards the ground. These fire dragons roared forth like enraged beasts, attacking from above, below, to the left, and to the right of Orochimaru simultaneously, leaving him no room to retreat. Fire release, dragon flame song. Concurrently, the clone on the left reacted swiftly, turning to face Orochimaru's direction and unleashing an extremely powerful torrent of searing flames. Fire release, great fire annihilation. This raging inferno surged forth like a colossal tidal wave, intertwining with the force of Sasuke's wind release, igniting the entire space into a vast sea of roaring flames. The blaze soared skyward, and the heat radiated fiercely, threatening to consume everything in its vicinity and reduce it to ashes. Amidst this torrid inferno, Orochimaru's figure flickered in and out of view, appearing small and fragile. The roaring flames, aided by the ferocity of the wind, transformed the already terrifying great fire annihilation into an overwhelming force, swiftly melting the earth into a churning sea of fire. Faced with such overwhelming might, Orochimaru's only recourse was to hastily retreat, escaping the range of Sasuke's assault. Yet at that very moment, the Dragon Flame Song technique unleashed by Sasuke darted past Orochimaru's front like lightning, encircling him from behind and blocking his path of retreat. This encirclement thrust him into a dire predicament, leaving him with no choice but to brace himself and endure. What astounding combat talent! Orochimaru marveled internally, questioning whether this 12-year-old Sasuke truly existed. His combat intelligence was simply astonishing. Even if someone claimed Sasuke possessed decades of battle experience, Orochimaru would believe it, for he had experienced this firsthand. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Orochimaru thought, this power could rival the third Hokage's 5-nature transformation, Great Rasen Shuriken. Ding. Detecting the host's rebellious spirit. Having faced setbacks with fire release, the host chooses to retaliate with fire release, and upon completion, insists on making the opponent experience the might of his fire release. Indeed, it is a weight of 90 pounds, with 89 pounds of rebellion. Reward acquired. Fire release Chakra Control 1. Oh, it is indeed Chakra Control, specifically for fire release. Sasuke was somewhat astonished upon receiving the reward, sensing that it granted him an innate ability to release fire release techniques with ease. He realized that for simpler fire release techniques, such as the Great Fireball Jutsu, he no longer needed to form hand seals. Merely thinking of it would suffice. It felt as though he had drawn closer to the legendary Senju Hashirama. With a clap of his hands, he could summon anything. Sasuke jested to himself. Nonetheless, it was true. While not as outrageous as Hashirama, Sasuke could now release certain fire release techniques without hand seals. It is essential to note that ninjas form hand seals to assist in controlling chakra, but now Sasuke's mastery of fire release had reached a level that required no assistance. In other words, with a mere thought, Sasuke could conjure a great fireball in his hand, playing with it like a yo-yo. This level of combat flexibility was simply unfathomable. Moreover, Sasuke considered that his left eye, imbued with the ability to devour all, the Amaterasu black flames, could also be categorized as a form of fire. This thought ignited a bold idea. If I were to fashion garments from the Amaterasu flames, would that not be both flamboyant and grotesque? When others attack, it could coalesce into an Amaterasu shield, and when counterattacking, it could transform into an Amaterasu spear. Offensive and defensive, truly ingenious, though it might be a bit blinding. As Sasuke's imagination ran wild, Orochimaru, at the heart of the fiery maelstrom, was far from comfortable. Suddenly, from the very center of the blazing sea of flames, a hoarse and menacing roar echoed. You little brat, I must admit, I recognize your strength. But alas, a talent like yours shall lose the opportunity for further growth. Your body is now mine. Before his words had faded, a colossal serpent, exuding a suffocating aura of power, surged forth from the roaring flames. The serpent lunged towards Sasuke, while continuously extending new colossal serpents from its maw. This terrifying spectacle instantly enveloped the battlefield, as though it sought to devour all living beings in its path. Orochimaru's Summoning Technique. Chapter 81. The Battle That Determines Family Status. Before long, Orochimaru unleashed the Great Serpent Summoning Technique, causing his body to undergo a rapid and grotesque transformation. His skin began to shed, revealing a writhing new layer beneath, presenting a chilling visage. This was not merely a shedding of skin, but a profound metamorphosis. Orochimaru's form twisted and expanded, ultimately transforming into an enormous serpent. This colossal serpent towered over 10 meters in height, yet it was not a singular entity. Rather, it was composed of countless small, writhing white serpents intertwined to form a massive serpentine conglomerate. The sight invoked an overwhelming sense of the Cthulhu mythos, compelling Sasuke to stifle a sarcastic remark about Orochimaru's peculiar aesthetic, exacerbating his mild fear of clusters. At that moment, Orochimaru found himself engulfed in the inferno conjured by Sasuke. Yet for the remarkably resilient Orochimaru, the flames posed little threat. The myriad of juvenile serpents began to open their mouths, seemingly capable of absorbing the chakra from the fire itself. The energy within the flames was gradually siphoned by these serpents, diminishing the damage inflicted by Sasuke's attack. This peculiar defensive mechanism astonished Sasuke. While its efficacy was limited, continued development could yield terrifying results. However, even with this technique, Orochimaru could only mitigate Sasuke's assault, as the scale of the inferno was too vast for such a method to withstand. Yet, this unique skill afforded Orochimaru the precious time needed for flexibility. He began to continuously perform the Great Serpent Body Replacement Technique, birthing new forms from his mouth. This bizarre ninjutsu allowed him to utilize his externally composed body of juvenile serpents as a substitute, while a whole and unharmed Orochimaru emerged swiftly from the serpent's maw. Remarkably, he required no hand seals, executing the technique as if it were an instinctual action. In that moment, Orochimaru truly embodied the essence of a serpent. Nevertheless, the Great Serpent Body Replacement Technique was not without its costs. For anyone other than Orochimaru, it would demand substantial chakra. Although Orochimaru could manage, it still necessitated some expenditure. Yet, at this juncture, escaping the fiery hell wrought by Sasuke's attack seemed a necessary choice. As Orochimaru persistently employed the technique, he finally escaped the searing flames and reverted to his human form. In that instant, He swiftly formed hand seals and unhesitatingly bit into his finger, using his blood as a medium to inscribe a series of strange symbols upon the ground. With a low incantation, he summoned forth a powerful and mysterious force. And a colossal serpent, radiating a deep purple luminescence, suddenly appeared before Sasuke. This serpent was none other than the legendary first of the 10,000 snakes, a formidable summoning beast bound by contract to Orochimaru, dwelling within the hidden dragon cave. The first of the 10,000 snakes was unimaginably massive, every subtle movement brimming with explosive might. Its speed was akin to lightning, with its attacks striking with unparalleled ferocity. When its cold gaze swept over Sasuke, a low, gravelly voice resonated, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. "Humph, Orochimaru, do you require my assistance to deal with a mere child? Mark my words. If you haven't prepared sufficient offerings as compensation, don't expect my help." The gargantuan serpent coiled menacingly on the ground, its lantern-sized eyes gleaming with fierce intent, occasionally exhaling a potent breath that betrayed its volatile temperament. Yet, despite its foul disposition, it was undeniable that its strength justified such arrogance. "Fear not, 10,000 snakes. Once this battle concludes, I shall provide you with a bounty of fresh flesh." Orochimaru sighed in resignation, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Unlike the loyal summoning beasts of other ninjas, which rushed to aid their masters without hesitation, this one demanded recompense before even lifting a claw to assist. Such behavior irked him greatly. However, there was no choice. Assistance was indeed required. Very well, the 10,000 snakes conceded, disregarding the possibility that Orochimaru might renege on his promise. After all, if Orochimaru wished to summon it again, he would have to ensure ample offerings. Otherwise, it might choose to withhold its aid at a critical moment, leading to dire consequences. With its massive head turning towards Sasuke, the serpent remarked, "You have quite the audacity, requiring Orochimaru to summon me." Yet, acknowledging its readiness to engage, it proclaimed, "Your luck ends here." With a thunderous roar, the 10,000 snakes lunged at Sasuke, its immense purple form racing forward like a bolt, its tail sweeping with the force to rend the very forest apart. Faced with such a formidable foe, Sasuke remained undaunted, a slight smirk curling his lips in disdain. This expression seemed to mock the 10,000 snakes' arrogance, while simultaneously revealing Sasuke's deep-seated confidence and pride in his own abilities. "You incessantly call me a child. It's quite bothersome, you know." Sasuke raised his gaze, the crimson glow in his eyes igniting, as three black tomo began to swirl into form. "Sharingan, activate. Illusion. Sharingan." Sasuke fixed his gaze upon the charging 10,000 snakes, freezing it in its tracks. The serpent's eyes transformed into the pattern of the three tomo, clearly ensnared within Sasuke's genjutsu. Regardless of its formidable power, it could not withstand the weight of Sasuke's gaze. "What? How is this possible?" Orochimaru's face contorted in shock, as turmoil surged within him. How could the 10,000 snakes, a creature of such strength, be so easily subdued by a mere glance from Sasuke? It was a well-known fact that the 10,000 snakes was a powerful summoning beast. Even more astounding to Orochimaru was Sasuke's young age, combined with the manifestation of the three tomo Sharingan. Such talent and potential were truly beyond imagination. Initially, Orochimaru had regarded Sasuke as merely a malleable talent, but now it was evident that he was far more than that. Orochimaru fell into contemplative silence, grappling with the astonishment of Sasuke's Sharingan prowess, while simultaneously pondering whether to continue preparing offerings for the 10,000 snakes. After all, what was the point of preparing offerings when it hadn't even begun to assist, and now he was merely wasting resources? Little did he know, Sasuke's eyes reached far beyond the three tomo Sharingan. They were, in truth, a genuine and authentic Manjiki Sharingan. This pair of eyes contained boundless mysteries and power, capable of unleashing earth-shattering might once activated. Yet, at this moment, Orochimaru remained blissfully unaware, still ignorant of Sasuke's true strength. "Orochimaru, do you possess any more tricks up your sleeve?" Sasuke taunted, a hint of scorn and derision lacing his words. He slowly raised his hand, crackling electricity dancing in his palm, as if countless bolts of lightning were converging. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening roar of thunder, accompanied by the resounding cries of Chidori. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Orochimaru, as if he intended to pierce through him. He understood that the outcome of this battle would determine their respective standings and, indeed, the fate of the entire ninja world. Thus, he could not afford to lose. As Sasuke wielded the burgeoning power of thunder, the very air around him began to tremble. Streams of blue electricity danced around his form, coalescing into a brilliant electric field. It seemed that he had no choice but to resort to that technique. At this moment, Orochimaru appeared somewhat disheveled. Witnessing Sasuke's unwavering might sent shivers down his spine. Can you believe this guy is merely a genin from Konoha? Here he was, a member of the legendary Sannin, feeling as though he was treading on thin ice. He cast a glance at Sasuke, a flicker of admiration glinting in his eyes. Originally, this ninjutsu had been reserved for his master, yet it seemed that it must now be bestowed upon you. I truly do not know whether to feel honored or mournful on your behalf. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that ninjutsu? Naturally, he was aware of who Orochimaru's mentor was, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What, then, could this ninjutsu, intended for the third Hokage, possibly be? Sasuke smacked his thigh in frustration. He had truly landed himself in a predicament. However, before he could devise a strategy, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and declared, Edo Tensei. As his words echoed, a wave of oppressive chakra erupted violently. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 82. The great Naruto born from filial piety. Suddenly, Orochimaru clapped his hands forcefully, emanating a powerful chakra that surged forth like a torrential flood. Accompanied by a low, furious growl, he unleashed the legendary reanimation jutsu. This technique, said to have been invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is an S-rank ninjutsu that allows the resurrection and manipulation of the deceased. In his lifetime, Tobirama developed the explosive tag technique specifically to work in conjunction with the reanimation jutsu, wherein he would first summon the dead and then cover them with explosive tags, turning them into living bombs against their foes. Years later, driven by an insatiable desire to master all ninjutsu, Orochimaru infiltrated the Konoha library to steal the reanimation jutsu from the second Hokage, thereby further enhancing this forbidden technique, making it even more formidable. At that moment, as Orochimaru cast the reanimation jutsu, a surprising scene unfolded. 3 massive coffins slowly emerged amidst a mysterious glow. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, perceiving that these coffins seemed to originate from another realm, exuding an eerie yet powerful aura. This enigmatic force was unlike anything in his prior memories. Could it possess some unique attributes? Sasuke felt perplexed, yet it was evident that this was not a time to ponder such questions. He raised his gaze and noticed that each of the 3 enormous coffins bore conspicuous numbers: 1, 2, and 4. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Gazing at the coffins summoned by Orochimaru, Sasuke was momentarily overwhelmed. Which of these formidable figures could be easily dealt with? He could assert with certainty that none of them were to be underestimated. Ordinary individuals would need immense courage to face even one of these legends. But Sasuke was now confronted with 3. The pressure was undeniably daunting, causing even the usually proud Uchiha to feel the weight of the challenge. He would likely need to reveal some of his hidden cards. Fortunately, it appeared that the coffin of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had encountered some obstruction, becoming stuck midway and revealing only half of itself above ground. This unforeseen turn of events took Orochimaru by surprise. 2 would suffice. Sasuke had anticipated this, for at this moment, the 4th Hokage was ensnared by the Shinigami, his soul trapped within the belly of death itself rather than the pure land, making him ineligible for the reanimation jutsu. It seemed that the mysterious aura emanated from the pure land. Contemplating this in his mind, Sasuke recalled that in his previous experiences, he had mostly observed from the sidelines rather than directly confronting the resurrected formidable beings, and thus had not conducted any research on them. However, the circumstances were different now. He was not the same ordinary version of himself. He could now perceive elements that had previously eluded him, making it entirely reasonable for him to sense things he had not before. It appeared that the legendary Pure Land, known as the resting place of souls in this world of ninjas, held many secrets worthy of exploration in the future. Yet, such considerations were premature. The pressing issue at hand was to devise a strategy to confront the formidable challenge before him. Even though the reanimation jutsu had yet to be perfected, Orochimaru's offerings were merely 2 ordinary ninjas, possibly just captives or slaves. Thus, even if he managed to summon the first and second Hokages, they would not be able to exhibit their true prowess. Moreover, given Orochimaru's nature, it was improbable that he would relinquish control over them. Instead, he would manipulate them in battle. In such a scenario, Sasuke doubted they could even unleash 30% of their true power, let alone their full might. After all, he was well aware of the terrifying capabilities they possessed at their peak during the Warring States period. Therefore, even though he faced two former Hokages alongside Orochimaru, Sasuke did not feel entirely hopeless. He was no longer the inexperienced Uchiha Sasuke who had just arrived on the scene. Now, he was powerful beyond measure. Even in the face of true elite-level adversaries, he felt no fear. Combat would only accelerate his growth. Orochimaru stood resolutely, his cold and unwavering gaze fixed upon the unfolding events. He seemed confident in the entities he had summoned, or perhaps he had anticipated this outcome all along. In the tense atmosphere, time seemed to freeze. Just as Orochimaru prepared to retract the coffin marked with the number 4, the failed reanimation of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, suddenly, a crimson figure, as swift as a ghost, streaked through the sky, resembling a meteor plummeting to the earth. With a single foot, he forcefully stomped down on the lid of Minato's coffin, exerting such tremendous force that it was as if Mount Tai had pressed down upon an egg, instantly burying the coffin and its occupant deep into the ground. This figure stood firmly atop the sunken coffin lid, erect and imposing, radiating an aura of unparalleled strength that commanded attention. This person was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, you certainly know how to pick your spots. You didn't stomp on the other two, but chose the one that's only half out. Are the others too high for you to reach? At this moment, Naruto wore a face full of confidence and joy, shouting towards Sasuke, who was not far away. Hey, Sasuke, I've come to help you. His voice echoed throughout the battlefield, announcing his arrival with fervor. However, upon witnessing this, Sasuke felt no joy. Instead, he couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. It was not for any other reason, but he was simply moved by Naruto's filial piety. Strong, exceedingly strong, so strong that even the proud Uchiha Sasuke found himself at a loss for words to describe Naruto's actions. Thus, he silently gave Naruto a thumbs up. Naruto, you truly exemplify the strength born from filial piety. He felt that Naruto's devotion was not merely powerful. It was an overwhelming display of respect, so much so that he was practically dancing atop his grandfather's coffin. Naruto, somewhat puzzled and slightly out of breath, failed to understand Sasuke's reaction. What are you talking about, Sasuke? I don't quite get it. He couldn't fathom why Sasuke looked so complicated. Simply for having stomped down on a coffin that an enemy had summoned from who knows where. Look at that expression of yours. 3 parts complexity, 2 parts astonishment, and 5 parts incredulity. Something tells me it's not good. Naruto mused. Naruto, do you know something? Sasuke coughed tactfully, hesitating to continue. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who was just about to lift the lids of the first and second Hokage's coffins, was also taken aback by Naruto's sudden appearance. This chakra, could it be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? It is indeed quite intriguing. The descendant of the Uchiha clan, paired with the host of the Nine-Tails and Master Sarutobi. You are truly orchestrating a grand scheme. His perception of his teacher shifted slightly, albeit not significantly. Orochimaru, noticing his plans disrupted, felt no anger. Seizing the opportunity to observe the unfolding drama, he decided to recalibrate his state of mind. After all, he had just cornered Sasuke to the point of desperation, even resorting to the reanimation jutsu. As someone who prided himself on elegance, how could combat become so utterly lacking in grace? Thus, rather than continuing his assault on Sasuke and Naruto, Orochimaru indulged in the spectacle before him. Who in this world does not relish a good show, especially when it unfolds right before their eyes? To ignore such an event would be a violation of human nature. Orochimaru sensed that whatever Sasuke was about to convey to Naruto would surely be captivating. What could it be? Naruto, observing Sasuke's hesitant demeanor, felt a surge of confusion. Did Sasuke not realize they were in the midst of battle? Why was he suddenly broaching personal matters? Could these discussions not wait until after the fight? The atmosphere had suddenly grown tense. Did Sasuke believe they could not triumph over this peculiar adversary and wish to leave some parting words? Surely not. Although this strange individual appeared formidable, Naruto had made considerable progress himself, and with Sasuke's monstrous capabilities, they could certainly devise a solution. Why surrender? At this critical juncture, The paramount task was to strike down their foe, allowing them to witness Naruto's advancements. It should be noted that Naruto had just extricated himself from peril, rushing towards Sasuke in an attempt to join forces. It was during a brief moment of respite that a massive serpent, like a specter, descended from the trees. This sudden occurrence caught him off guard, and the serpent, without mercy, opened its gaping maw and bit down, targeting Naruto at his most vulnerable moment. No one, while attending to nature's call, can withstand such a fright. Naruto was taken completely by surprise, having just emerged from his own personal crisis, only to be engulfed by this unknown creature. The poor lad could scarcely utter a cry before being swallowed whole, vanishing without a trace. It was only then that he realized his predicament, yet he had not even adjusted his attire. One must admit, Orochimaru and Appo's timing was exceedingly despicable, leaving Naruto with no choice but to succumb. Thus, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, he fell into Orochimaru's grasp, leading to the earlier encounter of the false Naruto. It was only moments ago that he devised a plan. Eat, 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 you great serpent. Do you truly believe you can consume me? Watch as I make you choke. With a fierce roar, Naruto's eyes glinted with determination and resolve. His hands swiftly formed seals, chakra surging within him, and one after another, identical figures materialized around him. These were not mere illusions. They were tangible clones, the unique power of shadow clone jutsu. The sheer number of these clones overwhelmed the elongated serpent, transforming it into a mere inflated balloon. Shortly thereafter, amid a thunderous explosion, the serpent and Appo's body could no longer withstand the immense pressure and burst apart. In an instant, blood and gore flew, saturating the surrounding air with a pungent scent. Naruto Uzumaki emerged from the chaos, drenched in blood, utterly exhausted, yet brimming with the elation of victory. After an arduous struggle, he had finally reclaimed his freedom. Standing atop the debris, he gazed skyward, his heart swelling with emotion. Upon escaping his ordeal, he keenly sensed the terrifying fluctuations of battle emanating from Sasuke and Orochimaru nearby. His heart filled with concern for Sasuke and Sakura's safety. He dashed towards their location without a second thought. Instantly, he summoned the potent chakra of the Nine Tails, enveloping himself in a brilliant crimson glow, nearly forming a cloak of beastly energy. As this chakra surged, he felt an unprecedented strength surge within him. He then sprinted forward, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, racing towards Sasuke. The wind howled past him, his speed akin to lightning, seemingly transcending the confines of time and space. Each stride was imbued with unwavering determination and fearless courage. His singular conviction was to reach Sasuke swiftly, providing whatever assistance he could muster. At that moment, a figure appeared ahead, Sasuke. He was engaged in a breathtaking duel with Orochimaru, neither party yielding, the outcome hanging in the balance. Witnessing Sasuke in such distress ignited a fire within Naruto, prompting him to hasten his pace. Finally, he soared through the air, landing with a force that drove the fourth Hokage's coffin into the ground. It was a seamless, fluid motion. Sasuke, taken aback, was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he shared what had been on his mind. Naruto, haven't you always wanted to know who your father was, and where he is? Naruto scratched his head, puzzled as to how Sasuke knew this. Indeed, but what did it have to do with their battle? As an orphan who had grown up alone, Naruto yearned for information about his parents. However, due to the policies of Konoha, all such details remained shrouded in secrecy. Even after inquiring with the third Hokage multiple times, he was met with vague responses that left him feeling more lost. Gradually, as Naruto matured, he buried this question deep within his heart. It was not that he no longer wished to know, but he understood that even if he asked, no one would provide answers, nor could he seek out his parents. Thus, why inquire further? Why expose his wounded heart to others? Concealing such feelings became Naruto's means of self-preservation. Yet, unexpectedly, Sasuke broached this sensitive topic. In that moment, Naruto feigned indifference, all the while keeping his gaze fixed warily on Orochimaru. Sasuke pointed at the ground beneath Naruto's feet, an unusual expression crossing his face. You might want to take a look at what's under you. Beneath him, Naruto lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow. Was he perhaps misinterpreting Sasuke's intent? Was there nothing there? It was merely a wooden board, after all. What could it possibly signify? There he is. Who is he? Your father. Naruto, With hands clasped atop his head, his eyes widened to saucers, a visage of shock and incredulity washed over him as he leapt from the coffin of Minato Namikaze. Chapter 83. Naruto's Descent into Darkness? The unveiling of the cursed seal and the tailed beast Chakra cloak mode. How is this possible? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was utterly taken aback, his heart struggling to accept the gravity of the situation. Why was he feeling this way? Over the years, his parents had remained nothing but distant echoes in his life. In a sea of faces, not a single light was left for him. This place was not the home of Uzumaki Naruto. Yet, even amidst this uncertainty, he harbored a flicker of hope. After all, even in silence, there remained the possibility of their return, albeit slim, almost negligible. However, for Naruto, no matter how minuscule the chance, it was still a glimmer of hope. As long as no definitive news had surfaced, his heart could cling to that hope. But now, he had suddenly learned the physical reality of his father's fate. How could he not feel a tumult of emotions, making it impossible to find peace? How could he ever find solace? Oh, dear uncle, your death was so tragic. Though I know not your name or the circumstances of your demise, it was indeed a horrifying end. Naruto's heart was shattered. Yet this was a necessary trial he must endure. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected, and revival is not an option now, not even a little. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was undeniably gone. In this moment, Naruto was unaware of countless other truths, and thus, for him, it felt as if life and death had drawn an insurmountable chasm between them, never to meet again. Everything had barely begun, only to end so abruptly. Naruto. Sasuke observed Naruto's conflicted expression, his own heart heavy with unspoken sentiments. Yet there was nothing to be done. The truth was as it was. As for why he dared to share this information with Naruto, despite the secrecy surrounding Konoha, that was because Uchiha Sasuke had long ceased to care about the opinions of those old fools in Konoha. Who were they? Did they even deserve any consideration? Just look at how Sasuke disregarded them entirely. For years, these old-timers, in the name of village interests and the absurd pretext of protecting Naruto, had kept him in the dark. All these years, they had withheld the truth, cloaking their actions under the guise of protecting their own vested interests. With such flimsy excuses, would Uchiha Sasuke indulge them? Thus, Sasuke revealed the truth to Naruto, even if it caused him pain, that suffering would be fleeting. Once Naruto came to terms with it, everything could move past. If left unaddressed, it would fester like a ticking time bomb, waiting to explode at any moment. Rather than endure prolonged distress, he preferred to see Naruto confront this now, rather than tossing and turning in bed night after night. As for how Naruto would choose to respond, or whether his mindset would shift, that was ultimately Naruto's journey. All he needed to do was acknowledge his own feelings, no matter how Naruto changed. As long as Sasuke recognized him as a friend, Naruto would always be his dearest companion, and he would forever stand by his side. Ding! Detected the host's rebellious spirit, disregarding Konoha's confidentiality policy, and revealed the truth to Naruto. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Reduced consumption and side effects of the left eye's Manjiki Sharingan. Oh, the reduction in consumption and side effects of the left eye's Manjiki. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sudden reward from the system. Although he had just divulged a crucial truth to Naruto, it was not driven by the desire to trigger a quest. On the contrary, he merely sought clarity of thought. Yet, this choice of inner clarity not only allowed him to speak candidly, but also earned him a reward. How could this not bring joy to Sasuke? While he felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto's complex emotions, the reduction in Manjiki consumption and side effects was undeniably enticing. He had refrained from revealing this earlier, believing the timing was not right. Now, with Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, in close proximity, if not now, then when? Although Minato's spirit had departed from his corporeal form, preventing Orochimaru from desecrating the dead, this moment was indeed Naruto's closest encounter with his father since the day of his birth. To withhold the truth from Naruto now would mean waiting until he matured and unlocked the seal of the Nine Tails, only to recognize the remnants of Minato's consciousness. That was unthinkable. By then, it would be too late. Sasuke believed it was far too late, not willing to see Naruto tormented by this issue for so many years. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged suffering. At least, at this moment, Naruto had Sasuke by his side. As for Orochimaru, witnessing Naruto's complex demeanor, he seemed to sense something. A sly smile crept across Orochimaru's face, exuding a sense of cunning, as if he had ulterior motives. Naruto, Have you ever pondered why your lineage is shrouded in secrecy within the village, even kept from you, his own son? Sasuke furrowed his brow, puzzled by Orochimaru's intentions. Feeling a sense of unease. Was Orochimaru attempting to steal his thunder, leaving Uchiha Sasuke speechless? That was simply despicable. Although Naruto remained vigilant against Orochimaru, he found himself perplexed by the question posed. At that moment, upon witnessing Naruto's reaction, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk, radiating a sense of assured triumph. As if he had completely ensnared Naruto's attention, he no longer held back, directly stating, "Naruto, your father is none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Minato Namikaze? The fourth Hokage? These terms, seemingly distant, crashed into Naruto's world for the very first time. In that instant, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. He recalled the four faces carved into the Hokage rock. It seemed that while he had once playfully mocked the third Hokage's likeness, he had inadvertently included the fourth's as well. Was it true that the face he could see when he looked up was that of the man he had longed to meet in his dreams? Indeed, it was he, a man of such remarkable excellence that it inspired envy. In a deep, resonant voice, Orochimaru began to unveil the hidden darkness of Konoha to Naruto. Yet, despite being such an almost perfect man, why had he left behind not a shred of inheritance after his sacrifice? By the time he reached such a state, wealth must have been nothing more than mere numbers to him. Yet, even so, he had left you with nothing. And what of the villagers? Not only did they remain oblivious to the fact that he had left behind a heroic child, but they also scorned you, branding the son he had fought to protect as a monster. They isolated you, they slandered you. They regarded you as the embodiment of the Nine Tails, the harbinger of calamity. They treated you with the utmost malice imaginable. Why, you ask? Why? Naruto. Orochimaru's words reverberated within Naruto's heart like a thunderous drum. He unveiled the secrets hidden beneath the village's polished facade, slowly allowing Naruto to comprehend the myriad truths he had previously overlooked in this seemingly peaceful village. How could this be? The reality before Naruto was starkly different from the village he had always envisioned, a jarring contrast that left him momentarily unable to comprehend it. Then, Orochimaru unabashedly expressed his hatred for Konoha, asking, "Naruto, what is there to cherish in a place like this?" He extended his hand, issuing a heartfelt invitation. "Come, Naruto, join me. I can help you reclaim all that you have lost. Whether it is a chance to meet your parents or to seek justice against those who have wronged you, I can facilitate it." Orochimaru's words resonated like a devil's whisper, imbued with a potent allure that compelled Naruto to consider such actions. At that moment, Naruto lowered his head, fists clenched tightly. Although Orochimaru had posed a rhetorical question, many matters require no explicit answers. A moment's reflection reveals the truth. Drip. As Naruto's grip tightened, crimson blood oozed through his fingers, and his chakra began to surge, becoming increasingly unstable. Boom. The fierce crimson chakra of the Nine Tails erupted forth, no longer restrained, coalescing into a formidable cloak of chakra. Kurama, who had been resting within the confines of the seal, suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Naruto, who was undergoing a drastic transformation. The fox was momentarily taken aback. Naruto's transformation was so abrupt that even Kurama found himself at a loss for words. In contrast, Kurama couldn't help but internally lament, "If you're going to embrace darkness, can't you utilize your own chakra? Why resort to mine? If Sasuke misinterprets this, what will happen? Oh heavens, I swear I did nothing this time. Sasuke, you must believe me. I'm not lying. Life is arduous," Kurama sighed. Upon witnessing Naruto's reaction, Orochimaru's resolve solidified. He attributed everything to Konoha's decay, concluding that such corruption must be eradicated. Naruto's response only strengthened Orochimaru's commitment to his plan for Konoha's destruction. Orochimaru could not fathom why Naruto, having endured such hardships, had not succumbed to darkness earlier. He was perplexed whether Naruto was simply too naive or had never contemplated these truths, or perhaps he had been influenced by illusions. Regardless, these speculations were inconsequential at this moment. Under the guidance of his mentor, Naruto finally awakened, beginning to contemplate the unveiled, ruinous truth before him. "This is the authentic world, Naruto. Tell me, what is your choice?" Orochimaru observed Naruto, who was still bowing his head with anticipation. He believed that if Naruto chose to follow him, with his determination for vengeance and innate strength, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable warrior, potentially becoming his right-hand man. Together, they could dominate the shinobi world. Even encounters with that organization would not be beyond reach. Suddenly, while Naruto was momentarily lost in thought, Orochimaru unexpectedly extended his neck, piercing through Naruto's tailed beast chakra cloak, and bit into his shoulder. What? In an instant, searing pain surged through Naruto, prompting an involuntary cry. Yet, even worse followed. Orochimaru seized this opportunity to implant a mysterious and sinister curse mark deep within Naruto's body. As the mark was embedded, 3 peculiar, tomo-like patterns became distinctly visible on his shoulder, and Naruto felt as though his power was being siphoned away, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the previously subdued Nine-Tails chakra erupted uncontrollably, manifesting as 2 thick tails, dispelling the fatigue induced by the curse mark. Boom! Thunderous sounds reverberated like a tempest. The dark, intricate patterns of the curse mark began to spread rapidly from Naruto's shoulder, resembling a spider's web, intertwining with the vibrant, crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra, rendering Naruto's form a fearsome, monstrous visage. Curse mark. Tailed beast chakra cloak. 2 tails form. Has it reached the level of 2 tails? Who would have thought such a reaction could occur between the curse mark and tailed beast chakra? Truly, there is much potential to nurture. Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement at Naruto's latent abilities. Suddenly, a deafening crack resonated from the sky, followed by a chorus of chirping birds. A brilliant bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, shooting forth like a colossal spear. At that moment, Orochimaru, who was retracting his neck, was completely unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. The lightning struck with incredible speed, reaching Orochimaru in the blink of an eye. It pierced through his skin effortlessly, driving deep into the neck he had just attempted to withdraw. In that instant, blood gushed forth, filling the air with the pungent scent of iron. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically, a silent alarm ringing in his mind. He dared not delay. Immediately utilizing the Orochimaru body replacement technique to extricate a sound body from his damaged form. His eyes gleamed with caution, fixated on Sasuke, searching for insight into the latter's inner thoughts. Alas, he had been so captivated by Naruto that he momentarily forgot about Sasuke's presence. Meanwhile, Sasuke tilted his head slightly, sheathing the Chidori sharp spear he had been wielding since 2 chapters ago, and inquired, "Have you finished your convoluted reasoning? Regarding Naruto, I can handle it. Your interference is unnecessary." Chapter 84. Naruto has an elder brother. With the thunderous roar of the Chidori piercing the air, Sasuke revealed a frigid expression. Initially, he merely intended to observe Orochimaru's ulterior motives, believing that with Naruto having unleashed the power of the tailed beast cloak, he could promptly intervene should danger arise. However, Naruto's reaction was so overwhelming that it momentarily rendered Sasuke speechless. After all, no one could have anticipated such a pronounced response from Naruto. At this stage, Naruto had not yet fully unlocked the seal of the 9 tails, and thus, he was not subjected to such profound effects. Although Kurama did not deliberately influence Naruto, the heavy emotions residing within his chakra weighed heavily on Naruto's shoulders. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to strike, taking advantage of Sasuke's momentary distraction to implant a cursed seal upon Naruto. This was utterly outrageous. Sasuke was taken aback by Orochimaru's audacity to mark Naruto right in front of him. Surely, someone had to intervene to prevent Orochimaru from snatching Naruto away. Unfortunately, despite his fervent thoughts, this was simply unfeasible. Orochimaru's plan had merit, but upon encountering Sasuke, he met an insurmountable obstacle, for Sasuke would not permit such actions. Previously, Sasuke had refrained from intervening due to the distance and Orochimaru's lack of murderous intent towards Naruto. Nevertheless, this did not quell the fury that surged within him at the thought of his friend being harmed. In an instant, the Chidori he had been wielding transformed into a lethal lance, piercing through Orochimaru's neck without hesitation. At that moment, the cursed seal and the negative emotions stemming from Kurama's chakra enveloped Naruto, casting him into the brink of chaos, as if he were engulfed by darkness. Kurama, witnessing Naruto's plight, lamented inwardly, "Oh, my ancestor, please do not utilize my chakra." Sasuke was nearby. He might genuinely misunderstand my intentions, despite having been pierced by Sasuke's Chidori. Orochimaru, utilizing his substitution technique, remained fixated on Naruto, murmuring, "Yes, just like that, continue on." However, fate was not on his side. At the very moment the Chidori illuminated Orochimaru's figure, Naruto seemed to awaken to a profound realization, achieving a sudden tranquility that halted his trembling. "Sasuke," he uttered, yet his clenched fists remained tight. Lifting his gaze, he found himself lost in confusion and solitude. His voice quivered as he asked, "Sasuke, how do you know all this?" Sasuke, pursing his lips in contemplation, replied, "These are the words of my late mother. She once told me that your mother was one of her closest friends, and she wished for me to protect you as an elder brother in the days to come. Everyone, remember to thank your mothers for their hard work today, Mother's Day 2024. Sasuke, of course, had not been relaying his mother's words, but rather weaving a benevolent lie, incorporating his own sentiments into it. Nonetheless, claiming it as his mother's wish held some truth, given that his mother was indeed Kushina's dear friend. Thus, in a way, he could be considered Naruto's elder brother. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, as the chakra surging within him began to gradually calm. He murmured, "An elder brother, huh?" Suddenly, he felt as if, in gaining companions, he had also acquired a family. He had an elder brother. The tension in his hands began to ease. By a twist of fate, Naruto's thoughts intertwined with the relationship of Indra and Ashura. The ominous and grotesque cursed seal appeared to sense an irresistible force, and under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, it began to contract and dissipate slowly. The spectacle before Orochimaru left him utterly dumbfounded. Naruto, through sheer willpower, had managed to suppress both the cursed seal and the tailed beast chakra's eruption. It is crucial to note that once the cursed seal and tailed beast chakra are activated, the ensuing negative repercussions can be severe, often leading one to lose their sanity and plunge into a frenzied rampage. The combination of both is even more terrifying, significantly impacting one's mental state. Yet, at this moment, Naruto remained unscathed, standing resolutely, his gaze as steadfast as a mountain, exuding an aura that was both captivating and intimidating. Orochimaru marveled inwardly. How is this possible? What kind of terrifying mental fortitude does this boy possess? He widened his eyes, scrutinizing Naruto, desperately seeking answers. What could enable such a young child to withstand such overwhelming negative energy? Yet, Naruto stood there, an immovable force, instilling in Orochimaru an unprecedented sense of pressure. At that juncture, Sasuke, noticing Naruto's condition improving slightly, felt his previously calm demeanor sharpen into a fierce intensity, laced with a hint of lethal intent. For Sasuke, Orochimaru was not an adversary to be easily vanquished, yet he was consumed by rage and a sense of oppression, yearning for an outlet to express his pent-up emotions. Thus, Sasuke resolved to seize this opportunity to unleash the long-suppressed resentment and fury within him. Witnessing Sasuke's serious demeanor and the chilling aura radiating from him, Orochimaru could not help but gasp in astonishment, recognizing the formidable killing intent emanating from Sasuke. He understood that Sasuke was now enveloped in extreme anger and determination, and his strength would surely surpass his usual capacity. With a deep, rumbling sound echoing, Orochimaru finally resolved to unveil the secrets of the impure world reincarnation technique. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious aura surged forth from the coffin, more pronounced than when it was first activated, allowing Sasuke to distinctly sense this otherworldly presence. Soon after, two figures emerged slowly from the coffin, none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The appearance of these legendary figures instilled in Sasuke an unprecedented sense of pressure. Their commanding presence and piercing gazes seemed to penetrate the very core of one's being, instilling a chill in the air. However, as the summoned souls resided in living vessels, they exhibited a stark contrast to their former selves, unable to deploy their full strength. After all, a naturally gifted sage body endowed with Ashura's chakra is a rarity. Thus, those summoned through impure world reincarnation could never unleash the full extent of their power. The legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, would never be able to manifest even a fraction of his true capabilities, and concerns over losing control could render even a tenth of his strength an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the formidable power they could still exhibit, reaching the level of a Kage, showcasing the terrifying might of the ninja god. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, Sasuke murmured, feeling the weight of pressure, while his body trembled slightly from excitement. Elated, he felt a rush of exhilaration, for Uchiha Sasuke was finally on the verge of validating his true strength. Chapter 85. The innately evil Senju White-Haired and the innately evil Uchiha clan's youngster, as the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, slowly stepped forward. He furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing Sasuke's Sharingan and remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He then turned to face the one who summoned them, Orochimaru. It appears that this young man is the one who has called us forth. Truly remarkable, brother. Beside him, Senju Hashirama could not help but express his dismay. Tobirama, how many times must I tell you not to speak of the Uchiha youth in such a manner? He then glanced at Orochimaru. Assessing his own weakened state and realizing that he could not break free from the reanimation jutsu's constraints. Uchiha youth, be prepared. It seems we must engage in battle. Noticing their gaze, Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. Esteemed Hokage, I did not summon you for a reunion. With that, he produced 2 kunai imbued with a unique technique and placed them at the back of both Hokage's heads. In an instant, Sasuke felt the mysterious aura that enveloped them diminish significantly, and the eyes of the 2 Hokages began to lose focus, appearing as if they had lost their consciousness. What is happening? Sasuke wondered, not entirely surprised by the Hokages losing their awareness, given that Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu was not yet perfected, and their immense power might be difficult to control if allowed to act freely. Thus, Orochimaru's use of the kunai to assist in controlling them was anticipated by Sasuke. However, he remained puzzled by the appearance of the enigmatic aura during the reanimation process and its subsequent weakening once their consciousness was subdued. Yet now was not the time for such contemplations. Frustrated, Sasuke sought an outlet for his pent-up emotions. He felt the 3 tomo of his Sharingan pulsating with a mysterious light, undergoing a remarkable transformation. The previously stationary tomo began to spin at an astonishing speed, as if attempting to break free from the confines of his eye sockets. As they whirled rapidly, they merged into a hazy silhouette, quickly coalescing into a brand new pattern, the kaleidoscope. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes were fully consumed by the resplendent kaleidoscope Sharingan, radiating an indescribable powerful aura. The kaleidoscope Sharingan had finally been successfully awakened. Its unique and eerie patterns evoked a sense of dread, as if it contained boundless strength and secrets. Sasuke's gaze was unwavering, reflecting an unprecedented determination and resolve. This was a moment of unprecedented anxiety for Orochimaru. The instant Sasuke's eyes transformed, he sensed something was amiss. When the metamorphosis of Sasuke's eyes was complete, Orochimaru realized the gravity of the situation. He had concealed his trump card. Yet he never anticipated that Sasuke had been holding back as well. How could he believe this was possible? It was inconceivable. It must be an illusion. Orochimaru's composure began to fray. The terrifying ocular power before him was the very force that haunted his psyche the most. In the past, it was the allure of Itachi Uchiha's kaleidoscope Sharingan that had compelled him to seize the opportunity to approach Sasuke during his visit to Konoha, with the intent of eventually inhabiting Sasuke's body to experience that legendary power. However, he had not even begun to grasp that power before Sasuke had awakened his own kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was dire. While he had some confidence in dealing with Sasuke's 3 tomo Sharingan, the awakening of a kaleidoscope Sharingan implied that Sasuke possessed an overwhelming strength that could easily humiliate him. Moreover, due to his frequent use of reincarnation techniques to switch bodies in recent years, his resistance to Genjutsu had significantly weakened. Now, facing one of the foremost masters of illusion, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he found himself in a precarious position. He was utterly restrained. However, he realized he had no choice but to act in desperation. Conflict had arisen, and retreat without confrontation was not an option. Thus, he clapped his hands together and summoned a snake from his mouth, wielding the Kusanagi sword. Clang! Suddenly, a kunai flew towards him, and Orochimaru hurriedly blocked it with his sword, producing a metallic clash. Who dares? Orochimaru thought, knowing that Sasuke would not resort to such a simplistic attack. He turned to see a pink-haired girl, trembling yet resolute. Sasuke-kun, I'm here to help. A Konoha genin? Upon recognizing Sakura, Orochimaru's brow furrowed. Had he underestimated her? Do not underestimate the lower ranks of Konoha, you snake. At that moment, a blonde-haired youth enveloped in crimson chakra, adorned with dark patterns, leaped high into the air and landed before Sakura. I'm here too, Sasuke. I'm here. Then, an army of Naruto, now in their tailed beast chakra mode, appeared on the vast plain that had been altered by the confrontation between Sasuke and Orochimaru. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted from a 3-on-1 to a 3-on-multiple. turning the situation on its head. Sasuke smirked. Orochimaru, it seems the advantage is mine this time. Orochimaru, though surprised, remained unfazed. Sasuke-kun, you truly have some impressive companions. Just then, Sasuke slightly tilted his head and whispered something to Sakura, who then turned to Orochimaru. Illusion technique, magical Naraku vision, Jinjutsu, kaleidoscope Sharingan. Having trained diligently before the Chuunin exams, Sakura was not without progress. With her talent for Jinjutsu and control over Chakra, she had taken full advantage of the time to train under Kakashi, who had imparted numerous techniques to her, including this illusion technique. While it might be standard for others, it would prove unsettling for Orochimaru, triggering a critical hit. Moreover, with Sasuke's kaleidoscope Sharingan enhancing her Jinjutsu, Orochimaru sensed the impending danger. He quickly positioned the reanimated Senju Tobirama to shield himself from the oncoming illusions cast by Sakura and Sasuke. The innately evil Senju white-haired? Very well. Let us begin with you. All things in the universe return to one mind. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. All things return to one. Boom. The black flames surged forth, reminiscent of hellfire, threatening to consume everything in their path, igniting the very spot Sasuke had focused his gaze upon in an explosive blaze. Chapter 86. The man most proficient in flames in the entire Leaf Village. Before our eyes stands the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. His white hair billowing as he is manipulated by Orochimaru to counteract the Jinjutsu unleashed by Sasuke and his allies. However, the Jinjutsu strikes true. Boom. Although he is resurrected through the Edo Tensei technique, the manipulation disrupts the flow of chakra within him, rendering Tobirama momentarily frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, with Sasuke's extraordinary combat intellect, he seizes this fleeting opportunity. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiates from Sasuke, his left eye, the Sharingan, glimmering with a dazzling light, fixated on the enemy before him, who is strenuously resisting. Orochimaru, witnessing the Jinjutsu being thwarted by his own puppet, initially felt a sense of relief. But suddenly, an enigmatic flame, black as ink and seemingly capable of consuming all, erupts from Sasuke, resembling a ferocious dragon of fire, savagely engulfing the body of the second Hokage. The inky flames swiftly spread up Tobirama's right arm, enveloping half of his reanimated form in an instant. The sheer heat and destructive power evoke a chill, as if he could be reduced to ashes at any moment. Boom. Orochimaru, taken aback, realizes with horror that this fire is not ordinary. The flames are directly scorching Tobirama's very soul. Such terrifying power is beyond the reach of even the Edo Tensei, leaving Orochimaru in disbelief. In his understanding, Edo Tensei should be an unassailable technique, capable of reviving the dead without fear of injury, thanks to their infinite chakra and regenerative bodies. Yet, Sasuke has shattered this perception. At this moment, Sasuke's black flames can prevent the Edo Tensei from healing its injuries? What manner of flame is this? Orochimaru's eyes, already turbulent, are now filled with palpable fear. He is genuinely alarmed. He knows he cannot confidently contend with Sasuke. He is unwilling to gamble on whether his snake jutsu can withstand the searing heat of these black flames. If he succeeds, all is well, but should he fail, he faces certain death, a fate he cannot accept. Ah, look at you, Uncle Snake. You don't seem so formidable after all, Naruto exclaimed, arms crossed, witnessing how easily Sasuke had countered Orochimaru's summoned Tobirama. In that moment, he felt the pressure from Orochimaru diminish. The skies cleared, the rain ceased. Naruto Uzumaki was ready. If Sasuke can achieve this, why can't I, Naruto Uzumaki? Follow me. The Uzumaki Legion. With a rallying cry, Naruto called forth countless figures clad in crimson and black, surging towards Orochimaru's position. These figures brimmed with determination and resolve, closely trailing behind Naruto, forming a magnificent tide of warriors. Each individual emanated a steadfast aura, their eyes shimmering with the desire for victory, marching forward without hesitation toward Orochimaru. Fueled by a blazing fury, Naruto aimed to obliterate the enemy with this tactic of sheer numbers. The roars of the crowd echoed across the battlefield, a powerful wave of sound that infused the air with boundless courage and conviction, causing the enemy to tremble. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, Orochimaru felt unprecedented pressure. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth, preparing to meet the challenge head-on. Don't underestimate me, Uzumaki Naruto. With that, he commanded the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. To strike. Hashirama stepped forward, clapped his hands, and summoned Wood Release. Birth of the World Tree. This formidable wood release technique, developed by the first Hokage, utilizes the user's chakra as a source of life to unleash a secret art, rapidly causing numerous trees to sprout from the ground, creating a forest in an instant. Its attack range is vast, and the caster controls all offense and defense within this forest, making it an all-encompassing technique. It is said that this technique is what made the Hidden Leaf Village renowned in the ninja world. Typically, this technique requires the transplantation of Hashirama cells and a substantial chakra reserved to wield. As the creator, Hashirama possesses this terrifying skill. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of wood surged forth. The previously mundane branches and trunks transformed into a monstrous force, wrapping around Naruto's legion, crushing, colliding, and obliterating them. Then, Hashirama's right arm morphed into countless branches, a green whirlwind surging toward Tobirama. Each branch, imbued with lethal intent, became a sharpened spear of wood, infused with a heart-stopping power. In this breathtaking moment, time seemed to freeze. The air thickened with tension, and one could almost hear the branches slicing through the atmosphere. Sakura and Naruto watched in horror, unable to fathom the sheer destruction wrought by such a powerful wood release. Meanwhile, Tobirama stood still, seemingly still ensnared by Sasuke's genjutsu, as he was engulfed by the raging wood. Boom. Orochimaru had resorted to a strategy of self-sacrifice to defeat his foes, akin to a warrior severing his own limb, allowing Hashirama to annihilate Tobirama's Edo Tensei body, thereby preventing it from being further ravaged by Sasuke's black flames. The wood, tainted by the black flames, was discarded, severing its connection to the original and allowing it to burn. This was truly a tactic only feasible under the circumstances of Edo Tensei. Sasuke, surprised that his assault was countered by such an unexpected method, did not feel anger. After all, such a strategy had rarely been employed outside of Edo Tensei. One must commend Orochimaru's profound understanding of the Edo Tensei technique, yet he has encountered Sasuke. Soon, the Edo Tensei body of Tobirama, previously engulfed in flames, began to recover. Albeit with his right arm now missing, consumed by Sasuke's left eye, it appears he cannot be restored. Orochimaru sighed heavily, realizing the grave cost if the Edo Tensei body were to be damaged by Sasuke's black flames. In facing Sasuke, he had lost the greatest advantage of the Edo Tensei technique. It must be said, Sasuke's ocular techniques are the bane of the Edo Tensei. At this moment, the soul of that portion of Tobirama's arm was imprisoned within Sasuke's mind space, never to be resurrected again. Thus, the reincarnated Tobirama Senju emerged from the impure world reincarnation with a missing right hand. Indeed, it worked. Sasuke observed that the second Hokage, reconstructed in body, had lost that very hand consumed by his black flames, inwardly acknowledging the truth of the matter. His left eye, bearing the ability of 10,000 manifestations, possessed the terrifying capacity to devour and incinerate all things, and the proud soul power of impure world reincarnation was, naturally, one of those things. Facing Sasuke with this technique was akin to a chicken pecking at a stone, destined to be utterly annihilated. At this moment, the wood release assault unleashed by Hashirama Senju surged towards Sasuke and his companions, its terrifying scope resembling a darkened sky, rendering Naruto and Sakura below speechless. It is essential to note that wood release is a bloodline limit created by Hashirama through the fusion of earth release and water release. A formidable technique that combines offense and defense, showcasing remarkable protective and offensive capabilities. It is said that wood release is impervious to fire release because when the speed of fire-consuming wood is less than that of the wood's regeneration, the result is that fire release cannot withstand wood release. Moreover, the fire release wielded by ordinary individuals is limited in power. Hashirama's chakra is boundless, and his wood release flows ceaselessly. The wood release, born from the fusion of earth and water release, is particularly resistant to burning, akin to wildfires that cannot be extinguished, flourishing anew with the spring breeze. The true strength lies not in the wood release itself, but in Hashirama Senju. Yet, Sasuke was unperturbed by this evil. He focused his left eye, conjuring black flames intertwined with the Great Fire Annihilation. Fire Release, Amaterasu Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, an expanse of ink-like, profound black flames surged forth, rapidly merging with the overwhelming sea of flames that erupted forth. This inferno resembled a purgatory ravaged by flames. In a heartbeat, it collided thunderously with the multitude of green plants advancing toward them. A deafening roar resonated, rumble, accompanied by earth-shattering blasts. The once vibrant plants shattered, while the roaring flames grew ever fiercer and more intense. They spread at an astonishing rate, fueled by the inexhaustible nourishment provided by the wood release, becoming increasingly violent and expansive, as if intent on consuming the entire world. In his diminished state, the Hashirama Senju-wielding wood release could not compete with the Amaterasu-enhanced Great Fire Annihilation. Wood release is said to be resistant to fire due to its partial divine tree properties, which can absorb chakra, thus restraining tailed beasts and allowing for rapid growth, rendering it difficult to incinerate. However, faced with the Amaterasu-infused Great Fire Annihilation, which also devours chakra and is stronger, the weakened Hashirama found himself utterly restrained, unable to resist. It can be said that both Hashirama and Tobirama were betrayed by Orochimaru's subpar impure world reincarnation technique. After all, while the technique is reputed to possess infinite chakra, in truth, the chakra may be limitless, but its output is not. Otherwise, Sasuke would not have triumphed so effortlessly. If Hashirama's chakra were rated at 10,000 with an output of 1,000, then post-reincarnation, his chakra is infinite. Yet even during the Fourth Great Ninja War, with an improved version of the technique and superior sacrifices, his output was only 800, far from his peak. Moreover, Orochimaru utilized an early, inferior version, likely yielding an output of barely 100. Thus, it can often be said that the outcome of a battle is predetermined even before it begins. It is not that the reincarnated Hashirama and Tobirama lack strength, though that may play a part, but primarily due to the overwhelming power of Uchiha Sasuke. Ding! Detected the host's rebellious spirit, knowingly using fire release against wood release. Reward obtained. Perfect Curse Seal Awakening Pill 1. Oh, a pill capable of alleviating the side effects of the Cursed Seal. What an unexpected boon. Upon receiving his reward, Sasuke felt a surge of joy. It turned out that the Curse Seal Orochimaru implanted in Naruto was the Heavenly Curse Seal, a technique developed by Orochimaru inspired by Jiraiya, conceptualized around the combat methods of Jinchuriki. The user of the Cursed Seal gains immense power while the duration of use inflicts increasing harm upon the user, with two distinct states. In the first state, the body is covered in black markings, which relate to the user's chakra, while in the second state, the markings spread across the body, causing significant changes to the skin and appearance. For instance, when Sasuke previously entered the second state, a pair of wing-like appendages resembling hands sprouted from his back, and a cross-shaped pattern appeared on his face. However, to fully master it, one requires Orochimaru's secret potion, entering a state of near death to achieve full control. Transitioning from the first to the second state, the second transition, involves an experience termed death. This phase is not true death in the literal sense, but signifies that the user endures excruciating pain akin to dying, a process that can be expedited with Orochimaru's specially crafted awakening pill. Once the user surpasses this torment, they can unleash a terrifying power that far exceeds that of elite ninjas, albeit with subsequent weakening. In terms of strength, speed, or chakra volume, the transformation represents a qualitative leap. The second state not only amplifies all of a ninja's attributes, but also drastically alters the user's appearance. This was one of the reasons Sasuke chose to follow Orochimaru, as such power could only be obtained from him, necessitating a pursuit of Orochimaru. However, that is no longer the case. It is Naruto who bears the Cursed Seal, and if Sasuke wishes to assist Naruto in mastering this power, it poses a challenge. After all, he certainly cannot allow Naruto to truly run off with Orochimaru. Fortunately, the system's reward provided an unexpected delight, alleviating his concerns over Naruto's Cursed Seal. Hashirama Senju, let us bring this to a conclusion. The perfect Cursed Seal can extract natural chakra, combined with Naruto's nine-tailed chakra. The principles of Sage Fox mode are indeed similar. Sasuke could hardly contain his anticipation to witness the power Naruto could exhibit upon fully mastering this strength. Chapter 87. The Furious Decapitation of Senju Tobirama. A terrifying blaze surged forth like a tumultuous ocean wave, colliding with the overwhelming force of wood release, producing a cataclysmic roar accompanied by an intense tremor. However, after a fierce confrontation, the wood release began to show signs of defeat. At that moment, An unexpected event transpired. Senju Tobarama swiftly formed hand seals with one hand and bellowed, "Water release, water whip technique." In an instant, an extraordinarily formidable surge of water release power erupted, morphing into a colossal wave that rushed towards the blazing wood release forest with the ferocity of a tornado. This unparalleled water release, reminiscent of an infinite ocean, bore the might to extinguish the majority of Sasuke's ordinary flames. Crackling sounds echoed as some of the black flames persisted defiantly, though their intensity had noticeably diminished, and their rate of combustion slowed significantly. Sasuke, observing this, couldn't help but acknowledge in his heart, as expected of Senju Tobarama, even in his reanimated form, he can wield water release techniques as if they were akin to the ocean itself. It was understandable, for Sasuke knew that when Senju Tobarama developed these water release techniques, they were specifically designed to counter the Uchiha clan's fire release. Thus, the effectiveness of this water release assault was commendable, not only subduing Sasuke's fierce flames, but also significantly decelerating the black flame's burning rate. While it may not extinguish the eternal black fire, it certainly achieved a measure of success. Yet, how could Sasuke be merely a man of waves? It was time to earnestly conclude this battle. His aura transformed, and his gaze sharpened. The 8 gates technique. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. As he completed his incantation, an overwhelming force erupted from his being. Every muscle in Sasuke's body tensed, veins bulging beneath his skin. Upon unlocking the 4 gates, it seemed as though an inexhaustible power was surging forth. His hair was swept back by this force, exuding an extraordinary aura. Simultaneously, a rich green chakra enveloped him, swirling around at an accelerated pace, like a whirlwind. Each rotation stirred a potent wave of air, causing the atmosphere to tremble under the might of this energy. Under this immense pressure, the surrounding air grew dense and oppressive, rendering it difficult to breathe. Sasuke appeared as a war deity, radiating a chilling and formidable presence. The 8 gates technique could unlock the body's limitations, with the first gate releasing the constraints of the brain domain to achieve 100 physical capability, overexerting energy to enhance attack power and speed. The second gate alleviated physical fatigue, allowing the body to recover stamina and offset the energy consumption from the first gate. The third gate further amplified attack and speed, causing the body to flush with blood, while the fourth gate introduced a dangerous state, emitting a green energy from the body. In this moment, having opened 4 gates, Sasuke's aura peaked. Thanks to the system's removal of the side effects from the first to fourth gates, his skin remained unblemished, and he felt more invigorated than ever. "I feel terrifyingly strong." Sasuke laughed heartily, then took a step, effortlessly appearing behind Senju Tobarama, who was still casting water release with one hand. What incredible speed! Orochimaru, controlling Senju Tobarama, was taken aback by Sasuke's sudden appearance. Sasuke's velocity had transcended the limits of Orochimaru's dynamic vision, seeming as though he had teleported. Such formidable taijutsu. Experienced in battle, Orochimaru quickly realized that Sasuke's astonishing speed was not the result of genjutsu or secret techniques, but purely a manifestation of his physical prowess. It was genuinely astonishing. How could a mere leaf genin achieve such speed through sheer physicality? This was dire. There was no time to evade Sasuke's assault. Orochimaru attempted to maneuver Senju Tobarama to avoid the attack, but Sasuke's speed was simply too overwhelming. With a resounding crack, Sasuke's kick severed the reanimated Senju Tobarama in half. This is bad. My reflexes are no longer sufficient to evade Sasuke's strike. Yet, strangely, despite Sasuke's formidable taijutsu, he had not unleashed his eerie black flames. Could it be that the cost was too great for him to continue using them? If so, that would be splendid. I always knew that such a terrifying power must come with a price. Haha. Attacking the reanimated body with taijutsu, Sasuke, you truly are naive. Ultimately, you are still too young, merely engaging in futile efforts. Suddenly, just as Orochimaru felt triumphant and believed Sasuke's threat had diminished, an astonishing sight caused his serpentine eyes to widen in shock. Impossible. Sasuke was not, contrary to Orochimaru's expectations, unable to utilize his black flames due to exhaustion. On the contrary, he witnessed Sasuke's left eye focusing intensely as the black flames, under his command, transformed into a colossal black sword. This sword, forged entirely from all-consuming black flames, exuded a terrifying and violent aura. Most alarmingly, he had accomplished this feat without even fully harnessing the power of his right eye. It's over, second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. In that moment, the inky black sword seemed to possess a life of its own, erupting with boundless power. It roared forth like an enraged beast, unleashing a tempest of fury. At that instant, Senju Tobarama, just recovering from his grievous injuries, had no time to react before being engulfed by this infernal onslaught. The sword descended with overwhelming might, radiating an aura of destruction. The heavens and earth shifted. The winds roared. With a cataclysmic explosion of flames, the reanimated Senju Tobarama was cleaved in two, only to explode into a fiery conflagration. Boom! The pitch-black flames, amidst the explosion, transformed into an all-consuming black hole, devouring Senju Tobarama's remnants until nothing remained. Sasuke had furiously decapitated Senju Tobarama. Chapter 88. The Betrayal of Hashirama. Ultimately, to be betrayed. Disaster struck. The moment Orochimaru witnessed Sasuke conjuring a colossal sword of black flames, an ominous feeling washed over him. At this juncture, Tobarama Senju found himself unable to evade the impending onslaught. Gritting his teeth, he commanded Hashirama Senju to launch a sweeping attack towards Sasuke and Tobarama's direction. Would release, adamantine pillar. Hashirama summoned the might of countless trees, which surged forth to ensnare and crush Sasuke. You think you can capture me? Not nearly enough. Sasuke retorted fiercely, the black flame sword whirling in his grasp before sweeping horizontally. Boom! The inky flames carved a distinct scar through the air, severing the robust trees that had ensnared him and halting their growth. Such a terrifying ability. It was astonishing that even the growth potential of wood release could not manifest. Orochimaru found himself increasingly alarmed by Sasuke's prowess and yearned to extricate himself from the confrontation. Just then, a formidable force surged around Sasuke, a vibrant emerald light expanding abruptly. He vanished in an instant, reappearing on the opposite side of the wooden barrier, the dark sword scar slicing through the air towards Hashirama. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Sasuke could extricate himself from the wooden enclosure with such swiftness, attacking with abandon using that peculiar black flame. Did it truly come without a price? Moreover, he recalled Sasuke employing the Eight Gates technique moments ago. Yet why did he appear utterly unfazed, brimming with vitality? The usual strategies against such ninjutsu seemed utterly ineffective. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Orochimaru from reacting promptly. Hashirama activated his wood release once more, and hundreds of colossal trees erupted from the ground, bending to form an arching barrier to shield himself and Orochimaru. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. Faced with this sudden display of might, Sasuke found himself momentarily taken aback by the defensive ninjutsu. He recalled that this technique had been utilized by Yamato, yet the one Hashirama employed felt entirely different. Was Yamato merely engaged in ecological beautification? Bang! As the dark sword energy collided with the wooden pillar wall, the Hashirama within the barrier clapped his hands together. Wood release, birth of the world tree. Orochimaru was determined. He believed he could wear Sasuke down with his infinite chakra from the Edo Tensei. Countless trees shot into the sky once more, and the advantage of infinite chakra post-reanimation was evident in this moment. While larger wood release techniques may be unattainable, a singular birth of the world tree could easily defeat most ninja in existence. Not to mention it could be perpetually utilized. How vexing. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, yet he hesitated not. His eyes sparkled with a sharp glint as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting through the trees. Having opened the first 4 gates, his speed was sufficient to evade all incoming attacks. This is not a sustainable strategy. Although the first 4 gates of the 8 gates technique bear no side effects, avoiding attacks still consumes considerable stamina. If this continues, I might truly be worn down by Orochimaru. Sasuke's Sharingan swept across his surroundings, searching for any key information to turn the tide of battle. At this moment, Orochimaru had already concealed himself behind the great momentum of wood release, making it challenging for Sasuke to employ Genjutsu effectively against him. Truly, the title of the legendary 3 ninjas was well-deserved. Yet, even with Sasuke's keen observational prowess, he found himself at a loss for a breakthrough. It appeared he must capitalize on Hashirama. Without defeating him, there was no way to draw Orochimaru out. Sasuke, Kurama needs you to come here. Suddenly, Naruto, safeguarding Sakura from the encroaching wooden branches, called out to Sasuke, his eyes alight with determination. Kurama is calling me. Sasuke pondered. executing a leaf great whirlwind to obliterate the encroaching branches before leaping back to Naruto's side. In that moment, Sasuke noticed Naruto extending his right hand, fist clenched towards him. Initially taken aback, Sasuke soon smiled knowingly and extended his left hand to meet Naruto's fist. Who would have thought it would come to this? It seems I owe you and Kurama a debt of gratitude. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. This was actually Kurama's idea. He wants to help you. So this is what it feels like to have allies. A warmth enveloped Sasuke's heart as a tremendous surge of chakra rapidly flowed from Naruto into his own being. Golden chakra radiated from Sasuke. The system rewarded him with azure chakra, while Kurama provided gold, his hair spiking upward into horn-like shapes, and 6 tomo manifested at his collar. He had entered the Nine Tails chakra mode. I hadn't intended to employ this power, Sasuke murmured, realizing this was one of his trump cards. However, the chakra granted by the system was limited unless he borrowed from Kurama. Yet now, Kurama had directly provided an ample supply for this battle, akin to a no-cost trial of the Nine Tails chakra mode. With this thought, Sasuke felt invigorated. Thanks. Now watch me. A smile crept across Sasuke's lips as he transformed into a golden streak, racing back onto the battlefield, obliterating the plants spawned by would release in his wake. He then unleashed a colossal chakra-infused punch upon an inconspicuous tree trunk. Boom. At that moment, a silvery serpent darted swiftly from the crevice, attempting to evade capture. Indeed, the malicious perception ability of the Nine Tails chakra mode proved invaluable. Sasuke marveled. With the aid of this ability, he had successfully pinpointed Orochimaru's location in an instant, launching a punch that startled the serpent. How is this possible? How did he locate me? Orochimaru pondered, perplexed by Sasuke's transformation after their fist bump. Now imbued with the aura of the tailed beasts and moving with increased speed. Could I not be fast? Sasuke thought, for he still had the 8 gates technique open. With the combination of the 8 gates and Nine Tails chakra mode, he dared to claim that few in the ninja world could match his speed. Now, he was the fastest man in the Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing that Orochimaru had revealed himself, Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he prepared to unleash his Manjiki Sharingan Jinjutsu. Just then, Hashirama once again interposed himself before Sasuke, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. It seems Orochimaru is resorting to desperate measures in his attempt to flee. Sasuke hesitated not. If the opportunity arose, he would seize it. He once again summoned the pitch-black Amaterasu sword from his left eye, unleashing the kaleidoscopic illusion that he had meticulously prepared directly at the charging Hashirama Senju. In that fleeting moment when Hashirama was momentarily immobilized, Sasuke swiftly appeared behind him, wielding the great sword to deliver a chilling blow from the back. I shall show no mercy to anyone who harms my friends, not even to the first Hokage. Following this, black flames erupted, consuming all in their path. Chapter 89. The Pinnacle of Lightning and Sasuke's Kaleidoscopic Speculation. After Sasuke summoned the black flames known as myriad things returning to heart with the power of his left eye, he consumed both Hashirama and Tobirama. Utilizing his malicious perception from the Nine Tails chakra mode, he deftly sensed Orochimaru's position. With a sharp gaze, he murmured, "Orochimaru, do not think you can escape so easily." Thunder rumbled ominously. Sasuke glanced unexpectedly in Orochimaru's direction, then looked up at the overcast sky. As he observed the darkened heavens, reminiscent of an impending downpour, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Since he did not intend to leave Orochimaru here permanently, he resolved to use him as a test subject for his newly developed ninjutsu. Orochimaru had already distanced himself considerably, making pursuit challenging. However, as the fastest man in Konoha at that moment, Sasuke could easily catch up if he desired, yet he deemed it unnecessary. Primarily, he had yet to deal with Danzo and reclaim the Sharingan possessing the Kotoame Tsukumi ability that rightfully belonged to his Uchiha clan. After all, he had not yet mastered the use of that particular power. Thus, even if Sasuke intended to keep Orochimaru around for his own use, it would prove somewhat difficult. Orochimaru, known for his own strong will, was unlikely to comply for long. Sasuke had confidence in his ability to influence him, but he also recognized Orochimaru's inherent laziness. He preferred whichever method was the quickest. Given this, it might be wiser to let him go, allowing the situation to develop further. However, permitting Orochimaru to depart without leaving him a parting gift was out of the question. After all, Orochimaru had just delivered an impressive performance. Had it not been for Sasuke's numerous hidden trump cards, he might have faced significant trouble. No one would have anticipated that Orochimaru's Edo Tensei was not reserved for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, but rather employed against Sasuke Uchiha. It nearly caused him considerable strife, and it took substantial effort to resolve that predicament. Regrettably, Orochimaru's treasure trump card, once used by Sasuke, became a disposable asset, a rather pitiful fate. Yet, even if Orochimaru had stored that card for the third Hokage, it too would likely have turned out to be a one-time use, given that the Shiki Fuin technique's self-destructive effect was rather grotesque. Thus, Sasuke Uchiha was left, begrudgingly, to become the Jinchuriki of Hashirama Senju. Let us not forget that while his left eye possessed the ability to consume all, his right eye could reconstruct everything that had been absorbed. Therefore, both Hashirama and Tobirama, now within the spiritual realm of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, had effectively become a part of his power. Whenever he wished, he could use the ability of his right eye to reconstruct their would release, flying thunder god technique, or even their very souls. This capability was indeed monstrous. Sasuke gazed up at the sky, thick with clouds, clearly signaling impending rain. The extensive use of fire release had already generated considerable updraft. A smirk graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with confidence. With a casual flick of his wrist and a low incantation, he declared, "Fire release, great dragon fire technique." He asserted that the Jinchuriki of Hashirama Senju still needed to hand sign. In an instant, the world shifted color, and the elements churned. Several colossal fireballs, resembling dragon heads, materialized from thin air, roaring fiercely as they erupted from Sasuke's mouth, soaring like fire dragons, imbued with immense power and heat, directly targeting the towering cumulonimbus clouds. These dragon-headed fireballs contained terrifying energy, warping the air in their wake with piercing howls, akin to meteors streaking across the sky, leaving behind dazzling trails of flame, as if intending to tear the very heavens asunder. As the dragon-headed fireballs approached, the cumulonimbus clouds appeared to sense this overwhelming power, beginning to churn violently, forming a massive vortex. Drip, drip, torrential raindrops pelted the ground, producing crisp sounds. Soon, the rain intensified, drowning the world in a cacophony. Standing amidst the downpour, Sasuke's gaze remained resolutely fixed on the horizon. His earlier actions had heated the surrounding air drastically with the great dragonfire technique, generating rising currents. With the continuous ascent of these currents, gigantic cumulonimbus clouds began to coalesce in the sky. These clouds rolled and roared, seemingly showcasing their might and majesty to the world. Suddenly, the skies darkened further, lightning crackled, and fierce winds howled. Brilliant bolts of lightning danced across the firmament like silver serpents, while thunderclaps resounded like war drums. Under Sasuke's orchestration, the torrential rain arrived as predicted. The rain cascaded down like a waterfall, soaking Sasuke's garments, yet he paid it no mind. He slowly raised his hand, electric light flickering within his palm, accompanied by sharp, piercing shrieks. This was the powerful ninjutsu he had unleashed, Chidori. In the next moment, Sasuke harnessed the power of Chidori to guide the lightning from the sky, transforming it into a wondrous form. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic currents converged into an immense, imposing Kirin, seemingly intent on tearing the world apart. Without hesitation, Sasuke swung his arm, unleashing the lightning-formed Kirin towards Orochimaru's direction with great force. He bellowed, "May it vanish along with the thunder." In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The furious divine beast opened its maw wide, emitting a cataclysmic roar, descending with boundless might and power. This was the parting gift, Orochimaru. Lightning release, Kirin. As Sasuke's words echoed, this extraordinary assault finally erupted in full force. Boom! The Kirin devised by Sasuke was an innovative technique, guiding natural lightning and combining the transformation and properties of lightning release. Its power could instantly reduce rock to ash, leaving enemies with little to no chance of evasion. In the midst of the thunderous roars, it obliterated foes in an instant. Oh no, there's no escape. Orochimaru's face was etched with astonishment, his mind racing. How is this possible? Sasuke has actually harnessed the power of heaven's thunder. The speed of this lightning strike was astonishing. Mere milliseconds, absolutely unavoidable. And thus, it was known as the pinnacle of lightning release ninjutsu, the S-rank technique. Lightning release, Kirin, developed by Uchiha Sasuke. With a brilliant flash of lightning cleaving the sky, a resounding crack of thunder followed. The descending bolt of lightning, akin to a meteor plummeting to earth, bore unimaginable force as it struck downwards. In an instant, all within the designated area was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a bottomless pit. At the edge of this pit lay remnants of a half-burned, charred snake skin. Humph, I never anticipated he might have a way to escape. Yet, it was no surprise. After all, he is Orochimaru, the shinobi with the most formidable life-preserving abilities. Observing the scene before him, Sasuke could not help but admire Orochimaru's incredible survival skills. May this parting gift ensure you remember me thoroughly. The next time we meet, it shall determine everything. Sasuke bore no regrets. He understood that while defeating Orochimaru was straightforward, killing him would prove exceedingly difficult. However, he now possessed the means to contend with Orochimaru effectively, ensuring that he could ultimately bend him to his will. Thus he remained unperturbed. Sasuke felt an immense satisfaction with the success of his newly developed ninjutsu. After all, the Kirin technique boasted clear advantages. It had a broad range. Formidable offensive power, minimal chakra consumption, primarily harnessing the natural lightning, and an almost unavoidable speed. However, its weaknesses were equally apparent. It relied on natural weather conditions, though it could be artificially generated with a potent fire release directed at the clouds, and required the Sharingan to perceive the speed and trajectory of the lightning to prevent self-inflicted harm. Ultimately, it involved channeling the lightning through Chidori or other lightning release techniques to strike the enemy. The reason this technique was classified as S-rank was largely due to the challenge of controlling the flow and speed of the lightning, which traveled at an astonishing velocity, faster than sound, at merely a millisecond. Mismanagement could result in collateral damage to oneself, and the user needed to maintain a safe distance from the target to avoid self-injury. Thus, the recent circumstances were indeed fortuitous, allowing Sasuke to experiment with a ninjutsu he had only theorized about, but never successfully executed. Orochimaru, as the first to witness this technique, certainly received a memorable parting gift from Sasuke. Ding! Detecting the host's rebellious spirit, even as Orochimaru was departing, he insisted on bestowing a gift, falsely claiming it was a farewell present. Reward acquired. Enhanced cellular vitality. What a curious reward. Orochimaru had not expressed dissatisfaction with this gift, yet here you are, questioning me. Sasuke was pleasantly surprised to see his system reactivated, but was also puzzled by the nature of the reward. Did this system imply something about him? After dealing with them, Sasuke gently covered his left eye, reflecting on the fact that even after reducing the consumption and side effects, the drawbacks of the Mangekyou Sharingan were still too severe. Merely using it had already caused him discomfort. Sasuke-kun, what's wrong? Noticing Sasuke shielding his left eye, Sakura hurried over, her hands emanating a healing green light, ready to assist him. Naruto, filled with concern, inquired of Kurama. Do you know what's wrong with Sasuke's eyes? He seems to be in pain. Is there anything we can do to help him? Kurama shook his head in Naruto's mental space. There's nothing we can do, Naruto. That's the side effect of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruto, bewildered and anxious, pressed further. Side effect? The Mangekyou Sharingan is a unique eye, and from the moment it is awakened, it gradually descends into darkness. The more it is used, the closer it comes to sealing itself away. In other words, one day, the Mangekyou Sharingan will lose its light. Naruto gazed at Sasuke in disbelief, covering his mouth as he struggled to suppress his urge to shout, gritting his teeth in frustration. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Sasuke began to comprehend why his original self had gone blind so swiftly. The immense power came at an equally staggering cost. In this battle, he had not even caused his eyes to bleed, yet he was already feeling this discomfort. If he were to reach the point of bleeding tears, how much more damage would that inflict on his eyes? It was imperative to expedite the plan to obtain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. During this time, he had also speculated about his own Mangekyou Sharingan and had begun to formulate ideas. Sasuke observed that among the Uchiha clan, the majority possessed a chakra affinity for both lightning and fire, especially among those who had awakened the Sharingan, making these two attributes the most common. This power belonged to the yang nature. The Uchiha's forebear, Indra, inherited the Sage of Six Paths Sage Eyes and Yin power. In the ninja world, the external manifestation of Yin power is the Sharingan. Thus, he boldly surmised that the Uchiha clan's predominance of fire attribute yang chakra was to counterbalance the Yin power of the Sharingan. Typically, even the most formidable Uchiha clansmen, capable of reaching elite Jonin status, would only attain a 3-tomo Sharingan. At this point, the fire attribute Chakra, Yang, within them remained in a balanced state with their Sharingan, In, posing no threat to their well-being. However, the Manjiki Sharingan and the 3-tomo Sharingan represented different levels of In release power. At present, the In attribute within the Uchiha had significantly surpassed the Yang attribute, revealing the corrosive nature of In, akin to an unbalanced pH level. Thus, the power within the Manjiki Sharingan would gradually damage the optic nerves and even harm the user's body. Consequently, Sasuke devised several potential solutions. 1. Acquire a Yang power comparable to the In power of the Manjiki to restore the balance of In and Yang, similar to the Taiji diagram, potentially referencing Ashura's sage body, such as the remarkably vibrant cells of Hashirama, exemplified by Uchiha Obito. 2. Obtain the Manjiki Sharingan from a blood relative to create an extreme manifestation of In, achieving a unique balance, not pursuing Taiji equilibrium but rather total darkness, thereby unlocking the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This was demonstrated by Uchiha Madara and, in the past, by Uchiha Sasuke himself. Currently, these two methods appeared to be the most viable. Suddenly, a daring thought crossed Sasuke's mind. What if he utilized the Yang attribute of the Nine-Tails Chakra to alleviate the backlash of the Manjiki Sharingan's power? Chapter 90. Breaking Through Confusion. Initiating Transformation. It is widely acknowledged that the existence of tailed beasts is a product of the Sage of Six Paths Yin-Yang technique. During the tumultuous events of the Nine-Tails Chaos, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, bifurcated the Nine-Tails, sealing its negative chakra, along with his own, within the body of the Shinigami using the Reaper Death Seal, while simultaneously employing the 8 trigram seal to confine the positive chakra within Naruto's body. Thus, the chakra currently being transmitted to him by the Nine-Tails is of the positive, or Yang, nature. Given that Ashura inherited Yang chakra, and one of its representations, the sage body, can assist in mitigating the side effects of his Manjiki Sharingan, one must ponder, does the chakra sourced from the Yang aspect of the Nine-Tails hold any efficacy? Without hesitation, Sasuke took action. He focused his mind, gathering the chakra that the Nine-Tails had conveyed during their earlier sparring, concentrating it upon his left eye. The warm sensation enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze, as if it could dispel all pain and fatigue. Sasuke distinctly felt the changes brought forth by this chakra. The sharp pain previously caused by the frequent use of his Manjiki Sharingan had significantly diminished. This extraordinary sensation filled him with delight. Indeed, it was effective. Although the results were not instantaneous, Sasuke could genuinely perceive an improvement in the condition of his left eye. While it still paled in comparison to the true sage body derived from Hashirama's cells, it was a source of great surprise. It seemed that the complexities were not as daunting as he had anticipated. Then, as if a sudden realization dawned upon him, Sasuke found himself ensnared in a mental blind spot. From whence did Hashirama's cells originate? Undoubtedly, they were born from Hashirama Senju himself. So now, where was Hashirama Senju? Within his left eye, of course. With this thought, Sasuke's spirits soared, nearly compelling him to break into song. You are my eyes, cough cough. If the Yang chakra from the Nine-Tails had already allowed him to experience some effects of yin-yang harmonization, what could be expected from Hashirama himself? Or perhaps, could he also possess the sage body? At this very moment, the person closest to Hashirama Senju was none other than himself. By uniting body and mind, merging the powers of the Uchiha and Senju, he, Uchiha Sasuke, could become the second sage of 6 paths. With this thought, Sasuke's heart surged with fervor, yet he recognized that this was not the appropriate time for a leisurely experiment. Thus, he gently waved his hand, sequentially shutting down the 8 gates in the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Gradually, his eyes returned to their normal state, and he signaled to Sakura and Naruto, assuring them of his well-being. Naruto, Sakura, we must depart from this place. Sasuke stood tall, ready to lead Naruto and Sakura away. Just then, Sakura produced a scroll from her bosom. It was the very scroll they had discovered on the defeated ninja. Sasuke-kun, look, I found this on the ninja you defeated earlier. It pairs perfectly with the one we possess. If we bring these 2 scrolls to the exam's endpoint, we shall pass this assessment. Sakura's voice brimmed with excitement. After the harrowing encounter they had just endured, she was eager to conclude this examination and devote herself to bridging the gap between her and Sasuke's abilities. Naruto's eyes brightened at the sight of Sakura's scroll, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. Our team can now pass this assessment." bringing us one step closer to becoming Chuunin. Naruto was exhilarated, yet he remained unaware that, in another world, he would still be accompanied by Sasuke, and that their identities as Konoha Genin might linger for a lifetime. However, this time, the future remained uncertain. Sasuke mused. It must be said that had it not been for Sakura's reminder, Sasuke might have nearly forgotten that he was participating in the Chuunin exams. The depths of this trial surpassed all expectations, leaving one astounded. Thus, the three of them embarked on their journey towards the central area. Along the way, Naruto and Sakura contemplated. The upcoming trials would undoubtedly grow increasingly arduous, but regardless, they would exert themselves to keep pace with Sasuke. The reason for Sasuke's urgency to leave the battlefield was due to the barrier left by Orochimaru, which had been established to prevent outside interference. Thus, they had been able to engage in combat without interruption. However, circumstances had changed. Orochimaru had retreated, and the barrier had crumbled, making it imperative for them to vacate the area before attention was drawn to the events that had transpired. Despite possessing the ability to confront trouble, who would willingly invite additional complications? Soon enough, their group departed from the scene of the incident. As night fell, Sasuke and his companions drew near to the exam's conclusion, requiring only to present the two scrolls together for their Team 7 to successfully pass the second stage of the assessment. It all felt surreal. Under the starlit sky, Sasuke leaned against a stone, gazing up at the heavens, lost in a torrent of thoughts. He reflected on his experiences and musings of late, battles against Zabuza, orchestrating the events in the Land of Waves, confronting the Nine Tails, and ultimately defeating Orochimaru. He had undergone considerable growth, yet with each experience, he realized the enormity of what still lay ahead. He increasingly understood that a long road awaited him, filled with countless unfinished tasks yearning for his attention. He felt akin to a climber standing halfway up a mountain, gazing towards the summit. He needed to provide an explanation to Danzo and the decaying hierarchy of Konoha. He needed to guide his comrades, ensuring they kept pace with him. He needed to confront that man and tell him, it is time to return home. And then there was the looming external threat, an organization that might act prematurely due to his presence. With all these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sasuke felt the weight upon his shoulders grow heavier. He inhaled deeply, rising slowly, without sufficient power. One easily succumbs to confusion. It was time to awaken the power of the sage body. In that moment, he comprehended the significance of the reward for enhancing cellular vitality. Sasuke slowly raised his gaze, the crimson light flickering in his eyes, as the profound power of his Mangekyou Sharingan poured forth, causing the surrounding environment to tremble. He, Uchiha Sasuke, would commence his transformation from this night onward. Chapter 91, The Sage Body. Sasuke's right eye ability, the divine path of destiny. Sasuke's chances of success tonight are substantial. He never engages in battles without preparation. After all, a typical reincarnation of Indra lacks the opportunity to incinerate that of Ashura, let alone completely devour it. Yet, through a twist of fate, he, Uchiha Sasuke, accomplished this feat. Although he absorbed the impure reincarnation of Hashirama Senju, the chakra traits and essence of his soul are undeniably genuine. Furthermore, the impure reincarnation requires the DNA of the reincarnator, and the information contained within is just sufficient for Sasuke to replicate its abilities. Having long struggled with how to extend the duration of his Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke had not even begun to execute other plans when Orochimaru presented him with an extraordinary gift, a sage body in the form of Hashirama Senju. How could he not express gratitude for such a providential bestowal? Indeed, Orochimaru has a penchant for presenting remarkable gifts, delivered right to the core of Sasuke and Appo's aspirations. It feels as though he has stumbled upon a treasure without expending any effort. Sasuke could not help but feel elated. For the first time, he experienced the joy encapsulated in the phrase, finding something where none seemed to exist. This bounty from Orochimaru was far more convenient than having to exchange his brother Itachi's eyes or undergo invasive cell transplants. There was no need to gather materials or prepare for surgery, and, crucially, the associated risks were minimal. Sasuke expressed his gratitude for the Hashirama gift package delivered by his esteemed mentor, Orochimaru. According to the law of conservation of energy, even if Sasuke were to convert Hashirama's chakra and unique cellular vitality, the transformation would incur no loss, but it would still consume a significant amount of ocular power. The mutual cancellation of the two could render the operation nearly ineffective. However, with his current capabilities to diminish the side effects and consumption of the Mangekyou Sharingan. All issues have become manageable. This opportunity appears tailor-made for his ocular abilities. Sasuke marveled at the synergy between the powers of his left and right Mangekyou Sharingan. They complemented each other perfectly. He declared that only a child would face such dilemmas of choice. With both Mangekyou Sharingan at his disposal, he desires it all. In truth, the abilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan have always been manifestations of one's inner strength. Hence, it is not an exaggeration to say that this unique capability of his Mangekyou Sharingan is, in essence, custom-designed for him. Moreover, the enhancement of cellular vitality he obtained during his prior battle with Orochimaru could now effectively suppress the invasive properties of Hashirama's cells. One must be robust to forge ahead. If Sasuke's vitality were too weak, even with the pinnacle of Yin release, wielding the Mangekyou Sharingan would prove arduous when merging with Hashirama's Yang release. Yet, this is not a concern for Sasuke. He is equipped with everything he needs, the only missing element being the right moment. Typically, the overwhelming vitality of Hashirama's cells cannot be suppressed without corresponding Yin release powers. This was one of the reasons behind Danzo's Sharingan arm, serving as a tool to help mitigate the encroachment of the first Hokage and Appo's power. Although Izanagi also plays a role, it remains a critical factor. After all, for an ordinary person to attempt the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, they would likely succumb to its aggressive nature, leading to amputation for survival, or worse, a fatal outcome. Not everyone has the opportunity to harness Hashirama Senju's power. Such endeavors not only fail to yield strength, but also often result in the loss of life. This explains why Orochimaru and Danzo conducted extensive human experiments involving wood release, only for one survivor, Yamato, to emerge after countless lives were lost. The probability of success is exceedingly low, essentially 1 in 10,000. Moreover, this is under circumstances where suitable candidates were pre-selected for experimentation. However, Sasuke finds himself in a different position. He does not need to shoulder such risks. Possessing the pinnacle of Yin release through his Mangekyou Sharingan, he naturally aligns with the Yang release power of Hashirama Senju, avoiding any threat of losing control. It can be posited that the Sage Eye and Sage Body are inherently one. Their fusion creates a balance of Yin and Yang, resulting in a manifestation of all existence. The enhancement of cellular vitality acquired from the system further increases Sasuke's tolerance for this fusion, allowing him to absorb the power of Hashirama's cells without being completely assimilated. Transplanting Hashirama's cells is a last resort. Uchiha Sasuke need not engage in such perilous endeavors. Sasuke, rarely seen using his right eye to concentrate power, unleashed a tremendous force as the Mangekyou patterns twirled, releasing a torrent of ocular energy that enveloped his entire being. Reconstruct everything, divine path of destiny, Sasuke murmured, as the abilities of his right eye's Mangekyou Sharingan fully blossomed for the first time, initiating a transformation of his very essence. This power fortified every organ within Sasuke's body, evolving and transforming him akin to Hashirama Senju. A thunderous roar echoed as immense ocular power, so dense it seemed to take form, distorted the space around him. The consumption was staggering. Tears of blood streamed uncontrollably from the corners of Sasuke's right eye. He had anticipated possessing the ability to reduce the consumption and side effects of the Mangekyou Sharingan, yet even so, the modifications to his Sage Body imposed an overwhelming burden on his ocular capabilities. He could scarcely imagine the outcome had he relied solely on the ocular power of the Mangekyou Sharingan to reconstruct the Sage Body. Without these enhancements, even exhausting his ocular energy to the point of blindness would likely fail to yield a complete Sage Body. Yet, these are mere hypotheticals. In reality, Sasuke possesses all that he needs. Now is the time to elevate everything he has to unprecedented heights. Ignoring the drain on his ocular energy, Sasuke unleashed another surge, pouring his power into the transformation of his own body. I can feel the Yang release chakra of Ashura. Chapter 92, The Awakening of the Rinnegan? The Kaleidoscope Sharingan collection plan of Senju Hashirama's Jinchuriki. At this moment, Sasuke sensed the chakra of Ashura merging with his own, creating a wondrous sensation within him. The previously depleting power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which had been drained by the use of the fate manipulation technique, now felt as though it was being nourished and gradually restored. The transformation coursing through his body was exhilarating, a delightful evolution that brought him immense pleasure. It felt as if his eyes, long parched, had suddenly experienced the refreshing relief akin to a yawn after a prolonged drought. The world around him became clearer, and he felt an acute sense of awareness. Indeed, his strategy was proving effective. The corporeal manifestation of the sage's body had undeniably elevated his life force to new heights. He sensed that his vitality was terrifyingly potent, to the extent that ordinary wounds would likely heal passively, reminiscent of Hashirama's abilities. Was this a low-tier version of the Baika technique? He had effortlessly acquired a remarkable trait, a truly gratifying experience. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, Sasuke felt the transformation within him begin to slow. Was the transition nearing completion? Although the pace had diminished, the metamorphosis continued, subtle and silent like the gentle spring rain that nourishes the earth. Remarkably, he had gained a long-term enhancement to his abilities. He even perceived a transformation occurring within his eyes, nourished by the pure chakra of Ashura, not merely a restoration of ocular power, but a profound evolution. However, this process of metamorphosis was exceedingly gradual, unlikely to be completed in a mere 10 days or so. Could it be that he was progressing towards awakening the Rinnegan? Sasuke was curious. He understood the principles behind the awakening of the Rinnegan and was aware of the stringent conditions required for its activation among ninjas. It could be said that in the annals of ninja history, only Uchiha Madara achieved this legendary ocular power through sheer effort, culminating in the true sage's eye. Reflecting on Madara's circumstances, Sasuke recognized that Madara awakened the Rinnegan through the fusion of Hashirama's cells, indicating that the awakening of the Rinnegan necessitated the blending of Indra and Ashura's chakras to attain the omnipotent powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Furthermore, it required Indra's chakra to be predominant. Only those reincarnated from Indra's chakra could unlock the Rinnegan by transplanting the flesh or cells of Ashura's reincarnated counterpart. Sasuke had essentially accomplished this, and his integration of Ashura's chakra surpassed even that of Madara. After all, he had not manifested a grotesque visage of his brother upon his chest. Such a bizarre structure was wholly unacceptable to him, regardless of whether it bore Naruto's face. In contrast to Madara, who bore Hashirama's likeness, Sasuke had directly absorbed the essence into his eyes. How could Madara compete with that? The Jinchuriki of Senju Hashirama was indeed deserving of the title. However, the awakening process of the Rinnegan was notably sluggish. It could only be expedited with the blessing of the Sage of Six Paths, granting him the chakra of the Six Paths Sage Arts. Reflecting on the Fourth Great Ninja War, when the sage directly assisted Sasuke in evolving from the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to the purple Rinnegan, it became clear that such opportunities were rare and unpredictable. For Sasuke, relying on external assistance was an unreliable strategy. He must forge his own path to awakening. Even Madara had awakened his Rinnegan in the throes of death, calling forth the power of the sage within him. Thus, while Sasuke's body continued to evolve towards Ashura's sage form, the pace remained slow, and there was still much ground to cover. The revolution was far from successful. Efforts must persist. Could it be that his Sharingan had yet to reach the potency of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? Sasuke meticulously sensed his own transformation, feeling that something essential was still missing. Undoubtedly, the gradual construction of the sage body would significantly reduce the costs associated with utilizing the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Coupled with his ability to diminish its consumption and side effects, he could truly achieve ocular technique freedom. Yet, while his kaleidoscope Sharingan was formidable, it had not attained the level of power comparable to Indra's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Thus, the notion of directly evolving into the Rinnegan seemed rather far-fetched. It appeared he must embark on his kaleidoscope Sharingan collection plan. Sasuke believed that his ocular power was insufficient, likely due to the meager absorption of the Yin release power. If he could consume 10 or 8 more kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would undoubtedly become invincible in the ninja realm. Of course, such an abundance must exist within the realm. Should Orochimaru, a man dedicated to the pursuit of kaleidoscope Sharingan power, overhear Sasuke's thoughts, he would surely erupt with indignation. Do you think this is a wholesale market? A kaleidoscope Sharingan is a rarity. Having one is already a stroke of luck. Little did he know of Sasuke's intentions. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of the host's rebellious spirit. Fully aware of Itachi's intentions, yet choosing to play. Daring to confront him with demands to cease the charade and return for dinner. Reward. Ashura and Indra Chakra fusion progress 50. Rinnegan activation at 100. Well. So this is how you wish to play, Sasuke remarked, recalling who had previously mentioned awakening his own eyes. He was unaware of such things. All he recognized was that the chakra felt exquisite. A warm current surged through his limbs, rapidly nourishing his entire being, akin to a transformation that rendered him exceptionally clear and pure. Even his skin became notably fairer and more radiant, while his height surged by several centimeters, gradually shedding his youthful appearance for that of a more mature youth. Is this the sensation of having achieved a 50 fusion level? Quite remarkable. After completing his transformation, Sasuke took a moment to reflect before slowly opening his eyes, tilting his head slightly, and asking, "Speak. What is it? Was it Orochimaru who sent you?" Chapter 93. Orochimaru invites Sasuke to join the Konoha destruction plan? How is that possible? How did he recognize my identity? The moment the visitor laid eyes on Sasuke, his pupils involuntarily contracted. After a brief moment of composure, he spoke to Sasuke in a tone that attempted to convey calmness without revealing his surprise, as expected of the esteemed Uchiha Sasuke, a distinguished guest of Lord Orochimaru. To discern my origins at a glance, he was baffled as to how Sasuke could see through his disguise, completely disrupting the carefully prepared opening remarks he had planned. Improvisation is the most daunting of challenges. However, recalling Orochimaru's repeated warnings before his departure, he felt less astonished. After all, if even the meticulous Orochimaru treated this individual with such caution, it was evident that he possessed formidable skills. "Oh, when did I become that guy's esteemed guest? I wasn't even aware of it," Sasuke replied with a serene expression, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Ding. Host's rebellious spirit detected. "You say I am who I am. Quite the contrary. Reward acquired. Chakra limit increased by 1 card. Sasuke. Well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat." He acknowledged the system's trifling reward with gratitude, for no other reason than that after merging with Sage Mode, his chakra had already reached 149 cards. With this additional 1 card, he would attain an impressive total of 150 cards, aiming for a neat round number. A powerhouse of 100 cards. How terrifying. This vastly exceeds the chakra total of ordinary ninjas, even approaching that of tailed beasts. Showcasing the overwhelming nature of Sage Mode chakra, one need only look at Naruto, whose chakra, when suppressing the 9 tails, is 4 times that of Kakashi's. Without the suppression, Naruto's chakra would be 100 times greater than Kakashi's. Furthermore, on the battlefield during the 4th Great Ninja War, the first Hokage lamented that Naruto's chakra surpassed his own. Of course, this was in reference to Naruto's individual chakra, not the combined total with the 9 tails. If Naruto can reach 100 cards, what of the human-tailed beast? Hashirama Senju? His chakra would be utterly phenomenal. Naturally, this was before Sasuke had integrated the power of Ashura. Now, however, Hashirama, your prowess is indeed commendable. At this moment, having partially fused with Ashura's power, Sasuke surpassed even Naruto's chakra, achieving a new pinnacle. It could be said that Sasuke now truly embodies the essence of chakra, eclipsing Naruto when he does not rely on Kurama. With hands on his hips, Sasuke declared, "This is what it means to be the true incarnation of Ashura." The false Ashura reincarnation is that of Indra, whose chakra is a mere 150 cards. The true Ashura reincarnation at that time could only wield 4 cards of chakra. What truly defines the Ashura chakra reincarnation? This was, of course, prior to Sasuke aiding Naruto in reconciling with the 9 tails. Now, without the need to consciously stabilize the seal, as it automatically absorbs his chakra, Naruto's chakra may not reach 100 cards, but it is still considerably improved, likely around 70 to 80 cards. Yet, it still pales in comparison to Sasuke's overwhelming chakra. If Naruto were to learn of Sasuke's situation, he would surely exclaim, "Family, who understands? I find myself unable to compete with this chakra supremacy." But it is not that Naruto's chakra is lacking. Rather, it is Sasuke's that is exceedingly abundant. Sasuke mused. This Sage Mode grows increasingly appealing. Meanwhile, the ninja dispatched by Orochimaru to find Sasuke wore an expression of discomfort. He had not anticipated that a few polite words would lead to such a retort. Socially mortifying, indeed. Wasn't he the ninja world supposed to revolve around camaraderie rather than conflict? Why, then, in the presence of Uchiha Sasuke, did it feel so different? Why must he, a well-mannered individual, be subjected to such ridiculous treatment? It was utterly excessive. He felt a deep frustration but dared not voice it. Ahem. Well, Lord Orochimaru instructed me to convey. Seeing the visitor and Appos, face, which seemed ready to sink into the ground in embarrassment, Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, uttering, "What did he send you to discuss with me? After all, my relationship with Orochimaru is hardly amicable." Upon hearing this, the ninja sent by Orochimaru felt a pang of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The connection between Uchiha Sasuke and Lord Orochimaru was far from cordial. In fact, they had recently been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. If Sasuke were to act rashly and eliminate him, what a tragic fate that would be. "This is bad. I might be doomed." Lord Orochimaru instructed me to discuss the Konoha destruction plan. The moment he uttered this phrase, a chilling aura enveloped him, as if his life was at stake. Such a fearsome intent. The presence was as deep as the abyss, nearly palpable, leaving the visitor greatly shaken. "The moment those words left your mouth, I could take your life, and no one could blame me." To a Konoha ninja, discussing how to invade Konoha? You must be courting death. Ding. Host's rebellious spirit detected. System successfully activated. You expect me to attack Konoha? I see you are seeking your own demise. Reward acquired. Orochimaru's shadow clone technique, X1. Sasuke. He felt as though he had stumbled upon some peculiar method of reaping rewards, though he certainly did not intend to. At that moment, the visitor hastily waved his hands in denial, desperate to clarify, fearing that a single delayed explanation would lead to his annihilation at Sasuke's hands. No, that is not it. Lord Sasuke, please allow me to explain." "Oh, pray tell. How does this Konoha destruction plan unfold?" Sasuke inquired with genuine interest. "Well, Lord Sasuke, the objective of this Konoha destruction plan is not to harm the common citizens or ordinary ninjas of Konoha, but rather to excise the decaying roots of the village, allowing it to rejuvenate." Sasuke was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would send someone to propose collaboration to address Konoha's decay. He had assumed Orochimaru would be too intimidated to approach him, especially after Sasuke had recently consumed his 2 trump cards. In this current state, he was not someone Orochimaru could easily confront. However, it seemed that Sasuke's assumptions were correct. Orochimaru indeed did not dare to seek him out directly. At least, Orochimaru's true form would never approach him without trepidation. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Orochimaru's caution. That crafty serpent. It appeared that even after gaining the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he would still need to find an opportunity to approach Orochimaru. "Go on, tell me your plan," Sasuke urged. His interest piqued. Chapter 94, An Unyielding Presence? The Aura of Strength. Upon hearing Sasuke seemingly relent, no longer fixating on the previous issue, he turned to inquire about their plans. The newcomer exhaled deeply, relieved. Finally, a bit of tension had dissipated. The thought of being disposed of by this formidable figure, should his mood sour, had indeed instilled a measure of fear. He was well aware, having observed the battle between Sasuke and Orochimaru from a distance, that if Sasuke truly wished to engage him, his chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. How could he not be apprehensive? It must be said that, unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had cultivated an aura of strength, marked by an inscrutable demeanor that evoked a sense of trepidation akin to serving a tiger. It was utterly daunting. Dealing with such a capricious powerhouse was hardly a task for the faint-hearted. He resolved to request a different contact from Orochimaru next time. No matter what, he was not returning. The newcomer pondered silently, and seeing that Sasuke was not issuing threats, he managed to ease his own nerves. He steadied his racing heart and respectfully replied, "Lord Sasuke, our overarching plan is to sow discord between Danzo and the third Hokage, thereby fracturing the root organization. This will enable us to dismantle the decaying upper echelons of Konoha and ultimately excise its most malignant tumors." Sasuke lifted his gaze slightly, contemplating. "Your strategy appears deceptively simple. If only it were truly so easy to accomplish. What role do you require me to play in this scheme?" He was skeptical that Orochimaru would venture to seek his assistance for anything trivial. The newcomer, grappling with Sasuke's intentions, pressed on, "Lord Sasuke, you need only perform one task. Eliminate Danzo, the leader of the root organization. We will draw him out from his stronghold, isolating him. At which point you will strike and defeat him, thereby achieving our objective." Sasuke scoffed. "Ah, how well you have calculated. It seems all your arrangements are designed to leverage my strength, yet you fail to mention any benefits for me." This group merely sought to wield his prowess to eradicate Konoha's decay, while neglecting to acknowledge any personal gain for Uchiha Sasuke. Although he would inevitably confront this matter, he resented being ordered about. He smirked, as if struck by a realization. It seems you have acquired information from an intriguing source, indicating my existing conflict with Danzo. He stepped closer to the man, who tensed, muscles rigid with apprehension. Sasuke, noticing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, smiling gently. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of devouring you. If I am not mistaken, you must have gleaned this from the flyers I distributed in Konoha, yes? Your intelligence division is quite competent. The newcomer was momentarily rendered speechless by Sasuke's astute deduction. His conjecture was spot on, as they indeed had uncovered the connection between Sasuke and Danzo, leading them to believe that Sasuke would be eager to assist in eliminating him. However, they were taken aback when Sasuke, rather than acting as anticipated, effortlessly redirected the focus onto them, his insights strikingly accurate, leaving them hesitant to speak for fear of inciting his wrath. Rest assured, if I had wished it, you would have long since been reduced to mere ashes. Sasuke remarked coolly, casting a resigned glance at the fearful figure before him. It was a novel experience to be regarded with such trepidation, yet the sensation was oddly gratifying. The stark contrast between his demeanor and that of his interlocutor was amusing. The man's anxiety stemmed not only from Sasuke's inscrutable temperament and formidable strength, but also from the crucial fact that he was the one tasked with investigating the relationship between Sasuke and Danzo. The visitor was none other than Kabuto Yakushi, a master of espionage. Kabuto felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, acutely aware of the pressure he was under. Admittedly, Kabuto was still somewhat inexperienced, particularly when confronted by someone as intimidating as Sasuke. He stepped back, gritted his teeth, and bowed solemnly. I sincerely apologize, Lord Sasuke. As you surmised, it is because... Sasuke raised a hand to interrupt him. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I simply wish to know whether you truly believe me to be a fool. His words sent Kabuto's heart racing once more. Kabuto thought to himself, will this ever end? Sasuke recognized that they were treating him as if he were simple-minded. Not only was the feasibility of their plan questionable, but the potential benefits for him were also conspicuously absent. Furthermore, he pondered the reliability of Orochimaru. If this plan was not aimed at targeting Danzo and the third Hokage, but rather a scheme orchestrated by Danzo and Orochimaru against Uchiha Sasuke, then how would that play out? It would be a trap designed for him to fall into. I shall grant you one final opportunity to present a persuasive reason, otherwise. Sasuke's smile held an ominous undertone, reminiscent of a villain coercing a protagonist. Yet, he found immense pleasure in this role. How ironic that the antagonist was none other than himself. With power comes a certain thrill. And he believed that had he been weaker than Kabuto, the situation would be vastly different. He would not command such respect, nor would others scrutinize his thoughts so carefully. True power is indeed the ultimate truth. Sensing Sasuke's rising menace, Kabuto suddenly recalled something vital. Wait, Lord Sasuke. I have information regarding your Uchiha clan, the secrets of the Uchiha massacre. Chapter 95, the plan for the collapse of Konoha. Initiate. Sasuke heard the words that Kabuto intended to share, and a faint smile crossed his lips. Such outdated intelligence was only treasured by those within the ninja world. He had long been aware of it. Had the timing not been unfavorable previously, there would have been no need for Orochimaru and the others to orchestrate anything. Sasuke could have taken matters into his own hands. However, upon hearing Kabuto recount the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, a sense of discomfort stirred within him. According to Kabuto's narrative, all events were tied to a certain Shimura Danzo. It was this man, secretly driving the plan, who ultimately compelled Itachi Uchiha to carry out the incomprehensible massacre of his own clan. Sasuke was fully aware of this, and it was precisely this knowledge that troubled him. While he could not fathom Itachi's true intentions, the fundamental cause lay with the decaying upper echelons of Konoha. Itachi was but a tool wielded by them. The true issue resided with the wielder. Faced with the escalating conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, Danzo, ever the opportunist, covertly instigated the turmoil. The corrupt leaders of Konoha not only failed to seek resolutions or alleviate tensions, but also neglected to engage in equitable dialogue or heed the Uchiha's voices. Instead, in their arrogance, they chose to exacerbate the conflict, ultimately leading to the tragic event of the Uchiha massacre. And that instigator, Shimura Danzo, reaped the coveted power of the Sharingan. Truly, good men seldom live long, while calamities endure through the ages. When Sharingan was insufficient, he was granted an entire arm. It was indeed infuriating. Although Sasuke was aware of all this, he still felt discomfort upon hearing Kabuto's portrayal of the events. Why could the discord between families and the village not be resolved through communication? Did they not realize that the Uchiha clan was easily appeased? All they needed was the Uchiha's friendship, and they would become the village's strongest ally. Growing stronger through battle, their prowess was unparalleled. Such an exceptional clan was sought after by other ninja villages. Yet, under the decaying leadership of Konoha, or rather, during the reign of the third Hokage, they were annihilated. Can you believe it? It was utterly absurd. A clan capable of unleashing a single fireball could easily obliterate a small ninja village. Yet they vanished from history with such ease. How could Sasuke Uchiha not feel a profound sense of injustice? Behind this absurdity lay an even more ridiculous Konoha leadership. It is worth noting that even in Sasuke's eyes, the illustrious Senju Tobirama, while wary of the Uchiha clan, held prejudices born from the conflicts of the Warring States period, which were hardwired into his psyche. He acknowledged this. Although there was blood feud, he harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan due to the greater picture. Yet he never targeted them as the third Hokage did. It could be said that during the third Hokage's tenure, the Uchiha clan endured extreme humiliation. Although Itachi spared Sasuke's life on the condition of becoming a spy for Konoha post-massacre, Sasuke was not one to tread the path laid out by others. He declared, "This resentment cannot be tolerated." Even if his life in Konoha was a result of Itachi's sacrifices, he refused to accept such a status quo, such a sacrifice, such arrogance. No, he desired to live openly and honorably in Konoha through his own strength, and he was determined to see who would dare oppose him. While Sasuke was prepared to assist, he could not easily acquiesce, for he possessed the confidence to upheave the situation even without the others' involvement. It must be said, "You have indeed provided me with a reason for vengeance against Konoha. Thus, what benefits may I reap should I assist you?" Sasuke glanced at Kabuto, who felt as though Sasuke could see through his very soul. Sasuke stated that while he could help, he would not settle for meager rewards. Otherwise, he might as well pursue his own agenda. However, witnessing Sasuke's assertiveness filled Kabuto's heart with elation. He feared not Sasuke's demands for benefits, but rather his silence. After all, Orochimaru and Appo's power was sufficient to initiate the plan for Konoha and Appo's collapse. Yet, unexpectedly, due to his encounter with Sasuke, both of his trump cards were rendered ineffective, significantly diminishing his leverage in influencing Konoha's fate. Although opportunities remained, the odds had diminished compared to before. Sasuke's presence invigorated Orochimaru, who, despite possessing some knowledge of the situation, refused to abandon the plan. He even aimed to elevate his objectives. Initially, he sought only to provide his mentor with a dignified exit. However, with Sasuke's assistance, everything could change. It was not merely about toppling the third Hokage. Orochimaru believed it feasible to uproot the decaying leadership of Konoha entirely. Bold and sweeping reforms were the essence of revolution. Lord Sasuke, to demonstrate our utmost sincerity, we are willing to relinquish the entire root research report and the Sharingan treasures collected by Danzo. Additionally, we shall present the Forbidden Jutsu Compendium, the Book of Seals, safeguarded by the Hokage. For this operation, Orochimaru will personally meet with Danzo, and if necessary, we can join forces to take him down. Oh, Sasuke was taken aback. He had not anticipated Orochimaru's sincerity. Should this operation succeed, not only would he gain access to the Roots research reports, but he would also have the opportunity to reclaim his clan's Sharingan, which indeed stirred his interest. Yet, he understood that Orochimaru was concealing certain aspects, such as the fate of Danzo's Manjiki Sharingan and the information regarding the entire arm used for Izanagi. But just as Orochimaru had not revealed everything, so too did Sasuke harbor his own intentions. As long as appearances were maintained, the operation would be deemed a success. After all, Sasuke had his own considerations. Very well. I shall acquiesce. Sasuke nodded, affirming his agreement under Kabuto's relieved gaze. Hearing Sasuke's affirmation, Kabuto was exhilarated. This was a genuine major operation with the potential to manipulate and lead such an endeavor. How could he not feel exhilarated? Then, Lord Sasuke, in the days to come, please await favorable news. When the time comes to act, we will send someone to find you. Indeed, it is time to uproot this decaying foundation and infuse this long-dormant world with fresh vitality. Chapter 96. The dawn approaches, and the flickering flame of Sasuke and Orochimaru ignites. As Sasuke parted ways with Kabuto, the sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, illuminating the dimness of the night. The dawn was upon them. The flickering flame could indeed spark a raging fire. Sasuke and his companions successfully delivered the scroll to the appropriate personnel, returning to the village unscathed, patiently awaiting the commencement of the third exam. During the days leading up to the exam, a myriad of information flooded Sasuke's ears, further solidifying his belief that the moment for revenge was drawing near. Throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, flyers, newspapers, and bulletin boards were inundated with a torrent of revelations regarding the village's corruption, spreading like wildfire. Similar in simplicity and bluntness to Sasuke's initial methods, the impact was profound. Thanks to Sasuke's previous groundwork, Orochimaru's current actions stirred even greater waves, creating an undeniable momentum. Despite the repeated prohibitions by the Leaf authorities and the mobilization of the Umbu, these revelations surged forth uncontrollably, impossible to suppress. Spies and ninja from various countries were left astounded. They had never anticipated that the Hidden Leaf Village, one of the 5 great shinobi nations, would erupt in a similar incident following Sasuke's initial distribution of flyers, and this time, it was escalating even more dramatically. The current situation was more intense, exposing more intricate details and lasting longer than before. It was as if the dissemination was organized and methodical, allowing every villager to gain a comprehensive understanding of the underlying truths. Among these disclosures, one ninja named Danzo Shimura stood out prominently. Many ordinary citizens, bombarded by this tempest of information, became aware of his existence, even those who had previously known nothing of him, and they regarded him with disdain. Increasingly, people found themselves discussing this topic during their meals, lamenting, "Danzo Shimura is truly despicable. He is tarnishing our village's reputation." As time passed, these rumors grew ever more fervent, causing a significant uproar not only among the populace, but also within the ranks of the Leaf Village itself. People expressed outrage and shock at Danzo's actions, filled with concern for the village's future. Ordinary citizens even staged several protests beneath the Hokage Tower, demanding that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, impose severe punishment on Danzo Shimura. Outside the Shimura residence, rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables were commonplace. The family members dared not even lift their heads when stepping outside. Meanwhile, Sasuke silently observed all of this, his inner fury intensifying. He understood well that these revelations were merely the tip of the iceberg. The true darkness ran far deeper than what appeared on the surface. Yet, this only solidified his resolve to uncover the truth and avenge his family. Soon, very soon, the time would come when he would personally bring the one responsible for his family's destruction to justice and restore honor to his clan. The day of reckoning was no longer distant. For today, Sasuke received definitive news. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could no longer withstand the mounting public outcry and had confined Danzo, prohibiting him from any freedom of movement. Most critically, he chose to withdraw the root organization from Danzo's control. Sasuke found Hiruzen's actions utterly laughable. Did he truly believe that confining Danzo would quell the public's wrath? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, seemed rather naive in this instance. Sasuke regarded Hiruzen, who was generally astute and capable, as exhibiting a degree of childish innocence. Did he genuinely think that Danzo would meekly accept his confinement and admit fault? Would Danzo willingly relinquish control over the root organization? No, not a chance. According to Sasuke, every member of the root was thoroughly indoctrinated by Danzo. They could not possibly betray him or disband. Thus, while it appeared that the root members had been dispersed into various factions of the Leaf Village following Danzo's loss of power, in reality, a mere command from Danzo would suffice to summon them back together. Within their ranks, Danzo was the true leader, while the so-called nominal leader of the Leaf, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was nothing more than a figurehead. How utterly ridiculous! Sasuke mused that this situation resembled a provincial lord disregarding orders from a higher authority. Yet, it was remarkable that Danzo managed to cultivate such a sizable faction that would not heed Hiruzen's commands right under his nose. It must be said that the third Hokage possessed some skill. Now, Hiruzen's goal of sowing discord between Danzo and himself, thereby fracturing the root organization, had been achieved, albeit not in a manner that completely dismantled it. At least, it would prevent them from regrouping in the short term. When Sasuke and his allies launched their assault, Danzo would have no opportunity to rally his precious root organization for aid. The next phase of the plan was to dismantle the corrupt upper echelons of the Leaf Village, ultimately excising its most toxic elements. In Sasuke and Orochimaru's scheme, the initial target for this dissection would naturally be the most malignant tumor, Danzo Shimura. This was also the purpose behind their efforts to create a favorable public opinion and divide the higher-ups of the Leaf. At that moment, as Sasuke gazed into the distance, a ninja clad in black appeared behind him in an instant, kneeling before him. "My Lord Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru requests your presence." Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement surged within Sasuke. The time had finally come. It seemed that Danzo, under Orochimaru's instigation, was indeed making a move. In this operation, to demonstrate his sincerity, Orochimaru himself was taking the lead to lure out Danzo. Danzo, under the guise of a decoy, had escaped confinement and found himself in a position to act independently, undoubtedly creating an opportunity for Sasuke. Whether Orochimaru had any contingencies in place for this mission remained uncertain. In any case, Orochimaru's audacity in once again approaching Sasuke was indeed a testament to his sincerity. As for Danzo, he was now like a fish in a barrel, merely awaiting resolution at the hands of Sasuke and Orochimaru. Sasuke turned around and nodded, "Lead the way. And next time, there's no need to kneel before me. I find it quite unsettling." Chapter 97. Danzo, your girlfriend, is now mine. Utilizing a cunning strategy, Danzo effortlessly escaped the confines of the third Hokage's imprisonment. With an intimate knowledge of Konoha's defensive arrangements, he easily slipped away from the third Hokage's grasp and emerged in a secluded area outside the village, poised to rendezvous with Orochimaru. One could assert that the third Hokage's confinement was akin to child's play for him, requiring little effort to extricate himself. In fact, the very ninjas assigned to guard him were, in truth, Danzo's own subordinates, merely masquerading as allies of the third Hokage. It could be said that Konoha had long since been riddled with vulnerabilities, all thanks to Danzo's intricate machinations. "Orochimaru," Danzo inquired, "you summon me under urgent circumstances. What is the matter?" He urged for haste, as he would soon need to return to endure his confinement, unwilling to disappoint his old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Is there really a need for such urgency?" Orochimaru replied with a shadow of a smile, approaching Danzo leisurely. "It is not a grave matter. Merely an adjustment to our previously devised plan to dismantle Konoha." "Oh," Danzo responded, his brow furrowing in confusion. Hadn't they previously agreed that Orochimaru would afford Hiruzen Sarutobi a modicum of dignity, while Danzo's root members would retreat to their base, refraining from interfering with his plans, only to emerge later to assist in the total takeover of Konoha? Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging the prior arrangement, yet indicated that the situation had shifted, necessitating a change in objectives. "Change in objectives?" Danzo queried, perplexed. Hadn't their aim always been to unseat Hiruzen Sarutobi? Why, then, was Orochimaru now speaking of a sudden alteration in their goals? Who else within Konoha required their combined efforts against? Indeed, a change in objectives, Orochimaru confirmed, his gaze shifting to Danzo with an inscrutable expression. "For this operation, you may no longer remain a mere spectator. You must partake in it as well." Upon hearing that Orochimaru required his involvement, a smirk crept onto Danzo's face. "Orochimaru, I had thought you possessed greater capabilities. Yet, it seems you are in need of my assistance. Pray tell, what do you require of me?" "I must stipulate that once I act, you must ensure my consolidation as the fifth Hokage. That is my condition." "The fifth Hokage, you say?" Orochimaru echoed, seemingly lost in thought, a mocking glimmer flickering in his eyes. "Regrettably, you may not have that opportunity." "What do you mean by that?" Danzo's expression turned quizzical, as if he had misheard Orochimaru's words. "Oh, it is nothing. Merely a suggestion that, at your age, you ought to relinquish your grip on power and allow the younger generation to take the reins." "Orochimaru, are you aware of what you are saying? Do you not fear?" Suddenly, as Danzo chastised Orochimaru, his pupils constricted in terror. "What is this?" A golden flash surged forth from the distance, brandishing a crackling bolt of lightning. In an instant, it streaked past Danzo with a speed that left him utterly unprepared, leaving behind a mark on him. The crackling sound followed the figure as it surged past, the lightning erupting into a cacophony of thunderous cries. Lightning release, Chidori. Sasuke, having activated the Ninetales Chakra mode, unleashed the full power of the remaining Ninetales Chakra from his previous encounter with Orochimaru into this single strike. With a velocity that surpassed sound itself, the vengeful lightning penetrated and severed Danzo's right arm. "I claim your wicked right arm as my own." In that fleeting moment, Sasuke's Chidori transformed into a blade, cleaving Danzo's bandaged right arm with such swiftness that Danzo scarcely had time to react before Sasuke, grasped the severed limb and sped past. Boom! With a resounding crash, Sasuke's figure came to a sudden halt, his feet colliding violently with the ground, creating a deep, unfathomable crater. As dust swirled around, the horrifying spectacle left onlookers aghast. Sasuke, the instigator of this chaos, felt a tremendous recoil reverberate through him. His legs tingled with numbness, bordering on loss of sensation, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration and challenge. What terrifying speed! Sasuke murmured to himself, his voice imbued with astonishment at his own prowess and yearning for greater heights. Sasuke couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he possessed the sage body. Had it not been so, even if he had attained such speed, his physical form would have surely faltered. Yet, with such formidable physical attributes, he had nearly lost control at that velocity, and the force of his abrupt stop sent tremors through his legs. One could only imagine the fate of anyone unfortunate enough to have been struck by Sasuke. They would have been reduced to mere fragments, scattered like dust. PMV, where P denotes momentum, M represents mass, and V signifies velocity. With mass constant and speed sufficiently high, velocity equates to power. Sasuke felt that his recent velocity could have sent even a member of the Otsutsuki clan flying. Of course, whether one sustained injury was another matter, but it was undeniable that he could send them hurtling away. Indeed, within the realm of Naruto, principles of physics held true. Sasuke reflected, recognizing that had his taijutsu not been commendable and his physical prowess adequate, he might never have had the chance to showcase such speed. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Sasuke's eyes, previously activated to gauge speed, transformed into the mesmerizing patterns of the Mangekyou Sharingan. As a torrent of inky black flames surged from his palm, fiercely engulfing Danzo's severed arm. This action effectively severed Danzo's access to his Izanagi, unless he was willing to sacrifice his other Mangekyou Sharingan as a tribute, which was out of the question. Danzo, what will you choose to do now? Sasuke inquired, turning to face the astonished Danzo while clutching the blazing, blackened remnants of his right arm, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Chapter 98, The Third Force. Susanoo. In the next moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. A pitch-black flame surged from Sasuke's palm, erupting violently and swiftly engulfing Danzo's severed arm, leaving not a trace of charred remains. He felt an intense energy feedback from the flames into his body. Was this sensation due to the yang-released chakra provided by the Hashirama cells within his arm, along with the countless yin-released chakras from the Mangekyou Sharingan? Sasuke perceived that this aura resonated exceptionally well with his physique. In an instant, under the nourishing influence of this energy, the fusion of Sasuke's Ashura chakra and Indra chakra escalated to a staggering 60. He was one step closer to awakening his very own Rinnegan. What a terrifying flame! Orochimaru, witnessing the fate of Danzo's right arm, couldn't help but swallow hard. No matter how many times he beheld Sasuke's black flames, he was inevitably astonished. Such a splendid power indeed. The Mangekyou Sharingan. At that moment, Danzo, who had been stunned in place, seemed to regain his senses, suddenly clutching his missing right arm and crying out in agony, "Ah, my arm!" Sasuke's speed had been so overwhelming that Danzo's nerves hadn't registered the loss until now. Only after witnessing his arm reduced to ash did he fully comprehend the immense pain of his severed limb. "Ah, that damned Uchiha brat. I should never have agreed to spare your life at Itachi's behest." Danzo howled, raging like a madman, utterly distraught. "Should I then express my gratitude to you? Thank you for annihilating my Uchiha clan while sparing my life? How benevolent of you." Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent flickering within, causing Danzo, in the throes of madness, to feel an involuntary chill run down his spine. Had it been any other part of his body that Sasuke had harmed, Danzo might not have reacted so frantically, for he could have relied on his right hand's Izanagi to restore his unfavorable condition. Izanagi, the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, allows the user to negate unfavorable events that transpired within a certain time frame, transforming them into non-events, choosing only beneficial outcomes as reality. The duration of this ability varies with each user, but utilizing it inevitably results in the blindness of the Sharingan used, presenting a significant risk. During its activation, even death can be altered, rendering the user virtually invincible. However, Sasuke had specifically targeted his Izanagi, severing his right hand. Danzo did not employ Izanagi, but rather relied on the unblinking eyes of the Uchiha clan. How could Sasuke tolerate the use of such a technique? An affront to his kin? This was something Danzo was oblivious to. He believed Sasuke had merely stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune. Thus, the importance of intelligence in battle is highlighted. Danzo knew nothing of Sasuke, while Sasuke had thoroughly understood Danzo's combat methods through another version of himself. His assault effectively severed Danzo's path to utilizing Izanagi, unless he were willing to sacrifice his other Mangekyou Sharingan as a price, which was utterly unthinkable. After all, while the Sharingan could be replaced, the Mangekyou was irreplaceable, and their values could not be compared. Of course, had Sasuke chosen to deliver a fatal blow, he would have avoided subsequent troubles. Yet, that was a Mangekyou Sharingan endowed with the power of Izanagi. How could he bear to destroy it outright? Orochimaru watched in horror, feeling an acute pang in his heart, as if what had been consumed was not Danzo's arm, but rather his own precious treasure. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and sorrow. Unfazed by Orochimaru's anguished expression, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and declared, "Fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique." In an instant, several enormous fireballs erupted from his mouth, transforming into fierce fire dragons that lunged toward the limbless Danzo, claws bared and fangs bared, as if intent on incinerating the very fabric of space itself. Wind style, Vacuum Great Sphere. Faced with such a horrific onslaught, Danzo dared not delay. He exerted all his strength to counter this wave of attacks. However, his proficiency in one-handed seals proved insufficient to withstand Sasuke's ferocity, and in his attempts to evade, he was forced back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke successfully distanced himself from Danzo. In the face of the formidable Izanagi, Sasuke had contemplated strategies for several days. The essence of this ocular technique lies in its subtlety. One must remain unaware of its activation to be ensnared. For instance, when Danzo secretly employed Izanagi against Mitsuba, those beneath the Six Paths level would inevitably fall victim. However, if one is aware of an opponent's capability to wield Izanagi, a countermeasure exists: kite flying. Although Izanagi's effective range encompasses long distance does not equate to infinite distance. After all, as long as the activation range exceeds 10 meters, it is considered long range. When Izanagi was used against Itachi, the crow flew out of Naruto's mouth and traversed a distance before successfully activating Izanagi. This implies that while the range exceeds 10 meters, it does not extend too far. Therefore, to counter Izanagi, maintaining a distance from the user of the Mangekyou Sharingan is a viable strategy. Moreover, a further example is the reanimated Itachi. The technique of Edo Tensei fails to unleash the full potential of the deceased, as even the first and second Hokage, reanimated using Hashirama as a vessel, could not transcend this limitation. Consequently, during his Edo Tensei phase, Itachi's ocular power would likely be inferior to that of the Mangekyou Sharingan within the crow's eye. Simultaneously, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when confronted by Madara Uchiha's infinite Tsukuyomi, Sasuke Uchiha, possessing the Tomo Rinnegan, not only ignored its effects but also shielded Kakashi Hitaki, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. This indicates that ocular techniques of the same level can potentially disregard the effects of other ocular illusions. Although Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan may not be of the eternal variety, it had undergone a transformation under the nurturing of Ashura Chakra, rendering it comparable, if not superior, to an ordinary eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Furthermore, Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan is uniquely his own, while Danzo's is borrowed from Shisui Uchiha. Thus, Sasuke can unleash his full power, whereas Danzo cannot. All of this contributes to a widening disparity in ocular prowess. Consequently, while Danzo's Izanagi, originating from Shisui, may pose a significant threat to Sasuke, its impact diminishes when released by Danzo himself. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Sasuke employed a strategy akin to that used during the Fourth War. During that conflict, Sasuke utilized Susanoo to protect Kakashi and Sakura from the disturbances of infinite Tsukuyomi. Now, his objective was to ensure he remained unaffected by Izanagi. Suddenly, a chilling wave of ocular power emanated from Sasuke's enigmatic Mangekyou Sharingan. This formidable force, beyond imagination, surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly coalescing into a tangible form, chakra-infused skeletal structure. Susanoo. Chapter 99. The Suffering of the Kusanagi and the Divine Eye. With a low growl from Sasuke, an immense, armored figure adorned with a Tengu mask, crafted in resplendent purple and gold hues, rose majestically from the ground, enveloping him completely. The Susanoo, initially formed from mere skeletal remains, underwent a magnificent transformation in an instant, evolving from bones to muscle, and finally donning full armor. At this moment, it resembled a deity of war descending upon the world, emanating an awe-inspiring aura that left all who beheld it in shock. The heavy, resilient armor glimmered with a cold light, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault. The Tengu mask atop its head added an air of mystery and authority, rendering the Susanoo an indomitable force. Sasuke then focused his mind, channeling the powerful chakra within him to activate the unique abilities of his Mangekyou Sharingan. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious, profound light, capable of piercing through all. As a jet-black flame erupted around him, instantly enveloping the entire Susanoo. This dark flame blazed fiercely, merging with the Susanoo and enhancing the already formidable giant into a more fearsome entity. The flames danced and leaped, coiling around the armor like a fiery dragon. Each piece of armor was cloaked in black fire, shimmering with an eerie glow. From a distance, it appeared as a war god ignited by black flames. The unique visage created by the black fire was breathtaking, at times resembling a grotesque demon's face, at others flowing like hair in the wind. This ever-changing form imparted an elusive quality, elevating Sasuke's presence to new heights. "I shall see what you can use to counter my divine eye," Sasuke murmured confidently. With the engulfing black flames, even if Danzo attempted to use his Kodo Amatsukami against him, the majority of its power would be devoured by the flames, leaving only a fraction that posed no threat to Sasuke, who possessed both sage power and the Mangekyou Sharingan. The sage body inherently held a degree of resistance against illusions, and combined with the Mangekyou's formidable resistance and the black flames that could consume and diminish incoming eye techniques, what could Danzo possibly use against him? Danzo's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the colossal figure summoned by Sasuke, his mind racing with disbelief. This Uchiha Sasuke is merely 12 years old? To possess such terrifying ocular power at such a young age is truly unfathomable. Even the extraordinarily gifted Uchiha Itachi from years past would likely struggle to match him. Even Uchiha Madara, were he alive, would find it difficult to rival this. He sank into deep self-reproach, regretting his earlier hesitance to eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely. In hindsight, allowing such a threat to persist is akin to nurturing a tiger. The more Danzo pondered, the more he felt trepidation, if left unchecked. Sasuke would undoubtedly become a grave concern for him in Konoha. No, this must not be allowed to happen. He resolved to find the right opportunity to eradicate the Uchiha clan from this world once and for all. Yes, he did not reflect upon his actions, but rather felt he had erred by being too lenient and not eliminating the threat completely. Sasuke's Susanoo clenched its hands tightly as a powerful chakra surged into its palms. Almost instantly, flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, swiftly enveloping his entire hand. In the blink of an eye, the scorching fire coalesced into a massive, formidable black spear. With a determined gaze, Sasuke swung his arm fiercely. The spear, infused with immense might, surged forth like a roaring fire dragon, aimed straight at Danzo. As it flew, the air itself seemed to tear apart, producing a piercing sound of destruction. Faced with such a fierce assault, Danzo dared not hesitate. He swiftly dodged to the side. Simultaneously, with his remaining arm, he unleashed a flurry of shuriken glinting with cold light, sending them flying towards Sasuke in a fan-like formation. Accompanied by his low shout, "Wind release, shuriken." The shuriken suddenly spun violently, generating a green whirlwind as they flew, slicing through obstacles with astonishing destructive power. Observing the unfolding events, Sasuke smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. Kusanagi against Susanoo, shuriken thrown at Susanoo. Danzo, you truly have not changed your penchant for these trifling tricks. His gaze remained calm as a placid lake, yet it concealed boundless indifference and disdain. At this moment, Sasuke stood resolutely, unmoving. The colossal Susanoo surrounding him resembled an impenetrable fortress, exuding a chilling presence. As the rapidly approaching shuriken neared the Susanoo, the chakra they carried was instantly consumed by the inky black flames. Only a few flickering metallic remnants remained, drifting like stardust upon the Susanoo's hardened armor, accompanied by a barely audible crackling sound. In light of this spectacle, Sasuke sneered, his tone dripping with derision. Danzo, your offensive capabilities are truly disappointing. They hardly evoke more sensation than raindrops upon my skin. To him, Danzo's assault was nothing more than a farce. Don't get too cocky, brat. Danzo roared in fury, tearing away the bandages that obscured his eyes, revealing the Manjiki Sharingan he had taken from Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, your games must come to an end. Jinjutsu, Kodoama Tsukimi. Chapter 100. Tobi's Grand Greening Project. Upon witnessing Tobi unleash his ultimate technique, Sasuke murmured to himself, "Is that Kodoama Tsukimi? I shall see how much power your ocular technique retains when it draws near to me." In that fleeting moment, when Tobi activated Kodoama Tsukimi, a torrent of inky black flames surged forth, enveloping Sasuke under his command, forming a primary layer of defense. This black inferno devoured the overwhelming onslaught of Tobi's ocular power, and was further filtered by the Susanoo armor surrounding Sasuke, creating a secondary layer of protection. After undergoing multiple layers of filtration and attenuation, only a minuscule remnant of Tobi's ocular strength, nearly negligible for the Manjiki Sharingan, surged towards Sasuke. Sasuke was well prepared and exceedingly cautious. Reflecting inwardly that everything unfolded as he had anticipated, he would grant Tobi not a sliver of opportunity. Orochimaru's serpent technique. With remarkable ease, Sasuke redirected the approaching Kodoama Tsukimi's impact to the shadow clone left by the serpent technique, successfully extricating himself from its influence. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if it were all orchestrated under Sasuke's command. Both Tobi and Orochimaru were left aghast, utterly bewildered by Sasuke's execution of such a maneuver. Tobi's eyes widened in disbelief, while Orochimaru furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. How could Sasuke have mastered this? Orochimaru was astonished. He had only employed the serpent technique a handful of times himself. Unbeknownst to him, Tobi, unaware of the existence of Tsukuyomi, speculated that Sasuke had replicated the technique through his Manjiki Sharingan, which was not entirely implausible. Truly, this man whom I have selected possesses an astonishing talent, formidable beyond measure. Tobi was taken aback, realizing that his years of honing this skill had been rendered futile. It was inconceivable. Summoning technique. Tobi lamented internally, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he recognized the urgency of the situation. If he did not resort to his trump card, escape would prove elusive. Without hesitation, he invoked the summoning technique, hoping to turn the tide of battle. With a low incantation echoing through the air, a cloud of black smoke billowed from beneath Tobi's feet. This mist coalesced into a colossal and terrifying creature, the legendary Dream Eater. The Morpheus. Enormous in size, this beast was shrouded in a layer of ebony fur, its razor-sharp claws glinting ominously. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a thunderous roar, as if it sought to consume the very world. It was said that the Morpheus possessed the extraordinary ability to enhance its power by devouring dreams, and its gaping maw could obliterate anything drawn within its grasp. Wind release, vacuum wave. Tobi bellowed, launching an assault alongside the Morpheus. In the face of such a formidable adversary, most would feel overwhelmed and terrified. Yet, in that moment, Sasuke sprang into action. The ethereal Susanoo detached itself from him, moving autonomously, wielding the blade of black flames, unleashing a relentless sword wave that sliced directly towards the Morpheus. In an instant, a tumultuous clash of chakra erupted, accompanied by a resounding boom, as Tobi's summoned Morpheus was cleaved in two by Sasuke's relentless assault, shattering Tobi's wind-based barrier with ease. Boom. Endless dark flames erupted from the severed remains of the Morpheus, consuming its fragmented body. How is this possible? Tobi's eyes reflected disbelief. He had initially intended for the Morpheus to buy him time, only to find that his powerful summoned beast had been cut down before it could even begin to stall Sasuke. Tobi, is this all you have to offer? Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan, imbued with mysterious power, bore down on Tobi, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. This gaze instilled fear within Tobi, causing him to tremble. Compared to the first and second Hokage, Tobi and Appo's abilities paled in comparison. For Sasuke, whose strength was overwhelming, this battle had become increasingly monotonous, especially after he effortlessly severed Tobi's reliance on Izanagi, stripping him of his greatest advantage. At this moment, Sasuke felt no stirrings of emotion. Rather, he experienced a hint of disappointment. He had anticipated a worthy opponent, only to discover the adversary's fragility, diminishing his expectations for this encounter. Little beast, do not become overconfident. Would release, violent spear tree. With a furious shout, onlookers were astonished to see Tobi's severed arm erupt with a powerful chakra surge at the shoulder's connection. The Hashirama cells. which should have begun to dissipate, surged forth as if infused with new vitality, growing at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, a massive tree erupted from Tobi's shoulder, charging towards Sasuke with unmatched ferocity. This tree, entirely black, possessed trunks as sturdy as steel, adorned with sharp thorns, resembling a moving fortress, exuding a chilling aura. Undoubtedly, this was one of Tobi's rare wood-release techniques. Wood-release, violent spear tree. It served as both an incredibly robust defensive measure, capable of withstanding most attacks, and a weapon of terrifying power, its impact sufficient to obliterate numerous obstacles. Faced with such a savage onslaught, Sasuke merely shook his head, remarking, "Indeed, it is not the wood release that is powerful, but Hashirama himself." Observing the underwhelming display of Tobi and Appo's wood release technique, Sasuke could not help but scoff. "If you wish to employ wood release against me, allow me to demonstrate what true wood release entails." Drawing a deep breath, Sasuke began to gather chakra in his right eye, then clapped his hands together with force. Wood release, flower tree world descends. With the resonance of Sasuke's voice, an immense surge of chakra erupted from him. This technique was an upgraded version of wood release, tree world birth, capable of summoning countless towering trees adorned with vibrant blossoms. These flowers released an alluring fragrance, yet concealed a deadly trap. Any adversary inhaling the pollen would be rendered dizzy and disoriented, even losing consciousness. Recalling the Warring States era, even formidable figures like Uchiha Madara had nearly succumbed to this pollen during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages had been incapacitated by it. At this moment, the vast expanse of branches and trunks surged forward like a relentless tide, sweeping towards Tobi. Simultaneously, blossoms bloomed in midair, continuously releasing a potent hallucinogenic pollen. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Tobi could only dodge left and right, desperately evading. Appearing utterly beleaguered, Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Is this truly your best attempt at wood release?" Chapter 101. The Four Swords Sever Bonds and Hatred, TZ's Demise. Sasuke remarked that with Mokutan in TZ's hands, it would merely serve to beautify the surroundings. Yet, despite feeling a tinge of boredom, Sasuke remained vigilant, perceiving TZ as nothing more than a mere jester. Each of TZ's assaults appeared feeble and impotent against the overwhelming might of Sasuke's Mokutan, posing no threat whatsoever. Conversely, Sasuke effortlessly crushed TZ's techniques, imposing a significant threat upon him. For the first time, TZ felt the weight of his own insignificance in the face of Sasuke's ease. He desperately sought to retaliate, but found himself powerless. Gradually, his confidence wavered, and despair began to swell within him, culminating in a frantic, anguished roar. "You wicked Uchiha brat, if I am not mistaken, you desire my Manjiki Sharingan, do you not? However, it would be unfortunate for you. Even in death, I shall take you with me. This Sharingan shall serve as your grave marker." With a furious cry, TZ's gaze turned resolute as he advanced towards Sasuke's position. He began to chant an incantation, the four-symbol seal. The sound was deafening, as if it would rend the very fabric of reality. This formidable ninjutsu required the caster to inscribe the mysterious four-symbol seal within their own body beforehand. At this moment, TZ was evidently prepared. When faced with mortality, this dreadful ninjutsu would trigger automatically. TZ's body trembled violently, and blood erupted from him like a fountain. The blood intertwined in midair, forming intricate and bizarre patterns while expanding into a massive sphere. This sanguine orb, imbued with unparalleled power, enveloped everything around it, before plunging into the depths of the underworld, sealing them in eternal darkness. At this moment, TZ harbored a singular thought. His demise must not be solitary. He would take Sasuke with him. In his final moments, he attempted to wield Itachi Sharingan to perform the last Izanagi, seeking to evade the Mokutan assault and stride into oblivion alongside Sasuke. The climactic moment of this breathtaking battle was imminent. Upon witnessing TZ's frenzied state, a wave of complex emotions surged within Sasuke, who sighed. It appears this must come to an end. He abruptly raised his right hand, swiftly forming a mysterious seal. Simultaneously, the unique pattern of his Manjiki began to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Sasuke, along with his colossal Susanoo, vanished like a specter from his original position. It was as though he had teleported, reappearing without warning behind TZ. The Flying Thunder God technique. Sasuke had invoked the legendary technique of Konoha's famed ninja, Minato Namikaze, the Flying Thunder God technique. Harnessing the power of his right eye and Appo's Mangeki Sharingan, he replicated the abilities of the Sage of the Six Paths. It turned out that when Sasuke had severed TZ's Sharingan-imbued arm, he had left behind his Flying Thunder God mark at the wound, enabling him to execute this technique at will. It is time to end this. TZ. The immense Susanoo loomed like a mountain between heaven and earth. It grasped a colossal sword wreathed in black flames, capable of severing all evil. This strike is for my innocent kin who perished unjustly. With a thunderous roar, Susanoo swung the blazing sword, fueled by unending fury and resentment, towards TZ. In an instant, the blade shimmered, and the black flames surged. TZ watched in terror as his remaining arm was cleaved off, blood spraying forth. Just as he prepared to employ his Anaji to escape the onslaught, he realized his incantation had been interrupted, rendering him unable to continue. How could this happen? TZ's anguished screams echoed across the battlefield. Yet, Sasuke felt no pity. He swung the black flames sword again, this time severing TZ's left leg with tremendous force. This strike is for those who suffered unjustly because of you, who met tragic ends far from home. Sasuke's eyes burned with hatred and determination. Each swing of his sword embodied his commitment to justice and his loathing for evil. Without delay, Sasuke struck again, aiming for TZ's right leg. This strike is for Itachi and Naruto, who endured suffering. The words barely left his lips before the blade sliced through the air, scattering droplets of blood. Finally, Sasuke inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into the sword. He leaped high, unleashing his might as he swung downward. A streak of black light slashed down like lightning. This final strike is simply because I find you insufferable. In an instant, TZ's body was cleaved in two, engulfed by the surging black flames. Even the four-symbol seal could not escape, devoured by the inferno. The once chaotic atmosphere fell silent, devoid of wind or sound. Only the endless darkness and searing flames remained, evoking a profound sense of oppression and dread. Within this eerie tranquility, an unknown peril seemed to lurk. The fusion of Ashura and Indra's chakra, having absorbed the remnants of Hashirama's chakra and Itachi's Mangeki, had reached an astonishing 80. As Sasuke sensed the power he had seized from TZ, he quietly calculated his own progress. It must be acknowledged that this absorption of TZ's strength had significantly bolstered his physical prowess, accelerating his journey towards awakening the Rinnegan. Next, it is your turn, Orochimaru. Sasuke turned to the long-watching Orochimaru as the pattern of his Mangeki began to rotate quietly. Chapter 102. Killing Two Birds with One Stone? The cunning Orochimaru and the aged Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a face full of skepticism, Orochimaru turned around, pondering to himself, "Is Sasuke calling me for something?" At that moment, an unusual sensation surged within him, a mysterious power radiating from Sasuke's right eye, exuding an irresistible allure that ensnared Orochimaru's attention. He widened his eyes, attempting to break free from this strange constraint. Yet he found his consciousness gradually slipping out of control, irresistibly drawn into the depths of those captivating pupils. Despite his desperate struggle against this bizarre force, all efforts proved futile. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in Orochimaru's ear, "Jinjutsu, Kodoamet Sukumi." With the utterance of this phrase, Orochimaru's body jolted violently, plunging him into an endless illusion. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed the power of Shursue's Sharingan, Kodoamet Sukumi. This formidable and terrifying ocular technique transformed into countless nearly imperceptible strands of chakra, surging toward Orochimaru like a tidal wave. It is noteworthy that Sasuke's version of Kodoamet Sukumi was not the original. Rather, it had been uniquely reconstructed through the art of Simon Doyen. Consequently, it entirely escaped the long cooldown period associated with Shursue's inherent abilities. For Sasuke, as long as his chakra reserves were sufficient, he could wield this technique at will. This was an advantage that none had previously possessed when utilizing Kodoamet Sukumi. In an instant, Orochimaru fell under Sasuke and Appo's control, his eyes displaying a kaleidoscopic pattern before fading away. At that moment, Orochimaru's subconscious, altered by Kodoamet Sukumi, appeared as if he had transformed into a different person. He respectfully approached Sasuke, slightly bowing, and sincerely greeted him. "Hello, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke gazed at the once dominant Orochimaru, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. However, he restrained his expression and merely nodded, signaling Orochimaru to rise. Subsequently, Sasuke retrieved an item from his pocket. It was a notebook filled with his peculiar thoughts. He gently handed it to Orochimaru, stating, "This book contains knowledge and techniques that I believe will pique your interest. Please take the time to study it. I hope one day you can bring some of these ideas to fruition." Orochimaru accepted the book and opened it, surprise flickering in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. Internally, he marveled at the ingenious concepts within, astonished that Sasuke-kun harbored such innovative thoughts. Sasuke nodded, offering no further explanation, confident that Orochimaru's intellect would enable him to comprehend and validate these ideas without difficulty. Suddenly, both Sasuke and Orochimaru furrowed their brows and turned to face the same direction. At that moment, the third Hokage materialized on the battlefield they were gazing upon. Drawn by the immense chakra disturbance, he had sensed something amiss and followed it here. Upon witnessing the chaotic and ravaged scene before him, a surge of anger and sorrow welled up within him. His old friend seemed to be gone. As he turned, he realized something startling. To his astonishment, he found two pairs of eyes glaring at him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The two pairs of wide, fluttering eyes rendered the third Hokage momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, in response to the third Hokage and Appo's complex gaze, Orochimaru merely smiled faintly, as if everything was well within his grasp. He then turned to Sasuke and whispered, "Sasuke-kun, this is also part of the plan." Sasuke raised an eyebrow in surprise, initially believing he would need to wait to deal with the troublesome figure of the third Hokage, only to discover that Orochimaru had already incorporated him into his meticulously crafted scheme. What surprised Sasuke even more was that Orochimaru had arranged to eliminate both the third Hokage and Danzo on the same day. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Reflecting on this, Sasuke couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's cunning. He realized that had he not swiftly dealt with Danzo, whether Orochimaru and Danzo joined forces against him or the third Hokage and Danzo did, Orochimaru's passive observation would not bode well for him. If, in such a predicament, Orochimaru were to extend a helping hand, regardless of the conditions or whether it was out of goodwill, Sasuke would inevitably bear Orochimaru's mark in the eyes of outsiders. In such a scenario, staying in Konoha would become impossible for Sasuke. With no place to call home and bearing that mark, he would be compelled to join Orochimaru's side, becoming his pawn. What a clever scheme, Orochimaru. However, it is unfortunate that this time, it is not I who joins you, but rather you who joins me. Our roles have reversed. The course of history is set to change from this point onward. Sasuke, I expect an answer from you. Why are you and Orochimaru here? And what transpired before this? The third Hokage, perceiving the lingering traces of intense heat in the surroundings, could instinctively discern the terrifying power left behind, and he was deeply curious about the identity of its wielder. Was it Orochimaru? When had he acquired such strength? Or perhaps, Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, gazing at Sasuke, the once innocent child, now seemingly shrouded in mystery. Sasuke raised a hand to stop Orochimaru from speaking on his behalf and took a step forward. This small gesture caused the third Hokage's pupils to involuntarily constrict. So it is this way? He chuckled bitterly, while Sasuke murmured, "It appears there is little need for further explanation." Hiruzen sighed deeply, feeling considerably aged. "Sasuke, can you provide me with an answer to one question? What is the purpose of this operation?" Purpose? Sasuke admitted he had not thought too deeply about it. He simply acted on his desires. He shook his head and responded, "If I were to define a purpose, perhaps it is to instigate a revolution that could rejuvenate this decaying village." Chapter 103. How about I nominate you as the next Hokage, Sasuke? Revolution. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt a surge of complex emotions upon hearing Sasuke's words. His weathered eyes gazed intently at Sasuke, falling into a moment of silence, lost in thought. Sasuke, the young man he once regarded as the village's future hope, had been mistakenly perceived as a potential traitor. Yet now, he stood as the first to openly criticize the decaying state of Konoha. A move that astonished the third Hokage while simultaneously instilling a sense of respect for Sasuke's courage and resolve. What surprised Hiruzen even more was that Sasuke's intentions were not rooted in vengeance. He had initially assumed that Sasuke's collaboration with Orochimaru was solely for the purpose of exacting revenge on those who had wronged him. However, it appeared that Sasuke harbored deeper motives. Furthermore, in their alliance, Orochimaru seemed to subtly yield to Sasuke's leadership, a notion that left Hiruzen incredulous. After all, as Orochimaru's former master, Hiruzen prided himself on knowing him better than anyone. Yet, the more he understood Orochimaru, the more astonishing it was to witness this powerful individual seemingly guided by Sasuke's will. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Hiruzen took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Sasuke, if you hold such thoughts, it signifies that there is considerable dissent within the village. When one discovers a cockroach in their house, it is likely that many more lurk in the shadows. Hiruzen was acutely aware of this truth, and recent events had gradually led him to feel that perhaps he had grown too old and should consider retirement. Moreover, the fact that his longtime friend, Danzo Shimura, who had either acted against him or was labeled as his shadowy puppet, had likely met his demise at the hands of his own disciple and the young man before him was a heavy blow to his spirit. From the moment he took on the mantle of Hokage from the second Hokage, to witnessing the tragic fate of his favored successor, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen had experienced much. Yet, it now seemed as though he had occupied this position for too long, hindering the village's progress. Each generation bears its own responsibilities. Although Hiruzen could not claim to be a revitalizing leader, he could at least be considered a custodian of the status quo. He looked at Sasuke and felt that the time had come to pass the baton. He had held this baton for far too long, long enough for his body to stoop and his hair to turn gray. Yet, at this moment, he sensed he could finally hand it over to the next leader. As he gazed at Sasuke, myriad memories of the young man flooded his mind, and he found himself devoid of the desire for battle. He murmured to Sasuke, I recall you once expressed your aspiration to become Hokage, correct? Sasuke, taken aback by the third Hokage's statement, responded candidly, I did say that, didn't I? His tone was laced with confusion, as he struggled to comprehend why, mere moments ago, they had been on the brink of confrontation. And now Hiruzen was discussing life with him, seemingly unaffected by the recent loss of an old friend. Everything appeared to have shifted after his spontaneous declaration of revolution rather than revenge. Sasuke, if I were to endorse you as the next Hokage, how would you respond? Hiruzen's calm, yet surprising words struck Sasuke like a bolt from the blue. What? You old man. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the third Hokage's proclamation. It was well known that Orochimaru had once sought the position of fourth Hokage. Yet, even as Hiruzen's most trusted disciple, he had not garnered the elder's approval. Instead, Hiruzen had chosen the brash young student of Jiraiya, Minato, to lead the village. Although Orochimaru had long since relinquished his ambition for the title, the notion that Hiruzen would consider Sasuke for the role was utterly astonishing, especially since no one, not even Sasuke, had envisioned such a scenario. At that moment, Sasuke felt as though his mind had turned to mush. Being urged to fight was one thing, but being told he might become Hokage the next day left him utterly unprepared. The gravity of the situation hung in the air, leading to an unexpected silence. The two, a man and a serpent, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Hiruzen, witnessing their stunned expressions, couldn't he help but chuckle softly. All right, I was merely jesting. Clearing his throat, he adopted a more serious demeanor, surveying the ashen surroundings before turning to Sasuke. Although I cannot fathom how you managed to persuade my rebellious disciple to follow you, it is essential I caution you. He is a perilous individual. A snake can indeed bite. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru expressed his displeasure. Old man, there's no need for your concern. I have my own plans. Sasuke, acknowledging the elder's good intentions, refrained from dismissing the warning. He nodded. Rest assured, I am well aware of that. He understood the necessity of remaining vigilant against Orochimaru. While the latter's consciousness had been altered by his Jinjutsu, who was to say that one day he could not exploit scientific methods to break free from its grasp. Hiruzen nodded at Sasuke's response. Do not be overly anxious. While I am serious about proposing you as Hokage, if you wish to tread this path, thorough preparation is imperative. He then shifted the conversation, but more importantly, I believe you might be interested in a more pressing matter, the recent whereabouts of Itachi Uchiha. That man is currently near Konoha. Chapter 104. He has arrived. What? Both Sasuke and Orochimaru were astonished to learn that Itachi Uchiha was active near the Hidden Leaf village, their eyes widening in disbelief. After all, had the third Hokage not mentioned it, they would have remained oblivious to this fact. The unexpected presence of Itachi near the village was startling. Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of trepidation flickering in his gaze. It must be acknowledged that Itachi Uchiha holds a particularly significant place in the hearts of both Sasuke and Orochimaru. It is rare for anyone to leave such profound marks on both of them, and even more so, to cast such enormous shadows over their lives. For the innocent and naive Sasuke, the trauma of the night of the massacre still lingered, while for Orochimaru, the Mangekyou Sharingan had sparked an obsession with the immense power it represented. However, the present Sasuke was no longer the helpless child who could only weep during the night of the massacre. He now possessed the strength to stand tall before his brother. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, a complex expression passing through them as he gazed towards the village's outskirts, murmuring, "Oh, my foolish brother, how far can your eyes see now?" Upon witnessing Sasuke's reaction, the third Hokage sighed, realizing that Sasuke had not entirely relinquished his burdens. He shook his head, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, and continued to speak to Sasuke. "However, in your quest for vengeance against Danzo, you have chosen not to betray the village or unleash violence upon the innocent. This shows that you are not merely a person who would descend into darkness for the sake of power. I must admit, Sasuke, you have forged a path I never anticipated." All of this pointed to the intricate causes and effects of that fateful event. "Sasuke, you should have gathered enough information by now. Regarding your concerns about Itachi Uchiha, I can provide you with some intelligence. Just as you suspected, he is currently acting as a spy for us in the Hidden Leaf, infiltrating an organization known as Akatsuki. In fact, due to the recent turmoil in the village, particularly with your burgeoning reputation as a prodigy, many opportunists with ulterior motives have been drawn to you. Hence, for both the safety of the village and your own, he has chosen to move closer to the village, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Of course, his stated mission is to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki. However, locating him will not be an easy endeavor. Is that truly the case?" Sasuke murmured. "I recall that your relationship with Naruto is quite amicable. You must be aware of what is sealed within him. Jiraiya and I have discussed how, with your assistance, Naruto has adapted well to the power of the tailed beast. Yet, the allure of this power is formidable, and it is inevitable that organizations will covet it. Akatsuki, in particular, is a prime contender, with its members being formidable rogue ninjas from various villages. If you wish to protect Naruto, you must remain vigilant regarding this organization. Alternatively, communicating with Itachi to gather intelligence on the organization could greatly benefit your future plans." Sasuke could not shake the feeling that the venerable elder before him, who could uphold half of the Hidden Leaf, seemed to stoop slightly after pouring out his heart. His gaze flickered with a mixture of excitement and hesitation. "Third Hokage, where is Itachi now?" The third Hokage took a puff from his small pipe, nodding slightly as he continued. "Since joining the Akatsuki, Itachi has concealed his whereabouts, making him difficult to find. However, if you are truly determined to seek him out, there are still ways. I will do my utmost to assist you. As a spy for the Hidden Leaf, he will occasionally relay information back, albeit sparingly, as in this instance." Sasuke nodded gratefully towards the third Hokage, understanding the implications of the elder's words. "Then I shall trouble you with this." In the time that followed, the third Hokage reminisced about various events in the village, recounting stories from Itachi's youth and his own journey to becoming Hokage. His eyes reflected passion, sorrow, complexity, and nostalgia. Gradually, Sasuke began to perceive that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was not so different from an ordinary elder, merely dulled by the weight of his long-held position. Naturally, the third Hokage also addressed Itachi's current status, cautioning, "Sasuke, although Itachi's actions were once in service of the village, having been with the Akatsuki for so long, you must not view him as the Itachi of old. Caution is necessary." Sasuke nodded, reassured that Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relatively confident in his ability to confront Itachi, despite the latter now being a dangerous figure. The Akatsuki typically operated in pairs, but he believed that with Sasuke's capabilities, he could ensure his own safety. "I will handle matters here. You two should depart to avoid unnecessary trouble." After issuing further warnings, the third Hokage surveyed the surroundings, sensing approaching figures. He turned to Sasuke and Orochimaru. With their heightened perception, Sasuke and Orochimaru sensed it too, nodding in agreement as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, as Sasuke turned, he froze momentarily before speaking. "It seems we may not need to leave after all, Orochimaru." Orochimaru turned, puzzled, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. Following the conversation with Sasuke and the third Hokage, he had developed a fresh perspective on Sasuke. In his eyes, Sasuke was no longer an ordinary youth, but rather a force capable of stirring the entire ninja world. He himself was more than willing to become a windmill, experiencing firsthand the tremendous impact this wind could generate and how far it could reach. "What is it, Sasuke-kun?" Orochimaru inquired softly, concern lacing his tone. Sasuke's expression grew serious. His lips trembled slightly before he spoke, each word resonating with clarity. "He has arrived." Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 105. Uchiha Itachi. Upon Sasuke's utterance, the air seemed to freeze momentarily, enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. It was truly unexpected. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Itachi's sudden appearance. However, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. After all, considering Sasuke's current strength, why should Orochimaru feel threatened with him by his side? Moreover, he had the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who appeared rather lackluster in spirit, nearby, with 3 shadow-level shinobi on his side. Was it unreasonable to believe they could contend with a single Uchiha Itachi? Orochimaru felt confident in his advantageous position. Should Itachi truly have succumbed to the Akatsuki organization and turned into a genuine rogue ninja of Konoha, launching an attack against him and Sasuke, he was convinced that his somewhat rigid yet fiercely protective mentor would not stand idly by. "So it appears our plans must be expedited, Sasuke-kun." Orochimaru's tone was as calm as still water, concealing a myriad of complex emotions known only to him. It seemed he was preparing to blur the lines between pretense and reality. Sasuke, observing the shadow of gloom on Itachi's face as he approached, couldn't help but frown. "My foolish brother, do you truly believe that the power of hatred can make me stronger?" In his youth, Sasuke had expressed envy towards Itachi's remarkable talents, to which Itachi had responded that excellence bore its own burdens. With power came isolation and arrogance, regardless of the high hopes placed upon one at the outset. "Yet, I am your only brother, a barrier you must surpass. I shall endure alongside you, even if it means being hated by you. That is the essence of brotherhood." Thus, as Sasuke came to understand the depths of it all, he recalled Itachi's various deeds and gradually discerned that Itachi's notion of being a hurdle for him to overcome was laced with a hidden meaning. It was as if Itachi had long harbored this intention. What he truly sought was for Sasuke to awaken the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan of their clan through the intense hatred he harbored towards him. Therefore, he incessantly repeated his actions, deepening Sasuke's suffering, all in an effort to shoulder Sasuke's hatred and witness his growth, right up to the point where he would utter, "Foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, let your hatred flourish. Embrace your resentment. Live grotesquely. Run, and continue to survive in the shadows." Such words were the epitome of madness. Yet, Sasuke questioned the necessity of it all. Did he truly believe it was essential? He felt no such need. The burden of such unreciprocated animosity weighed heavily upon him, rendering him breathless. For Sasuke, this excessive weight of love was not love at all, but rather a hindrance. This would only ensnare Sasuke in a quagmire in his pursuit of power, hindering his progress rather than fostering it. At that moment, Itachi drew closer to Sasuke and the others. Upon recognizing Sasuke standing before him, he momentarily froze, a surge of complex emotions flooding his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure, deliberately diverting his gaze from Sasuke to survey the positions of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Orochimaru, his face betraying a hint of confusion while maintaining an air of inscrutability. As he analyzed the situation unfolding around him, he spoke slowly to the gathered individuals. "I never anticipated encountering such significant figures at the onset of this mission to infiltrate Konoha and capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What a stroke of bad luck." As he spoke, his sharp gaze scrutinized the surroundings. His eyes then shifted past Hiruzen to rest upon Orochimaru, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight, disdainful smile. Hiruzen Sarutobi, former S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin. "How surprising it is to see you both here together." With a mocking tone, he continued, "Are you planning to join forces to thwart my efforts?" Finally, Itachi's gaze returned to Sasuke, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, which soon morphed into derision and contempt. "Ah, my foolish little brother. It appears today is your lucky day, surrounded by such formidable allies. However, regrettably, I must inform you that you are not my target this time, so you may temporarily enjoy your existence." His voice conveyed a chilling indifference, as if he had already severed all emotional ties with Sasuke. "Oh dear, a 1 against 7. It seems we must engage in a grand undertaking." Just then, Another figure clad in the signature red cloud cloak emerged behind Itachi. Wielding a weapon wrapped in bandages, the second user of the legendary blade, Samahata, and a member of the Akatsuki organization, Kisame Hoshigaki. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, now having stowed away his pipe, approached Sasuke, positioning himself protectively behind him with a serious demeanor. I apologize, but you find yourselves within the borders of Konoha, and the ones who should exercise caution are not us, but rather yourselves. Hiruzen's act of protection left Sasuke momentarily dazed, for it was the first time since that fateful night that he felt the warmth of having an elder to shield him. Reveal yourselves. At Hiruzen's command, shadows surged forth like phantoms from all directions, moving with astonishing speed, swiftly encircling Itachi and Kisame. It was none other than Konoha's Anbu. How unexpected it was to encounter them here. An unfortunate twist of fate. There are too many of them. Kisame, we must retreat. Upon confirming Sasuke's safety, Itachi sought an excuse to escape, intending to withdraw with Kisame. Though reluctant, Kisame gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to engage in battle, preparing to follow Itachi's lead. Fine. However, at that critical moment, Sasuke, who had remained silent, stepped forward, eliciting a look of astonishment from Hiruzen. Itachi Uchiha, how long do you intend to keep deceiving me? Chapter 106. My eyes can see further than yours. At that moment, Itachi, who had meticulously planned his graceful escape from the battlefield, found himself abruptly frozen the instant Sasuke spoke. His movement halted. This sudden misstep made Itachi acutely aware that something was amiss, trouble was brewing. Immediately, a ninja from the Anbu of Konoha, wearing a look of triumph, seized the fleeting opportunity. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he appeared behind Itachi, firmly grasping his shoulder. Aiming to capture this legendary S-rank traitor, Uchiha Itachi. It seemed that the fabled S-rank rogue, Uchiha Itachi, was not as invincible as tales suggested. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Itachi was momentarily stunned, lamenting that he had allowed himself to be distracted by Sasuke's words, committing such a fundamental error. However, Sasuke's earlier declaration had indeed shaken him to the core, rendering him momentarily incapable of regaining his composure, nearly resulting in a grave misstep. Beside him, Kisame Hoshigaki was equally bewildered. They had agreed to retreat together, yet the usually calm and cautious Itachi had faltered in battle, a lapse that was utterly incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Itachi was still the prodigy that he was. The earlier incident was merely an unforeseen consequence of Sasuke's influence. With resolute determination, he executed the body double technique, instantly transforming into hundreds of black crows that scattered in all directions, effortlessly escaping the clutches of the Anbu member, leaving his assailant dumbfounded. How is this possible? He evaded my grasp. The Anbu ninja gasped in disbelief, having thought he had successfully captured Itachi, only to discover that his moment of triumph had been premature. Countless crows swirled in the air like a dark cloud before coalescing back into Itachi's form. He hovered silently above, his crimson Sharingan eyes glimmering with an enigmatic and profound light, as if capable of penetrating the depths of the human heart, gazing down upon Sasuke like a deity from the heavens. You remain ever absorbed in your own thoughts, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. His words carried an undertone of reproach towards Itachi, revealing the complexity of his feelings toward his elder brother, who had always stood on a pedestal above him. You truly enjoy looking down from your lofty perch, imposing your thoughts upon me. Do you still perceive me as that mere shadow trailing behind you? Sasuke's tone was tinged with defiance and disdain, clearly indicating that he was no longer content with the role of the younger brother who merely followed Itachi. He flicked his wrist, as if to cast off the chains of his past, then slowly lifted his gaze, boldly meeting Itachi's piercing red eyes. His stare was resolute and profound as he declared, "My eyes can now see further than yours." Boom. In the next instant, Sasuke's eyes, charged with a violent surge of chakra, underwent a dramatic transformation, the crimson patterns spinning rapidly. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. What? It's the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The facade of composure Itachi had maintained shattered, replaced by shock as he gazed into Sasuke's eyes, witnessing an event of unimaginable significance. How is this possible? You have awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Panic flickered in Itachi's eyes, fully aware of the conditions required for its activation. He had always envisioned himself as the sacrificial offering for Sasuke's awakening. Yet, why had his younger brother, living in Konoha, unlocked this cold and formidable power? Was it? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed through Itachi's gaze. Could it be that during his absence, someone in the village inflicted profound psychological damage upon Sasuke? In Sasuke's eyes, the multitude of crows dissipated, leaving only the astonished visage of his brother before him. He spoke slowly, clarity replacing confusion. Uchiha Itachi, your Jinjutsu no longer holds sway over me. Sasuke's words exuded confidence and resolve. He was no longer the brother perpetually sheltered and guided by Itachi, but a soaring eagle with his own strength and will. Suddenly, after awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Sasuke's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. He sensed an unfamiliar mental wave, strikingly reminiscent of something from the depths of his memory. This mental wave feels so familiar, Sasuke murmured, striving to uncover the source of this sensation. His gaze scanned the surroundings, ultimately settling on Itachi. For reasons unknown, he sensed something amiss about his brother, though Itachi's demeanor mirrored that of the elder sibling he remembered. Sasuke keenly detected subtle differences, elusive yet enough to arouse his suspicion. He endeavored to pierce through Itachi's crimson gaze to uncover his true intentions, yet at that moment, Itachi appeared as an unfathomable abyss, concealing his innermost thoughts. Just then, a wave of foreboding washed over Sasuke. He seemed to grasp something elusive, his expression shifting dramatically as he involuntarily exclaimed, "Wait. This wave, it's the Konoha Tsukimi." Sasuke finally recognized the source of the mental disturbance. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? In his astonishment, he discerned traces of Konoha Tsukimi within Itachi's mental waves, a revelation that rendered him speechless. He had never imagined that Itachi had been subjected to the legendary Konoha Tsukimi technique. The reality of this revelation was staggering. He had thought it merely a myth among ninjas, an unattainable legend. To his astonishment, the most powerful Jinjutsu, guardian of Konoha, had indeed succeeded. Sasuke murmured to himself, his heart overwhelmed with shock. He had long been aware of Konoha Tsukimi's renown, and even now, he had mastered this legendary ocular technique. Yet he had never anticipated it would be wielded against the one person with whom he once shared the closest bond. He was utterly astounded to discover that Shursui had once used Konoha Tsukimi on Itachi. Chapter 107. Welcome back. A myriad of rumors and accounts regarding the Eye of the Moon flashed through Sasuke's mind. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this Jinjutsu, and suddenly, many of Itachi's bizarre actions seemed to find their explanation. Yet, it shouldn't be possible. He recalled that the cooldown period for the Eye of the Moon was exceedingly long. If Shursui had indeed employed this technique against Itachi, why could Itachi still free himself from the control of Edo Tensei during the Fourth Great Ninja War? Sasuke pondered, confused. This ocular technique was formidable precisely because it could subtly alter a person's will, rendering them a puppet to the caster. However, the lengthy cooldown should not have allowed Itachi to have suffered under its influence. Now, with this powerful Jinjutsu seemingly affecting Itachi, how could he not feel astonished and shocked? Could it be that the ninja world had been misled by misinformation regarding the cooldown of the Eye of the Moon? When applied to a crow, it required years before it could be used again, but the same could not necessarily be said for Shursui. Just as he himself could use the Eye of the Moon without concern for cooldown periods. It seemed that the supposed cooldown was merely a characteristic that varied from individual to individual. Sasuke speculated that although the interval between uses of the Eye of the Moon was indeed lengthy, it was not nearly as extensive as the tale suggested, which stated it could span decades. Based on the intelligence he had gathered on Shursui, he estimated that it could be used roughly once every couple of years. However, there was no doubt that its usage was severely limited due to the immense ocular power it consumed. In the current ninja world, only he, Sasuke, could afford to disregard the toll it took on his vision. Generally, after 3 uses of the Manjiki Sharingan, the user's sight would be irrevocably lost. Thus, Itachi's belief that the Eye of the Moon required decades to recharge stemmed from the deception of Shursui's ability, which prevented the potential misuse of this potent ocular technique after it was entrusted to Itachi. Sasuke realized that Shursui, having once wielded the Eye of the Moon, likely manipulated Itachi's perception, leading him to mistakenly believe that the intervals between uses were exceedingly long. In reality, this powerful Jinjutsu was not as unattainable as it seemed. The true cost of its use was simply exorbitant. It seemed Shursui had calculated everything quite astutely. Suddenly, Sasuke found the burdens he had once wrestled with to be remarkably amusing. Who would have thought that the person he had loathed for the first half of his life the one he had once loved most dearly, would undergo such a transformation for such a ludicrous reason? Since the Eye of the Moon influenced a person's subconscious. Apart from everything concerning Konoha, Itachi maintained most of his habitual behaviors. This allowed those around him to remain oblivious to his abnormalities. In fact, due to his deep affection for his brother, he could even make slight gestures of resistance against the Eye of the Moon, such as sparing Sasuke during the night of the massacre. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sasuke took a deep breath, attempting to calm his agitated emotions. He understood that this revelation would alter many aspects of his life, including his perception of Itachi and their relationship. But first, he needed to compose himself and contemplate his next course of action. As he gazed at the familiar visage before him, the eyes that once guided him now stared back with intensity, filling his heart with a whirlwind of complex emotions. He sighed deeply, expelling years of resentment and entanglement. Then, his right eye's Manjiki Sharingan activated once more, shimmering with a mysterious and profound light. Simon Dien, Eye of the Moon. Sasuke utilized the power of his right eye to reconstruct the Eye of the Moon technique once again. As the ocular technique was unleashed, a formidable force surged from Sasuke's eye, penetrating Itachi's mind. Just as Amaterasu's flames could be released and retracted, the Eye of the Moon operated similarly. Under the influence of this power, the fluctuations of the Eye of the Moon within Itachi and Apos' mind were completely eradicated. After Sasuke exercised his ability, Itachi, sensing a change within himself, felt perplexed. What is happening to me? This process did not last long, yet for Itachi, it felt as if he had undergone a spiritual cleansing. Once the influence of the Eye of the Moon was lifted, his mind became exceptionally clear, as though awakening from a prolonged slumber. In an instant, Itachi seemed to grasp something, and after a moment of bewilderment, he clenched his teeth, his expression turning remarkably intricate. Unable to believe that upon sensing the anomaly, Itachi's heart was filled with complexity. Although he cherished his village, the manner in which he had safeguarded it made it difficult for the passionate protector he was to accept, even feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and unforgivable sin. He looked at Sasuke, the brother he once needed to protect, who had now matured to the point of being able to save him. His heart brimmed with emotion and gratitude, tinged with an ineffable sense of guilt and regret. Ultimately, he nodded, a warm smile, once familiar to Sasuke but now strangely foreign, emerging on his lips, conveying appreciation and acknowledgement. You have truly endured much over the years, Sasuke. In that moment, the grievances between them seemed to dissolve into nothingness, leaving behind only the profound bond of brotherhood. However, perceptive Sasuke, at the instant Itachi nodded, keenly detected the deeper emotions within his brother. What he first noticed was not Itachi's reassuring smile, but rather the fleeting shadow that crossed his eyes. It was the unmistakable self-reproach and weight of the past that could not be concealed when Itachi reflected on his previous actions. Sasuke understood that the night of the massacre, a tragic intertwining of bloodshed and flames, had not only delivered a devastating blow to the Uchiha clan, but had also etched an indelible scar upon Itachi and Apos' heart. Even now, with clarity restored, those memories and pains still pierced his soul like a sharp blade, a constant reminder of his burdens. Through Sasuke's insight granted by his Manjiki Sharingan, he discerned further nuances. Although Itachi wore a smile in front of him, the trembling of his hands betrayed the turmoil within, deep pain and struggle, a tangle of past and present, and an inescapable sense of guilt. Brother, welcome back. Suddenly, Sasuke's voice was gentle yet resolute as he opened his arms, enveloping Itachi in a profound embrace. This hug encompassed an array of emotions, a release of the past, an anticipation of the future, and a deep bond of brotherly love. The unexpected embrace jolted Itachi, who had been ensnared in self-reproach. He felt Sasuke's warmth and strength, and emotions that had long been suppressed surged to the surface. Tears streamed unbidden from the corners of his eyes as he patted Sasuke's back, his voice choked with emotion. Yes, I'm back, Sasuke. You've grown to be nearly my height. At that moment, they were no longer solitary warriors, but brothers supporting one another. Although the shadows of the past lingered, the road ahead was long, and they were willing to walk hand in hand, facing all challenges and adversities together. Fear not, brother, I will make arrangements for our clan. Chapter 108 Mr. Itachi, I never expected you to betray the organization as well. When the village one loves and the kin one cherishes are at odds, should one forsake personal ties for the greater good? or choose otherwise, though it was never his true desire, under the influence of the other gods. Uchiha Itachi unhesitatingly chose the collective. Despite moments of hesitation, he ultimately committed an act that filled his awakened self with profound sorrow. Indeed, while contradictions may seem irreconcilable, numerous methods exist to ease tensions. Yet, swayed by the righteousness of illusion, he resorted to the most radical approach, leaving him with a guilt so overwhelming that he wished to atone with his life. However, Sasuke's embrace succeeded in warming his fractured heart once more. Sasuke's promise rekindled hope in him, even when he found himself cornered. From Sasuke